Reborn in the year 2000, he started out in a suburban villa stumbling upon 60 million in cash and stacks of gold bars. While others were still searching for their very first pot of gold, he was already standing at the forefront of a new era. The internet had only just begun to sprout, real estate was on the verge of a frenzied boom, and capital undercurrents were already surging in the dark. Yet he saw through everything a full decade in advance, sweeping up properties at rock-bottom prices, cutting in to seize bats, financing opportunities, and madly hoarding land and gold. When everyone else was still hesitating, he had already completed the harvest. Starting from 60 million, he step by step forged a capital empire that spanned both the internet and real estate. In this life, he would not gamble with fate. He would directly rewrite the era itself. Chen Hao, are you deaf, or what? Why aren't you saying anything? Today is Xiaoya's 19th birthday, and you're trying to fob her off with this piece of junk. A shrill voice buzzed in his ear like a greenhead fly, noisily circling and whining. Chen Hao frowned, his head pounding from the hangover, as if it were about to explode. The 3 caddies of white liquor in his stomach were still churning violently, and he instinctively reached for a cigarette, only for his hand to grasp at empty air. That absent-minded reach jolted his consciousness awake. Before his eyes was no longer the KTV private room reeking of vomit, nor were there bloated investors forcing him to drink until he blacked out. Piercing sunlight, blue sky, and white clouds, and a large face smeared with cheap foundation, every line etched with meanness looming close to him. Zhao Qian, the so-called best friend of his ex-girlfriend Lin Xiaoya. This woman was truly something. Her main profession was stirring up trouble, and her side job was pimping for Lin Xiaoya, ultimately managing to deliver her onto the bed of a newly rich upstart. Beside Zhao Qian stood a girl as delicate as a little white flower. A white floral dress, long straight black hair, and eyes glistening with moisture as she bit her lower lip, looking as if she had suffered endless grievances. Lin Xiaoya, the exceptional ex who had kept him playing the lovesick fool for 7 years, supported through graduate school, and her job only to reward him in the end with a gleaming green hat. A curse slipped out of Chen Hao's mouth before he could hold it back. Was heaven dissatisfied with how suffocating his death had been in his past life that it had to make him watch this pair's performance all over again before he died? Who are you cursing at? Chen Hao, you've grown bold, haven't you? Zhao Qian exploded the moment she heard him, the pink gift box in her hand, almost jabbing into his nose. What kind of Casanova do you think you were turning up with Maybelline worth 200 yuan? Just now Chairman Zhang from the student union was going to give her an Ericsson phone. Xiaoya turned him down just to wait for you, and this is what you bring. Lin Xiaoya tugged at Zhao Qian's sleeve at just the right moment, lowering her lashes, her voice so soft and sweet it seemed it could drip water. Qian, don't say that. Chen Hao's family situation isn't good. Being able to buy this already means he's scrimped and saved for a whole month. I do envy the girls in the next dorm who can receive Nokia phones from their boyfriends, but I don't mind. Listen to that damn tea flavor. Same old formula, same familiar taste. Chen Hao felt a laugh bubble up. In his previous life, his brain must have been filled with concrete to mistake this for kindness and understanding. This was clearly a girl with gold digger carved across her forehead, yet she still insisted on erecting a virtuous facade. If it were the former Chen Hao, he would probably already be panicking, apologizing over and over, swearing that next month he would buy her a phone, even if it meant selling his blood. But the Chen Hao of now was an old hand who had struggled in the business world for over a decade, his heart darker than coal. He narrowed his eyes, letting his gaze sweep slowly across Lin Xiaoya's face. She did look quite pure, no wonder she had bewitched his younger self into an idiot. Chen Hao, cack out your tongue. What's with that look in your eyes? Zhao Qian blustered, shouting to keep up appearances. Xiaoya, not despising your poverty is her kindness. Don't you dare be shameless about it. Enough, stop screeching. You're making my head ache. Chen Hao dug a finger in his ear, his voice lazy, carrying an air of someone who simply did not care. He stretched out his hand, palm open. Hand it over. What? Zhao Qian froze for a moment. The cosmetics, Chen Hao said, jerking his chin toward the box. Didn't you just say this thing was too shabby to be seen? Zhao Qian, almost on reflex, passed the gift box over. She assumed Chen Hao wanted to take it back and exchange it for something else. Chen Hao took the pink box and weighed it in his hand. The next second, right in front of the two of them, he unzipped his school bag and with a flick of his wrist tossed the box straight inside. Since you think it's beneath you, then don't take it. Chen Hao patted his backpack, speaking carelessly. Perfect. Saves me the trouble. The look of wounded grievance on Lin Xiaoya's face froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Where was the old Chen Hao who had always been meek and obedient, treating her like some revered ancestor? Chen Hao, what do you mean by this? Lin Xiaoya finally dropped the act, her voice turning several shades sharper. Today is my 19th birthday. What do you mean by taking back my gift? I know it's your birthday. Chen Hao looked at her, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. Precisely because it's your birthday, I don't want you to feel wronged. Since this piece of junk isn't worthy of you, I'll take it back, so it doesn't hurt your eyes. With that, he turned and walked away. Clean and decisive, like a heartless scumbag, pulling out and never looking back. Chen Hao. Lin Xiaoya trembled all over with rage. This was the first time a boy had ever dared treat her like this. Beside her, Zhao Qian finally reacted, shrieking like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chen Hao, you bastard. How dare you treat Xiaoya like that? Do you believe Xiaoya won't break up with you right this second? Chen Hao steps paused. He turned back to look at the two who were almost beside themselves with fury, and a brilliant smile spread across his face. Break up then. Whoever doesn't break up is the grandson. And I've got one more word for you two: get lost. With that, he shoved his hands into his pockets, whistling as he strode away with long, carefree steps. He left the two girls standing there in disarray, doubting their very lives. He had barely walked far when, as if heaven wanted to cooperate with this breakup drama, rain began to pour down in sheets. In Beijing's April, the rain still carried a cutting chill. The icy water splashed across his face and trickled down his neck into his clothes, yet Chen Hao felt exhilarated. He wiped the water from his face and pinched his thigh hard. It hurt. This was no dream. He had truly come back. Back to the year 2000, this wild age of rising warlords and gold scattered everywhere. All the suffocation and regret of his previous life, the so-called blessing of 996 overtime, the shouting matches in front of counters in Huiqiang, by the despair when the coin market crashed. All of it could go to hell. I'm back. Chen Hao bared his teeth in a grin, laughing fiercely and wildly in the curtain of rain. This life, he would not be the leeks to be harvested. He would be the one wielding the scythe. Jinghang University, Building 7, Dorm 302. With a bang, the door was pushed open. A thick, uniquely male dormitory smell rushed out. Oh, Chen Hao took a deep breath. Damn, that was familiar. This was exactly what youth smelled like. The dorm room was shrouded in smoke like some cobwebbed cave. On the lower bunks, three shirtless guys were frantically clicking their mice in front of a big-back CRT monitor, the sound effects of Red Alert 95 booming through the room. Third, you useless noob, where are the tanks? Our base is getting raided. Shut up. I'm saving up for a nuke. One shot to end it all. The chubby guy closest to the door heard the noise, turned his head, and stared in surprise. Damn, Helga. Did you go to celebrate the campus beauty from the Lin department's birthday, or did you go to the Dragon King Temple to pray for rain? The fat guy's name was Wang Chong, a native of Beijing, whose family dealt in construction materials, simple-hearted, loaded, and loyal to a fault. In his previous life, when Chen Hao had fallen on hard times, this was the brother who had lent him money without a word, nearly falling out with his own family over it. Chen Hao had remembered this favor for 2 lifetimes. He tossed his soaked backpack onto the bed, pulled out the box of Maybelline from inside, and casually sent it arcing through the air. Catch! Wang Chong fumbled to grab it, and seeing the packaging was stunned. What's this supposed to mean? Maybelline? Isn't this the birthday present you bought for Lin Xiaoya? What are you giving it to me for? I don't swing that way, Hauga. And I can't exactly use it either. It's yours now. Take it, and use it to coax that little childhood sweetheart of yours who's still in high school. Chen Hao stripped off his wet shirt, revealing a lean, bony frame, and stood bare-chested as he rubbed his hair with a towel. His tone was flat as he added, I broke up with Lin Xiaoya. The clatter of keyboards and mice in the dorm came to an abrupt halt. All his roommates turned their heads in unison. Even Third, who had been commanding his apocalypse tanks, stopped what he was doing and stared at Chen Hao as if looking at an alien. Who in the dorm didn't know that Chen Hao from room 302 was a hopeless romantic? To win over Lin Xiaoya, he had once stood in a blizzard for 3 hours straight. You broke up. Wang Chong's eyes almost popped out of his head. Hauga, it's not April Fool's Day today. Did you two just have a fight? Come on, women all need coaxing. You should still give her this set of cosmetics. Coax my ass. Chen Hao pulled a dry t-shirt from the cabinet and slipped it on. She thinks this stuff is too cheap. She wants a mobile phone. I'm done serving her. Let her get lost. Awesome. Lu Bo on the upper bunk gave him a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Old Fourth, you finally grew a spine. I've long said that woman reeks of green tea from head to toe. It's just you being too deep in it to see. Breaking up is good. Out with the old, in with the new. Tonight your brothers are treating. We'll hit the backstreet skewers to celebrate Old Fourth being single again. Another time. I'm a bit tired today, my head's a mess. Chen Hao waved his hand, climbed up to his bunk, and pulled the blanket over his head. He wasn't actually tired, he just wanted some quiet to think. The clatter of keyboards and muted chatter rose once more in the dorm. Under the blanket, Chen Hao lay with his eyes closed, staring into nothingness. The year was 2000. Brother Ma was still pretending to be a female netizen to chat online. Old Ma was still eating instant noodles in Lakeside Garden, and Old Li was still hunched in a tiny office in the resources building of Jingda, pounding away at his code. The Nasdaq bubble had just burst, but in China the sparks of the internet age were only beginning to flicker to life. Every future golden opportunity was already mapped out in his mind, yet he faced one fatal problem. Poverty. He had only 200 yuan in his pocket, not even enough to buy the keypad of a Nokia phone. Without capital, all foresight and prescience were nothing but hot air. Buy lottery tickets. He had long forgotten the numbers. Speculate in stocks. He couldn't even afford a single lot. Write game plugins. The money came in far too slowly. He had to make money, fast money, and get his first pot of gold. Chen Hao flipped over irritably. Suddenly a fragment of memory from his previous life surfaced in his mind. It was 2015. He had been fixing a computer and setting up a server for a chief surgeon at a private hospital when the director started bragging to him out on the balcony. Xiao Chen, see that building over there? The one with the half-circular terrace. It's the most famous place in this whole area. Why is it famous? It doesn't look all that special. A couple of years ago, a coal boss bought it and planned to renovate. Guess what happened? When the workers smashed through the basement wall, they broke into a wall of cash. All of it 100 yuan notes plus gold bars. They supposedly spent an entire day and night counting it, and it came to tens of millions. No way. Who hid it there? That's what you don't know. The previous owner was a woman said to be the mistress of some big shot figure. Around 99 or 2000, that big shot got into serious trouble. The woman was scared out of her wits, sold the house overnight, and fled abroad. She had no idea he had stashed so much money in the basement. She was sitting on a mountain of gold and still begging for crumbs. Back then, Chen Hao had treated it as nothing more than idle chatter over tea in one ear and out the other. Beyond envy, jealousy, and resentment, it stirred nothing in him. But now, Chen Hao suddenly sat up. April 2000. If his memory served him right, that big shot should already have gone down by now. Which meant that at this very moment the mistress was in a state of utter panic, desperate to sell off the property at a low price and flee overseas. And that money was lying in the villa's basement waiting for a fated person to smash through the wall. Tens of millions in cash plus gold bars. In an era when housing prices in the capital were only 2,000 to 3,000 per square meter, it was a fortune so astronomical it could knock a person unconscious. Chen Hao's heart hammered violently, pounding against his ribs. This was the damned admission ticket to the road leading to the title of richest man. South 4th Ring, Jinxiu Zhuangyuan, half-circular terrace nestled in the corner by a private hospital. The key information was crystal clear. If that woman was in a rush to run, the house would definitely be listed with an agency, perhaps with the keys already in the agent's hands. As long as he could get inside. He glanced at the clock on the wall, 2:30 in the afternoon. It was still raining outside, the sky a dull gray. On days like this, darkness felt early, perfect for swooping in and snatching a windfall. Chen Hao flipped off the bed in one smooth motion. How not sleeping? Wang Chong, still commanding his tank army, asked without turning his head. No, I've got something to do. Chen Hao dug out a dark-colored tracksuit and changed into it, then found a baseball cap and pulled it low over his head, the brim shading most of his face. At the door he paused and turned back to look at Wang Chong. Xiangzi. What? Wang Chong pulled off his headphones. Lend me 500 yuan. I need it urgently. I'll pay you back next month. Without asking a single question, Wang Chong reached under his pillow for his wallet, pulled out 5 bills, and handed them over. Take it. Pay me back whenever. If it's not enough, I've got more. Chen Hao took the money and clenched it tightly in his fist. It's enough. Thanks, brother. He pulled open the door and plunged headfirst into the storm outside. South 4th Ring, Jinxiu Zhuangyuan. My gold mine, I'm coming. In 2000, the South 4th Ring was as shabby as some backwater 18th-year city. Chen Hao sat in a rickety bus that jolted like a nightclub dance floor, swaying for nearly 2 hours before finally arriving. Outside the window, there was nothing but wasteland and half-finished developments. Who could have imagined that this godforsaken stretch would 20 years later have housing prices that drove people insane? When he got off, the rain hadn't stopped. If anything, it was coming down harder. Chen Hao didn't bother with an umbrella, hands thrust into his pockets as he walked in the rain. It wasn't that he couldn't afford an umbrella, he just felt like a man newly released from a cell. Getting drenched was the perfect way to clear his head. He tightened his cheap jacket around himself, squinting to orient his direction as he felt his way toward the private hospital from his memories. For now, it was only a small community clinic 3 stories high, standing alone at the edge of the wasteland. Comrade, I need to register. Chen Hao clutched his stomach, putting on a near-death expression as he slapped 5 yuan onto the registration window. What's wrong? The woman behind the window didn't so much as lift her eyelids. Got caught in the rain, stomach hurts, feel like I'm going to have diarrhea. Chen Hao improvised smoothly. Internal medicine. Take this booklet upstairs. Chen Hao grabbed the medical booklet, but didn't go anywhere near the consulting room. Instead, he headed straight up to the 3rd floor like someone who knew the place by heart. At the end of the corridor was a window, the perfect vantage point. He pushed the window open and cold wind and fine rain lashed his face. From here, he had a bird's-eye view of the entire Jinxiu Zhuangyuan Villa district. The European-style buildings in the rain-swept distance clashed starkly with the surrounding desolation, like a royal palace dropped into a slum. The estate lay utterly silent, no different from a ghost town. Chen Hao's gaze swept across like radar. Soon he locked onto his target at the far corner of the estate, right up against a patch of wild woods. The villa with the 2nd floor and the half-circular terrace. There were no lights on inside, the curtains were drawn, making it impossible to see what was within. The lawn in the yard was overgrown, clearly untended for a long time. Every sign pointed to one fact: the house was currently empty. This was it. Chen Hao locked his gaze on the building. Tens of millions just sitting in that basement, left to mildew. But climbing over the wall right now was not a smart plan. Breaking through the inner wall of the basement was not something that could be done in a short time. Down below, a security guard in a raincoat was ambling past on patrol. Even if he was mostly there as a prop, if too much commotion broke out, Chen Hao wouldn't even have a chance to explain. He had to get in with a proper excuse. But how? Buy the house or rent it? Chen Hao went downstairs, circled along the estate's outer wall, and at the front gate spotted two small agencies: Haichong Real Estate and Anjiao Property Services. In 2000, real estate agencies were nothing like the standardized operations of later years. Most were husband and wife shops. Their business spanned everything from property sales and rentals to housekeeping and cleaning, whatever made money. The keys were very likely in their hands. But there was a problem. Chen Hao looked down at himself, a cheap tracksuit soaked through and a pair of canvas shoes with the soles starting to peel away. Altogether, his entire outfit wasn't worth 100 yuan. He looked exactly like some drifter who had just spent the whole night in an internet cafe, marching like this, claiming he wanted to buy a villa. They'd probably fork him out with a pitchfork. I need a proper outfit. Chen Hao felt the cash in his pocket and flagged down a battered Shally taxi. Master to Daliasham Market. Turn on the meter and don't take the long way. The driver rolled his eyes in the rearview mirror, thinking how this kid was putting on airs just to go to a second-hand market, but said nothing and stepped on the gas. Half an hour later, the Shally car stopped at the famous fake goods distribution center in the capital, the Daliasham Market. This place is a treasure trove for the poor and a paradise for pretentious individuals. Chen Hao squeezed into the crowd, his aim clear, his actions steady and decisive. He spent 80 yuan to buy a Gucci jacket emblazoned with the double G logo. The logo was so conspicuous it could blind a dog. He spent another 50 yuan on a pair of shiny Pierre Cardin pointed leather shoes. Finally, he ducked into a shabby barbershop nearby that didn't even have a rotating light. Boss, a haircut, he said, slapping a rough sketch he had just drawn on the table. Cut it like this, make the front hair stand up. I want that look that says I'm not to be messed with. The barber stared at the sketch for a long time before finally understanding what this non-mainstream style was all about. Half an hour later, sporting a hairstyle that would later be dubbed as American Forward Spike, Chen Hao walked out of the barbershop. He found a public restroom, stripped off his wet clothes, changed into his new outfit, and stuffed his old clothes into a counterfeit Adidas sports bag he had just bought for 20 yuan. In front of a stained mirror, Chen Hao raked his hand through his hair, smirking with a mix of sarcasm, indifference, and a hint of coolness. With a blend of dampness and boldness oozing a nouveau riche flair, he looked perfect. Returning to the entrance of the Jinxia's Wanjuan, Chen Hao pushed open the glass door of Anjiao Real Estate. Dingling clang. The wind chimes jingled chaotically. The shop was small and smelled of instant noodles. Two women were huddled together, knitting sweaters and gossiping. One was in her 40s with big wavy hair, and the other looked to be in her early 20s, just graduated. Hearing the noise, both lifted their heads simultaneously. The young girl glanced at Chen Hao's colorful outfit. Her eyes flashed with a hint of disdain, likely wondering which rural area this non-mainstream person had come from. But the middle-aged woman, Li Wan, brightened up, tossing aside the sweater in her hands. She had been in the industry for years and had a keen eye. The wealthy now came in two types. One was as low-key as an old farmer, and the other was the kind of rich second generation who couldn't wait to plaster their brand names on their foreheads. This young man, dressed head to toe in designer brands, walked with confidence, his gaze arrogantly exuding an air of entitlement. He was undoubtedly a spoiled rich kid with a little money at home who came out to show off. Such people are the easiest to fool and the most generous. Hey there, handsome, looking for a house? Li Wan approached him with a beaming smile. Chen Hao ignored her, walking straight to the sofa and plopping down, tossing the Adidas bag onto the coffee table. Do you have any villas? Yes. We have plenty. Li Wan's face broke into a smile, so wide it seemed like her makeup might crack, and she turned to the dazed young girl, shouting, Xiaozhong, are you blind? Pour water for the boss. She then turned back, pulling out a thick property catalog from the cabinet, and plopped down across from Chen Hao, her enthusiasm akin to meeting a long-lost father. What is your surname, boss? How big of a place do you want? Our Jinxia's Wanjuan is the most upscale in this area, with all kinds of layouts available. Chen Hao cast her a sidelong glance and casually replied, No need for formality, my surname is Chen. I don't have many other requests, just one thing: it needs to be quiet. My dad has several factories in Zhujiang, and he sent me to the capital for school, while I also look for a place to live. Money is not an issue, the key is that the house needs to be good. Don't show me any shoddy stuff to disgust me. Zhujiang factories, studying, not short on cash. As soon as those keywords came out, Li Wan almost knelt down to sing conquer right there. This is no mere customer, this is a walking ATM. Oh, so it's young Master Chen. My apologies. Li Wan quickly changed her address, frantically pulling out a huge bunch of keys. Rest assured, young Master Chen, I happen to have a few excellent properties saved just for someone as discerning as you. Let's go take a look. Entering the community, Li Wan greeted the security guard with familiarity, leading Chen Hao directly to the first house. It was a bare shell house located in the center of the community. Inside, it was empty and even speaking echoed. Chen Hao entered, hands behind his back, and walked around, his brow furrowed tightly as he disdainfully kicked the cement dust on the ground. This is it. Chen Hao looked displeased. There isn't even a floor tile. How can anyone live here? Do you expect me to buy cement and sand to renovate it myself? Do I have that kind of free time? Li Wan's smile froze for a moment, and she quickly forced a laugh. Yes, young Master Chen is right. This place indeed doesn't suit your status. Let's look at the next one, a well-decorated one. The second house was quite luxurious in a European style, resplendent with furniture and appliances. Young Master Chen, how about this one? The owner is in a hurry to sell, as they are going abroad. It's ready for immediate move-in. Li Wan was enthusiastically selling it. Chen Hao walked around the room and finally stopped in the living room, stomping the floor with his faux leather shoes. The decoration style is too tacky, it's like a KTV. And this terrace is too small, it's even smaller than my bathroom at home. He walked to the window and knocked on the glass. Isn't this a double-layer hollow? Can the soundproofing be good? I'm a light sleeper, ooh, I can't stand even a little noise. Li Wan inwardly cursed. With that Gucci jacket paired with a red plum cigarette, I wouldn't say you have much taste either. But she had to flatter him. Yes, young Master Chen, you are indeed refined. This style is a bit nouveau riche. Then let's change again. After looking at 2 houses in a row, Chen Hao was either dissatisfied with this or that. Li Wan was exhausted, her legs feeling thinner, and her smile was nearly gone. Young Master Chen, all the properties in this community are here if you still don't like them. Chen Hao stood up, disappointment written all over his face. Is this it? You call it the most upscale? I think it's just a rural big tile house level. Forget it, I won't look anymore, it's a waste of time. With that, he pretended to leave. Seeing that a big fish was about to slip away, Li Wan immediately panicked. This was the son of a factory owner from Zhejiang. If this deal went through, she would earn a commission for half a year. Hey, young Master Chen, wait. Li Wan grabbed Chen Hao, gritting her teeth, and said, actually, there's one more. The location is a bit off, but I guarantee it's absolutely quiet. She lowered her voice, leaning in conspiratorially. The owner of that house is in a hurry to leave the capital, and the price is particularly low. That's a real mansion. Chen Hao paused in his steps. He turned around, looking at Li Wan with a sly smile. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Lead the way. Li Wan let out a sigh of relief, hurriedly taking the lead, passing through a small garden, going further and further away until they reached the corner of the community. A slightly desolate standalone villa stood quietly there, adjacent to a patch of wild woods. Chen Hao looked up. On the second floor, that familiar semicircular terrace. This is the place. Young Master Chen, look at this environment, a private entrance and courtyard, absolutely no one to disturb you. Li Wan pulled out a large bunch of keys, rummaging for the lock while bragging. And this house has a super large basement. Chen Hao looked at the tightly closed door, his heart began to race. But his face remained expressionless, even disdainfully curling his lip. Looks a bit eerie. Fine, since I'm here, let's take a look. Click. The key turned and the lock popped open. The door opened. The heavy wooden door was pushed open and a musty odor of mold rushed out, causing one to cough violently. Li Wan diligently stepped aside, skillfully searching for the switch at the entrance. A few dim yellow lights flickered on, illuminating the long dormant mansion. The furniture was all there, covered with a layer of white dust cloth, and in the dim light, it resembled a crime scene from a television drama. Chen Hao remained silent, walking in with his hands behind his back. He first pretended to inspect the living room, pacing around as the solid wood floor creaked underfoot. He walked to the window and opened it, allowing a cold breeze to enter and slightly disperse the musty smell. Double-layered hollow glass. He knocked on it lightly and grimaced. It's passable, but the ceiling strip is aging and the sound insulation is just average. Li Wan followed behind, forcing a smile, but inwardly she cursed, this little brat is really hard to please. What does he know about sound insulation at such a young age? After inspecting the first floor, he headed upstairs. The master bedroom, guest bedroom, study. Chen Hao had to pick at everything in each room. Why is the wall peeling? Is there a leak? What is that smell coming from this wardrobe? Isn't the formaldehyde level too high? Li Wan was sweating under the questioning, desperately trying to explain. It's all solid wood with eco-friendly paint. The smell is just from being unventilated for a long time. Airing it out will help. Finally, the two stood at the top of the staircase on the second floor. Chen Hao's gaze seemed casually to sweep over the door leading to the basement. The money should be down there. What about the basement? I'd like to take a look. Sure. This way. Li Wan hurriedly ran ahead to lead the way. The basement was large, divided into 2 areas. One side was piled with clutter, while the other was a small bar, the counter empty except for a few dusty glasses. The air was damp and the musty smell grew stronger. Chen Hao walked down step by step, feeling his heart race with each step. But the expression on his face became increasingly disgusted, even covering his nose. What is that smell? Are they growing mushrooms down here? The corners are moldy. Can anyone live in this place? He cursed while secretly observing the walls. According to that surgeon's description, the money was hidden in the cavity wall of the basement. Chen Hao, this basement is damp and no one has lived here for a while. You could just set up a dehumidifier. Li Wan quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, let's go back up. This smell is giving me a headache. Chen Hao waved his hand and turned to leave. Back in the living room on the first floor, he didn't rush to leave, but plopped down on the dusty sofa, crossing his legs and even resting his feet on the coffee table. Click. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled, watching Li Wan through the smoke. The house is well, just average. It's slightly better than the other 2, but not by much. Upon hearing this, Li Wan's heart lifted to her throat. Chen Hao, this is the most cost-effective in our community. Who is the owner? They aren't on the run for committing a crime, are they? Chen Hao suddenly interrupted her, his gaze sharp. Li Wan's heart skipped a beat, quickly denying of course not. The owner is in big business and has gone abroad for development. The house is fully entrusted to me with all the paperwork in order ready for transfer at any time. Fine. Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. What's your price? Let me think. Li Wan's eyes darted, extending 8 fingers. The owner is in urgent need of a sale, 80,000. You won't find a larger villa anywhere else at this price. 80,000. Chen Hao laughed a particularly sarcastic laugh. Sister, do you think him a fool? This rundown house is poorly located, has shabby decor, and even grows mushrooms in the basement. You dare ask for 80,000. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. 65,000. If that's acceptable, fine. If not, I'll look elsewhere. 65,000. Li Wan almost jumped up. Chen Hao, that's too harsh. I can't even speak to the owner at that price. That price wouldn't even cover the land. Then don't say anything. Goodbye. Chen Hao left without saying another word, striding towards the exit. Hey. Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Li Wan panicked, grabbing Chen Hao's sleeve, gritting her teeth, and saying 70,000. Really can't go lower. If it goes any lower, he'll starve. Chen Hao stopped, turned around, and looked at her with a half smile. In truth, he couldn't come up with 65,000 after buying the counterfeit goods. He only had a little over 400 left. But he had to maintain an air of being financially well off. He pretended to ponder for a moment, and then sighed. 70,000 isn't out of the question. But I have a rule. What rule? Li Wan's eyes brightened. In my family, we value feng shui in business. This house has been empty for so long, there's heavy energy. I need to calm my nerves first and feel the aura. So we'll stay for 3 days. If I feel comfortable during these 3 days, have no nightmares, and don't encounter anything strange, then after 3 days I'll buy it for 70,000 without a penny less. A trial stay. Li Wan was baffled there. After so many years of selling houses, it was the first time she had heard such a bizarre request. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Chen Hao pretended to walk away. Wait. Li Wan quickly stopped him, calculating in her mind. 70,000. If this deal went through, the commission would be several thousand. Moreover, although this guy was demanding based on his attire and demeanor, he did seem like someone who wasn't short on cash. If he didn't buy it, who knows how long the house would be stuck in her hands. She quickly assessed the risks. The valuable items in the house had already been cleared out. What was left were large pieces of furniture that couldn't be moved. Without the owner's permission, the security wouldn't allow these things to be taken out of the community. Though this guy seemed a bit off, he appeared generous and likely wasn't the type to seek petty gains. Chen Hao, your request is indeed a bit unusual, but for you I'll make an exception. Li Wan gritted her teeth. Fine, just 3 days. But you mustn't damage anything during this time. Rest assured, I've stayed in more hotels than you've seen. Ooh, I've got some decorum. Chen Hao pulled out 300 yuan from his pocket and placed it in Li Wan's hand. Take this 300 as my trial stay fee. Regardless of whether I buy it or not, this money is yours. Li Wan held the money, her face instantly lighting up with a smile. 300 yuan. This was extra income. Chen Hao is generous. Then it's settled. She readily took a key from the bunch and handed it to Chen Hao. This is the key to the front door. Chen Hao, do you want to move in now? I need to go buy a set of bedding and toiletries first. Chen Hao accepted the key, weighing it in his hand before pocketing it. Then I'll go out with you. The two walked out of the villa together, with Li Wan carefully locking the door. As they reached the security booth at the entrance of the community, Li Wan took the initiative to greet the guard. Xiaowang busy. The guard was a man in his 30s who smiled upon seeing Li Wan. It's you, Li Jia. Bringing a client to see a house again. Yes. Li Wan pointed to Chen Hao beside her and casually introduced, this is Chen Hao, and he's decided on the villa in the corner. He'll be staying here for a few days to get a feel for it, and when the owner returns in a few days, we'll handle the paperwork. Please take good care of him. The guard sized Chen Hao up, seeing his designer outfit and that he was with Li Wan, nodded in acknowledgement. Got it. This greeting completely dispelled any doubts the guard might have had. As they walked out of the community gate, Li Wan pointed to a distant intersection. Chen Hao, go that way. It's about a 10-minute walk to a big supermarket with a good selection. She said this while handing her umbrella to Chen Hao. The rain hasn't stopped yet, take this. I have things to attend to at the store, so I'll head back now. If you need anything, feel free to come by the store to find me. Okay. Chen Hao took the umbrella, watching as Li Wan swayed her hips back to her store, then headed straight to the supermarket. Chen Hao entered the supermarket, purchasing the cheapest bedding, a toothbrush and towel, as well as a powerful flashlight. As he exited the supermarket, the sky was already darkening. Chen Hao did not hurry back, but instead turned into a small alley, finding a hardware store. The shop was dim and cluttered, with the owner dozing at the counter. Boss, I'll take a big hammer, the kind that can smash walls. Chen Hao lowered his voice. The owner lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. How thick of a wall? I don't know, but it's quite thick. Then this one will do, an 8-pound hammer suitable for mountain opening. The owner pulled out a heavy iron hammer from the corner. Do you need anything else? Also a large pair of pliers, a steel saw, and a box of saw blades. After paying, Chen Hao carefully stuffed these tools into the cotton quilt he had just bought, wrapping it tightly so that it looked like an ordinary bedding roll from the outside. Having completed these tasks, he carried the heavy bedding roll and walked back toward the Jinxiu Manor. Passing by the security booth, he intentionally paused to nod at the security guard Wang Gu while casually handing him a Hongmei cigarette. Wang Gu, you've worked hard. Oh, Chen Hao, you're too polite. Are you moving in? The security guard took the cigarette, glancing at the large bags Chen Hao was carrying. Yes, just trying it out for a couple of days. If it's comfortable, I'll buy it. Chen Hao smiled innocently, his tone relaxed. All right, then take your time. Call me if you need anything. The security guard had no suspicions and even eagerly helped him open the gate. Chen Hao swaggered into the community. Night fell and the rain continued to pour. Chen Hao reached the villa door and inserted the key. Click. The door opened. He locked the door behind him and attached the anti-theft chain, then heaved a long sigh of relief. He tossed the heavy bedding roll onto the floor, and with a whoosh he untied the rope, pulling out the 8-pound iron hammer. The hammer felt heavy in his hand, instilling confidence. Step 1 done. He punched the air. Now it was time to open the treasure chest. Chen Hao did not rush to act, but first unwrapped the bedding packaging, neatly laying out the pliers and steel saw on the ground like a surgeon preparing for a precise operation. Only his surgical target was a wall. With all the tools ready, he headed toward the basement. Creak. The wooden stairs groaned under his feet. Chen Hao held the hammer, his gaze scanning every inch of the wall like an X-ray. Bang, bang, bang. He raised the hammer handle and began to strike rhythmically. Solid. Change location. Bang, bang. Still solid. He began to strike inch by inch from the entrance. The sound echoed in the empty basement, sending chills down the spine. After going around, all he heard was a dull echo. All solid. Chen Hao paused, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Impossible. Could my memories from 2 lives be wrong? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. In his past life, that surgical director had been adamant it was definitely not baseless. His gaze swept again, finally landing on the small bar counter. Behind the counter was an empty wooden wine rack covered in dust, looking like a piece of unwanted junk. Earlier, he had instinctively thought there couldn't be space behind it, so he had skipped over it. But what if it was a distraction? Chen Hao quickly walked over, first knocking on the adjacent wall. Bang, bang, dull solid. He squeezed into the narrow gap behind the bar, raised the hammer, and gently tapped the wall behind the wine rack. Knock, knock. The sound changed. It was not the dull dead sound, but a hollow echo. Damn, found it. He suppressed his excitement, carefully examining the wine rack and the surrounding walls. He suspected there might be some intricate mechanism here. But upon closer inspection, neither the wall nor the seemingly ordinary wine rack had any switches or buttons. But it didn't matter. If he couldn't find a mechanism, he would use the most primitive method. As long as he confirmed the location, the rest was not a problem. Get out of the way. He gritted his teeth, forcibly moving the tall solid wood wine rack a short distance. Behind it revealed an apparently ordinary white wall. Chen Hao crouched down, choosing a relatively concealed spot, half a meter off the ground, raised the hammer, and prepared to smash down. Boom. Suddenly a loud thunderclap erupted outside, shaking the ground. Soon after, a torrential downpour fell, rain pounding crazily against the basement's air window, creating a cacophony of pitter-patter sounds. Heaven is helping me. Chen Hao grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. This thunder and rain were the soundproof wall sent by the heavens. The surrounding villas were far away, and with such weather no one would notice the commotion here. He no longer hesitated, swinging his arm vigorously, using all his strength to strike down hard. Bang! The wall cracked, dust flying everywhere. Bang! 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 The dull impact echoed in the basement. His palms were numb from the impact, his arms ached as if filled with lead, and sweat dripped down his cheeks into his eyes, stinging painfully. Yet he continued like a tireless madman, striking again and again. After 10 minutes. Snap! With a crisp sound, a crack finally appeared in the wall. Chen Hao's spirits lifted as he pounded vigorously around the crack. Whoosh! Several pieces of bricks fell, revealing a hole the size of a fist. He dropped the hammer, gasping for breath, and grabbed the flashlight to shine inside. The beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the inside of the wall. The first thing that caught his eye was a red, blue, and white snakeskin bag bulging and blocking the hole. Chen Hao's heart raced to 200 beats per minute. He picked up the small steel saw, his hands trembling as he carefully reached in and made a cut on the snakeskin bag. Ryup. The canvas tore open, revealing the contents inside. They were square objects like bricks wrapped in old newspapers and heavily encased in cling film. Chen Hao gently prodded with the tip of the saw blade, breaking the surface of one of the bricks. Grayish blue. That was the unique color of the 1990 100 yuan bill. Huh. Chen Hao slumped onto the ground, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. It worked. It really worked. Leaning against the cold wall, he grinned, feeling a warmth in his eyes. In his previous life, he worked tirelessly, struggling over a few coins. In this life, all he needed to do was swing a hammer to smash millions into his pocket. Now that's what life is all about. Chen Hao did not rush to widen the opening. The house had not yet been transferred, and any unexpected events could happen. If the wall were to collapse, it would be troublesome. He carefully cleared the opening, slightly ensuring that his hand could fit through. Then he reached out and grasped the first brick. So heavy. This solid bundle is worth 100,000. 1, 2, 3. He pulled out 10 blocks in succession, neatly stacking them by his feet. 1 million. That's enough. Having more would be inconvenient and unsafe. Chen Hao first cleared away the bricks and debris he had just smashed, then pushed the wine rack back into place, and casually placed a few broken ornaments on the bottom shelf to block the opening. Unless the wine rack was moved, no one would discover the secret behind it. After finishing all this, he turned back to look at the pile of bricks on the floor. This is the impact of 1 million in cash. In his past life, he had tens of millions in his cryptocurrency account, but that was merely a string of numbers far less shocking than this pile of banknotes. This smell is truly intoxicating. Chen Hao grabbed a bundle of cash, brought it close to his nose, and took a deep breath, looking utterly enraptured. With the money in hand, the road ahead would be smooth. This house must be bought, and it must be bought openly. As for this 1 million in cash, the current banking system is not yet interconnected and supervision is lax. As long as he doesn't deposit large sums and spreads out the deposits across different banks, no one would check. As for the 700,000 needed for the house, he could easily come up with a reason later. But that was a matter for another time. Chen Hao stuffed the 1 million in cash into the Adidas sports bag he had bought for 20 yuan. Zila. As the zipper was pulled up, the once flat sports bag instantly became bulging and heavy. He carried the bag back to the first floor, then went upstairs to the cleanest secondary bedroom and spread out the new bedding. Lying on the bed, Chen Hao placed the sports bag filled with 1 million under his head. It was hard and uncomfortable, yet he felt it was the most comfortable pillow in the world. Outside, thunder and rain roared while the villa was enveloped in silence. Chen Hao, with 1 million under his head, stared at the ceiling, a broad grin stretching from ear to ear. Sleep? How could anyone sleep like this? He turned over and hummed an unfamiliar tune. Today is a truly happy day, oh so happy. As dawn broke, Chen Hao woke up. The rain had stopped and birds chirped happily outside. Lying on the unfamiliar bed, he stared at the ceiling in a daze. His sleep last night not being very sound. After all, he was resting his head on 1 million. He rolled out of bed, opened the Adidas sports bag, casually took out a brick and tucked 2,000 into his pocket, then zipped it back up and left it on the bed. After a quick wash, Chen Hao changed into the outfit he had worn yesterday and strolled out of the community. There was a public phone booth by the roadside, and he stepped in to dial the dormitory phone. Do. It rang for a long time before someone picked up. Wang Chang's voice was thick with morning drowsiness. Who is it? Who is calling so early? It's me, Chen Hao. What the hell? Brother Hao. Wang Chang instantly woke up, his voice loud enough to be deafening. Where have you been? You didn't come back all night. I thought you wanted to jump into the moat. Jump into the moat. Chen Hao lowered his voice, pretending to be dejected. I'm fine, just feeling a bit suffocated. Went out to clear my head. Could you cover my classes for the next couple of days? Just say I have a fever during roll call, and if that doesn't work, say I have hemorrhoids and need to go get surgery. All right. Wang Chang sighed. It's not worth it for that woman. Is the money enough? If not, I can send some over. It's enough. After hanging up, Chen Hao smiled. Although the excuse of a breakup was cliché, it was effective. Next, it was time to get down to business. He hailed a taxi, heading straight to an industrial bank in the 3rd Ring Road. The bank lobby in 2000 still had the old-fashioned counters without any number calling machines, and everyone was queuing up. When it was Chen Hao's turn, he pushed his ID and 10,000 yuan in cash towards the window, open an account, and deposit money. The clerk at the window was a young and beautiful woman who brightened at the sight of the stack of cash. It's rare to see a young person casually pulling out 10,000 yuan these days. All right, sir, please fill out this form. While he filled out the form, the clerk began to promote. Sir, if you don't need this money urgently, you could deposit it as a fixed term. The interest is much higher than a regular savings account. Chen Hao pretended to hesitate for a moment, then showed a troubled expression and lowered his voice. Beauty, a fixed deposit isn't a problem, but I have a little issue. What issue? The clerk asked curiously. Oh, don't mention it. Chen Hao sighed, looking helpless. My old man is in the wholesale business, and all the money he collects is in small change and old bills, making a mess in the house. I just wanted to ask if you could spare me some of those money-wrapping paper bands. It'd help me organize the cash at home. The clerk realized the issue. The bank's wrapping paper isn't worth much and is piled up in the storeroom. Giving some to a customer isn't against the rules and could help build a relationship. Who knows, this handsome guy might become a big client. That's not a problem. How many do you need? Let's say 1 or 200. I have a lot of cash wasting paper. Chen Hao casually fabricated. Sure, please hold on. The clerk processed the card, then turned around to grab a large stack of brand new wrapping paper, kindly putting it in a craft paper bag and handing it over. Here you go. If you need more, just come back for it. Thanks, beauty. Once I sort the cash, I'll deposit it all with you. Chen Hao made a big promise, took the items, and turned to leave, leaving the clerk with an expectant smile. Back at the villa, Chen Hao locked the door and pulled down the curtains. He dumped the 98,000 cash on the floor, forming a small mountain. Then he began to do an extremely tedious but necessary task: money laundering. In the physical sense. He unwrapped the bricks wrapped in old newspapers, scattered the new bills of the same serial number, even rubbing some on the ground to get a bit of dust, then reshuffled them together. Next, he took out the wrapping paper from the bank, bundling the cash in tens of thousands again. The room was only filled with the sound of rustling money. This task looked enjoyable, but was truly exhausting. Chen Hao's hands cramped from counting, his vision blurred, and he barely managed to organize 70 bundles. This 700,000 was his funds for buying a house. As for the remaining 20,000 or so, he was too lazy to deal with it, and stuffed it back into the bag. The money was ready, but he didn't rush to find an agent. To play the part, one must go through the entire process. If he hurried to buy right after 3 days of trial living, it would seem too naive and easily raise suspicions. He stayed in the villa for a whole day, nibbling on bread when hungry and sleeping soundly when tired. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that he strolled into Anjia real estate with his messy hair. "Oh, young Master Chen, you're here." Li Wan Sharpied spotted the money god and hurried over. "How's your stay? Are you getting used to it?" "It's fine." Chen Hao yawned, sinking into the sofa and propping up his leg. "Apart from being a bit eerie at night, everything else is fine. Just that one, let's buy it." "Really?" Li Wan's voice cracked with excitement. "That's great. He'll contact the owner right away." "Are we paying in full?" "Of course, when have I ever bought anything in installments?" Chen Hao rolled his eyes. Yes. Young Master Chen is generous." Li Wan hurriedly dialed the phone. "Hello, Miss Zhou. It's Shaoli." Yes. That villa has been booked by the client. Full cash payment. We can sign today." "All right, see you in the afternoon." After hanging up, Li Wan looked at Chen Hao as if he were her own father. "Young Master Chen, the owner will arrive at 2:30 this afternoon. What do you think?" "All right, I'll come back this afternoon." Chen Hao waved his hand and left. At 2:40 in the afternoon, a red Honda Accord screeched to a halt in front of the store. The car door opened, and a young woman dressed in a trench coat stepped out. She was quite beautiful, but at this moment her expression was haggard and her gaze was unfocused. As she entered the store, she wasted no time and directly looked at Chen Hao. "You are the buyer." "That's me." Chen Hao nodded, his eyes scanning her face. This woman was likely the rumored mistress. It seemed the rumors were true. She was indeed anxious to flee. "Miss Zhou, this is young Master Chen." Li Wan quickly introduced. "All right, no need for pleasantries. Let's sign the contract." The woman appeared quite impatient, not even bothering to sit, standing directly by the table. "Did you bring the money?" "I did." Chen Hao lifted the Adidas gym bag from beside his feet and opened the zipper. It revealed 70 bundles of 100 yuan bills tied with industrial bank paper, creating a striking visual impact. Li Wan and Xiao Zhang stared wide-eyed. Miss Zhou was momentarily taken aback. She grabbed a bundle of cash, deftly flicking through it, listening to the crisp sound. After verifying several bundles and confirming they were genuine, she visibly relaxed. After a while, she finished counting all the money. "All right, let's sign." The contract was a standard template in triplicate. Chen Hao picked up a pen and swiftly signed his name. Miss Zhou also signed, her hands trembling slightly. "Sister Zhou, this house is quite nice. Why are you willing to sell?" Chen Hao asked casually while stamping his seal. "Is it because of some trouble, eh?" The woman's expression changed as she looked at him warily. "It's none of your business. I want to settle abroad, and this house is just a burden." "That's great. The air is sweet abroad." Chen Hao smiled and didn't press further. He knew that this woman just wanted to take the money and leave, not wanting to stay even a second longer. Sure enough, after signing, she took 14,000 as commission for Li Wan, hastily stuffing the remaining money into her bag without even counting it. "The ID card and property deed are here. Sisterly, please help me with the transfer." "No need to call. Once it's done, the house is yours anyway." The woman rambled incoherently as she turned to leave with the heavy bag of money. "Wait." Chen Hao suddenly called out to her. "Sister Zhou, we still need to go to the property management to transfer the utilities." Though the woman was impatient, she knew this was the procedure and had no choice but to follow Chen Hao to the property management office. They quickly completed the formalities. From this moment on, Chen Hao was the rightful owner of the villa. Before leaving, he deliberately approached the property manager and handed him a cigarette. "Manager Li, am planning to tidy up the house in the next couple of days, so there might be some noise." The property manager took the cigarette and smiled as he reminded him. "Mr. Chen, if it's a major renovation, it needs to be reported in advance. No renovations, just a bit of cleaning, changing some furniture, and maybe rearranging a bit." Chen Hao waved his hand, looking relaxed. "The noise won't be too much, or I just wanted to give you a heads up so the neighbors don't complain." This was to lay the groundwork for later demolishing walls. As long as the property management was mentally prepared, they would think it was just furniture moving or minor alterations. "All right, then you get busy. Oh, just let me know if there's anything." Once outside the property management, Miss Zhou didn't want to linger for a moment, jumping into the Honda Accord and speeding away. Chen Hao leisurely walked back to the villa alone. The air was fresh after the rain, but he could smell the scent of money. It was truly intoxicating. He stood at the door looking at this mansion that belonged to him, feeling a mix of emotions. Click! The key turned and the door lock popped open. Chen Hao pushed the door open and then slammed it shut behind him. Bang! From this moment on, this house officially bore the Chen surname. Chen Hao walked toward the basement. He arrived at the small bar and moved the wine rack aside. The hole in the wall that he had hastily covered was now exposed. Chen Hao raised a hammer and aimed it at the perimeter of the hole, exerting all his strength to strike down. Bang! 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 The muffled thuds rang out again as debris flew. Sweat trickled down his back, soaking his t-shirt, but he didn't feel tired, only excitement coursed through him. After several minutes, the hole was widened enough for an adult to crawl through. Chen Hao tossed aside the hammer and shone a flashlight into the hole. The outermost snakeskin bag had already been partially emptied. He reached in and struggled to drag it out. The bag was heavy, containing 20 more bricks. Adding to the 1 million he had taken earlier, this bag held a total of 3 million. Chen Hao dragged the bag aside without taking a closer look, instead directing the flashlight beam back into the hole. The scene illuminated by the beam made his heart race. Red, blue, and white woven bags were neatly stacked inside, nearly filling the entire space, piled up to half a person's height. Chen Hao counted there were at least 20 more bags. If each bag contained 3 million, that would start at 60 million. Hiss! Chen Hao gasped. 60 million in cash was an absolute fortune in this era. He wasn't greedy, he simply dragged out another bag. Adding to the previous 2 million, he now had over 5 million in cash. That was enough. At this stage, having too much money would be a burden. He laboriously moved the wine rack back into place and meticulously cleaned up the debris on the floor before transporting the 2 woven bags upstairs in 2 trips. Splash! 5 million in cash spilled onto the king-sized bed in the master bedroom, forming a small mountain. Chen Hao sat on the edge of the bed, lit a cigarette, and stared at the pile of money in a daze. It felt exhilarating, but trouble was also brewing. The first issue was how to keep this money safe. In the year 2000, the security in Longhua was far from what it would become in later years. Just 2 months earlier, a grassroots billionaire who made a fortune in education was kidnapped in the hallway of his own community. The robbers made off with over 2 million in cash. In this era, a wealthy person without sufficient background was like a fat sheep walking in a pack of wolves, likely to be targeted and torn apart at any moment. The second issue was how to turn this money into legally explainable assets. If he only wanted to lie low and be a landlord, things would be simpler. He could take this cash, spread it across the country slowly, buy houses without going through the banking system or drawing attention enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life. But Chen Hao was unwilling. He was a reborn individual. Was he reborn just to be a slacker? He might as well have died in a KTV restroom. What he wanted was to stand atop the pyramid wielding the scythe. To achieve this, the vast sum of money must be brought into the light and invested in future opportunities. This required a special identity, one that would deter anyone from probing into the source of this money. Chen Hao lay back on the pile of cash, crossing his legs, his mind racing. Memories from decades in his past life flashed through his mind, countless people and events. Suddenly an idea struck him. He thought of the unique cultural ecology of the city of Kyoto. Here, an old man eating fried liver at a street stall might casually claim to be a leader. A taxi driver talking confidently could be full of high-level secrets, saying, "I have a relative in a certain ministry." The truth of these legends was never deeply investigated because everyone understood one principle: the water is too deep and you never know which stone might hide a true dragon. In his past life, Chen Hao had witnessed a second-generation official from a ministry carrying an eco-friendly shopping bag from the supermarket taking the bus to work. He had also seen a department-level leader from the financial sector riding a dilapidated electric scooter to work on Financial Street. In this city, the most low-key were often the ones you couldn't provoke. As long as you dared to act, and as long as you acted convincingly, everyone would default to believing you were genuine. Because the cost of exposing you could be far greater than collaborating with you in your act. I need to find a tiger skin to drape over myself. Chen Hao blew out a smoke ring, and a figure emerged in his mind: Sun Kai. After breaking up with Lin Xiaoya in his past life, Chen Hao no longer obediently worked as a programmer. He decided to venture into entrepreneurship. He had successively worked as a vendor in Huiqiangbai, a group leader in cryptocurrency communities, and later considered dabbling in new energy. Sun Kai was a third-generation friend that Chen Hao met during his cryptocurrency ventures. Sun Kai's grandfather Sun Jinyue held the esteemed position of a member of the Central Advisory Committee in Longhua and had served as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Culture, representing a typical noble family. Such families have a good reputation, extensive connections, and numerous disciples and subordinates, but they lack direct power and thus do not become the focal point of various faction struggles. Most importantly, the Sun family is flourishing in terms of offspring, yet is marked by a decline in male heirs. Old Sun had 4 daughters and only one son who unfortunately had poor health and passed away young, leaving only Sun Kai as the sole descendant. However, the 4 daughters of Old Sun have branched out, giving birth to numerous grandchildren, and the relatives are varied with different surnames. This makes it difficult for outsiders to ascertain whether someone with the surname Chun or Li is actually related to the Sun family. Chen Hao was very familiar with the Sun family's situation and had even met several core members of the family. At this point in time, Sun Kai should still be studying abroad in a beautiful country, returning home only years later. Chen Hao planned to pose as Sun Kai's distant cousin who had just returned to Beijing. As long as he found Sun Kai in the coming years and solidified this relationship, everything would fall perfectly into place. Alright, let's do it this way. Chen Hao extinguished his cigarette, stuffed 5 million in cash into his wardrobe, changed clothes, and went out to hail a taxi. Driver, take me to Qianmen Hongdu Garment Company. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, said nothing more, and stepped on the gas towards the city center. Hongdu Garment Company is located on a street near Deshilon. The shop has an antique feel, appearing to be an ordinary station store, but the brass plaque at the entrance and the several Zhongshan suits displayed in the window exude an air of distinction. This is a place dedicated to making clothes for the leaders of Jingdu. Chen Hao pushed the door open, and an older craftsman who was ironing clothes did not lift his head. Comrade, Ready Tower is to the left. I'm not buying Ready Tower, I want a custom fit. Chen Hao walked straight up the wooden staircase leading to the second floor. The second floor is the custom department, displaying several rows of samples of various styles, radiating an atmosphere of solemnity. An older craftsman with reading glasses was measuring and cutting fabric. Upon seeing Chen Hao, he paused his work. Young comrade, what kind of clothes are you making? 2 sets of youth outfits. Chen Hao walked over and casually touched the fabric hanging on the wall. I want 80 count polyester in deep navy blue. Also make the waist slightly slimmer, but not too much. I want it to look energetic and not tight when sitting. The craftsman's expression changed upon hearing this. In this day and age, young people either wear suits or jackets. It's rare for someone to actively request youth outfits. Moreover, this kid's precise requirements for fabric and style suggest that he has been influenced by elders who frequently wear such things. A connoisseur. The craftsman's attitude became much more polite. Come, young comrade, stand here. He'll take your measurements. After taking his measurements and paying the deposit, Chen Hao strolled over to Deshilon. Entering the Weiliansheng shoe store, he didn't even glance at the cloth shoes on display and directly told the clerk, get me a pair of dress shoes with a layered sole size 42 and a pair of loafers for casual wear. The clerk was taken aback. This person was clearly someone who knew the traditional ways of old Jingdu. So, he quickly put on a beaming smile and went to fetch the items. Next, he went to Daming Optical Store, where he got a pair of half-frame gold-rimmed glasses, replacing his black-rimmed ones. Finally, he visited Panjiayuan. In front of stalls hawking fake antiques, he didn't even stop, diving straight into a small shop selling prayer beads and walnuts. After spending half a day, he found a string of small leaf rosewood prayer beads that had been well polished, their color deep and warm. 2 days later, Chen Hao returned to Hongdu to pick up his custom clothes. Back at the villa, he stood in front of the dressing mirror and began his transformation. The deep navy youth outfit was tailored to fit, maintaining a sense of solemnity while appearing upright. Wearing black layered sole cloth shoes with the string of small leaf rosewood on his left wrist and half-frame gold-rimmed glasses on his face, the person in the mirror had already transformed from the impoverished student of 2 days ago into someone entirely different. Chen Hao looked at himself in the mirror, starting to mimic the demeanor and tone of voice he remembered from Sun Kai. His gaze needed to be vacant, carrying a sense of detachment from mundane affairs. The corners of his mouth should slightly droop, appearing enigmatic and elusive. His speaking speed should be slow, conveying calm and composure. Quite interesting. He raised an eyebrow at his reflection and then quickly retracted his expression, reverting to that inscrutable demeanor. From today on, I am Master Chen. He practiced in front of the mirror again and again until he felt the person in the reflection had completely transformed into another Sun Kai. A third-generation individual accustomed to the tumult of the Jingdu aristocracy. The packaging is complete. But how should he play this card? Suddenly a person popped into Chen Hao's mind. In his past life in the cryptocurrency circle, he had encountered a master at a high-end gathering. That guy, inebriated, bragged about how he got his start in the new millennium. The Ministry of Electronics had just merged from the Ministry of Electrical Engineering, and the Ministry of Post and Telecommunications, and internal management was chaotic, with many assets and regulations still untangled. The logistics department, in a bid to generate revenue, rented out some unused offices in the ministry's compound to the public. Very few knew about this, and outsiders had no clue. That master had secured his first pot of gold by renting an office there, hanging a sign that said directly under the ministry, and easily duping visitors into believing he had authority. At the time, this story was merely an interesting anecdote to Chen Hao, but now it inspired him. The ministry compound. What better stage is there to debut his new identity? Chen Hao immediately stood up and left, hailing a cab by the roadside, heading straight to the Qianmen Quanzhou flagship store. In the year 2000, the flagship store's entrance was filled with the aroma of roasted duck, with scalpers gathered around. Chen Hao did not enter the store, but strolled around outside, casually glancing around. Soon a tall, skinny man with sneaky eyes approached him in a hushed voice. Hey buddy, need tickets? I have roasted duck and Matai vouchers. Chen Hao gave him a sidelong glance, said nothing, and directly pulled out a few 100 yuan bills from his pocket, shaking them between his fingers while speaking with a clear Jing dialect. 2 vouchers, and I also need 2 white skins and a sanjiu. Just make sure they're genuine. Don't insult me with inferior products meant for outsiders. Upon hearing this, the scalper's eyes lit up instantly. White skin refers to the internally supplied whites-held panda, and sanjiu refers to the hard zhonghua with the number 3 in their title. Anyone who knows to ask for these 2 items is definitely a seasoned player in this game. Oh, a connoisseur. The scalper's lewd expression transformed into one of respect, and he bowed slightly. Got it. Please hold on, I'll get it for you, guaranteed genuine. Half an hour later, Chen Hao left with a cloth bag full of cigarettes and stopped by a nearby department store to buy an old-style faux leather briefcase. Stuffing the cigarettes into the bag, the props were completed. On Qianshou Road, the Ministry of Electronics. The row of Soviet-style buildings stood solemn and dignified with armed police stationed at the entrance, and the golden sign shone brightly in the sunlight. Chen Hao did not get out at the main entrance, but instructed the driver to turn and stop at the side entrance of the government guest house. He paid and exited the car. With the briefcase in one hand and the prayer beads in the other, he walked slowly and steadily into the lobby. The hall was adorned with a dark red carpet, and a few waitstaff in uniforms were gathered together chatting and eating sunflower seeds. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, their gazes converged on him in unison. That attire and demeanor likely indicated he was a descendant from the courtyard. This was not uncommon for them. Chen Hao paid no mind to their scrutiny, strolling around the hall with his hands behind his back, as if inspecting the place. He kept them waiting for a full 2 minutes before he finally strolled up to the front desk and lightly tapped the surface with his knuckles. Knock, knock. Hey comrade, may I ask you something? His voice was languid, carrying an air of nonchalance. A young female attendant quickly straightened up, hiding the sunflower seed shells behind her. Hello, how may I assist you? Chen Hao frowned, rubbing his temples, appearing quite troubled. Has there been a change in the director of the property department at the service center? The attendant was momentarily stunned. This question was too internal. Who among ordinary people would care about this? Huh, which one are you referring to? Tisk, the fat guy in charge of infrastructure and tertiary industries. Chen Hao looked impatient, as if he was straining to recall. I believe he was surnamed Zhang. Or was it Li? My old man insisted I come find him for something, and I got busy and forgot about it. He deliberately spoke ambiguously, mixing up several common surnames. Upon hearing old man and get something, the attendant instinctively corrected him. You must be referring to Director Wang Qiming. He has always been in charge of infrastructure. Oh right, old Wang. Wang Qiming. Chen Hao slapped his forehead, realizing suddenly. Where does he work now? Is it still in the gray building 302 at the back? No, Director Wang has always been in the red building room 205 on the second floor. The attendant, completely unguarded, revealed the information. Chen Hao raised his wrist to check the time, furrowing his brows even deeper. It's already 11:30. Is he in the office at this hour? I hope he isn't in a meeting again. This old building has no elevator. What a hassle. The attendant was utterly perplexed by his demeanor and quickly smiled, saying, At this hour, Director Wang is usually having lunch in the second-floor Chinese restaurant. It's his old habit. All right, thank you. Chen Hao smiled and said, Then I won't bother him in the red building. It will head straight to the restaurant to intercept him. After saying that, he tightened his briefcase and headed straight for the stairs to the second floor. In the second-floor Chinese restaurant, the atmosphere was serene and there weren't many people. Chen Hao stood at the entrance, scanning the room, and quickly locked his gaze on a table by the window. A middle-aged man wearing a gray administrative jacket with a receding hairline and a slightly plump figure was picking his teeth with a toothpick while gesturing to the attendant beside him, exuding an air of authority. This was likely him. Chen Hao took a deep breath, adjusting his expression slightly. He stepped directly to Wang Qiming's side. Wang Qiming was in the middle of reprimanding someone when he suddenly sensed a presence beside him and instinctively looked up. A young stranger was looking down at him. The gaze did not seem like that of a subordinate looking at a leader, but rather that of a household steward. Wang Qiming's heart sank, and the words of reprimand caught in his throat. Chen Hao did not give him time to react, and directly pulled out the chair opposite him, sitting down with a confident demeanor. You are Director Wang Qiming, correct? He made a statement without any honorifics, as if a superior was calling roll. Wang Qiming was completely taken aback, his toothpicking action frozen in midair. He was certain he did not know this young man in front of him. I am. Who are you? Chen Hao remained silent. He leisurely unzipped his briefcase, pulled out a box of plain white cigarettes with no patterns, took one out, and extended it towards Wang Qiming. Wang Qiming's pupils narrowed. White cigarettes. These were not something one could buy on the market. As he looked at Chen Hao's attire, his throat involuntarily gulped. It appeared he was a descendant from the courtyard. Chen Hao observed his reaction and then slowly spoke up. My name is Chen Hao. My maternal grandfather's surname is Sun. He did not specify exactly who his grandfather was, nor did he mention what he wanted from him. However, in the capital, sometimes saying half of it is more appropriate than saying it all, especially when dealing with directors who spend all day navigating social relationships. Chen Hao paused, giving Wang Qiming a moment to speculate before he slowly continued. I heard there is a subsidiary building in the courtyard available for renting offices. I came to inquire about the situation. Wang Qiming immediately ran through all the high-ranking leaders with the surname Sun in his mind. But none matched the identity of the young man before him. However, did it matter? In the capital, the biggest taboo is to pry too deeply. Since this person had chosen to be vague, it meant he did not wish to disclose too much. Moreover, the fact that this kid referred to his maternal grandfather as grandfather rather than grandpa indicated that there was more to the story. Looking at Chen Hao's attire, he was a perfect match for those courtyard descendants he had encountered before. Better to believe it than to doubt it. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance it was true, neglecting him could narrow his own paths in the future. Wang Qiming immediately wore a different expression, his face transforming into a beaming smile filled with warmth. "Oh Chen, my dear brother, we truly are like old friends at first sight. Given how crowded it is in this hall, shall we move to a private room? There's good tea over there." He personally led Chen Hao into a small, empty private room next door, turning to shout at the attendant. "Shaoli, don't you have any sense? Bring out the good tea. Give me that jar of excellent tea guanyin and a clean ashtray." The attendant swiftly served the tea, and once the door was closed, only the two of them remained in the room. "Brother Chen, regarding what you mentioned about renting an office." Wang Qiming took the initiative to speak, his tone revealing concern. "Do you have any specific requirements?" Chen Hao picked up the teacup, gently blowing away the foam, but did not take a sip, placing it back down. "I heard there are some vacant rooms in the courtyard available for rent." "Ah, there is indeed such a matter," Wang Qiming explained. "It's a small and used subsidiary building with low utilization. Now that we're aiming for revenue generation, we're thinking of activating the assets. However, this matter has not been publicly announced. Only a few brother units within our system are aware of it." Chen Hao nodded, pulled out the pack of white cigarettes, tossed one to Wang Qiming, and lit one for himself. Amidst the swirling smoke, he leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, his tone languid. "Since Brother Wang called me his younger brother, I won't hide anything from you. I just returned from outside and my old man insisted I join the system, but I'm not keen on it. A 9-to-5 life is too stifling for me. I want to do something of my own, starting by registering a company to play around with. Since I am starting a company, I need a decent place to settle. The office buildings outside are too chaotic. I don't like them. I heard this place is quiet, being a ministry courtyard and secure, so I came to take a look." Wang Qiming nodded, repeatedly resonating with the sentiment. "I understand. Today's young people want to achieve something and do not wish to follow the old path. It's a good thing you have this idea, and as your older brother, I will certainly support you." Chen Hao smiled, but did not respond. He leisurely opened his briefcase, took out a hard box of Zhonghua cigarettes and 2 vouchers for Quanjud, and casually pushed them across the table. "I rushed here and didn't bring anything of value. This is just a small token, Brother Wang, don't mind it." Wang Qiming's eyes narrowed as he looked at the cigarettes and vouchers on the table. The items were not expensive, but the gesture was perfectly balanced. It seemed this young man was not the type to simply leverage his family name for gains. He quickly calculated in his mind. Agreeing would be a favor. After all, there were plenty of vacant rooms in the building. Renting to someone was just renting. Furthermore, it would grant the Sun family some face, and who knows when it might be useful in the future. Not agreeing would be disrespectful. Unjustly offending a courtyard descendant with an unclear background could lead to trouble if the other party mentioned it in front of their elders, causing him to suffer later. This calculation was straightforward. "Oh dear brother, you are being overly polite," Wang Qiming complained, but his hands were honest as he swiftly placed the items into the bag the attendant had brought and tucked it under the table. "We are like old friends now, so there's no need for this. But since it's your kindness, I'll shamelessly accept it. Let's go. There are still a few vacant rooms in the building with good locations. I'll take you to choose." The two exited the guest house not through the main entrance, but via an internal passage directly into the ministry's courtyard. The yard was shaded by lush trees, with several Soviet-style red brick buildings nestled within. Wang Qiming led the way, engaging in small talk. "Did you just return from abroad? It's quite chaotic over there, isn't it? I heard that George Bush and Al Gore are about to come to blows over the votes." Chen Hao chuckled and casually remarked, "It's just a show put on by the two parties. In the end, whoever takes office won't treat us well." Maintaining a speaking style reminiscent of Sun Kai, Chen Hao implied understanding without saying much. Soon the two arrived at the northwestern corner of the courtyard. A standalone 5-story small red building appeared before them. Although somewhat worn, 2 signs hung at the entrance: Government Service Center and Old Cadres Activity Center. Wang Qiming led Chen Hao directly to the 4th floor. The corridor was spacious, the terrazzo floor polished to a shine, with deep red wooden doors lining either side. "Little brother, take a look at this room. It's facing south, 30 square meters with good lighting." Wang Qiming opened a room at the end of the corridor. Chen Hao entered, took a quick look around, and shook his head. "It's too small, but suffocating. If we have a guest in the future, there won't be anywhere to sit. We in business value a sense of grandeur." Wang Qiming showed him a few more rooms, but Chen Hao either disliked the layout or found the location too remote. Finally, they arrived at the door of a suite in the middle of the corridor. This room was originally an office for a project team, and it has been vacant since they were disbanded. Wang Qiming opened the door. As Chen Hao stepped inside, his eyes lit up. The spacious suite was over 60 square meters, bright and airy, featuring a large executive desk that, although old, exuded an impressive presence, along with a genuine leather sofa. The inner room was smaller, but had an independent bathroom offering excellent privacy. With a bit of renovation, it could serve as a meeting space in the outer room and a resting area in the inner room, and even more. "This is the one." Chen Hao patted the large desk, looking satisfied. "The feng shui here is excellent. It will bring me good fortune. Little brother, your insight is truly sharp." Wang Qiming gave a thumbs up. "This is the best room on our floor. There was another unit interested in renting it, but I held off. It seems we are destined to work together, little brother. How much is the rent? Brother Wang, please give me a reasonable price. Chen Hao turned around, asking with a smile. Wang Qiming had already calculated the price in his mind. Normally renting this suite to an external unit would cost at least 25,000. However, in front of this brother Chun, it was an opportunity to build goodwill and connections. Money was secondary. Our quoted price here is 25,000 a year. But since you are family, I can make an exception and let you have it for 20,000. 1 month deposit and 1 month rent in advance, all utilities included. What do you think? At 20,000, renting a 60 square meter suite in the ministry's courtyard was an incredible deal. Chen Hao felt elated, yet maintained a calm demeanor. Brother Wang, that's generous. Let's settle this then. He paused, revealing a hint of hesitation, his tone slightly probing. But Brother Wang, my company isn't registered yet, so the contract. Oh, that's no big deal. Wang Qiming waved his hand grandly. Here we don't have so many rigid rules. You pay the money first, and he'll give you a receipt and a proof of address. You can use the proof to apply for the license, and once your company is established, we can sign a formal contract. This exemplified the typical ease of doing business within the system. As long as the connections were right, rules were merely suggestions. Got it. Then I won't be polite, Brother Wang. Chen Hao extended his hand and shook Wang Qiming's firmly, his expression sincere. He'll come by tomorrow to pay and handle the paperwork. From now on, I'll be counting on Brother Wang for help in this little patch of land. No problem. We are family now, so let's keep in touch. After finalizing the deal, Chen Hao stood up to say goodbye. Wang Qiming escorted him to the courtyard gate, watching as he got into a taxi before turning back. In the back seat of the taxi, Chen Hao looked at the rapidly retreating street scene outside the window, a smug smile on his face. He had secured an office in the ministry's courtyard. With this golden signboard, the upcoming stories would finally be believed. The taxi stopped in front of the Business Administration Bureau building. Chen Hao opened the door and got out, heading straight for the entrance. On the steps, several middle-aged men holding folders were gathered, smoking and scanning the crowd of people coming in and out. Seeing Chen Hao's well-tailored outfit, a crew-cut man immediately extinguished his cigarette and rushed over with a broad fake smile. Boss, here to do business. Register a company or make changes. I have connections, no need to queue. Chen Hao paused and scanned him up and down, his tone indifferent. Registering, or it needs to be expedited. Upon hearing this tone, the crew-cut man knew he had a big client, and his smile grew more genuine. You've come to the right person. My name is Lu Wei, or just call me Old Lu. I know the ins and outs of this area. I guarantee to get it done quickly and efficiently. What name do you want for the company? Jingdu Yanhuang Cultural Development Co. Ltd. Chen Hao stated the name he had thought of. Let's set the registered capital at the minimum 100,000. Old Lu calculated in his mind. This name sounded quite grand, not like that of an average small business owner. Moreover, the way Chen Hao spoke was clear and focused, indicating he had done his homework. Boss, about the address and capital verification. Old Lu tentatively inquired. In this day and age, registering a company was most troublesome due to the address and registered capital. Many shell companies would find agents like him paying to use an address and having them help with the capital verification. I will handle the address and funds myself. You just need to run errands and get the process done for me. How much will that cost? Normally it's 800, but since you want it expedited, I'll get someone to cut in line. Name verification and obtaining the license will cost 1,500. I guarantee everything. License, company seal, finance seal, and legal representative seal will be done within a week. That works. Chen Hao pulled out his wallet from his pocket and handed over 20 bills. This is 2,000. 1,005 is yours, and the extra 500 is for you to use for connections. Speed up all the processes for me. Generous indeed. Old Lu gripped the money, his posture instantly bending as he nodded and bowed. Rest assured. I guarantee there won't be any issues. They'll go check the name right away. He led Chen Hao to the window, submitted the materials, and then slipped into the back office. Within 10 minutes, he rushed out, his face beaming with joy. Boss, the name Yanhuang is available. Chen Hao nodded. They'll bring you the address documents tomorrow. Got it. Old Lu handed his business card to Chen Hao. If you come by tomorrow, and I'm not here, just call the number on the card, and I'll come to meet you. The next day, early morning, Chen Hao, carrying a briefcase full of cash, stepped into the Electronic Information Department courtyard once again. He easily found Wang Qiming's office. Wang Qiming was reading the newspaper. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, he immediately stood up enthusiastically. Little brother Chen has arrived. Chen Hao placed the briefcase on the table, unzipped it, revealing neatly stacked bills inside. Brother Wang, here are 20,000 yuan, the rent, plus the deposit. Great, it'll take you to pay the money. Wang Qiming led Chen Hao to the finance office to get a receipt, then took him to the adjacent comprehensive office. Xiaozhang, please issue a venue usage certificate for this, Boss Chen, for our suite on the 4th floor to register the company. Wang Qiming directly instructed a young staff member. Sure, Director. The staff member was quick and efficient, soon printing the document and stamping it with the large red seal of the Government Service Center, respectfully handing it to Chen Hao. Having someone to assist made a significant difference. Everything proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Chen Hao took the document and exited the courtyard, directly hailing a taxi to the Business Administration Bureau. Upon arriving at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Chen Hao handed the documents to the waiting Lao Lu at the entrance. "Lao Lu, I've brought the items." Lao Lu took a look and his eyes widened in astonishment. The address column clearly stated no. XX Chinchou Road. Glancing at the bright red official seal. "What the hell?" Lao Lu gasped in shock. This was a ministerial compound. Who could rent a place inside to register a company, if not an extraordinary person? He looked at Chen Hao with eyes now filled with awe. No wonder he was so generous. It turned out he was connected to someone significant. Rest assured. At the fastest speed. Lao Lu patted his chest in assurance. "In a week the documents and seals will definitely be ready. I will accompany you to the bank to open a corporate account then." The company registration process was now on the right track. Chen Hao returned to the Jingxia's Wanjuan, changed out of his youth attire, and put on his previous sportswear and canvas shoes before heading back to school. As he pushed open the door to dormitory 302, Wang Chong and the others were present. Hearing the door open, they all turned their heads in unison. When they saw it was Chen Hao, the atmosphere in the dormitory instantly became somewhat strange. Wang Chong stood up, walked over to Chen Hao, and lightly punched his shoulder. "How good you're finally back. I thought you were really going to get lost in your emotions and retreat from the world." He paused, lowered his voice, and said indignantly, "For the past couple of days, Zhao Qian has been blabbering in class claiming that you've moved on and dumped Xiaoya, calling you a scumbag. We all thought it was Lin Xiaoya who didn't want you anymore, but it turns out you were the one who initiated the breakup." Chen Hao casually tossed his backpack onto the bed, scoffed, and disdainfully replied, "A scumbag is better than a simp." He didn't take this trivial matter to heart. His perspective had long moved beyond such romantic entanglements. In the afternoon, there was a class in his major, and Chen Hao took his books to the classroom. As soon as he entered, dozens of gazes landed on him simultaneously. Chen Hao ignored them and walked straight to the corner of the back row to sit down, opening his book with an air of calm. The class proceeded without incident, and he pretended not to hear the whispers behind him. The moment the class bell rang, Chen Hao began to pack his things, preparing to leave. Just as he reached the classroom door, he was blocked. Zhao Qian stood with her arms crossed, looking at him with a mean expression. "Chen Hao, you scumbag, after hiding for 2 days, you finally dare to show your face. You toyed with Xiao Ya's feelings, and now you want to run away? Are you even a man?" Her voice was sharp and loud, instantly drawing the attention of most classmates who hadn't left yet. The previously noisy classroom fell silent as everyone awaited the unfolding drama. Lin Xiaoya followed behind her, tugging at Zhao Qian's sleeve, softly advising, "Qian, don't do this, let it go." While she said to let it go, her watery eyes shimmered with tears, looking at Chen Hao with a mix of grievance and anticipation, as if waiting for him to apologize like before. Chen Hao looked at the two women performing their little act before him, feeling utterly baffled. He couldn't even be bothered to get angry, and merely said to Lin Xiaoya, "I'm just a poor guy who can't afford a phone. Oh, I'm not worthy of you." He smirked slightly with a hint of sarcasm. "Stop wasting your time here. Hurry and find your chairman Zhang or some other wealthy simp. Don't keep him waiting." After saying this, he sidestepped the two and walked out directly. Lin Xiaoya's face turned pale, and her eyes instantly reddened. She couldn't understand why the Chen Hao who used to obey her every word, willing to give everything for her, had become so cold and harsh. Wasn't it just a phone? Even the dorm next door had one. Why couldn't she have it? How could he say such things to her? "Chen Hao, you bastard." Zhao Qian was so angry, she jumped up, pointing at Chen Hao's back and screaming. The surrounding students glanced at each other. They had previously only heard Zhao Qian's side of the story and thought poorly of Chen Hao. But now, hearing his words and recalling how Lin Xiaoya was indeed close to Chairman Zhang of the student council, they began to have their doubts. It turned out that it wasn't Chen Hao who was the scumbag, but Lin Xiaoya, who favored wealth over poverty. Suddenly, the gazes directed towards Lin Xiaoya's back became more complex. Hearing the unusual gossip from her classmates, Lin Xiaoya could no longer stay and quickly ran out of the classroom. Chen Hao ignored the commotion behind him. He walked out of the teaching building, not returning to the dormitory, but casually walked out through the east gate of the school. The road beneath his feet was the main traffic artery of University Road. On both sides of the road were some of the top universities in the country, lined up in sequence. Jinghang University, Kyoto University of Technology, Longwu University of Geosciences. Most of the shops along the road were small restaurants, stationery stores, and clothing shops, all appearing somewhat worn, filled with a sense of the millennium. As Chen Hao walked, he carefully observed the shops on either side of the road. He couldn't let his cash sit in the basement, and he needed to find a business with significant cash flow that was also inconspicuous to convert the money into compliant assets. In this era, what could be more profitable and suitable than an internet cafe? If he could open a large chain internet cafe, it would not only cater to the impending internet wave, but also perfectly solve his funding issues. Chen Hao's gaze continuously swept past the storefronts, particularly lingering at those with signs saying XX Internet Cafe and Cybertime. Ding ling. He casually pushed open the glass door of an internet cafe. The inside was dimly lit with dozens of large CRT monitors emitting a faint blue glow reflecting shiny faces. The The sound of keyboards clacking filled the air with intermittent sounds from games like Red Alert and CS, occasionally mixed with a few classic curses. Behind the counter, a young man with dyed blonde hair was lounging engrossed in chatting online, barely lifting his eyelids. Chen Hao strolled around the narrow aisle. The air was thick and smoky, the equipment subpar, but the occupancy rate was unbelievably terrifying with no room to even stand. This was the internet cafe of the year 2000, growing wildly, filled with gold, yet also a breeding ground for filth. He visited 7 or 8 places, and the situation was mostly the same. The largest had only 50 or 60 machines, all rented storefronts, and some were even directly opened on the first floor of residential buildings, with a few rough-looking young men loitering at the entrance. This business was indeed highly profitable, but it was also a hot potato. The current public safety situation was no better than in later years. If a cafe owner didn't have some skills, they couldn't fend off troublemakers or withstand malicious competition. He noticed that several internet cafes had baseball bats and steel pipes behind their counters. Most of these owners were locals with some social connections. As a student, it was unrealistic for him to manage such a chaotic place by himself. He needed to find someone trustworthy who could maintain order to serve as the general manager. Moreover, there was another issue. Almost all these internet cafes operated from rented spaces. The current property prices and rents in Kyoto were still quite affordable, making internet cafes highly profitable. However, once property prices and rents started to soar, in a few years those profits would be mercilessly devoured by landlords. If he wanted to do this, he couldn't just be a tenant. He needed to purchase the property. He aimed to create a large, comprehensive internet cafe that combined internet access, dining, and leisure, or even establish a chain. Chen Hao had a preliminary plan in mind, but wasn't in a hurry. Finding the right person and the right location required time for searching and screening. Unknowingly, Chen Hao had walked from the 4th ring to almost the 5th ring, taking a large loop around several streets near the University Road. His calves throbbed with soreness, and only then did he realize he had been walking for nearly an entire afternoon, likely covering tens of thousands of steps. He stood by the roadside watching the passing cars, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. It was time to get a car. Whether for convenience in traveling or for his next plan, a car was an indispensable tool. In his plan, he needed to frequently attend various events and interact with all kinds of people. In a society where appearances matter, a good car serves as the most effective business card. It could save you countless explanations and open many doors that were otherwise closed. With this thought, he hailed a taxi by the roadside. "Driver, take me to the Yatsuan car trading market." 20 minutes later, he arrived at the largest car trading market in the north. Chen Hao got out of the car, ignoring the car salespeople who rushed to pitch their deals, and walked straight to the most impressive sales showroom in the market. He pushed open the glass door, and inside the showroom, several brand new Audis were parked neatly on the spotless floor. A few salespeople in suits were gathered together chatting. When they saw Chen Hao enter, only one young salesperson reluctantly approached him, his face devoid of expression. This was not due to disdain for Chen Hao's attire. Rather, it was because in this era, Audis were not hard to sell. Especially the A6, known as the official car, was extremely sought after, requiring not only a price increase, but also long waiting lines. With no pressure for sales performance, the sales staff naturally lacked enthusiasm. Chen Hao's gaze fell directly on the black Audi A6 in the center of the showroom. Its sleek body lines and the 4A logo were symbols of power and status in the year 2000. Does this luxury executive version with a 2.8-liter engine have any available stock? Chen Hao casually asked while patting the cold engine hood. The young salesperson glanced at him and replied coldly, "There are no available units. The orders for this model are already booked for 3 months later. Only government agencies with approval letters can prioritize their purchases." "I can't wait that long," Chen Hao said straightforwardly. "I can pay extra." Hearing the words, extra payment, the salesperson's eyes finally lit up. He sized Chen Hao up again. Although the other party looked young, his demeanor did not seem like one to joke around. "Even with extra payment, you still have to wait. The supply is just that tight." Though the salesperson said this, he still turned and pointed toward the office. "If you really want to buy, you can talk to our manager." Chen Hao followed the salesperson into the manager's office. The manager's office. A middle-aged man in his 40s, somewhat plump, was drinking tea. "Manager, this gentleman wants to take the 2.8A6 and needs it immediately." The manager put down his teacup and looked up at Chen Hao. Upon hearing the salesperson's addition of "the guest is willing to pay extra," a smile immediately spread across his face. Most of the extra payment would end up in the pockets of the management, representing a substantial income. "Oh, young brother, you are quite accomplished." The manager immediately stood up and warmly offered a seat. "The supply is indeed tight, but since you are so sincere, I can't let you leave empty-handed." He extended one hand and gestured. "Add 50,000. In 3 days I can get you one from another dealership, guaranteed to be brand new." 50,000. At that time, that amount could buy half a Xiaoli. Chen Hao couldn't even be bothered to negotiate and directly nodded, "All right." The manager's smile became even broader. This kid was refreshingly straightforward. "However, I have 2 things I need your help with, manager." Chen Hao leaned back on the sofa looking at him. "You say it as long as we can do it." First, I don't have a driver's license, but I can drive. Help me find someone to expedite the process. Upon hearing this, the manager laughed. This was quite common. Many buyers of such cars were in similar situations. A small matter, the manager patted his chest. 5,000 1 week, I guarantee you will get the license. The second thing, Chen Hao continued, I want a Jing A8 license plate. Money is not a problem. The manager's smile instantly froze. The flesh on his face twitched and his expression became extremely awkward. Young brother, you are really making it difficult for me. He rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile. For a Jing A license plate, I can use connections and spend some money, maybe I can find a way. But for a Jing A8, that truly cannot be solved with money. He lowered his voice. Those are reserved for a few top-tier departments in the central government. Although our dealership is the largest in Kyoto, we can't reach that far. Chen Hao understood in his heart. He had not expected a car sales manager to solve this issue. He asked just to confirm the difficulty and rarity of the matter. It seemed that the value of this license plate was even higher than he had imagined. The more so, the more he needed to obtain it. Because this plate was a crucial part of his entire plan and important proof of his identity. All right, I understand, I won't make it hard for you. Chen Hao did not linger on the matter and directly took out 20,000 yuan from his bag and placed it on the table. This is the deposit. I'll come to pick up the car and license in 3 days. He had not brought too much money with him this time. The fully equipped Audi A6, without including the extra payment, would still cost around 600,000. He couldn't possibly wander around with a sack of cash. All right, you can rest assured. The manager let out a long breath, hurriedly accepting the money and issuing an invoice. After exiting the Audi showroom, Chen Hao hailed a taxi. He leaned back in the rear seat, eyes closed while his mind raced. The Jing A8 license plate. It seemed that this matter still required finding old Wang. Only through his resources could it be possible to accomplish this. Driver change of destination. Chen Hao opened his eyes and said to the driver, go to Qinshu Road, the Electronic Information Ministry compound. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the ministry compound. Chen Hao raised his hand to check the time. It was 4:30, already nearing the end of the workday. He did not go directly to Wang Kaiming's office, but found a comfortable sofa in the lobby of the guest house and casually picked up a copy of the day's newspaper. At 5 o'clock, people began to trickle out of the compound. After another 10 minutes, Wang Qiming, holding a briefcase, walked out slowly and leisurely. Brother Wang. Chen Hao put down the newspaper and greeted him with a smile. Wang Qiming was momentarily taken aback, then his plump face quickly filled with wrinkles. Oh Chen, my little brother. What brings you here? Is there something up? Nothing major. Chen Hao replied casually. I just went to the Asian Games village for some personal matters and passed by here. Since I've been bothering you lately, I thought I'd invite you for a meal. Well, Wang Qiming hesitated for a moment, but then readily agreed. All right, I actually have no plans for tonight. This kid knew how to play his cards right. He also wanted to probe the other party further. That's great. Chen Hao smiled. It's a bit chilly today, let's go eat hot pot. How about Dongshan? Sure, let's go to the main store. Their meat is authentic, Wang Qiming suggested. At the front entrance of Dongshan's main store, the bustling sounds of diners filled the air as steam rose from the busy first-floor hall. Wang Qiming, familiar with the place, led Chen Hao straight to a window-side private booth on the second floor. A copper hot pot was placed on the table with the charcoal fire glowing red. The clear broth was adorned with slices of scallions, ginger, and mushrooms. Simple, yet exquisite. Freshly sliced mutton, tofu, Chinese cabbage, vermicelli, and other ingredients filled the table. Brother, come on, let's start by warming up the pot. Wang Qiming tossed a few pieces of mutton tail fat into the pot, watching as the fat melted before picking up a slice of mutton, dipping it into the boiling broth for a few seconds, and then placing it into Chen Hao's sesame sauce bowl. Try this, the meat is tender, you can't find this flavor elsewhere. Thanks, Brother Wang. Chen Hao didn't hold back, taking a big bite coated in sesame sauce. Truly authentic. After 2 cups of erguo, their conversation flowed freely. Actually, I've never been cut out for the system. Chen Hao set down his wine glass and said with a hint of self-mockery, my grandfather used to work in the cultural sector. That old man was stubborn, lived by his principles, and always believed that we younger generations should work diligently and not seek shortcuts. Whenever I suggested he give me a connection, he would puff his beard and glare at me. In the cultural sector, the surname was Sun. Hearing these key words, Wang Qiming paused momentarily in his movement to serve food. The scope had suddenly narrowed. There were only a handful of prominent leaders in the cultural sector in Kyoto with the surname Sun. It seemed his previous guess was quite accurate. Having gained understanding, Wang Qiming maintained a composed demeanor and continued the conversation. Indeed, the old leader was noble and principled, someone we should learn from. However, young people have their own ideas, which is normal. Exactly, Chen Hao sighed. There are too many rules in the system, I can't stand that kind of restriction. So this time I started the Yanhuang Culture Project to do something of my own. Additionally, I studied computer science in college and am quite interested in the internet, planning to lean into that area in the future. Cultural projects are great. That's your family's traditional business, rich in heritage. Wang Qiming gave a thumbs up. As for the internet, the departments have been meeting daily to discuss it, claiming it's a major trend. But I see that thing as too intangible, something you can neither see nor touch. Brother Wang, it's not just a trend. Chen Hao filled Wang Kaiming's glass, speaking with certainty. In a few years, the newspapers and television you see now, even purchasing items, will all move online. In the future, you might not even need to carry a wallet when you go out. Wang Qiming was momentarily stunned, although he found it a bit far-fetched. Seeing Chen Hao's confident demeanor made it hard for him to refute. He could only smile and agree. If that's really the case, that would be amazing. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Chen Hao felt it was time and shifted the conversation. By the way, Brother Wang, I reserved an A6 at the Asian Games Village today, the 2.8 model. Wow, that's a big step. Wang Kaiming's eyes lit up. In this day and age, only a few key leaders in the department are qualified to drive an A6. This kid's top configuration shows his financial power and background. It's undeniable. Yeah, Chen Hao pretended to be troubled, rubbing his forehead. The car is great, but I'm worried about the license plate. I'll often need to visit some major institutions for business, and with a regular license plate, the guards at the entrance will stop and question me, which is too embarrassing. I was thinking of getting a Jing A8 plate to make things easier. But you know my grandfather's temper. He scolds me for being ostentatious and refuses to help. A regular Jing A license plate doesn't quite cut it. I was considering spending some money to get one from outside, but since I just returned, I don't have any connections. Wang Qiming immediately understood. Many third-generation heirs like this, strict family elders, don't provide convenience, so they find ways to solve problems outside. He pondered for a moment, his mind racing. He didn't have the means to directly obtain a brand new Jing A8 license plate, but if there was a way to work around it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wang Qiming. Brother, this matter isn't entirely hopeless. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. We have a material company under our service center that was established years ago and is now essentially a shell. This company happens to own an old Santana that's nearly scrapped, just gathering dust in the warehouse. That car was originally allocated to the old leader, and it has a license plate starting with Jing A83. Jing A83. Chen Hao's eyes instantly sparkled. Brother Wang, are you suggesting that old car should have been scrapped long ago? Wang Qiming chuckled. I'll find someone to handle it so you can buy that scrapped car. Then we can go to the vehicle management office to process the paperwork claiming the vehicle is being renewed after scrapping and keep the license plate to transfer it to your new A6. Though this approach is a bit tedious, it is compliant. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Chen Hao's heart soared. Wang Qiming really was a seasoned insider. He navigated loopholes with such finesse. Without hesitation, he pulled out an envelope from his briefcase and slid it over to Wang Qiming. Brother Wang, I'm so sorry to trouble you with this matter. Here's 20,000 yuan. Please use it to treat the brothers to tea. If it's not enough, feel free to let me know. Wang Qiming pinched the thickness of the envelope and felt assured. This kid knows the ropes. He didn't decline, but casually tucked the envelope into his pocket, patting his chest to assure, Brother, don't worry. This matter will be taken care of by me. In less than 3 days, I'll have it sorted. A few days later, the agent Old Lu called to say all the company documents and seals were ready. Old Lu personally accompanied Chen Hao to the bank to open a corporate account. Next, Chen Hao returned to the Electronic Information Department. In Wang Kaiming's office, he signed the official lease contract for the suite. Subsequently, Wang Qiming called over the manager surnamed Qian from the material company. After a few cups of tea, a second-hand car transaction agreement was signed. In the name of Kyoto Yanhuang Culture Development Co., Ltd., Chen Hao purchased the rusty and outdated Santana from the material company for 20,000 yuan. As soon as the paperwork was complete, Chen Hao didn't want to waste a moment. He first returned to the Jinxiu Manor, retrieved enough cash from the basement, and filled a large travel bag. Then he hurriedly took a taxi to the Audi sales center in the Asian village. In the manager's office, the manager looked up and saw Chen Hao coming in with a heavy bag, instantly brightening up. Oh, Mr. Chen, you finally made it. We've cleaned the car for you 8 times. The money is all here, count it. Chen Hao said, not wasting words, placing the bag on the table and unzipping it. Bundles of neatly tied 100 yuan bills were casually stacked on the table. The manager immediately called in the finance team, and it took them more than half an hour to count the cash. After confirming everything was correct, the manager personally led Chen Hao to the delivery area. A brand new black Audi A6 was parked there, its paint gleaming under the lights. Mr. Chen, this is your car. All the paperwork is ready, we just need the license plate. I've got the plate sorted out. Chen Hao took out a stack of documents and the old peeling Jing A83 plate and handed it to the manager. Here's the transfer paperwork and the plate. Please have someone help me transfer this plate to the new car. I'll wait right here, or once it's done, I'll drive it away. The manager took the plate, glanced at the number, and nearly dropped it in shock. Jing A83. He suddenly looked up at Chen Hao, eyes filled with awe. This young man is incredibly resourceful. All right, please hold tight. The manager took the documents and license plate, personally leading 2 subordinates straight to the vehicle management office. Chen Hao sat in the VIP lounge, crossing his legs and sipping hot tea. 2 hours later, the door to the manager's office was pushed open. The manager entered with a beaming smile, placing a deep blue vehicle registration document, a black driver's license, a bag of vehicle receipts, along with the car keys on the coffee table in front of Chen Hao. Young Master Chen, I have fulfilled my duty. Oh, everything is in order. Chen Hao picked up the driver's license and glanced at it. It contained his photo and information with the issuance date being today without any issues. He tucked the driver's license into his pocket, picked up the car keys, and stood up. Thank you. He walked directly towards the showroom exit with the manager following him to the side of the A6. Under the sunlight, the black paint of the car appeared very grand, and the blue background white character license plate, Jing A83, stood out prominently on the front bumper. Chen Hao opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. A distinctive new car smell assaulted his senses. He expertly inserted the key and started the engine. Accompanied by a slight vibration, the 2.8-liter V6 engine emitted a steady and powerful idling sound. The Audi A6 drove out of the secondary city, heading towards Jinghang University. While driving, Chen Hao discovered a troubling issue. He felt like a split-personality actor. At school, he was the poor student Chen Hao, while outside, he was the influential young Master Chen. Switching between these two identities was exhausting. He couldn't possibly run to such a distant Jingxiu manner every day. Moreover, driving this Audi with a Jing A8 license plate back to school was too conspicuous. Too many people at Jinghang University knew him and were aware that he came from an ordinary background. Driving such a car back would inevitably bring trouble and inquiries. At school, he had to continue maintaining the persona of a poor student. This meant he needed a more convenient place to stay, one that allowed him to switch identities freely and also had parking. Chen Hao drove aimlessly around the vicinity of University Road. Before he knew it, the car had passed Jinghang University and arrived next to the not-so-distant Huaqing University. New high-rise residential buildings came into view. Huaqing Garden. Chen Hao's eyes lit up. This was a famous hot property. Claimed to be the cradle of internet entrepreneurs, countless big shots in the future had started here. The key was its proximity to the school's strict security and residents of a certain status. No one would be bored enough to inquire about their neighbors. Moreover, the property prices here would skyrocket to over 100,000 per square meter in the future. Buying here would be a fortune gained. This is it. He turned the steering wheel, and the Audi A6 drove straight towards the sales office. The security guard at the entrance straightened up upon seeing the car with the Jing A8 license plate, saluted sharply, and quickly raised the barrier. Chen Hao parked the car at the entrance of the sales office. A few sales staff who had been chatting at the door immediately surrounded him, their faces adorned with professional and enthusiastic smiles. Hello, sir. Are you here to view the property? Sir, Huaqing Garden is the highest quality property on this side of University Road. You won't be disappointed. A saleswoman dressed in professional attire and possessing long legs and a shapely figure squeezed through the crowd, quickly opening the car door with a sweet smile. Hello, sir. I am sales manager Sun Li. I am delighted to serve you. Chen Hao nodded, got out, and closed the door with a stylish gesture. Entering the sales hall, a massive sand table occupied the central position. Sun Li held a laser pointer, speaking eloquently while pointing at several buildings. Sir, we are currently promoting large units ranging from 120 to 160 square meters, with 2 elevators serving 8 households, offering a high usage rate. 2 elevators for 8 households. Chen Hao frowned and directly interrupted her. Are you suggesting I compete for the elevator with 7 other households? That sounds too troublesome. Sun Li, being perceptive, immediately recognized that she was dealing with a true wealthy client. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly directed the laser pointer to the top of the sand model. Sir, if you prefer tranquility, these few penthouses would be perfect for you. The top-floor duplex features 2 interconnected levels over 300 square meters. With only 4 units on one floor, it offers excellent privacy plus a large terrace. Currently, we are delivering the units as bare shells, allowing you to decorate according to your preferences. Chen Hao's interest was piqued. Do you have any furnished units? I don't want to wait. Yes. Sun Li's eyes sparkled. We just happen to have a furnished model unit on the top floor, decorated in a very luxurious style. If you're interested, I can take you there right now. The viewing vehicle went straight to the underground garage, with the elevator going directly to the top floor. Upon exiting the elevator, the corridor was spacious and bright. Sun Li opened one of the doors, saying, "Please come in, sir." A rich European palace style assaulted his senses. Huge crystal chandeliers, gilded plaster lines, intricately patterned wallpaper, and heavy velvet curtains. This somewhat outdated decoration style, in the eyes of the future, was definitely synonymous with grandeur. Chen Hao walked around the room. Although he wasn't fond of this decoration style, he was overall satisfied. This unit had served as a model for several months, and the various decoration materials had mostly dissipated their odors, making it ready for immediate move-in. He'll take this one. Chen Hao made up his mind. He walked to the door and pointed to the tightly closed door next door, asking, "Has this one been sold?" "Not yet. This one is a bare shell." Sun Li answered honestly. "All right, I want this one too." Chen Hao's tone was as relaxed as if he were buying 2 cabbages at the market. Sun Li was completely stunned, doubting her hearing. "Sir, are you saying you are buying both units?" "Yes," Chen Hao nodded. "One for me to live in and one for my subordinates to work in." Chen Hao pointed to the middle of the corridor. "Additionally, I have a request. I want to install a door at this position to completely separate these 2 units from the other 2, creating an independent space." Is that possible? This request was somewhat excessive as it involved occupying public space. However, Sun Li hesitated for only a second before immediately nodding vigorously. Of course it is possible. This was a massive deal as she would agree to even more excessive requests right away. She quickly took out her phone. Sir, please wait a moment. I will consult with our leader immediately. The call was quickly connected and Sun Li reported the situation at lightning speed. A few minutes later, a plump middle-aged man rushed out of the elevator panting. He was the sales office's general manager. Hello, boss. I am the general manager here. My surname is Liu. Manager Liu wiped his sweat while warmly extending both hands. Chen Hao shook hands with him. Manager Liu, there's no problem with the door installation, right? Absolutely no problem. We'll take care of it, ensuring it looks impressive and is safe. How about the parking spaces? I want 4 right next to the elevator, all connected. We have them. We'll make sure to reserve the best spots for you. At that time, most people had yet to grasp the concept of buying parking spaces. The garage was empty and positions could be chosen freely. What about the price? Chen Hao asked directly. Boss, since you are so straightforward, we will definitely give you the biggest discount. Manager Liu immediately replied. The parking spaces will be offered at an 80 discount. For the house, if you can pay in full, I will apply to our boss for a 5 discount. All right, I'll pay in cash. Chen Hao said. Manager Liu and Sun Li's smiles grew even brighter. They quickly calculated the total price. 2 duplexes plus 4 parking spaces with all discounts accounted for totaled 3,600,000. Tomorrow morning, I will bring the money over to sign the contract. Chen Hao stated. The next morning, the Audi A6 once again parked at the entrance of the sales office. Chen Hao opened the trunk and pulled out 2 heavy travel bags, striding into the hall. Bang! The 2 bags thudded heavily onto the desk. Inside were stacks of 100 yuan bills bundled with bank straps resembling 2 small mountains. The entire sales office fell silent in an instant with everyone wide-eyed. In this era, before the Wenzhou house flipping group swept the nation, no one had seen so much cash. With over 3 million in cash piled in front of him, the scene was absolutely shocking. Manager Liu immediately brought several finance staff to count the money. The contract was quickly signed. Chen Hao handed over a photocopy of his ID to Manager Liu. I'll leave the property certificate matters to you. Rest assured, we will ensure everything is handled perfectly. Manager Liu nodded and bowed. The door you requested, we will arrange for workers to install it this afternoon. After completing the formalities, Chen Hao did not return to the villa, but drove directly to a nearby shopping mall. He purchased all the necessary living supplies from bed linens to toothbrushes and towels. By evening, when he returned to the top floor of Huaqing Garden, a brand new deep brown solid wood door had been installed in the corridor, completely separating his 2 units from the neighbors. Chen Hao used the key to unlock the model unit's door. He placed the items he bought one by one, as starting today, he would mainly live here, but he couldn't resign from the school dormitory either, as it would be hard to explain to his counselor. In the afternoon, Chen Hao drove his A6 back to the Jinxiu Manor to withdraw some cash, before heading directly to the furniture market on the South 4th Ring Road. The Audi A6 stopped at the entrance of the furniture market. Chen Hao opened the door and got out, walking straight to the most expensive rosewood section. The manager's sharp eyes spotted the car with the Beijing A8 plate, the ride of the god of wealth. He hurriedly dismissed the lingering customers and jogged out to greet him. Boss, looking for furniture. Please come in. We just received a batch of top-quality red sandalwood. Chen Hao nodded and walked directly into the store. His gaze swept across the furniture, and he quickly made a decision. That set of rosewood tea table paired with 6 round chairs. I also want a 3-meter-long rosewood conference table paired with an official hat chair, an Ada antiquities shelf, and a Luohan bed. He chose the most expensive items in the store. The manager followed behind, his smile growing brighter, already considering Chen Hao a top-tier customer. Chen Hao also picked a set of computer desk and chair for his residence at Huaqing Jiyuan, made of the same rosewood material. Deliver these to the service center of the Ministry of Electronics on Qianshou Road, 4th floor. And these should be sent to Huaqing Jiyuan. Let the sales office staff help me receive them. Chen Hao quickly wrote down the 2 addresses. The total cost of the furniture came to over 500,000, and Chen Hao took out a woven bag filled with cash. The manager stared at the pile of cash, somewhat dumbfounded. Although they had seen many big clients, it was rare for someone to pay in such a large sum of cash. After collecting the money, the manager quickly assured him, rest assured, we will ensure the delivery this afternoon. After securing the furniture, Chen Hao drove to Panjiayuan. He didn't bother with the hard to identify antiques. Instead, he went straight to a few shops specializing in high-quality replicas. I need a batch of antique porcelain, both blue and white and pastel, as long as they look authentic. And a few pieces of calligraphy and paintings, landscapes and birds and flowers framed nicely to give a sense of age. These items were not for collection, but to fill the antiquities shelf in his office, creating an ambience rich in cultural depth. After spending over 10,000, Chen Hao bought a trunk full of antiques and drove back to the courtyard on Qianshou Road. The delivery truck from the furniture market was already waiting at the entrance. After the security verified the information, several workers began moving the furniture to the 4th floor. Chen Hao's office instantly became lively. The noise from the moving was quite significant. As it was during working hours, it quickly attracted Wang Qiming, who was working downstairs. Wang Qiming curiously walked up to the 4th floor and saw Chen Hao directing the workers in arranging the furniture of the office already taking shape. "Chen, are you starting to tidy up?" He walked into the office, gazing at the ancient-style tea table and antiquities shelf with surprise in his eyes. "I didn't expect you so young to like this old-fashioned style." Chen Hao picked up a cloth and wiped the newly arranged conference table, casually, saying, "Things I've seen since I was young and used to it." He half-jokingly explained, "My old man loves these things," saying our Dragon Nation's traditional culture is hidden in the details of these items. Being influenced since childhood, I've come to like them. Those trendy items look flashy, but always seem lacking in depth. Wang Qiming nodded thoughtfully. It's quite normal for a grand family from the cultural sector to have such preferences. "All right, you guys can go now. I'll handle the rest myself." Chen Hao dismissed the workers and began to arrange things himself. He placed the antique porcelain and paintings he had picked from Panjiayuan onto the antiquities shelf and walls. Wang Qiming watched with a smile, occasionally helping by handing him items. The two spent over half an hour before finishing. "Wang, come down and take a look at my new car." Chen Hao locked the office door and led Wang Qiming downstairs. When Wang Qiming saw the black Audi A6 parked below, his eyes lit up. "Nice, the A6 is really impressive. I have to thank you for your help, Wang." Chen Hao smiled and opened the car door. "By the way, Wang, do you think you can help me get a vehicle entry permit? It would be more convenient for me to come and go in the courtyard. It's a small matter." Wang Qiming waved his hand. "But this matter isn't under my purview. You'll have to find the security department. It's almost time to get off work. I'll call Deputy Director Li to join us for dinner and mention it to him at the table." Wang Qiming checked his watch, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. "Hello, old Li, are you off work? I have a little brother here. Let's have dinner together." "All right, I'll wait for you at the entrance." After hanging up, Wang Qiming said to Chen Hao, "Old Li's name is Li Weigua. He's from northeast China, a former soldier, and has a straightforward personality, so don't be too formal." Before long, a burly middle-aged man with a buzz cut walked over with big strides. He walked with a commanding presence, standing straight, clearly a military man. "Old Wang, let's go." Li Weiguo's voice boomed. "Come, let me introduce you." Wang Qiming pointed at Chen Hao. "This is Chen Hao, my little brother. This is a distinguished guest in our courtyard. Little brother Chen, this is Deputy Director Li Weigua from the security department." "Hello, Director Li." Chen Hao extended his hand, neither servile nor overbearing. Li Weigua shook his hand with a strong grip. The three didn't walk far and found a northeast restaurant nearby. They ordered guabao rodis and xian and chicken stew with mushrooms along with a few bottles of local beer. Li Weigua was straightforward. After 3 rounds of drinks, he opened up. Wang Qiming took the opportunity to bring up the vehicle permit. Li Weigua, after listening, pounded his chest. "What's the big deal about that? With your license plate, who would dare to stop you? But for the sake of regulation, you should still get a permit. Just send me a photocopy of your driving license tomorrow, and I'll have it ready for you by the afternoon." He agreed without asking for any benefits. Chen Hao raised his glass. "Thank you so much, brother Li. I'll toast you." No need for formalities. Li Weigua clinked glasses with him and downed it in one go. The atmosphere became warm as the three chatted about current social issues. "Life is getting harder these days." Li Weigua sighed and lit a cigarette. "A few years ago, many from state-owned enterprises lost their jobs, and many of my old neighbors are out of work. For us veterans, finding a job is becoming increasingly difficult. Many good soldiers can't find decent work." He continued, his mood slightly low. "The soldiers I trained were all top-notch. But what happened? After leaving the army, some either end up guarding nightclubs or can only do odd jobs for a few hundred a month. Can you imagine how frustrating that is?" Chen Hao was moved by this. He put down his chopsticks and looked at Li Weigua earnestly. "Brother Li, to be honest, my company has just started and is in urgent need of people, especially for 2 reliable and discreet individuals to help me drive and handle some miscellaneous tasks. If you know of any trustworthy brothers who are struggling, you can recommend them to me. I can't guarantee anything else, but I will definitely treat my own brothers well." Li Weigua suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sharp as knives, staring at Chen Hao. "Little brother, are you serious?" "Absolutely. One word is like a nail." Chen Hao replied firmly. "Great." Li Weigua excitedly slapped his thigh. "Then I really have to thank you on behalf of those kids. I have 2 guys in Beijing who are top-notch soldiers. They just have 2 straightforward personalities, offended someone, and now they're struggling. One is named Zhao Gang, nicknamed Gongzi. He was the squad leader of the reconnaissance company, proficient in combat, stealth, and shooting. He has a fiery temperament and couldn't stand a connected person bullying a recruit, so he beat the guy up. That connected person's family had some background and managed to get him disciplined, forcing him to leave the army. Now his mother is seriously ill back home, urgently needing money, yet he would rather work on a construction site than work as a thug for those unscrupulous nightclub owners. The other one is named Wang Jun, we all call him Dajuan. He was a driver in the army and is a master behind the wheel. He can do all kinds of special driving techniques, even with his eyes closed. He was originally arranged to work at a printing factory, but the factory closed right after he returned. Now he's working odd jobs for a private boss, earning only 300 a month. These 2 soldiers have no complaints about their abilities, but they have terrible tempers and can't bend. Little brother, if you can take them in and give them a meal, I'll owe you a favor." After listening, Chen Hao had already made up his mind. These two were exactly the people he needed. They had skills, principles, and were currently down on their luck. I trust the people you recommend, brotherly. Chen Hao looked at Li Weiguo and said directly, let them come to my office directly tomorrow. As for the salary, 3,000 for the probation period of 1 month, and after that it will depend on performance. 3,000. This number stunned both Li Weiguo and Wang Qiming beside him. In 2000s Beijing, the average monthly salary for ordinary workers was around 800 to 1,000 yuan. 3,000 is definitely a salary that ordinary people can't even dream of. Li Weiguo's face turned red with excitement as he stood up and raised his glass filled with liquor. Little brother Chen, I won't say anything else. He'll remember this favor. I'll drink to that. After saying this, he raised his head and downed the drink in one go. Chen Hao smiled and stood up to toast back. Brotherly, you're too kind. Then it's settled, let them come tomorrow. Don't worry. He'll go grab them tonight. They'll be delivered to you early tomorrow. If they dare embarrass you, we'll peel their skin off. Li Weiguo patted his chest and made a loud promise. The morning sunlight filtered through the few old poplar trees in the courtyard of the Electronic Information Department, dappling the concrete ground of the playground. In the corner of the playground, 4 men stood by the parallel bars. Li Weiguo, dressed in military training attire, was speaking to 2 other men in faded, worn military uniforms accompanied by his aide. The 2 men stood straight like 2 javelins stuck in the ground, and even without military boots, their liberation shoes fit perfectly. Seeing Chen Hao approaching, Li Weiguo waved his hand, his loud voice startling the sparrows in the trees. Chen, my brother. Over here. Chen Hao walked over quickly. Morning, Li Gu. Morning. Li Weiguo pointed to the 2 men beside him. This is Zhao Gang and Wang Jun, the ones I mentioned to you last night. Chen Hao assessed the 2 men in front of him. The one on the left was slightly shorter, but as muscular as a leopard with a somewhat gloomy gaze and stubble on his chin. That was Zhao Gang. The one on the right was tall and robust with large hands and an expression of simplicity and awkwardness. That was Wang Jun. Both men's eyes were also scrutinizing Chen Hao. In their eyes, he was just another rich kid with money to burn. They had seen plenty of such people, most of whom were arrogant and treated retired soldiers like dogs, either sending them to fight or to deliver things to their chaotic lovers. The wariness in their eyes was hard to hide. Chen Hao didn't mind. He pulled out a box of unopened white cigarettes from his pocket, tore open the seal, took one for himself, and then offered the box. Want one? Special supply, pretty strong. It wasn't Zhonghua, but the most common white pack in the courtyard. The 2 men were taken aback for a moment. In certain circles of the 4-9 city, this cigarette was a symbol of status. After hesitating for a moment, they reached out to take it. Clack. Chen Hao took out a lighter. Instead of lighting his own cigarette immediately, he leaned towards Zhao Gang first and flicked the flame. Zhao Gang instinctively raised his hand to shield the fire. In that instant, Chen Hao's gaze fell on Zhao Gang's extended right hand. There was a thick layer of callus at the base of his thumb, and the outer side of his index finger's second joint was also yellowed. Left by playing with daggers. Chen Hao exhaled a smoke ring, his tone casual. Such calluses can't be formed without at least 5 years of experience as a scout. Zhao Gang's hand that was shielding the flame trembled slightly. He suddenly lifted his head, his originally subdued eyes suddenly shining with intensity, locking onto Chen Hao. An expert? How could a rich second generation who is not yet 20 understand this? Do you know your stuff, boss? Zhao Gang's voice was a bit hoarse. Chen Hao smiled and took the lighter back to light his own cigarette. An elder in the courtyard mentioned it. The family's bodyguard used to have one of these. This casually spoken remark instantly bridged the distance, and without realizing it, elevated his own status. The family had a bodyguard. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun exchanged glances, and their previously tense shoulders relaxed slightly. If he was a child from a red family, the nature of the matter would be different. At least there would be some rules, and he wouldn't act recklessly. Li Weiguo secretly gave a thumbs up. This Chen, although young, was indeed skilled at understanding people. Let's get straight to the point. Chen Hao said, casually leaning against the parallel bars with a cigarette in hand. Li Gu has mentioned what I want to do, right? Wang Jun spoke in a muffled voice. The commander said to come and drive. Boss, I'll lay it out for you. As long as it's not illegal, not killing or setting fires, I can certainly drive safely for you. But we can't do any dirty work. Zhao Gang remained silent, but his attitude of silence spoke volumes. They were desperately in need of money, but having worn the military uniform for so many years, some of their principles still held. Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. You're thinking too much. I'm running a legitimate business. My company has just opened, and I lack 2 trusted aides. Usually it's just driving, helping me run errands, handling a few miscellaneous tasks. Sometimes you might need to fend off some troublemakers, but it's definitely not for you to act as thugs. Hearing this, the 2 men visibly relaxed. As for the pay, I've also briefly go on that. Chen Hao looked into their eyes and continued. The probation period is 3,000 for 1 month, 5,000 upon confirmation. Food and lodging are covered. There will be bonuses at the end of the year. Although Li Weiguo had mentioned this figure to them last night, hearing Chen Hao confirm it in person made their breaths involuntarily grow heavier. In 2000, most salary levels for the working class in Kyoto were still hovering around 800. 3,000 was the treatment only available to the elite. Zhao Gang's fingers gripped the cigarette but tightly, his nails turning slightly white. His mother lay in the hospital, and the medical expenses were like a flowing river. Previously working at a construction site, he could only earn $600 a month, which was barely enough to cover the medical bills. This $3,000 was a lifeline for him. Boss, this salary is too high. Zhao Gang was a straightforward person. He believed that there were no free lunches. We're not worth this price. Worth or not, I decide that. Chen Hao waved his hand, interrupting him. What I value is Li Guest's recommendation and your skills. Moreover, I heard that Gangzi's family is facing some difficulties. Zhao Gang lowered his head, biting his teeth, and remained silent. That was his sore spot, and also his Achilles heel. Chen Hao turned to Li Weigua. Li Gu, which hospital is Gangzi's mother in? It's in the designated hospital of our department, but they're about to stop her medication due to lack of funds. Li Weigua sighed. Chen Hao nodded and looked at Zhao Gang. The company has a policy: if an employee's family has an urgent matter, they can advance half a year's salary. After finishing the onboarding, you can take $18,000 to pay for the medical bills. If it's not enough, just let me know. Zhao Gang suddenly raised his head, his eyes turning red instantly. 18,000. In this era, that was a huge sum. He and Chen Hao were not relatives, and they hadn't even started working yet. How could the other party dare to give him so much money? Boss, aren't you afraid I'll run away with the money? Zhao Gang found it hard to believe this was real. Chen Hao smiled calmly. If the soldiers brought out by Li Gu don't even have this bit of integrity, then I must be blind. Consider this 18,000 as a lesson learned. That was impressive. This statement not only praised Li Weigua, but also gave Zhao Gang immense respect. Zhao Gang stood at attention, slightly relaxed, and saluted Chen Hao. Boss, consider this money as a loan from you. From now on, this life is sold to you. Chen Hao smiled and waved his hand. You're overestimating it. I'm not here to buy lives. Just do your job well. He then looked at Wang Jun. Jun, it's the same for you. If your family needs money, just speak up. Hey, thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Wang Jun said excitedly, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. Winning people's hearts can be so simple sometimes. Give enough money and respect, and in this simple era, it translates into unwavering loyalty. Come, I'll show you the place. Chen Hao led the men up to the 4th floor of the service center. The office, furnished in redwood, exuded a faint cedar aroma. The porcelain on the display shelves glowed with a warm luster in the morning light. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun regarded the imposing office with cautious reverence, careful not to tread heavily for fear of soiling the carpet. Chen Hao opened a drawer, produced a spare Audi key, and tossed it to Wang Jun. Wang Jun, the A6 is yours to drive from now on. This car carries the department's old plate. Behave while you drive it, but don't be timid. Wang Jun caught the key with both hands and fondly toyed with it. An Audi A6. He had never driven such a fine car, even when chauffeuring superiors in the army. Gangzi, you stick with me as my assistant. You can have a key to this office as well. When I'm away, look after things here. Li Weigua appraised their faded, nearly whitewashed uniforms and addressed Chen Hao. Chen, since these two brothers will accompany you on field duty, their uniforms must be changed. Though neat, the cut is dated. On the street, it makes them stand out awkwardly. He called to the doorway. Xiaozhang, go to the Baowei storeroom and fetch 2 sets of the latest summer training uniforms in size XL. Also grab 2 pairs of 97-style combat boots. And remember, remove the shoulder boards and collar insignia. Before long, the clerk Xiaozhang returned carrying 2 crisp sets of camouflage and 2 pairs of black gleaming boots. Chen Hao pulled 5 100 yuan notes from his pocket and pressed them into Xiaozhang's hand. Brotherly, even if these are company-issued workwear, the department shouldn't foot the bill. Let's keep it official. Li Weigua had meant to refuse, but seeing Chen Hao's resolute gaze gave Xiaozhang a conspiratorial look. All right, since you insist, take them and settle it later. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun received the new clothes and ran their palms over the fabric. The latest training uniforms felt substantial. The 2 men went into the inner room to change. When they re-emerged, their entire bearing had altered. The black combat boots struck the floor with a dull thud. The fitted camouflage outlined broad shoulders and a composed silhouette. Li Weigua nodded in approval at their transformed appearance. With arrangements in hand, Chen Hao turned to the ever-smiling Li Weigua. Brother Li, I couldn't be happier with them. Tonight we should drink a little. Li waved a hand, his face suffused with feeling. Chen, we'll talk about the drinking later. Today you have done me a great favor. Gangzi's mother's illness has weighed on me for some time, and my meager salary was of little help. You have really come through. He was a man who kept score of favors and grievances. Chen Hao had given him face, and Li intended to return the courtesy in kind. Chen, I see your plate reads Jing, A83. It's respectable, but sometimes a mere plate lacks the necessary gravitas when you're out and about. He lowered his voice and assumed a conspiratorial tone. Would you like something more formidable? Chen Hao's heart stirred. He knew precisely what Li was hinting at. It was the era's particular emblem of privilege. Chen feigned ignorance. Brotherly, you mean? Goen's configuration, Li replied. Li pointed toward the window. Our Jiguan Service Center has a cooperative logistics relationship with Goen's support. Each year, they issue a few special security vehicle permits for duty use. In practice, many sit unused. Chen Hao's eyes lit up, and he seized the chance. Brotherly, you can secure one of those. Wonderful. I mentioned this to my grandfather and got scolded. I've been at a loss. The old man is strictly said with a wave of his hand. But in our circles, lacking that skin can be a real inconvenience. Leave it to me. I happen to have 2 unused slots for this year. With that, he led Chen Hao straight to an office in the Baowei division. Li retrieved a folder from the safe and drew out 2 documents. One was a plastic sealed card with a red background and yellow characters, 2 large characters reading on Xuan with a small serial number beneath. The other was a paper pass stamped with a bright red seal labeled Goen XX Bureau Traffic Special Pass. In the year 2000, such a thing was a de facto get-off-the-way card on the road. When traffic police saw it, they would generally let one pass without question. Chen, this is the real article. Though we are outside the official roster, the traffic system recognizes these. Li handed the documents to Chen. If you encounter a checkpoint, place this on the windshield, and it will do the trick. Chen accepted the papers, inwardly elated. With this, the veneer of being a scion of the compound would be firmly welded. Brotherly, now that we have the pass, could we? Chen pointed toward his car and made a discreet gesture. Could that be installed? Li understood immediately. Flashing lights and a loudspeaker, the era's most ostentatious street adornments. Doing that through normal channels risks scrutiny. It's not strictly legitimately mused. He thought for a moment. Fortunately, our service center has a subordinate Hongxing auto repair shop in the courtyard. They handle leaders' cars. The mechanics there are skilled and discreet. He turned to Wang Jun. Jun, you can handle that, right? Wang grinned, showing a flash of white teeth. Back in the army, I modified superiors' vehicles. Wiring, switch, concealment, I know it all. Good. Li decided. Drive the car over now. They'll call the shop chief and have them retrieve their imported police equipment. Conceal it within the grill. Keep it subtle. Chen produced a wad of cash, roughly 2,000 yuan, and pressed it into Wang Jun's hand. Buy a few cartons of cigarettes and hand them to the mechanics. Don't let their work be for nothing. Wang Jun took the money and the keys and went off in high spirits. Li watched his retreating back, then took a sheet of stationery from the drawer, wrote a few lines, and stamped it with the service center's red seal. The note read, hereby seconded veteran Wang Jun and comrade Zhao Gang to assist the Jiguan Service Center in security duties. He handed the secondment letter to Chen. Chen, keep this. If you encounter patrols or overly strict traffic officers, present it. It's an internal document that can authenticate your role. Chen took the paper, well aware of the weight it carried. With everything arranged, Li checked his watch. All right, Chen, I have a meeting to attend. Carry on. Leaving the Baowei division, Chen returned to the office and reflected inwardly. A ministerial office, veterans as security, a compound license plate, a go and pass. This operation was now thoroughly in motion. By late morning, the black Audi A6 was parked once more beneath the service center. To the casual observer, there was no outward difference from before. Yet a closer look revealed 2 small strobe lights tucked deep within the grille and a black handheld loudspeaker stowed in the driver's armrest box. Wang Jun stood at the car, a piece of deerskin in hand, meticulously polishing the already pristine paint. Zhao Gang sat in the front passenger seat. Chen opened the rear door and settled in. Boss, where to? Wang called back in a resonant voice. Chen leaned into the leather seat and through the heavily tinted window watched the bustling street outside. To Zhongguancun. Understood. Strap in. Wang shifted with practiced ease and released the handbrake. With a low throaty roar, the black Audi A6 pulled out from the ministerial compound and into the flow of the city. The black Audi A6 weaved through the bustling traffic of the North 4th Ring Road in Kyoto. The roads of this era were not as congested as in the future, but most vehicles on the road were Xiaoli Fukong and older Santanas. Wang Jun gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed ahead, his hands and feet working in perfect harmony. The car entered Zhongguancun Street. On both sides of the road were blue and white barricades with construction cranes towering above. This is the distribution center for electronic products in the Dragon Country and the birthplace of countless future internet giants. Wang Jun stepped on the brakes, and the Audi A6 came to a stop at the entrance of the Dinghao Electronics building. As the black car with the Beijing A83 license plate stopped by, the roadside passers-by glanced curiously. Those familiar with the significance of this license plate in Kyoto understood its implications. Chen Hao opened the car door and stepped out. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun followed closely behind him. Chen Hao led the two into the lobby, and as soon as they entered, the loud noises hit them. Chen Hao did not linger at the computer assembly stalls and walked directly towards the most prominent Nokia display on the first floor. Inside the glass counter, various mobile phones were neatly arranged. In this era, when pager devices had not yet completely exited the stage, owning a mobile phone was an absolute symbol of success. Chen Hao's gaze landed on a mobile phone in the center of the counter. It was a silver Nokia 8850. With a full metal body and a sliding cover design, it gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the lights. This was Nokia's top flagship, launched in 2000, priced at over 7,000 yuan, equivalent to more than a year's salary for an average worker. The female sales clerk behind the counter was busy counting money when she saw Chen Hao and his entourage halting her task. She glanced at Chen Hao's outfit, then at the two towering bodyguards behind him, and a smile appeared on her face. Boss, looking for a mobile phone. This just arrived, the 8850 with a titanium alloy shell, the top choice for high-end individuals. Chen Hao pointed to the 8850. He'll take one. He then pointed to the blue Nokia 3210 beside it. He'll take this too, make it two. The 3210 was this year's hot model. Although it wasn't as expensive as the 8850, it still cost over $2,000. The sales clerk was stunned, not expecting the customer to be so straightforward without asking for prices. Got it. He'll grab the new phones for you. Will you be paying in cash or? Chen Hao remained silent, pulling out a stack of brand new 100 yuan bills from his briefcase and tossing them on the counter. Cash, make it quick. The smile on the sales clerk's face widened as she took the money with both hands, quickly starting to count the cash. Vendors from nearby counters also leaned in to watch, their eyes filled with envy. In an era when card payments were not yet popular, paying with cash was the most direct approach. In less than 10 minutes, all 3 mobile phones were unboxed and tested, and Chen Hao also set up 3 new SIM cards. Chen Hao picked up the 8850 and tucked it into his pocket. He then handed the 2 3210s along with their boxes to Zhao Gang and Wang Jun. Take these, one for each of you. The two were stunned, at a loss for words. In the army, even the company commander didn't have such equipment. Boss, this is too valuable, we can't accept it. Zhao Gang lowered his head, his face turning bright red. What's with the fuss? Chen Hao frowned. These are work tools. Do I need to shout at you when I need you in the future? Providing you with mobile phones is to ensure you are always ready for orders. Don't let me down. The two exchanged glances before cautiously accepting the phones. The 3 left the Dinghao building. The Audi A6 started up again, turned a corner, and headed towards the nearby Hucking Jun. The security guard at the entrance spotted the black Audi from a distance. Before the car even reached him, the guard stood straight, raised his hand in a formal salute, and then pressed the lift barrier. The car drove directly into the underground parking lot. Chen Hao directed the driver to park next to the elevator entrance. These 4 are our designated parking spaces. Chen Hao pointed to the empty spots. They then took the elevator to the top floor. Chen Hao pulled out his keys and opened the newly installed solid wood door. I bought these 2 units. He pushed open the door of the model room, taking the 2 on a tour. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun walked on the thick carpet, gazing at the crystal chandeliers and luxurious furniture, too intimidated to look around freely. They had never imagined being able to enter a place like this before. Then Chen Hao led them to the adjacent bare unit. The room was empty, with only grayish-white cement walls and a floor covered in construction dust. Dajuan, when I go to school, you stay here on standby. Gongzi, besides handling the office affairs, you need to keep an eye on things here. This bare unit, I want you to find 2 renovation companies tomorrow, have them come up with proposals, and I will choose one to do the work. The style should be modern and minimalist, to be used as an office and a rest area for you. Budget is not an issue, but it must be done quickly and the materials must be of the highest quality. Zhao Gang took out a small notebook from his pocket and began taking notes diligently. Also, tomorrow arrange for the broadband and landline for the office, and this place, we need the fastest broadband available. After completing these arrangements, Chen Hao returned to the master bedroom of the model room. He drew the curtains, removed his suit, and changed back into sportswear. He also changed his dress shoes for an old pair of canvas shoes. He tidied his hair in front of the mirror and stuffed the 8850 into an old backpack. When he came out again, he had transformed back into an ordinary college student. Dajuan, take me back to Jinghang University and stop at the East Gate. Once there, you drive the car back and park it in the designated spot. Wait for my call here tomorrow. Wang Jun responded and started the engine. The Audi A6 drove out of the underground parking lot. At the roadside of Jinghang University's East Gate, Chen Hao got out of the car with his backpack and turned to walk into the campus. Back in dorm 302, Wang Chong was playing a game on the computer. Hearing the door open, he abruptly turned his head. Damn, brother Hao, you finally came back. Wang Chong abandoned his game, jumping up and rushing over, his face a picture of deep concern. What have you been up to these past 2 days? Did you just vanish into thin air? I've almost run out of excuses for taking leave. I've even had my hemorrhoids operated on twice for you. Chen Hao tossed his backpack on the bed, responding casually. I had some urgent matters to attend to. Wang Chong sighed, lowering his voice and looking serious. You need to go to the office building quickly. Liang Bo has been looking for you several times. Liang Bo was their department's counselor, a first-year graduate student working part-time. This person had a bit of a power trip, always using minor issues as an excuse to enforce attendance rules more strictly than anyone else. He was furious in class, claiming you skipped without a valid reason, and the situation is severe. If you don't clarify things, he'll report you to the department for a major demerit or even a probationary status. Wang Chong looked worried. Brother Hao, that guy is petty. He's been looking for a typical example to catch, and you've walked right into it. Liang Bo. Chen Hao opened a bottle of mineral water on his desk and took a sip. A tall figure wearing glasses and always pretending to be a leader popped into his mind. In his past life, he was overly submissive to this counselor, fearing he wouldn't graduate. But now, Chen Hao smiled. You think a graduate student who hasn't even left campus can control me? Okay, got it. Chen Hao's tone was relaxed. Tomorrow morning after class, I'll go see him. He also understood that before graduating, he still needed to appease this little Buddha of a counselor. If not handled well, it would indeed be inconvenient in the future at school. Wang Chong looked at Chen Hao's nonchalant expression, which made him even more anxious. Are you still drinking water? The counselor is about to explode. Wang Chong walked over and took the mineral water bottle from Chen Hao's hand. Quickly think of an excuse. You just say someone in the family is sick. It has to sound serious. Chen Hao looked at his roommate, who was filled with anxiety, and felt a warm surge in his heart. In his previous life, he had struggled immensely, and only Wang Chong, the wealthy roommate, had never looked down on him, even lending him money during his lowest times. This friendship felt especially precious in this materialistic age. All right, stop fidgeting. Chen Hao smiled as he took the water bottle back from him and capped it. I know how to handle this. I'll go to the office tomorrow and sort it out. He stood up and patted Wang Chong's shoulder. Thanks for covering for me these past few days. Let's go to the third floor of the cafeteria for some stir-fry. Ooh, it's on me. Wang Chong looked at him suspiciously. You're treating. Aren't you running low on living expenses? Let's just say I should treat you instead since it's the end of the month and you don't need to force it. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Chen Hao didn't give him a chance to refuse and pulled him outside. The two of them arrived at the Jinghang third cafeteria. It was mealtime and the cafeteria was bustling with noise. Students were lining up at various counters. Chen Hao squeezed to the stir-fry counter, ordered several hearty dishes, including twice-cooked pork-boiled fish and kung pao chicken, and also requested 2 bottles of Yanjing beer. Finding a corner to sit down, Chen Hao fished his wallet out of his pocket. He pulled out 500 yuan bills and pushed them in front of Wang Chong. This is the 500 I borrowed from you before. Wang Chong stared at the 5 bills on the table, stunned. His family was in business and not short on money, but for the old Chen Hao, that 500 represented more than a month's living expenses. How good? What is this? Wang Chong lowered his voice and looked around. You weren't getting involved in anything illegal, were you? Don't worry, it's clean money. Chen Hao picked up some twice-cooked pork, his mouth watering. I've taken on some freelance work these past 2 days, writing some code for a small company. The boss was generous and paid the advance quickly. In 2000, during the peak of the internet wave sweeping the globe, tech-savvy college students were in high demand. Wang Chong sighed in relief and accepted the money. That's good. I was worried you might do something rash like selling blood. The two clinked their glasses, downing the cold beer. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Chong hesitated for a long time, poking the diced chicken in front of him with his chopsticks before sighing. How good? There's something I need to tell you, although it's unpleasant. Lin Xiaoya is with Zhang Wei now. Zhang Wei? Chen Hao raised an eyebrow. The vice president of the student council. The one whose family owns a supermarket and drives around in that old Santana pretending to be a big shot. Yes, that's the guy. Wang Chong said indignantly. I heard that Lin Xiaoya just broke up with you and immediately got into his car. Now the whole department is saying that you were just a toad, wanting to eat swan meat, and got kicked to the curb. Huh. Chen Hao scoffed lightly, raising his glass for a sip. If someone is willing to take on such a prime example of a green tea bitch, that's a good thing. I should thank Chairman Zhang Wei for helping me with the garbage classification. In my previous life, I had humbled myself to the ground for this woman, only to be met with betrayal. Now Lin Xiaoya was nothing but a joke in his eyes. Thinking about Zhang Wei having to endure the fate of being drained dry, he even felt a twinge of sympathy. Wang Chong stared at Chen Hao for a long time, confirming that he was not forcing a smile, and then happily said, Damn, how good your mindset is impressive. Come on, let's celebrate your escape from the sea of misery. The next morning, the Jinghang teaching building was bustling with activity. Chen Hao with his backpack walked into the lecture hall as the bell rang. The classroom, which had been noisy, fell silent the moment he stepped through the door. Dozens of eyes turned to look at him. In those gazes, there was sympathy, schadenfreude, and mockery waiting to see the show. Chen Hao is back. I heard he was dumped by Lin Xiaoya and has been hiding outside, not daring to return to school for days. Serves him right, wanting to woo the department beauty without money. He should take a good look in the mirror. Whispers echoed around. Chen Hao remained expressionless and walked straight to an empty seat at the back by the window. He placed his backpack down, took out his textbook, and ignored the discussions around him. The class passed quickly. The old professor lectured on the tedious subject of discrete mathematics, while Chen Hao sketched out preliminary plans for an internet cafe in his notebook. The class bell rang. The professor packed up his materials and left the classroom, while students began to rise in small groups, preparing for lunch or to switch classrooms. As Chen Hao was stuffing his textbook into his bag, he heard the sound of high heels clicking against the floor from behind. Zhao Qian was linked arm in arm, with Lin Xiaoya walking in with their heads held high. Lin Xiaoya was obviously dressed up today, wearing a floral dress and light makeup. Zhao Qian had a provocative look, her eyes fixed on Chen Hao. She tugged Lin Xiaoya and deliberately walked through the still-gathered crowd, arriving next to Chen Hao's desk. The students who hadn't left yet stopped in their tracks, eagerly watching the scene. Oh, Xiaoya, can you lend me your phone for a moment? My old pager is dead again. Zhao Qian raised her voice, deliberately fearing others wouldn't hear. Lin Xiaoya hesitated, glancing at Chen Hao. Chen Hao kept his head down, zipping up his bag, avoiding her gaze. This disregard made her feel uncomfortable. She gritted her teeth, took out a purple flip phone from her bag. An Ericsson T10s. This model was very trendy in that era, with a bright color and flip design. This was this year's hot-selling women's phone priced over 2,000. In a time when most students were still using IC card payphones, pulling out this phone was indeed eye-catching. Wow, a new Ericsson. So beautiful. It must be a gift from Chairman Zhang, so generous. The surrounding girls' exclamations made Zhao Qian even more smug. Hello, darling Xiaoya and I are in the classroom. Yeah, that poor guy is here too. You just looking at him is infuriating. How can someone like him still have the face to come to class? Can't even afford a phone, yet he thinks he can pursue a beauty? It's just laughable. She cast a sideways glance at Chen Hao, her eyes filled with disdain and a sense of revenge. Lin Xiaoya stood by, feeling that Zhao Qian was a bit excessive, but not stopping her due to her own vanity of being envied. She looked at Chen Hao's profile, thinking to herself, do you see this? This is the life you couldn't provide for me. Are you regretting it? Are you in pain? Chen Hao had no interest in Zhao Qian's trivial antics. He finally finished packing his bag, stood up, and prepared to walk around them, as if he didn't see the two living people. Just then, dee-lee-lee-lee-dee-lee-lee-lee. A crisp ringtone rang out. It was the classic default ringtone of Nokia. Everyone froze. People instinctively looked towards Zhao Qian's Ericsson, thinking it was her phone ringing. But Zhao Qian also looked confused. Her phone wasn't even dialed yet. The sound was coming from Chen Hao's pocket. Chen Hao stopped in his tracks, reaching into his pants pocket to retrieve a silver metallic object. The full metal body glistened with a cold silver sheen under the fluorescent lights. Chen Hao gently pushed with his thumb. The sliding cover descended, revealing a delicate keyboard. It was the Nokia 8850, the top smartphone of the year, which most students had only seen in television ads. The students who had just envied the Ericsson T10s widened their eyes in astonishment. Compared to this device, the Ericsson in Zhao Qian's hand suddenly seemed like a toy from a street vendor, exuding a cheap vibe. He pressed the phone to his ear. Hello. The voice of Zhao Gang came through the line. Boss, it's Gongzi. The renovation company's proposal has come out. When would you be free to come over and finalize it? Chen Hao contemplated for a moment and replied, I need to see the counselor now. About half an hour later, have Dajuan pick me up at the East Gate. I have no classes this afternoon, so I will go over to review the proposal. All right, boss. Chen Hao pushed the sliding cover closed with his thumb and casually stuffed the phone back into his pocket. He hoisted his backpack and looked at Zhao Qian, who was frozen in place, and calmly uttered two words, excuse me. Zhao Qian stood there like a statue, as if frozen in time. Her face flushed a liver-like color, and the mocking words she had just spoken now felt like slaps rebounding back onto her own face. Lin Xiaoya's complexion was pale. She stared intently at Chen Hao, her mind in chaos. How could this be? Wasn't he someone who couldn't even afford a pager? Where did he get the money to buy a top smartphone? Chen Hao ignored her reactions, sidestepped the two of them, and walked straight out of the classroom. This kind of disregard made Lin Xiaoya feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Only after Chen Hao's figure disappeared in the corridor did a wave of chatter erupt in the classroom. Whoa, that was the 8850, right? Absolutely real. That metallic texture can't be fake. Is Chen Hao some kind of invisible rich second generation? The discussions surged like a tide. Lin Xiaoya felt as if she were stripped bare and standing under the spotlight. Shame, regret, and anger intertwined within her. I don't believe it. It must be fake. That's a model phone. Zhao Qian screamed, trying to salvage her pride. How could that poor loser afford it? But the gazes of the surrounding classmates had already changed. The previous envy had turned into mockery. Lin Xiaoya could no longer bear it. She snatched the Ericsson phone from Zhao Qian's hand, lowered her head, and hurriedly dashed out of the classroom. Hey, Xiaoya, wait for me. Zhao Qian frantically chased after her. Chen Hao walked along the path to the administrative building. He had no mind to concern himself with the thoughts of those two women. To him, it was merely a bit of noise in life. What occupied his thoughts now was how to deal with the counselor Liang Bo. Chen Hao entered the administrative building and arrived at Liang Bo's office door. He straightened his clothes and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Come in. A young man's voice came from inside. Chen Hao pushed the door open. Inside the small office, there were two facing desks, and the one by the window was piled high with blue student files and notebooks. A young man dressed in a white shirt and wearing black-rimmed glasses was rapidly writing something on paper. Liang Bo, a first-year graduate student in the computer science department, worked part-time as a counselor for freshmen. In this era, graduate students held a high status, and those who could stay on as counselors were exceptional students in the department. Hearing the footsteps, Liang Bo looked up. Upon noticing it was Chen Hao, he slammed his pen down on the desk and sneered. Oh, isn't this the busy man, Chen? You even know to come back. I thought you had dropped out. Chen Hao did not respond to the mockery, quickly walked to the desk, slightly bowed, and wore an expression of guilt. Teacher Liang, I sincerely apologize. I had an urgent matter, and I didn't manage to ask for leave. Didn't manage to. Liang Bo slammed the desk, his voice stern. You missed one class meeting and 3 professional courses. Do you know how strict attendance is in the department now? You are committing an offense against the rules. He pointed at the attendance sheet, spitting words. According to school regulations, I have the right to report you to the department for a disciplinary record. What does a disciplinary record mean? Scholarships, evaluations, joining the party all have nothing to do with you. Even graduation will be affected. You're only in your first year. Do you really want to throw your future away? Liang Bo grew more animated as he spoke. Chen Hao lowered his head, listening obediently like a student who had made a mistake. He understood this type of young person who had just gained power all too well. What they wanted was not an excuse, but an attitude, a sense of reverence that acknowledged their importance. After Liang Bo had scolded to his heart's content and lifted his teacup to moisten his throat, Chen Hao took the opportunity to softly interject. Teacher Liang, you are right. But I really have difficulties. He lowered his voice, carrying a hint of helplessness and bitterness. You may know about my family's situation. I don't want to add any burden to my family, so I have been looking for a part-time job outside these days. Part-time job? Liang Bo frowned, pulling out Chen Hao's file for a glance, confirming that his family situation was indeed quite average. From a worker's family in a poor county with a mother who is unemployed, studying in a place like Kyoto is indeed a lot of pressure. His expression softened a bit, yet he was still disappointed. Working while studying is a good thing, but you cannot neglect your studies. How much can you earn handing out flyers or serving plates? That's a waste of life. You are a student of the computer science department at Jinghang. You need to think long-term. After graduation, there will be plenty of opportunities to earn money. I'm not serving plates. Chen Hao quickly explained. I'm doing technical support at a startup internet company. An internet company. Liang Bo's eyes changed. As a graduate student in the computer science department, he was very sensitive to those words. You are only a freshman. What kind of technical support can you do? I self-studied programming in high school and am now learning about local area network setup and server maintenance alongside the company's seniors. The boss is giving me special consideration because I am from Jinghang and the salary is not low. Upon hearing about the not low salary, Liang Bo's eyes flickered. His monthly stipend was only 500, and with a new girlfriend, life was indeed tight. Since it is related to your major, that still holds some value. Liang Bo's tone softened. But rules are rules. I can let this slide this time, but it won't be the same next time. If you fail your final exams, not even a deity can save you. Thank you, Teacher Liang. I will definitely work hard. Chen Hao responded eagerly, but showed no intention of leaving his face, revealing an expression of wanting to say something. Is there something else? Liang Bo resumed, picking up his pen. There is something I would like to ask Teacher Liang. Chen Hao scratched his head, appearing humble and eager to learn. The company I am in recently received an outsourcing project to create a management system for a large internet cafe. The boss is unhappy with the fragmented work and wants to outsource it. Liang Bo's pen paused. Management system for an internet cafe. Yes. It includes billing, screen locking, and membership recharge systems. Chen Hao observed Liang Bo's expression, throwing out the bait. The boss wants someone technically skilled and fast that needs to be completed within 2 months. Liang Bo's heart stirred, but there were already ready-made software solutions available on the market. The available features are too rigid. The boss wants customization. Chen Hao saw through his thoughts and continued to explain. For instance, adding snack sales and automatic game updates. At this point, he threw out the trump card. Because it is urgent, the boss is offering a high-priced 10,000 yuan paid in full. With a thud, Liang Bo's pen fell onto the desk. 10,000 yuan. In this day and age, an ordinary worker earns about that in a year. For a poor graduate student like him, this was practically a fortune. Liang Bo's Adam's apple moved as he picked up the pen, striving to keep his voice calm. 10,000 yuan. Just for a management system. Yes, that's the budget. Chen Hao replied earnestly. But my skills aren't sufficient, and I don't know any big shots. Hearing your lecture earlier made me remember that you are an outstanding student in our department, so your skills should be more than adequate. Thus, I wanted to ask if you know any senior brothers or friends who would be willing to take on this private job. Liang Bo removed his glasses and pulled a soft cloth from his pocket, carefully polishing the lenses. His heart pounded rapidly. This task was far too simple for him. The logic behind the internet cafe management system was not complex. Its core consisted solely of the billing module and client-side control. Anyone with basic proficiency in C and socket programming could build it. He could complete it alone within 2 months, perhaps enlist a roommate for minor assistance. 10,000 yuan. With that sum, his girlfriend's portable cassette player and his own new computer would both be secured. Liang Bo put his glasses back on. His gaze toward Chen Hao had transformed entirely. His earlier sternness vanished, replaced by genuine concern and warm enthusiasm. Ahem. Chen Hao. Liang Bo spoke earnestly. Such freelance work outside campus is rife with pitfalls. Many employers renege on payment after project completion. You're inexperienced. You'll easily get taken advantage of. The employer is quite reputable. He's already paid 30% as advance. Chen Hao replied, feigning wide-eyed naivety. The real challenge lies in finding the right person. Professor Liang, if you happen to know someone suitable, would you be so kind as to recommend them? I need to report back promptly. Liang Bo pretended to ponder deeply before reluctantly agreeing. Actually, this system isn't technically demanding. Coincidentally, my current research project has just concluded. I have some free time. Moreover, I'm fairly familiar with internet cafe operations. I've assisted friends with similar setups before. Chen Hao seized the opening instantly. That's perfect. If you're willing to take it on, I'll rest easy. No fear of being swindled by outsiders. What do you think about the 10th Sandyuan fee? Compensation is secondary. The real value lies in honing one's skills. Liang Bo waved dismissively, affecting the air of a sage who held wealth in contempt, then added swiftly, of course, since this is a commercial engagement, market rate pricing is only appropriate. 10,000 yuan is fair. Then it's settled. I'll head back now and inform the employer. Chen Hao appeared even more animated than Liang Bo. Once you give your word, this job is as good as secured. Advance payment upon signing the contract. A smile spread across Liang Bo's face as he rose and clapped Chen Hao on the shoulder. Very well, you handle the negotiations. Since you brokered this deal per custom, you deserve a referral fee. 10% sound all right? No, absolutely not. Chen Hao waved his hands, frantically feigning alarm. Professor Liang, you're humiliating me. You've just resolved my truancy issue. I'm still overwhelmed with gratitude. Keep the entire sum. I won't accept a single cent. He paused, then added softly. All I ask is that you grant me a little leniency on attendance going forward. I'd be deeply satisfied. How thoughtful. Liang Bo felt thoroughly gratified. Though this student often skipped class, he certainly knew how to navigate relationships. All right, so long as you don't overstep too egregiously and attend key lectures, I'll cover minor infractions for you. His spirits soaring, Liang Bo continued warmly. And should you encounter technical challenges later, feel free to consult me. Graduates of our Department of Computer Science must never be underestimated. That's wonderful. With your backing, I'm utterly confident. Chen Hao eagerly climbed the ladder of flattery, praise ringing loud and sincere. They exchanged a few more details regarding system functionality before Chen Hao took his leave. He stepped out of the office and quietly closed the door behind him. The corridor stood empty and sunlit golden rays spilling across the terrazzo floor. 10,000 yuan bought peace of mind and delivered a bespoke internet cafe management system to boot. A most advantageous bargain. With the academic advisor secured, it was time to check on Zhao Gang's progress with the renovation plans. Exiting the administration building, Chen Hao retrieved his Nokia 8850 and dialed Zhao Gang's number. Hey Gangzi, I'm at the east gate. Send Dejun with the car. Chen Hao waited briefly outside the gate. A sleek black Audi A6 glided silently to the curb and halted before him. The window descended, revealing Wang Jun's broad, amiable face. Boss, please get in. Chen Hao opened the rear door and slid into the back seat. To Huaqing Jiyuan. The door shut. The Audi A6 eased forward and merged smoothly into traffic. The vehicle parked in the underground garage of Huaqing Jiyuan. Chen Hao stepped out. Wang Jun and Zhao Gang followed closely. The trio entered the elevator and ascended directly to the top floor. The door to the unfinished apartment stood open, and two men awaited inside. One was a middle-aged man in a business suit, the other a young man in black-rimmed glasses and a plaid shirt. Upon seeing Chen Hao and his companions enter, both immediately stepped forward, their faces alight with eager smiles. Mr. Chen, pleased to meet you. I'm Lu Jiangwo of Honda Decoration. Mr. Chen, I'm Zhang Ming of Yezefeng Design. Chen Hao nodded curtly and walked straight in. Let's discuss on site. The group entered the bare apartment. Zhang Ming promptly unfurled his portfolio of blueprints. Mr. Chen, based on your floor plan, we've devised an opulent European palace-style scheme. Observe. The entryway features two Roman columns crowned with ornamental plaster moldings. The ceiling accommodates tiered crystal chandeliers. Walls are fully clad in gold thread wallpaper. This style is currently the height of fashion, conveying affluence and grandeur. Gold-leafed and lavishly detailed, the drawings brimmed with intricate patterns and arched motifs. In the year 2000, such aesthetics dominated the interior design market, deemed the hallmark of affluence. Chen Hao glanced once, then turned his gaze away. Too noisy. That was his two-word verdict. Zhang Ming blinked in confusion. Noisy. Visually overwhelming. Chen Hao clarified, gesturing toward the Roman columns. This space serves both professional and restful functions, not a karaoke lounge. He pivoted toward the younger Lu Jiangwo, whose nervous demeanor belied a proposal that instantly caught Chen Hao's attention. Monochrome palette, black, white, and gray, defined by minimalist lines and expansive negative space. Mr. Chen, my specialty is modern minimalism, matte charcoal gray porcelain tiles, bold dark-toned furniture, emphasis placed on intelligent lighting and intuitive spatial flow. Zero superfluous ornamentation. Wasn't this precisely the Scandinavian austerity aesthetic that would dominate decades later? This one, Chen Hao declared, tapping the blueprint decisively. But make it even more restrained, recessed baseboards, ultra-slim door frames. I want an atmosphere of disciplined order and understated sophistication. Lu Jiangwo nodded vigorously, jotting down notes. What's your quote? Chen Hao asked. At this specification, full hard and soft finishes using exclusively imported premium brand materials. Lu Jiangwo tapped rapidly on his calculator. Approximately 150,000 yuan. Zhang Ming beside him sucked in a sharp breath. In 2000, that sum could purchase a compact two-bedroom apartment within the third ring road. Chen Hao did not haggle. 150,000 is acceptable, but two conditions apply. First, environmental safety standards must be rigorously met. I require site access 1 week post-completion. Second, the timeline must be compressed to 20 days. 20 days? Lu Jiangwo's expression tightened. That's impossibly tight. Even concrete curing demands. Chen Hao cut him off. I'll increase the budget. Deploy industrial drying equipment, implement triple shift labor. Can you deliver? Lu Jiangwo clenched his jaw. Yes, we'll make it happen. With funds secured, I'll personally oversee construction, sleeping on-site, if necessary. Gongzi, draw up the contract and disburse the initial payment. 10 minutes later, the renovation agreement was finalized. After escorting the design team out, the barren apartment echoed with silence. Only Chen Hao, Zhao Gang, and Wang Jun remained. Both men wore unadorned camouflage fatigues, no insignia, no rank, paired with combat boots, standing ramrod straight. Such attire was standard within military compounds or barracks, but jarringly conspicuous in civilian business settings. Gongzi, Chen Hao began. Yes, sir. Zhao Gang instinctively snapped to attention. Relax, Chen Hao waved gently. During the contract signing, I noticed both of you seemed tense around Lu Jiangwo. Likely he mistook you for hired muscle. Zhao Gang rubbed his nose sheepishly. Boss, it's habit. Hard to break. Chen Hao studied them thoughtfully. You'll represent me in numerous official capacities going forward. This uniform intimidates people unnecessarily. Wang Jun driving and security duties permit tactical wear, but you as my executive assistant must embody the role accordingly. He checked his watch. Let's go. First stop South 4th Ring Road to collect something, then onward to Guomao. At 9:55 in the morning, a black Audi A6 slowly drove into Jingheng University. The pass and special license plate behind the windshield allowed the security guard to salute and let it pass without stopping. At the entrance of the office building, Liang Bo stood on the steps, smoking a cigarette. He had specifically worn a suit today, although the cuffs were a bit frayed, it still gave off an impressive air. He occasionally glanced at his Casio digital watch on his wrist, his expression somewhat anxious. A 10th of Sandy Yuan order was too important to him. With a squeak, the Audi came to a steady stop at the bottom of the steps. Liang Bo was momentarily taken aback. He recognized the car. It was the standard configuration for official vehicles. Even a basic model would cost hundreds of thousands. In an era where the average salary was less than 1,000, only the rich could afford such a car. The door opened, and a long leg clad in black trousers stepped out. Zhao Gang emerged from the car standing tall. At 1.85 dressed in a black double-breasted suit, with Ray-Ban sunglasses perched on his nose, an intimidating aura emanated from him, palpable even from 3 meters away. Liang Bo's fingers holding the cigarette trembled slightly, ash falling onto his shoe. He instinctively tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, and stepped on it, feeling a bit nervous. Is this the company leader that Chen Hao mentioned? Just then the front passenger door opened, and Chen Hao emerged with a backpack. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The oppressive feeling from a gangster movie one moment transformed into a youthful campus film the next. Chen Hao quickly walked up to Liang Bo, wearing an apologetic smile. Teacher Liang, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. He turned slightly, pointing to Zhao Gang, and introduced. This is Zhao Gang, assistant to the general manager of our Yanhuan Cultural Company. Since our boss has an important government meeting today and couldn't make it, he specifically sent assistant Zhao to come and sign the contract with you. Zhao Gang, upon hearing this, took off his sunglasses, stepped forward, and extended his calloused hand. Hello, Teacher Liang. Liang Bo was taken aback and quickly extended both hands to shake Zhao Gang's. The roughness and strength he felt in Zhao Gang's hand startled him. This was definitely not someone who worked in an office. This grip belonged to a fighter. Hello, Assistant Zhao. Thank you for coming in person. Oh, it's too courteous of you. Liang Bo slightly bent his waist, speaking respectfully. Chen Hao chimed in at the right moment. Assistant Zhao, this is Teacher Liang Bo, I mentioned to you. A top talent in our department, a technical expert. Handing this project over to Teacher Liang will definitely not be a problem. Zhao Gang glanced at Chen Hao, noticing the boss winking at him, and then turned serious, reciting the lines he had memorized the night before. Chen Hao often speaks highly of Teacher Liang, saying you are very professional. The company attaches great importance to this project, and since it was recommended by Chen Hao, we trust you. Yes, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Liang Bo's smile grew wider. Shall we go upstairs to discuss? Chen Hao suggested. Please. Liang Bo stepped aside to lead the way, accompanying Zhao Gang as they walked ahead. The three entered Liang Bo's office, where Zhao Gang sat upright on the only guest chair, his back straight like a spear. Chen Hao pulled out a pre-printed contract from his bag and placed it on the table. Teacher Liang, here's the contract. Please take a look at the terms. It mainly concerns the project timeline and confidentiality agreement. Liang Bo took the contract and pretended to flip through a few pages. In reality, he was too distracted to focus on the details, his gaze lingering on the amount at the end of the contract. 10,000 yuan in total. Liang Bo suppressed his excitement and quickly signed his name with a flourish. Seeing this, Zhao Gang pulled out an envelope from his suit pocket and placed it on the table. This is 3,000 yuan as an advance payment. The remaining 7,000 will be settled in one lump sum once the project passes inspection. Liang Bo stared at the envelope, his breathing slightly quickening. He tried to control his expression and nodded modestly. Your company works with great efficiency. Rest assured, I will deliver the product within 2 months. For the specific technical requirements, Chen Hao will coordinate with you. He is a key trainee in the company, and the boss has entrusted him with full responsibility for this project. Zhao Gang stood up, putting his sunglasses back on. The company has other matters to attend to, so I won't stay longer. Hey, Assistant Zhao, at least have a glass of water before you leave. Liang Bo quickly tried to keep him. No need. Zhao Gang turned and walked away while Liang Bo immediately got up to see him off. It wasn't until the sound of the Audis engine disappeared downstairs that Liang Bo let out a long breath, plopping down into his chair. He picked up the envelope, his fingers brushing over the thickness of the cash, inside a broad smile on his face. With this money, he could finally hold his head high in front of his girlfriend. Chen Hao. Liang Bo locked the envelope in his drawer and affectionately pulled over a chair for Chen Hao to sit down. From now on, don't call me Teacher Liang in private, it sounds too distant. I'm just a few years older than you, calling me Bro Bo is fine. Chen Hao quickly climbed aboard. Then I'll take the liberty, Bro Bo. What liberty? From now on, we are brothers. Liang Bo patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. By the way, let's talk about the specific software requirements. Oh, I couldn't ask in detail with Assistant Zhao around. Chen Hao took out a notebook from his bag and opened a page filled with dense sketches. Bro Bo, you know the Wanxiang network management tool on the market? We can use it as a reference. The core of what we need to do is control and guide. Chen Hao pointed at several modules on the drawing. The first is that it must have server-side forced lock screen and remote restart functions to prevent anyone from skipping out on payment. Additionally, there should be some basic functions like member recharging, game management, and commonly used tools. Chen Hao drew a box on the paper. Another key function is that once the client starts, the browser's homepage must be locked. No matter how the user changes it, it must revert to our set page upon restart. Liang Bo adjusted his glasses, locking the homepage. Technically, that's not hard. You just need to modify the registry permissions. But why lock it down? Chen Hao opened a nearby computer, skillfully entered a URL, Hao123's homepage. The page transitioned, and a colorful navigation website appeared on the screen. Just like this. Chen Hao pointed at the screen. Most current internet users can't even remember URLs. What we need to create is a navigation page that belongs to us. Just follow this as a template. Liang Bo stared at the simple web page, although he didn't quite understand why they needed to do this, but it was indeed not difficult technically. Alright, this is simple. I'll create one for you, and then add a low-level guardian process. Unless the system is reinstalled, no one can change it. The two discussed technical details for another half an hour. When it was time to leave, Liang Bo insisted on escorting Chen Hao downstairs. The two walked out of the office building, chatting and laughing. It was just the time when the morning's major classes had ended and there were many students on the road. Chen Hao, don't worry about the attendance, I've taken care of it all. Liang Bo put his arm around Chen Hao's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just come to me. In this small domain of the computer science department, Bro Boss words still carries weight. Then thank you, Bro Bo, for your care. This scene happened to be seen by Wang Chong and several roommates who were passing by. The few of them were holding books, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Just yesterday, Liang Bo was roaring in class about giving Chen Hao a demerit, and today they were shoulder to shoulder calling each other brothers. Liang Bo noticed students looking over and immediately restrained his smile, regaining a serious demeanor as a teacher nodding at Chen Hao before walking away. Wang Chong rushed over and surrounded Chen Hao, his face filled with disbelief. What the hell? Hao Go, what kind of magical potion did you pour into Liang Bo? Yeah, Hao Go, I thought you were going to be scolded badly. Other roommates were just as puzzled. Chen Hao casually replied, it's nothing, just had a deep self-reflection with the teacher about my mistakes and exchanged some academic issues. Teacher Liang thought my attitude was sincere and that I have potential, so he forgave me. Academic exchange. Wang Chong looked skeptical. Was that an exchange of academics? It sounded more like some kind of scandal. Stop guessing. Chen Hao glanced at his watch. Let's go to the cafeteria, I'm hungry. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Hao sat in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of Hucking Jiyuan. The renovation crew next door was busily hammering away at the wall. Wang Jun and Zhao Gang were seated on the sofa opposite Chen Hao. The situation at school was temporarily stable, and with Liang Bo's cover, he had more time to strategize outside. Now he planned to get the internet cafe up and running first. However, the biggest issue at hand was personnel. He needed someone who understood the rules, had skills, but could also take orders to be the manager of the shop. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun were retired soldiers, capable fighters, but their strong sense of righteousness made them unfamiliar with the ways of society. Their identities were more suited to standing by his side rather than squatting in the internet cafe daily dealing with petty thugs. Gongzi Dajuan. Chen Hao broke the silence. The company plans to open an internet cafe next. The current situation in the internet cafes is chaotic, and I need someone who can maintain order. This person needs to have some social experience, preferably someone with a bit of a reputation in the underworld, but with good character and a sense of loyalty. Do you have any suitable friends you could recommend? Wang Jun scratched his head, looking rather honest. Boss, most of the comrades I know have gone back to their hometowns to farm or work in factories. There really aren't any who are involved in the underworld. Chen Hao turned his gaze to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang was silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Boss, I do have someone in mind. Zhao Gang's voice was somewhat low, but his background is not very clean. Go ahead and tell me about him. Chen Hao's interest was piqued. His name is Lei, who nicknamed Lazy. He grew up in the same compound as me, 3 years younger than I am, and used to stick to me like a little follower when we were kids. Zhao Gang sighed, a hint of regret in his eyes. This guy has excellent physical fitness. He trained in Sanda at a sports school and was originally a good candidate to join the military. His family had everything arranged to send him off to enlist. But during his senior year, after evening self-study, he ran into a few thugs bullying a girl from his class at the alley entrance. Chen Hao raised his eyebrows. A hero saving a beauty. Sort of. Zhao Gang chuckled bitterly. The girl's name was Lin Xiaoxiao, and Lazy had a crush on her for a long time. In a moment of impulsiveness, he charged in. There were 3 of them armed with steel pipes, and he single-handedly took them all down. But he didn't hold back. He kicked one of the thugs hard and crushed his family jewels. Chen Hao instinctively squeezed his legs together. That's ruthless. That thug's family had some influence and wanted to make him pay. Originally, this was a case of righteous bravery, but Zhao Gang clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. The girl he saved suddenly changed her story, claiming that Lei Zi had harassed her and that the thugs were just standing up for her. Chen Hao let out a cold laugh. This kind of twist is nauseating in any era. Because of this mess, Lei Zi was sentenced to 2 years. He just got out last year. His record was tarnished, and his family kicked him out. Now he's working as security at the Hongxing Billiards Hall in Shiba Li Zhuang, just trying to make a living. Zhao Gang looked up at Chen Hao. Boss, I know Lei Zi well. Although he has been in prison, he's essentially a good person, loyal to his friends, but he's been hurt too deeply by this world and has a bit of a broken jar mentality. Where is he now? Chen Hao stood up. At this time, he should be at the billiards hall. Let's go. Chen Hao tidied his clothes. Let's go meet him. Half an hour later, an Audi A6 stopped on a dirty and chaotic street in Shiba Li Zhuang. This was a typical urban rural fringe area with garbage piled up along the roadside. The sign for the Hongxing Billiards Hall had half its paint chipped off, hanging above the door of a 2-story small building. Chen Hao led Zhao Gang and Wang Jun through the greasy glass door. A strong smell of smoke hit them. The room was dimly lit with 6 or 7 billiard tables set up. A group of young men with long hair and bell-bottom pants were smoking and shouting as they played. Gongzi, where is he? Chen Hao scanned the room. Zhao Gang pointed to a table in the corner. There sat a young man wearing an old military coat. He wasn't playing, he just sat there alone holding a cue stick. His hair was cut very short, and a hideous scar extended from his left brow bone to his temple, marring his otherwise handsome features. The noisy environment seemed irrelevant to him. He exuded a sense of solitary, wolf-like desolation and danger. As if sensing the gaze, the young man suddenly looked up. His eyes were alert like a beast, bloodshot whites showing. When his gaze landed on Zhao Gang, the ferocity instantly dissipated, replaced by panic and shame. He instinctively hid the cue stick behind him and stood up, trying to walk towards the back door. Lazy, stop, Zhao Gang called out. Lei Hu halted his steps. He turned awkwardly, lowering his head, his voice hoarse. Gang, go, what brings you here? Zhao Gang stepped forward, looking at this once spirited childhood friend now in such a disheveled state, his eyes slightly reddening. Running away when you see me? Do you think I would eat you? Lei Hu fidgeted with the hem of his military coat. I can't face you. Ganga, you're doing well now, dressed in a suit and tie. I'm just a labor reformatory inmate. Nonsense. Zhao Gang scolded, punching Lei Hu on the shoulder. What reformatory inmate? In my eyes, you'll always be the lazy who dared to stand in front of a friend. Lei Hu staggered back a step from the punch, forced a smile, but it was filled with bitterness. At this moment, Chen Hao approached. He sized up Lei Hu. Although he looked down and out, his posture remained upright and his finger joints were thick, a testament to years of practice. Most importantly, his eyes, though dodging Zhao Gang's gaze, still held a fierce unwillingness to yield when scanning the others around. He was a fine blade, just rusty and in need of sharpening. You are Lei Hu, right? Chen Hao spoke up. Lei Hu looked at Chen Hao, his eyes instantly turning vigilant. Who are you? I am your gang guest boss. Chen Hao took out a box of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and offered one. Lei Hu did not take it, only looking at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang nodded. Take it. This is Chen Xiao. Lei Hu then took the cigarette, tucked it behind his ear without lighting it. I heard you crushed someone's family jewels. Chen Hao suddenly asked. Lei Hu was taken aback and a fierce look appeared on his face. That bastard Sun Bin deserved it. If I had another chance, I would take him out for sure. Do you regret it, eh? Regret? Not a chance. Lei Hu spat on the ground. I regret being blind back then and saving such an ungrateful wolf in sheep's clothing. Chen Hao smiled. As long as you don't regret it, that's fine. I like people who don't regret. He looked into Lei Hu's eyes and said sincerely, I have a venue here, and there will be many bastards like Sun Bin coming to cause trouble in the future. I need someone to handle them, but you can't get yourself thrown back in jail again. Are you willing to take this job? Lei Hu looked at Chen Hao, then at Zhao Gang, who was eagerly awaiting the answer. He fell silent for a few seconds, took the cigarette from behind his ear, and put it in his mouth. Is there free food? Plenty. Enough cigarettes, enough alcohol, and a salary of 2,000. Click. Lei Hu pulled out a disposable lighter, lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and the spicy smoke swirled in his lungs before he exhaled. You are Gang guest boss, oh I trust you. He extinguished the cigarette, but on the edge of the billiard table looked up, and the flame reignited in his eyes. He'll take this job. Then let's go with us. Chen Hao led the two towards the door. Lei Hu placed the cue stick on the pool table and followed them outside. The nearby punks who were leaning on the table straightened up. Brother Hu, where are you going? Shouted a boy with dyed red hair. Without looking back, Lei Hu wrapped his military coat around himself. Just stepping out for a bit. Will you be back tonight? Liuzi said he wanted to drink in the evening. Not coming back. Lei Hu pushed open the greasy glass door, and the cold wind hit him, clearing his muddled mind a bit. Chen Hao was already standing by the roadside with Zhao Gang and Wang Jun on either side like two guardian deities. But what truly surprised Lei Hu was the Audi A6 parked behind Chen Hao. In this era, the Audi A6 itself was a symbol of status far more intimidating than any Mercedes or BMW. Lei Hu instinctively glanced at the license plate. Jing, A83. Lei Hu had been in the streets for so long, while he lacked other skills, he certainly had an eye for recognizing license plates. Usually while hanging out with those punks by the roadside, they would boast about which young master in Kyoto drove a Ferrari or whose car plate no one dared to stop. License plates starting with Jing, A8 were legendary among those low-level punks belonging to a top-tier circle they could only dream of touching. Lei Hu felt increasingly unsettled. He had originally thought Zhao Gang's boss was merely a wealthy second-generation or a nouveau riche in business. But that license plate immediately elevated Chen Hao's status to a level that made him look up in awe. Get in the car. Chen Hao opened the rear door and sat down first. Lei Hu stood in place, glancing at his own muddy liberation shoes, then at the car's paint that was so shiny it could reflect a person's image. He rubbed his hands, awkwardly not daring to move. What are you dawdling for? Do I have to invite you? Zhao Gang walked over and pushed him from behind. Lei Hu stumbled a bit, gritted his teeth, and cautiously squeezed into the passenger seat. He only dared to let half of his but touch the seat, fearing that his military coat would dirty the genuine leather upholstery. The car door closed, cutting off the noise from outside. Drive back to the compound. Chen Hao instructed. Wang Jun skillfully shifted gears, released the handbrake, and the Audi A6 headed towards the city center. Lei Hu sat in the passenger seat, his body tense like a stone. 20 minutes later, the car turned into Qinshu Road. Wang Jun turned the steering wheel, directing the car towards the grand entrance of the compound marked Ministry of Electronic Information. Lei Hu's heart was in his throat. The guards at such a compound were armed for real. However, the anticipated interception did not occur. The guard saw the pass behind the windshield, glanced at the license plate, and immediately stood at attention, giving a standard military salute. The barrier lifted high. The Audi A6 smoothly entered the compound. Lei Hu sat in the car, watching the neatly lined poplar trees and Soviet-style buildings outside, his mind buzzing. He was truly a child of the compound. Moreover, not just any child, but one who could walk boldly even in the ministry compound. Brother Gang has really latched onto a powerful leg this time. The car stopped at the foot of the auxiliary building. We've arrived. Chen Hao pushed the door and got out. Lei Hu, feeling a bit dazed, followed him out, stepping onto the clean concrete floor and feeling slightly unreal. They went up to the 4th floor. The office on the 4th floor had a mahogany desk, a bookshelf, and stitched books. This place was so high-end that it made Lei Hu feel like a beggar who had intruded into a palace, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Sit. Chen Hao pointed to the chair opposite the tea table while he took the main seat. Zhao Gang took off his suit jacket and skillfully boiled water, washed tea, and brewed. His movements were flowing, clearly a sign that he had practiced a lot in the past few days. Lei Hu sat at the edge of the chair, looked up at Chen Hao, and finally asked the question that had been on his mind the whole way. Boss, you want me to oversee this place? Lei Hu pointed to the compound outside. Don't joke with me. This is the ministry compound. No one dares to cause trouble here. Of course you don't need to oversee this place. Chen Hao lifted his teacup, gently blew on the foam, and took a sip. He set down the cup and looked at Lei Hu's face, filled with confusion. I want to do business outside. Internet cafe, you know. Internet cafe. Lei Hu was taken aback. He certainly knew what that was. They were everywhere on the streets, filled with kids playing games, a chaotic mess. He occasionally went to play a few rounds of Red Alert or flirt with girls on OICQ. I know. It's a place with dozens of computers for people to go online and play games. Lei Hu answered honestly. Yes, that's it. However, the one I want to open isn't a small workshop with just a dozen machines. I want to create a large internet cafe, expecting to have hundreds of machines. Such places have a lot of people and various types of individuals. There will inevitably be those who steal, fight refuse to pay, or even trouble caused by envious competitors from other internet cafes. I need someone who understands the rules, can keep order, but won't bring me significant trouble to manage this shop. He fixed his gaze on Lei Hu. Zhao Gang and Dejun are veterans. Their demeanor is too upright for dealing with thugs. You're different. You have experience, you've been in trouble, you know what those people are thinking, and you know how to handle them. Lei Hu understood. This wasn't about overseeing a nightclub or a casino, it was just an ordinary internet cafe. This was a legitimate job. He originally thought he was being sought out for dirty work. After all, Lei Hu was just a piece of useless clay with only his toughness to show for himself. He turned to Zhao Gang, who said nothing but pushed the teacup towards him. Lei Hu sniffled, feeling a bit emotional. He lifted the teacup and downed it in one go, the scalding tea flowing down his throat into his stomach, making him shiver all over. Thank you for the recognition, boss. Lei Hu placed the cup down, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and felt more spirited. I understand the ins and outs of internet cafes. Most of the punks inside are just bullies who fear the strong. As long as you trust me, I guarantee that no one will dare to stir trouble in your establishment. As long as I'm around, anyone who wants to cause trouble will be thrown out. Chen Hao smiled and took out his wallet, counting out 2,000 yuan and tossing it directly in front of Lei Hu. Take this 2,000. Lei Hu looked at the money, slightly puzzled. Boss, I haven't even started working yet. This is a settling fee. Chen Hao interrupted him. First, go buy some decent clothes and don't walk around looking like a refugee all the time. You will be my shop manager, and when you go out, you represent the company's image. Also, get a haircut and shave that stubble off your face. Lei Hu looked at Chen Hao and nodded. He reached out, grabbed the money, and stuffed it into his pocket. All right, you've received the money. Now I'm assigning you your first task. Chen Hao took out a map and began arranging work. Gongzi, take Lei Hu to handle it. For the next few days, you two will be scouting around University Road. Chen Hao's finger circled an area on the map. That area is where several universities like Jinghong, Huaqing, and Jingda are concentrated, and it will be the place with the highest population density and the most young people in Kyoto for the next few years. I need to find a place to open an internet cafe. There are 3 requirements. First, the area must be large, at least 500 square meters or more, the larger the better. Second, the location must be good. It has to be a street-front business or on the second floor with an independent entrance and able to hang a large sign. Chen Hao paused and said seriously, I don't want to rent it, I want to buy it outright. As long as the location is suitable and the property rights are clear, I'm fine with paying more. The 3 present were a bit shocked. Buy it outright. A 500 square meter street-front shop in the golden area of University Road, how much would that cost? Even though housing prices haven't skyrocketed, yet such a shop would still cost hundreds of thousands or even over $1 million, right? This boss is making a huge move. Do you understand? Chen Hao asked. Got it. Lei Hu replied loudly, his voice resonating. Go on. Gongzi, take him to change into a proper outfit and then get to work. Yes. Zhao Gang and Lei Hu turned and walked outside. Once downstairs, Zhao Gang patted Lei Hu on the shoulder. Lazy, cherished this opportunity. Oh, I worked hard to get it for you. Lei Hu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Brother Gang, in this life, I owe you a life. Stop the nonsense. Zhao Gang punched him. Work hard and don't let the boss down. In the following days, campus life at Jinghang University continued in an orderly fashion. Chen Hao resumed his normal class schedule, sitting in the back row of the lecture hall while the professor filled the blackboard with dense notes. Chen Hao buried himself in his notebook, not taking class notes, but rather jotting down some opportunities from recent years. During breaks, Liang Bo would occasionally appear at the classroom door. The two stood by the window at the end of the corridor, smoking and discussing the progress and issues of their development. The temptation of that 10,000 yuan was too great, and this counselor had brought out the vigor he had during his postgraduate entrance exams, surpassing Chen Hao's expectations. The software was not a concern, but the housing was. In recent days, Zhao Gang, accompanied by Lei, who had nearly turned over every stone near University Road. At this time in Kyoto, the commercial housing market had just begun to take off, and prime locations were mostly held by state-owned enterprises and local government offices. Finding a house of over 500 square meters in a good location with the option to purchase the property outright was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. It was another gloomy afternoon. The north wind swirled dead leaves along the road. Zhao Gang drove the newly acquired Santana north along University Road. The buildings on either side shifted from tiled classroom blocks to gray, dusty brick walls. Ganggu were almost at the agricultural university. Lei Hu sat in the passenger seat holding a stainless steel thermos. If we go further north, we'll soon reach Qinghe. What are we going to do there? Open an internet cafe for ghosts? Zhao Gang gripped the steering wheel, scanning the roadside. The boss said we should think long term. Now it's the suburbs, but in 2 years it might become the center. Besides, there's a university here, so there are still quite a few students. The car turned onto Xueqing Road. Across the street, a large area enclosed by gray walls caught Zhao Gang's attention. The wall was high, topped with shards of broken glass for security, and much of the plaster had fallen off, revealing the red bricks underneath. Through the iron gate, one could see an overgrown vacant lot and several tall factory buildings. Zhao Gang hit the brakes, slowing down. This place looks like a shut-down factory. Lei Hu leaned out to look. Hey Gang, look at that. Following Lei Hu's finger, there was a standalone 4-story building right next to the road on the outer edge of the wall. The building had that typical Soviet style from the 1980s, with a washed stone facade and large windows. Though the glass was too dirty to see inside, the overall structure looked solid. The key point was that this building was right by the wall. If the wall facing the road were to be knocked down, it would create a prime storefront. Moreover, the building was not small. The 4 floors together would easily total over 2,000 square meters. This is intriguing. Zhao Gang parked the car by the roadside and turned off the engine. The two pushed the door open and got out, walking towards the small building. The main entrance on the first floor was tightly locked with a rusted iron chain wrapped around the handle. Several yellowed seals were stuck on the glass door, dated from the previous year. No one's using it. Lei Hu leaned against the glass, peering inside, which was empty except for a few tables and chairs piled in the corner. They walked around to the front door. A wooden sign with black letters on a white background hung at the factory gate, the paint peeling, but the words were still barely legible. Kyoto Liwa Radio Instrument Factory. Inside the security booth sat an old man in his 50s wearing a faded blue work uniform, holding a radio and listening to a storytelling program. Lei Hu glanced at Zhao Gang, who nodded. Lei Hu pulled out a pack of unsealed Hongtam Mountain cigarettes from his pocket, grinning as he leaned towards the window. "Hey old man, are you listening to the story? Is it Bai Mi Da Xia by Shan Tianfang?" The old man lifted his eyelids and glanced at the two. Seeing they were well-dressed and didn't look like drifters, he lowered the volume of the radio. "Is there something you need?" "Nothing big." Lei Hu skillfully tore open the cigarette box, pulled one out, and handed it over, casually placing the entire pack on the windowsill. "I wanted to ask if this factory is still hiring." The old man glanced at the pack of Hongtam Mountain cigarettes. His expression softened considerably. He took the cigarette, and Lei Hu quickly pulled out a lighter to light it. "Hiring? What are you thinking?" The old man exhaled a puff of smoke, pointing behind him to the lifeless factory area. "This factory has 1 foot in the grave. A batch of workers was laid off last year, and now the ones left are just waiting to cash in their severance pay. Aside from the second workshop over there that still does some parts for the higher-ups, the rest is all lying idle. Such a large factory is a waste." Zhao Gang interjected at the right moment. "What about that 4-story building at the entrance? It looks empty too. That used to be the research building. Later, when profits declined, the technical department was closed, and it has been empty ever since." The old man thought for a moment and said, "It's been empty for about 2 years now. Old man, our boss is in business and is looking for a warehouse. Could you see if that building is available for rent?" The old man sized them up. "I don't know if it's for rent. That's handled by the logistics department. But I think it's unlikely. Although our factory is down, it's still a department-level unit under the municipal electrical department, and they don't easily deal with private companies." "Where is the logistics department?" "Turn left when you enter. It's on the 2nd floor of the administration building. Look for Section Chief Zhang." The two thanked the old man and walked briskly into the factory area. The factory road was bumpy, and the leaves from the sycamore trees had fallen all over the ground without anyone sweeping them. The administrative building was a 3-story red brick structure. On the far east side of the 2nd floor hung a sign saying Logistics Department. The door was ajar. Zhao Gang knocked. "Come in." Inside, the furnishings were very simple: 2 peeling office desks and a metal filing cabinet. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat behind one of the desks, holding an enamel teacup with a copy of that day's Kyoto Daily spread out on the table. This man was somewhat balding, dressed in a gray jacket, and his belly stretched the fabric tightly. "Hello, you must be Section Chief Zhang." Zhao Gang stepped forward and politely asked, placing 2 boxes of cigarettes on the desk. Section Chief Zhang lifted his head from behind the newspaper, his gaze somewhat arrogant. "Who are you? Which workshop are you from?" "We're not from the factory." Zhao Gang didn't waste time and directly stated their purpose. "We are from Yanhuang Cultural Company. We passed by your factory and noticed that research building is vacant. We wanted to see if we could discuss a collaboration." "Yanhuang Culture?" Section Chief Zhang frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the name. "What do you do?" "We deal with culture and the internet." Section Chief Zhang set down his teacup, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "A private enterprise, right? You want to rent a place?" "Not just rent." Zhao Gang paused. "If the price is right, we'd like to purchase it." "Purchase?" Section Chief Zhang laughed, as if he had heard a joke. He picked up the cigarette pack from the table, took one out, and Zhao Gang immediately moved forward to light it for him. "Young man, you have quite the ambition. This is state-owned property and worth several million. Can your private enterprise handle that?" "Money is not an issue," Zhao Gang replied in a deep voice. All right. Section Chief Zhang waved his hand impatiently and picked up the newspaper again. "This matter is not going to work out. If you want to rent a warehouse to store some goods, I could find you a few rooms in the backyard. Don't even think about buying the building. You should go back." After saying that, he shook the newspaper and stopped, looking at the two. Lei Hu wanted to say something, but Zhao Gang stopped him. Zhao Gang glanced at the stubborn fat man and turned to leave the office. Once outside the factory gate, Lei Hu spat on the ground. "What a piece of work. Took our cigarettes, but didn't help at all. Ganga, we should have taken the cigarettes back. If we had taken them back, it would have made us look petty." Zhao Gang looked back at the gray building. "We can't handle this matter. We need to go back and find the boss." At 7 in the evening in Hucking Jiyuan. The light in the living room was soft, and Chen Hao sat on the leather sofa, holding a map of Kyoto. Zhao Gang and Lei Hu stood opposite him, recounting their experiences at Lihua Instrument Factory that afternoon. "That Zhang is too arrogant," Lei Hu said indignantly. He claims that state-owned assets won't be sold to private enterprises. Oh, I see it as him being afraid of us lacking a background and fearing responsibility. Chen Hao remained silent after hearing this. His fingers slowly glided over the map, finally stopping at the location of Shueqing Road. Lihua Radio Instrument Factory. The name flickered in the depths of his memory. In his previous life, when he was mingling in the Kyoto business circle around 2008, this plot had transformed into a place called Lihua Science and Technology Park. Many small and medium-sized tech companies and design studios had settled there. At that time, the value of this land had multiplied by dozens. That building is very suitable and worth acquiring, Chen Hao said. Boss, but that Zhang the section chief has blocked the way, Zhao Gang said, feeling a bit troubled. He said the factory won't sell. He said they wouldn't sell because our current identity is just that of a private enterprise. Chen Hao understood in his heart that this was the reality. In the eyes of state-owned enterprise officials, private enterprise owners are just speculative upstarts and unstable factor. Selling state-owned assets to private individuals would be a serious crime if investigated from above. As a mere section chief, he certainly wouldn't dare take on that responsibility. Chen Hao put down the map and took a sip of tea. We can find a reason that would make them feel secure about selling. How can we make him sell? Lei Hu scratched his head. Are we supposed to bribe him? Bribing is a lowly tactic. Chen Hao shook his head. When dealing with public affairs, especially concerning sensitive issues like the disposal of state-owned assets, simply throwing money is the least effective approach. Money can open doors, but it can also lead to ruin. The factory leaders are afraid to sell because they fear being blamed for the loss of state-owned assets. But what if this transaction is no longer a buy-sell, but is framed as responding to national calls supporting high-tech industries or revitalizing typical cases of bad assets? The nature changes. It becomes an achievement. Chen Hao set down his teacup. To acquire that building, we must first establish connections. Half an hour later, a black Audi A6 drove back into the courtyard of the Electronic Information Department. This time, Chen Hao did not bring Zhao Gang and Lei Hu. He only instructed Wang Jun to park the car downstairs, and he went upstairs alone. In the office of the service center, Wang Qiming was reading a document. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, he immediately put down his work and smiled. "Oh, Chen brother, what wind has blown you here?" Wang Qiming walked around the desk warmly, inviting Chen Hao to sit down, and went to brew some tea. "Brother Wang, no need to fuss." Chen Hao stopped him. "I came today to inquire about something serious." Wang Qiming, seeing Chen Hao's serious expression, also put away his smile, sat down opposite him, and handed over a cigarette. "Speak. As long as I know, I will share everything." Chen Hao took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. "Brother Wang, which department in our ministry is responsible for information technology?" "Information technology?" Wang Qiming was taken aback for a moment before reacting. "Are you referring to the overarching guideline proposed above to drive industrialization through information technology?" Chen Hao nodded. In 2000, it was a critical period for Longwo's 15th five-year plan preparation, and information technology was elevated to an unprecedented strategic height. These few words appeared frequently in the news broadcasts, yet for many grassroots officials, it remained an abstract concept. "This matter falls under the Information Technology Promotion Division." Wang Qiming thought for a moment and said, "This is a newly established department with considerable power, specifically responsible for planning and guiding national information technology construction." "That's wonderful." Chen Hao brushed off the ash from his cigarette. "I want to establish a base for information technology popularization and industrial incubation. I'm looking for an opportunity to report to the leaders in the division, to hear about the policies, and to seek some support from the ministry." Wang Qiming was momentarily stunned. Information technology popularization, industrial incubation. Those terms sound impressive. Although he didn't know exactly what Chen Hao intended to do, since his brother was asking, and it was a project closely aligned with national policies, he had to help. "This is manageable." Wang Qiming thought for a moment and said, "I'm not familiar with the leadership at the promotion division, but I have a good relationship with Chen Hao from the comprehensive division. Their division is responsible for coordinating among various departments and reports directly to the division head. I can help you schedule a reporting time." Saying this, Wang Qiming picked up the phone on the table and dialed an internal number. "Hello, is this Director Chen?" "It's old Wang." Wang Qiming from the service center. Wang Qiming said warmly, "Hey, race the thing. I have a younger brother whose family is from the cultural sector, and he's got a solid background. He studied computer science in college. Recently, he wants to set up an information technology popularization and industrial incubation base to respond to our ministry's call." On the other end of the line, Chen seemed to say something, and Wang Qiming nodded repeatedly, smiling so much that the wrinkles on his face opened up. Yes, the young man has ideas. Oh, we must support him. He wishes to report to you and gain some guidance. When would it be convenient for you to spare some time?" Wang Qiming covered the microphone, turned to look at Chen Hao, and inquired with his eyes. Chen Hao gestured that he was available anytime. "Great. How about tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon? All right, I'll have him there on time. Next time I'll treat you to a drink when we gather. All right, bye." After hanging up the phone, Wang Qiming gave Chen Hao an okay gesture. "It's settled. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon with Director Chen Hao from the Comprehensive Division. He works in Office 305 in the main building. Thanks, Brother Wong. Chen Hao stood up. I'll treat you to a drink next time. You're too polite, brother. It's just a small favor. Exiting the courtyard, Chen Hao sat in the back seat, his brows still furrowed. The opportunity had been secured, but how to report tomorrow was a significant issue. To go in empty-handed and talk to the division head, that would waste this rare opportunity. Dealing within the system emphasizes materials. You need a plan, a strategy, feasibility analysis, and a high-level overview. According to later habits, such occasions must have a PowerPoint presentation accompanied by a detailed written report. Only then did Chen Hao remember he didn't have a computer. Having been reborn for so long, he had been busy making money buying houses and recruiting younger brothers, yet he hadn't even acquired a means to eat. Previously at school, he either used the computer labs or borrowed Wang Chang's desktop. Now to write such a plan, not having his own computer was certainly a problem. Daju and go to Zhongwankan. Chen Hao instructed. Got it. 20 minutes later, the Audi A6 stopped at the foot of Hailong Building. At this time, Hailong Building had just opened not long ago, bustling with people, with builders carrying computer cases running around and vendors pulling passers-by to sell pirated CDs. Chen Hao did not linger at the chaotic counters on the first floor and headed straight to the brand area on the second floor. He had a clear goal to buy an IBM ThinkPad. In the year 2000, if one were to make a business presentation without a little black in hand, their aura would undoubtedly diminish by a third. This black glossy box is synonymous with professionalism. Entering a specialty store adorned with the IBM blue logo, the sales assistant was listlessly grooming her nails. They'll take the T28. Chen Hao pointed at the machine prominently displayed on the counter. Upon hearing the model, the sales assistant instantly perked up. The T20 was the flagship model released this year, featuring a Pentium 3 processor, a 14-inch large screen, and a titanium alloy composite carbon fiber casing. This gadget currently retails for over $28,000, undoubtedly a luxury item. Sir, you truly know your stuff, the sales assistant beamed as she took out the key to unlock the display case. This machine just arrived a couple of days ago, and it's the highest configuration we have. No need for an introduction, just write me the invoice. Chen Hao was not interested in hearing the overly familiar specifications. 28,800. Payment made, goods collected, system installed. After a while, Chen Hao walked out carrying the black laptop bag. Returning to Hucking Jiuan, the sky had already darkened. Chen Hao instructed Zhao Gang and Wang Jun to head back and rest while he himself went to the study. The newly purchased T20 emitted a faint sound of hard drive activity as the Windows 98 startup screen illuminated. Chen Hao lit a cigarette, staring at the hourglass cursor on the screen, his mind racing. He aimed to package an internet cafe as a high-end project that aligns with national strategies. This may sound absurd, but to Chen Hao, a veteran seasoned by the later waves of internet, blockchain, and metaverse concepts, it was merely a game of words. The core lies in redefining. He typed the title in a Word document: feasibility report on the construction of a demonstration base for the popularization of information technology and industrial incubation in Kyoto. This is the main area of the internet cafe. However, in Chen Hao's words, it is not a place for gaming, but rather a window for local community residents and university students to access the internet at low cost and learn information technology skills. The hundreds of computers serve as terminals for information technology learning. Gaming, that is multimedia interactive experience. Chatting online, that is bridging the digital divide and cultivating internet natives. He even specifically added a clause to establish a public open day, providing free basic computer skills training for unemployed workers every week. This clause instantly elevated the political stance to a whole new level. This is essentially a more advanced showcase of hardware and software. Chen Hao plans to set aside an area in the internet cafe, placing several of the best configured servers and projectors. In name it is to provide website construction, consulting, office automation, software experience, and corporate local area network setup solutions for nearby state-owned enterprises and small to medium-sized enterprises. In reality, this is just a facade project to impress leaders during inspections. After all, when the street office, the industrial and commercial bureau, or even the leaders from the ministry come to inspect, we can't just take them to see a bunch of kids playing Red Alert, can we? We need to show them this, showcasing how we are empowering the real economy. The building has 4 floors, and the internet cafe is not fully utilized. The remaining space, Chen Hao plans to transform into a simple co-working space. It aims to attract startup teams in software development, web design, and e-commerce, providing free office spaces, mentoring, and connections with angel investors. This was definitely an advanced concept in the year 2000. Not only could it help him acquire land, but it would also assist him in applying for various technology subsidies and rent reductions in the future. More importantly, he could use this opportunity to attract early teams that might become unicorns, investing early if the situation is right. The number of cigarette butts in the ashtray increased. The sound of typing echoed in the empty room. Chen Hao was completely immersed in the pleasure of weaving a web of logic. He skillfully used terms like grasping hand empowerment, closed loop, and implementation, which though not yet popular were undoubtedly effective, elevating a simple business action to the height of promoting the development of the information technology industry. He worked tirelessly until 3 in the morning. A 10-page Word document and a 20-page PPT were finally completed. Chen Hao rubbed his sore neck and smiled contentedly at the results on the screen. This set of materials could impress not just a department head, but even a director. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Chen Hao finally crawled out of bed. After washing up, he opened the wardrobe and took out the outfit he had specially prepared for formal occasions. Chen Hao first changed into a youth outfit, fastening every button. He then put on a purple sandalwood bracelet on his wrist and intentionally swapped his Patek Philippe for a domestically made seagull watch. All set, Chen Hao carried his laptop bag downstairs. Wang Jun had already parked the car downstairs, its body polished to a shine. Boss, where to first? First, let's find a better printing shop. Chen Hao needed to print the materials first. At noon, the two casually had a bowl of fried sauce noodles by the roadside. At 1:40 in the afternoon, the Audi A6 arrived punctually at the main building of the Electronic Information Department. Chen Hao held his laptop bag and tucked the newly filled document bag under his arm. He took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing rhythm. The upcoming scene was the real technical work. He stepped into the building and arrived at the door of room 305. Chen Hao raised his wrist to check the time. 1:55. 5 minutes early, that was the rule. He gently knocked 3 times on the door. Come in. A deep male voice came from inside. Chen Hao pushed the door open. This was a typical office of an organization. Several pots of orchids were well cared for, and the bookshelf against the wall was filled with various yearbooks and policy compilations. Behind the desk sat a slightly balding middle-aged man reviewing documents. Hearing the door open, Chen Hao looked up. His gaze swept over Chen Hao from the well-fitting youth outfit to his young, yet composed face. Chen Hao had a good first impression of Chen Hao. Wang Qiming had said this kid was a big courtyard disciple, and he initially had his doubts. But now, seeing his attire and demeanor, it indeed did not seem like he came from an ordinary family. The kind of calmness that emanated from the bones couldn't be feigned. Hello, Director Chen. Chen Hao slightly bowed and said with a smile. I am Chen Hao. Oh, Brother Wang asked me to report to you. Oh, so you're little Chen. Chen Hao put down his pen and pointed to the chair opposite. Sit. Old Wang told me you have a good project and want to contribute something to the department. Chen Hao did not rush to sit down, but instead took out the report materials from his bag and handed them to Chen Hao's desk with both hands. Director Chen, I wouldn't call it a contribution. As a student majoring in computer science, seeing our country vigorously promoting informatization, I have some immature thoughts. This is a plan I made. I would like to ask you to review and provide guidance. Chen Hao took the materials and glanced at the cover. The formatting and layout were exceptionally professional. It was even more standardized than some research institutes in the department. Interesting. Chen Hao pointed to the chair. Let's sit down and talk. Chen Hao sat across the office desk and opened his IBM T20 laptop. A soft whirring sound emanated from the hard drive as the screen lit up. He did not rush to begin, but first adjusted the laptop's angle to ensure Chen Hao could view the screen content in the most comfortable posture. Chen Hao clicked the mouse and launched the PowerPoint presentation he had finalized late into the previous night. Director Chen, our nation's forthcoming 15th five-year plan explicitly states, we must leverage informatization to propel industrialization, capitalize on our advantages as a latecomer, and achieve a leapfrog advancement in social productive forces. His voice remained steady, his pace measured. He pointed to an excerpt from an official red-headed document displayed on screen and cut straight to the core. These lines are broadcast daily on the National News Bulletin. Everyone recites them by heart. Yet translating them into tangible action and ensuring ordinary citizens and small to medium enterprises genuinely feel the benefits of informatization remains a persistent challenge. Chen Hao gave a slight nod. Indeed, this was precisely the thorny issue currently preoccupying his department. Though directives from above resounded loudly, implementation at ground level often lacked effective levers, leaving initiatives stranded as mere paper exercises. Chen Hao pressed enter, the slide advanced. 2 prominent warning icons appeared on screen, each labeled Digital Literacy Divide and Traditional Enterprise Transformation Dilemma. There are currently 2 critical gaps. First, the public lacks digital competence. For ordinary citizens, computers and the internet remain costly novelties, too high a barrier to entry. Second, enterprises underutilize technology. Many state-owned and small to medium enterprises purchase computers solely as typewriters with no conception of integrating the internet into their operational workflows. Chen Hao paused, briefly observing Chen Hao's expression. Noting his rapt attention, he continued, moreover, a vast reservoir of scientific and technological achievements remains locked away in university drawers, its commercialization rate alarmingly low. Meanwhile, aspiring entrepreneurs lack capital, physical space, and crucially, guidance. Chen Hao nodded inwardly. These points were incisively articulated, sharper even than certain internal policy briefs drafted by senior researchers. Thus, my proposal is clear. We cannot rely solely on comprehensive government stewardship. Instead, we must pioneer a replicable new model, one that actively engages societal forces in building an informatized society. Chen Hao switched slides again. A lucid architectural diagram filled the screen. At its center, a circular hub radiated three distinct modules: public digital literacy, enterprise services, and entrepreneurial incubation. I propose establishing the Beijing Informatization Popularization and Industrial Incubation Demonstration Base in Hadian District. This will be far more than a conventional office space. It will function as an open integrated innovation platform operating along three interlocking dimensions. For the public, we will provide low-cost internet access and free foundational digital skills training, bridging the digital divide so citizens can confidently send emails and conduct online research. For enterprises, we will establish dedicated exhibition zones and advisory centers showcasing solutions such as office automation and corporate website development, guiding them step-by-step on leveraging the internet for business operations. For entrepreneurs, we will offer co-working spaces, angel investment, matchmaking, and mentorship, channeling the intellectual capital of universities through this platform into viable commercial ventures. Chen Hao concluded his exposition in one breath, meeting Chen Hao's gaze with candid sincerity. Director Chen, this is my vision. Please offer your candid guidance. Chen Hao studied the young man before him and formed an immediate judgment. Old Wang had mentioned this youth hailed from a high-ranking cadre family, and now it seemed unmistakably true. Such command of macro-level narrative, such acute sensitivity to policy currents, and such flawlessly coherent logical architecture. None of these could be cultivated outside elite, familial, and institutional milieus. A merchant's child would speak only of profit margins and return cycles, not elevate discourse to such strategic heights. This proposal perfectly aligned with bureaucratic aesthetic sensibilities. It demonstrated both political alignment and practical feasibility, while directly addressing the most pressing pain points. Your thinking is remarkably mature, Chen Hao remarked with a smile. At present, our department's push for informatization focuses primarily on government agencies, large state-owned enterprises, and research institutes. Guiding grassroots participation remains very much in the exploratory phase. Your proposal is refreshingly original and profoundly forward-looking. Chen Hao modestly interjected, just some idle musings largely inspired by documents issued by the ministry. No need for false humility. Excessive modesty is itself a form of pride. Chen Hao smiled faintly and sipped his tea. So tell me, what specific support do you seek today? Funding. Policy subsidies. Chen Hao shook his head. Our nation is still constrained financially. I couldn't possibly request funds outright. I will secure financing independently. Chen Hao was taken aback. Not seeking money. Primarily, I hope the ministry will formally recognize and endorse this initiative, Chen Hao said earnestly. Additionally, for such a base to achieve sustainable development, locating it within an academic cluster is ideal. I've identified the University Road area in Hadian District, adjacent to elite institutions such as Tsinghua University and Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, where the scholarly atmosphere is unparalleled. Yet securing a long-term stable venue exceeding 1,000 square meters there proves exceedingly difficult for an individual alone. I humbly request Director Chen's assistance in coordinating this, so the project may take root successfully. Chen Hao fell silent for a thoughtful moment. To him, this task posed little difficulty. Moreover, should Chen Hao's project succeed, it would become a textbook case of private capital responding proactively to national imperatives. A subsequent ministry inspection and briefing report would stand as tangible evidence of Chen Hao's talent cultivation and proactive governance. Even if it failed, it would remain merely a private sector commercial experiment, entailing zero financial outlay or administrative liability for the ministry. A risk-free proposition. In principle, the ministry supports and encourages such innovative models, Chen Hao replied, carefully adopting the measured cadence of official rhetoric. However, no concrete supporting policies have yet been promulgated. Issuing formal directives at this stage would be premature. Chen Hao nodded, indicating full understanding. Regarding venue acquisition, the ministry holds no directly managed properties in Hadian District. This falls squarely under local government jurisdiction. Chen Hao shifted tone smoothly. Still, as this is a commendable endeavor, I am happy to facilitate your connection with Hadian District's government. Chen Hao's eyes brightened. That would be deeply appreciated, Director Chen. I am unfamiliar with district leadership, particularly those overseeing science and technology or information sectors. Might you kindly introduce me? That would grant me the opportunity to present the project formally. All follow-up efforts I shall undertake personally. Chen Hao opened a drawer and retrieved a contact directory. Deputy District Governor Ren Rongfa also serves as Director of Zhongguancun Hadian Park, overseeing state assets and science and technology portfolios. He mentioned recently at a meeting how the district seeks a strategic entry point for informatization, but has struggled to identify one. Chen Hao picked up the telephone and dialed several numbers. Chen Hao sat opposite, eyes lowered in quiet reverence. The call connected swiftly. Hello, Deputy Governor Ren. This is Chen Hao from the Promotion Division of the Ministry of Electronic Information. Chen Hao spoke warmly. Ah, good, very good. Here's the matter. I have a promising enterprise proposing an informatization industry incubation base, a truly imaginative initiative. Yes, fully aligned with our current overarching policy direction. A youth, full of drive and vitality. He wishes to implement this project within your Haitian park. If realized successfully, it could become a flagship achievement, not just for your district, but for the entire city. Why not invite him to present it to you directly? Chen Hao covered the receiver and turned to Chen Hao. Your mobile number, please. Chen Hao promptly recited a string of digits. Chen Hao repeated the number into the phone. This is his number. Chen Hao, thank you for your attention. Let's meet again soon. After hanging up, Chen Hao felt pleased, having not only secured favors from Wang Qiming and Chen Hao, but also subtly extended one to Ren Rongfa. I've already spoken with Director Ren. He's a pragmatic leader. If your project is truly robust, he'll lend his full support. He'll arrange for someone to contact you shortly. Let's leave it at that for today. Chen Hao closed his address book. Many thanks, Director Chen. He'll treat you and Brother Wang to dinner soon. Chen Hao rose and packed his laptop. No problem. We'll schedule it later. Once your project takes root and yields tangible results, we can organize a research delegation to visit. And should relevant policies emerge, your initiative will be given priority consideration. Chen Hao also walked around his desk and escorted Chen Hao to the office door. Stepping out of the Electronics and Information Department building, Chen Hao found the sky overcast. He paused at the entrance waiting for the car to arrive. Thanks to Chen Hao's call, he was no longer merely an ordinary university student or small business owner in the eyes of Haidian district leaders. He had become a high-priority figure backed by influence from the central department. With this status, he could now craft his narrative more persuasively. Wang Jun pulled up in an Audi A6 and parked it at the foot of the steps. Just as Chen Hao reached for the door handle, his Nokia 8850 vibrated inside his pocket. He retrieved the phone. It displayed an unfamiliar landline number, its area code indicating Beijing. Without haste, he let it ring 3 times before answering. Hello, who's speaking? May I speak with Mr. Chen Hao? A young man's voice came through the receiver, polite and measured. Secretary Sun, assistant to Deputy District Director Ren Rongfa. Pleased to meet you, Secretary Sun, Chen Hao replied. Director Ren, just received a call from a senior official at the department mentioning your project's planned implementation in Haidian. He places great importance on it and would like to know when you might be available to present it at the district government. This was the ripple effect of institutional endorsement. Had Chen Hao approached uninvited, he likely wouldn't even have passed through the district government's main gate, let alone prompted the deputy director's personal secretary to call and schedule a meeting. I'm free these days, whenever suits the director's schedule. How about tomorrow morning at 10? That's when Director Ren has a brief window. That works perfectly. Excellent. He'll add it to his calendar immediately. The meeting will be held in conference room No. 3 of the main government building. Secretary Sun paused, then asked Mr. Chen, besides Director Ren, which other departments would you like invited to attend? He'll coordinate them all accordingly. Chen Hao considered carefully. A simple project briefing required only Director Ren, but his true objective was the building itself. That structure belonged to the Lihua Radio Instrument Factory, entailing complex issues, including state-owned asset disposition, property rights transfer, and business registration. To resolve everything smoothly, he needed every relevant authority present. Leveraging Director Ren's influence, he would establish direct connections with each department, ensuring seamless execution later. Drawing upon his knowledge of future government engagement practices, Chen Hao responded thoughtfully. Secretary Sun, given the project's broad scope, in addition to briefing Director Ren, I'd appreciate the attendance of leadership from the Economic and Information Commission, Science and Technology Bureau, Administration for Market Regulation and State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Bureau. Secretary Sun paused, surprised. For an unimplemented private sector initiative, summoning heads of 4 core district bureaus at the first briefing seemed unusually grand. Yet he quickly reconsidered. This was a project personally endorsed by Director Chen of the department, and Chen Hao's tone exuded quiet confidence, hinting at substantial backing. Not daring to delay, Secretary Sun promptly agreed. Understood, Mr. Chen. He'll consult Director Ren and coordinate attendance from those departments. Thank you, Secretary Sun. My pleasure. See you the day after tomorrow. Hanging up, Chen Hao opened the rear door and slid into the back seat. Boss, where to? Wang Jun asked, glancing back. Back to Huaqing Jiyuan. The next morning at 9:50 a.m. Before the Haidian District Government Building, Secretary Sun stood at the foot of the front steps, glancing repeatedly at his wristwatch. As Chief Secretary to Deputy Director Ren Rongfa, he rarely descended personally to greet visitors, except for high-ranking district officials or distinguished guests expressly flagged by superiors. A black sedan glided slowly through the government compound's main gate. Secretary Sun narrowed his eyes. The vehicle was a brand-new Audi A6. But what truly startled him was the crimson and gold official pass displayed beneath the windshield, and the license plate Jing A83. Having spent years within the bureaucratic system, he knew precisely what that number sequence signified. Instinctively, he straightened his posture and smoothed his suit jacket. Though Director Ren had instructed him to treat the visitor with importance, Initially assuming it was merely deference to Director Chen, he now realized Mr. Chen's background ran far deeper than anticipated. The Audi A6 halted before the steps. The driver's door opened. Dressed in tactical training uniform and high-top combat boots, Wang Jun leapt out with practiced efficiency. He strode briskly to the rear door, opened it wide, and held his hand above the frame as Chen Hao stepped out, dressed in a deep gray mandarin-collared Zhongshan suit, carrying a sleek black IBM laptop bag. Zhao Gang followed closely, half a step behind. "Good morning. Are you Mr. Chen Hao?" Secretary Sun hurried forward, smiling broadly and extending both hands. "I'm Sun Jigang, Secretary to Director Ren." "Welcome, welcome. Secretary Sun, pleased to meet you." Chen Hao replied, shaking his hand firmly. "Sorry to make you wait downstairs." "Not at all. It's entirely my duty." Secretary Sun stepped aside, gesturing courteously. "Allow me to escort you to the conference room." Chen Hao nodded and ascended the steps, Zhao Gang following. Wang Jun did not accompany them. He returned directly to the driver's seat. The group crossed the marble-floored lobby and climbed to the third floor. Secretary Sun led Chen Hao into conference room No. 3, a medium-sized chamber featuring a gleaming oval table and several neatly pruned potted plants. "Please, Mr. Chen, take a seat." Secretary Sun pulled out the chair at the head of the table. Chen Hao sat, placing his laptop bag beside him. Zhao Gang seated himself beside him. A young female staff member promptly delivered 2 steaming cups of tea. "Please relax, Mr. Chen. I'll fetch Director Ren." Secretary Sun murmured softly before exiting. First, he briefed Director Ren in his office on what had observed. Then he phoned the other department heads to inform them their guest had arrived. Minutes later, the conference room door opened again. 4 middle-aged men entered, one by one, wearing jackets or suits, each holding a thermos and a notebook. Chen Hao rose. "This is Director Li of the Economic and Information Commission," Secretary Sun introduced. "Director Zhang of the Science and Technology Bureau. Director Liu of the Administration for Market Regulation. Director Zhao of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Bureau." Chen Hao shook each hand, gracious, composed, and self-assured. Clearly briefed in advance, the directors greeted him warmly. They took seats opposite Chen Hao. Finally, a portly man with streaks of gray in his hair entered, steady in gait, radiating affable warmth. Deputy District Director Ren Rongfa of Haidian District. "Hello, District Chief Ren." Chen Hao stood up again. "You must be Xiao Chun. Please sit, don't be polite." Ren Rongfa smiled and waved his hand, taking a seat at the main position across from Chen Hao. His gaze lingered on Chen Hao for 2 seconds before sweeping to Zhao Gang beside him. "Director Chen specifically called me saying that you are a rare talent with an innovative project." Ren Rongfa unscrewed his thermos and took a sip of water, his tone amicable. "I called the heads of these departments today to hear your thoughts. As long as it benefits the development of the district, we will certainly support it vigorously. Thank you, District Chief Ren, and thank you to all the leaders for taking the time out of your busy schedules." Chen Hao opened his IBM T20 laptop in front of him, connected to the projector in the conference room, and then began his introduction. "My name is Chen Hao. I studied computer science in college, and I started a company called Yanhuan Cultural Company. My elders have always been in the cultural sector, often teaching me that my work should align closely with the country's major direction. During this time, I have deeply studied the discussions on informatization in the 15-year plan and combined them with the actual situation in our Haidian district to create a preliminary proposal." The screen lit up. "Concept for the construction of a demonstration base for the popularization of informatization and industry incubation in Kyoto." Chen Hao held a laser pointer, gesturing to the framework diagram on the screen as he spoke confidently. From the social significance of eliminating the digital divide to the pain points of traditional enterprise transformation, and finally to the bottlenecks in the transformation of scientific research achievements from universities. Each point hit the nail on the head and showed his own innovations. Those present were all seasoned officials accustomed to insipid reports. However, Chen Hao's presentation was logically rigorous, lofty, yet pragmatic. Especially when Chen Hao mentioned building a platform with private capital to alleviate the government's burdens and empower enterprises. Ren Rongfa slightly nodded. The 20-minute report concluded. Chen Hao looked at the leaders across from him. "Esteemed leaders, this is my concept. I bring funding, technology, and a team aiming to explore and trial in this vibrant land of Haidian." Well said. Ren Rongfa was the first to express his support. It's not easy for today's youth to possess such insights and vision. Unlike some, he didn't finish, but everyone understood. Recently, many connections have come to the district under various pretenses to seek land and policies, causing much headache for the district. Chen Hao, who brought his own resources and aims to do practical work, is simply a breath of fresh air. "Xiaochen, since your proposal is so detailed, what difficulties do you foresee in implementing it? What support do you need from the district?" Ren Rongfa smiled at Chen Hao. Chen Hao picked up his teacup to moisten his throat. The main topic had arrived. "District Chief Ren, in terms of policy, I hope to refer to the support standards for high-tech enterprises. However, the biggest challenge right now is finding a location." Chen Hao set down his teacup, his gaze sincere. An incubation base is not a small grocery store. It requires sufficient space. I initially planned to secure a space of about 1 to 2,000 square meters, preferably near University Road, surrounded by universities, and also street-facing for easy external display and training. Ren Rongfa turned to the sides. What do you all think? Director Li from the Economic and Information Commission spoke. First, District Chief, I believe this project aligns very well with our district's goal of creating a technology-driven Haitian. Once the project is implemented, we can include it in the support list for technology-based small and medium-sized enterprises and assist in applying for special funds from the city. Director Zhang from the Science and Technology Bureau also chimed in. Exactly. Incubators are a key area we encourage in our bureau. Although it is privately owned, as long as it meets the standards, we can grant recognition, allowing it to enjoy corresponding tax benefits and technical guidance. Both of these departments are merely following established policies. When it came to Director Liu from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, he pondered for a moment. Incubators involve many registration issues for startup teams. Currently, the policy mainly targets state-owned incubators in terms of concentrated office areas. However, since this is an innovative pilot project, our bureau can handle it as an exception. As long as the location is compliant, we can give this base a green light, allowing multiple registrations at one address. This is a solid commitment. Finally, everyone's gaze fell upon Director Zhao from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, as the location issue falls under his jurisdiction. In this area of Haiti, and apart from universities and the military, most of the land and properties are still under the control of state-owned enterprises or the neighborhood committee. Director Zhao set down his pen, his brow furrowing. District Chief, esteemed leaders, there are indeed some idle factories and office buildings under state-owned enterprises in our district. If General Chen intends to rent, I can have my subordinates investigate and coordinate a few suitable places, and we can also offer a discount on the rent. Chen Hao knew the critical moment had arrived. Director Zhao, thank you for your support, Chen Hao interjected. However, I have a rather unreasonable request. I hope to purchase the location. Purchase? Director Zhao was taken aback for a moment, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Yes, I want to buy it. Chen Hao spoke firmly. I understand this may put you in a difficult position, but you see, we are at a critical period of state-owned enterprise reform. Many old factories are struggling, and a large number of workers are laid off, with the factories unable to even pay severance. They are left with several empty buildings, yet still have to incur maintenance and heating costs each year. Chen Hao observed Director Zhao's expression and continued to press. If it's just renting, it would be a drop in the bucket for the factory, plus whether the rent can be collected is another question. But if it's an asset transfer, that's real cash flow. How many laid-off workers' relocation issues could this money solve? How much burden could it lift from the enterprise? This would also be beneficial for me. I genuinely hope to take root in Haitian and keep the base running for the long term. Renting a location may have many uncertainties later. Director Zhao fell silent. The reasoning was there. State-owned enterprises are indeed having a tough time constantly demanding money. However, selling state-owned assets to private individuals is a red line no one dares to cross lightly. If someone later accuses it of state-owned asset loss, that would be a serious issue. Director Zhao looked at Ren Rongfa, his expression troubled. District Chief, in principle, we do not encourage the sale of fixed assets. And the procedures for this? Ren Rongfa did not answer immediately. He was weighing the options. Chen Hao's background was evident. A Director Chen from the ministry had made an introduction, and the license plate indicated strength. Moreover, Chen Hao was right. Several barely surviving state-owned enterprises in the district were constantly blocking the government's door, demanding funds to settle workers, which was also a big headache. If this approach could not only promote a high-tech project, but also revitalize distressed assets and solve the urgent issues of state-owned enterprises, wouldn't that count as a multifaceted achievement? Old Zhao Ren Rongfa slowly began. Reform is about breaking through barriers. As long as the procedures are compliant, the evaluations are fair, and the process is transparent, what is there to fear? We cannot cling to a golden rice bowl and beg for food. With the words of Director Ren, Director Zhao felt a weight lift off his chest. If the leaders took responsibility, then it would be much easier to handle. Since Director Ren has said so, our bureau will definitely cooperate fully. Director Zhao looked at Chen Hao, his attitude shifting rapidly. Mr. Chen, we will quickly sort through the idle assets within our jurisdiction that meet the criteria. However, the evaluation and listing process must be strictly followed, which will take some time. That is only natural. Everything must be done according to the rules. Chen Hao nodded. All right, then it's settled. Director Ren made the final summary. This project will be our district's key innovation pilot this year, and all departments must work together to open a green channel. Xiaoqin, go ahead and do your best. If you encounter any difficulties, just reach out to the various directors or come directly to me. Thank you for your trust, Director Ren. I will not let you down. Chen Hao immediately expressed his commitment. The meeting concluded, and everyone gradually walked out of the conference room. Mr. Chen, here's my business card, Director Li from the Economic and Information Commission said with a smile, handing over a card. Mr. Chen, once the incubator is completed, we will proceed with the certification. The director of the Science and Technology Bureau, Zhang, said enthusiastically, also handing over his business card. Chen Hao accepted each card, asking Zhao Gang to keep them safe. Finally, he approached Director Zhao of the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission. Director Zhao, I still need to trouble you regarding the venue. Chen Hao said earnestly. Not at all, that is my responsibility. I will prepare a suitable venue and arrange a meeting with you. Director Zhao smiled. The two exchanged contact information. As they exited the district government building, Wang Jun saw Chen Hao come out and immediately got out of the car to open the door. Chen Hao sat in the back seat, letting out a long breath. He had passed the first hurdle. After waiting 2 days, Chen Hao finally received a call from Director Zhao arranging to see the venue. A black Passat led the way with Wang Jun driving his Audi A6 closely behind. The two cars weaved through various corners of Hadian District. Director Zhao of the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission was a decisive person. Over the past 2 days, he had indeed put in effort going through the asset ledgers of the district's state-owned enterprises and identifying 3 idle properties. The first was located in Zisenki, a warehouse of a defunct textile factory. It was spacious, covering 3,000 square meters, but surrounded by wasteland and wild grass, making it too remote. The second was an old workshop of a printing factory. It was slightly better located in Taipingzhuang, but the building structure was of a large-span steel frame factory with a ceiling height of 8 meters. There was ample space here, but the renovation costs were too high and the land was designated for industrial use, making many operations impossible. The third was even more outrageous, a basement of a district-owned food factory. Standing at the dark and damp entrance of the food factory's basement, Chen Hao stopped. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Director Zhao, and lit one for himself. The smoke curled up under the dim light. Director Zhao, let's speak frankly. Chen Hao exhaled a smoke ring, gazing at the puddle of water in the corner. These places are fine for storage, but they are really not suitable for a high-tech incubator. Director Zhao took the fire that Chen Hao offered and took a deep puff. He also felt somewhat helpless. Mr. Chen, it's not that I'm not trying my best. Director Zhao sighed and pointed above. You know the situation in the district. Good properties were either converted into dormitories for employees or had long been taken by those with connections. The remaining district-owned enterprises were all a mess. Being able to present these few properties with ownership and no disputes was already pulling a general from among the short ones. Chen Hao did not respond. He turned and walked out of the basement, returning to the surface. The sunlight was somewhat dazzling. Chen Hao stood next to the Passat, looking towards the south. There was University Road, a place crowded with higher education institutions, and it was also the location he sincerely hoped to settle in. Director Zhao, if the district-owned enterprises are not suitable, what about the municipal ones? Chen Hao flicked off the ash, casually asking. In this area of Hadian, besides the district-owned enterprises, there should be quite a few municipal ones too, right? Director Zhao's fingers holding the cigarette paused for a moment. He glanced at Chen Hao. Although this young man was not very old, his considerations were quite comprehensive. Municipal enterprises. Director Zhao pondered for a moment, quickly running through the list in his mind. Municipal enterprises are not directly managed by our district's State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, so the procedures for reallocating them can be troublesome. That's why I didn't think of that direction at first. I'm not afraid of troublesome procedures as long as the place is suitable. I will take the initiative. Chen Hao said. Director Zhao threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and extinguished it with his leather shoe. If you're talking about municipal enterprises, there is indeed one by University Road. The Lihua Radio Instrument Factory. That is an old state-owned enterprise under the Kyoto Electric Science Group at the departmental level. Chen Hao did not respond, just quietly listened. This factory was quite glorious a few years ago, producing oscilloscopes that were famous nationwide. But in recent years, it has been declining with outdated technology and product backlog. I heard that they haven't even paid full salaries since last year, continuously living off their old capital. Director Zhao recalled. There is indeed a building at the entrance of their factory, right by Xueqing Road. I passed by there on my way to a meeting recently, and that building has been empty for quite some time. Chen Hao nodded. Director Zhao, could you help facilitate a connection for us to take a look? Director Zhao glanced at Chen Hao's Audi with the Jing A8 license plate and felt reassured. Since it was a project supported by the ministry and they were willing to pay for the building, it might be a good thing for that factory that was on the verge of collapse. All right, I will contact them right now. Director Zhao took out his phone. Lihua Radio Instrument Factory Director's office. The furnishings in the room still dated back to the 1980s. Green wall surrounds heavy wooden sofas, and a map of the Dragon Country hung on the wall. Sun Jiangwo wore a deep blue suit with his tie hanging loosely around his neck. He was currently banging the table in front of the financial section chief. No money. No matter what, you need to squeeze some out. If we don't pay the electricity bill soon, the power company will shut off the valve. How will everyone work then? The financial section chief was a middle-aged woman with a distressed expression. Director, there really is no money left in the account. The money from selling scrap copper last month has all been used to reimburse medical expenses for retired employees. Sun Jiangwo irritably raked his hair, making his Mediterranean hairstyle even messier. Just then the phone on the table rang. Sun Jiangwo picked up the receiver irritably. Who is it? Old Sun, you seem quite angry. A slow-paced voice came from the other end of the phone. Sun Jiangwo was momentarily stunned, then recognized the voice. He instinctively bent his back slightly, and his tone became polite. "Oh, Director Zhao, what brings you here? I was just getting angry about the electricity bill. I apologize for my earlier attitude. Let's put the electricity bill aside for now. I've brought you a wealth god." Director Zhao said with a smile. "There's an important information technology project from the ministry that aims to settle in our Haitian. The person responsible for the project, Mr. Chen, is quite interested in your factory's location. I'm accompanying Mr. Chen over now, so prepare accordingly." "A project from the ministry." Sun Jiangwo's eyes lit up. "Is this for real? Director Zhao, please don't tease me. Do you think I'm so idle that I would run over to drink tea with you?" Director Zhao's tone was serious. "They are coming with funding. Also, Mr. Chen has a strong background, so put away your old stay-toned enterprise mannerisms and don't offend him." "Understood. Understood," Sun Jiangwo replied repeatedly. "I'll arrange it right away. I guarantee the highest standard of reception." After hanging up, the frown on Sun Jiangwo's face vanished. He shouted at the financial section chief, who hadn't left yet, "Stop standing there. Tell the security department to clear out that pile of junk at the front entrance. Notify all workshop directors for a thorough cleaning immediately. Get the production line in Workshop 2 running at full capacity. Even if it's just idling, make it make some noise. A leader is coming to inspect." The entire factory area was instantly thrown into chaos. 40 minutes later, 2 cars slowly drove into the entrance of Lihua Radio Equipment Factory. The guard, already notified, changed into a clean security uniform, stood straight, and even wore white gloves. Seeing the convoy approaching, he immediately pressed the button, and the rusty electric sliding door emitted a harsh grinding sound as it slowly opened. Sun Jiangwo stood in a line with several vice factory directors and the chief engineer at the foot of the office building. The Passat stopped first, and Director Zhao stepped out. Just as Sun Jiangwo was about to step forward to greet him, his attention was drawn to the black Audi A6 behind. In this era, the Audi A6 was typically the vehicle of high-ranking officials. The Jing A8 license plate further piqued Sun Jiangwo's interest. Having spent most of his life within the system, he was well aware of the weight this piece of metal carried. What Director Zhao mentioned on the phone about a deep background seemed to have no exaggeration at all. Sun Jiangwo adjusted his tie, quickly bypassed Director Zhao, and headed straight for the back seat of the Audi. Wang Jun got out first and opened the car door. A foot clad in black canvas shoes stepped onto the cement ground. Following that, Chen Hao emerged. He wore a dark gray jacket with a white shirt underneath. Sun Jiangwo was taken aback. He looked too young, but he quickly regained his composure. At this age, with this car, it could only mean one thing. He was the true child of the courtyard. "We warmly welcome all leaders to come and guide our work." Sun Jiangwo extended both hands, greeting with a broad smile. Director Zhao came over to introduce old Sun. "This is General Manager Chen from Yanhuan Cultural Company." "General Manager Chen, this is Factory Director Sun." "Director Sun, sorry for the trouble." Chen Hao extended his hand and gave it a light shake. "Not at all, it's an honor for all our staff that General Manager Chen is here." Sun Jiangwo firmly grasped Chen Hao's hand, shaking it twice before letting go. The group under Sun Jiangwo's lead began to tour the factory. As they walked, Sun Jiangwo eagerly introduced General Manager Chen. "Our factory was established in 1958, a long-standing state-owned enterprise that contributed to the country back in the day. We have a solid technical foundation, and our workers are of high quality." Chen Hao listened while looking around the factory. The factory area was large, but signs of decay could not be concealed. A piece of glass from the roadside bulletin board was shattered, and the newspapers inside had already yellowed. The outer walls of the workshop were peeling and exposed the red bricks beneath. Entering the second workshop, the roaring of machines was deafening. Workers in uniform were busy on the production line. Chen Hao glanced around. A few spare parts were moving along the conveyor belt, but the material stacking area at the end was empty. It was all just for show. Chen Hao did not expose the facade, but nodded. "The workers have a good spirit." Indeed, Sun Jiangwo wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's just that the current market environment is poor and triangular debts are severe, so our product sales have been somewhat hindered. As long as there's an injection of funds, even a little bit of fresh water, this game can be revitalized." Chen Hao smiled, but didn't engage in that topic. He stopped, pointing at the gray 4-story building by the wall. "Factory Director Sun, what is that building for?" Sun Jiangwo followed his finger. "Oh, that was the original research building. We used to have a research institute with 200 people here. Later, due to layoffs, most people from the institute went into business, and the building was left vacant. Can we take a look inside?" "Of course." The security chief ran over with a large bunch of keys and struggled greatly to unlock the rusty iron lock. The hallway was dimly lit with large patches of wallpaper peeling off. The terrazzo floor remained hard, but was covered with a thick layer of dust. Chen Hao stepped carefully through the dust, making his way up. The frame structure had few load-bearing walls, making it easy to create large open spaces. The ceiling height was also sufficient, with no issues regarding ventilation and lighting. Most importantly, it had an independent gate leading directly to the road, allowing complete separation from the factory area. Standing in front of the fourth-floor window looking at the bustling, shoe-etching road below, Chen Hao had already confirmed it. This was the place. What a pity about the current state of this building. Chen Hao turned around and looked at Sun Jiangwo. Sun Jiangwo sighed. Who could disagree? We also want to lease it out, but have not found a suitable client. Moreover, the factory has no funds for repairs, so it has been left idle. Let's sit in the meeting room, Chen Hao said, and discuss some serious matters. In the small meeting room on the third floor of the administrative building, the tea had already been brewed. This time, it was not the common jasmine tea for guests, but the treasured tea guanyin of Sun Jiangwo. Everyone took their seats. Director Zhao started by explaining in detail Chen Hao's plan to build an information popularization and industry incubation base in Haiti, and emphasizing that this was a key project supported by the district and registered by the ministry. Sun Jiangwo nodded repeatedly, but he felt anxious inside. An incubation base. It sounded good, but what did it have to do with the factory? Could it be that they wanted to use this building for free? If so, despite the leadership's pressure, he would still have to complain about the finances. After all, there were hundreds of mouths in the factory waiting for food. Chen Hao set down his teacup and spoke candidly. Factory Director Sun, I have my eyes on that research building. Its location and size meet the requirements of the base. General Manager Chen has a good eye. Sun Jiangwo smiled. If you want to lease it, we can discuss it. As for the rent, considering Director Zhao's connections, I can offer you the best price. I don't want to lease it. Chen Hao shook his head, looking directly at Sun Jiangwo. I want to buy it. Sun Jiangwo's lighter fell with a loud clatter on the table. Buy it. Sun Jiangwo asked, stammering. General Manager, are you saying you want to buy out the property rights? Yes. Including the land use rights below, a one-time complete buyout. Chen Hao spoke as casually as if he were discussing buying a cabbage. I know this involves the disposal of state-owned assets, and the procedures are complex. But I'm not here to speculate on real estate. I'm here to do business. To support state-owned enterprise reform and help the factory revitalize its assets, I don't need any policy discounts. Let's find a third-party evaluation agency, and based on the market price, whatever it should be worth is what it will be. Sun Jiangwo began to calculate internally. Buying out at market price. Although that building was dilapidated, its area and location were still significant. At the current market rate, it would be worth at least several million. Several million in cash. If this money came in, they could pay off 6 months of owed wages, cover the electricity bill, reimburse many expenses, and even purchase a batch of new raw materials for the workshop. This would be a lifeline for the factory. However, the group. Sun Jiangwo swallowed hard and glanced at Director Zhao. General Manager Chen, this is indeed a great opportunity for me. But selling fixed assets to a private enterprise has no precedent in our group. I'm afraid the higher-ups. Old Sun rules are dead, but people are alive. Director Zhao interjected at the right moment. The district has already expressed support for bold exploration. As long as the evaluation process is compliant and transparent, who can say anything? Moreover, how many petition issues can this money resolve for you? The leaders in your group would likely be eager for this. You don't want to keep asking them for money every day, do you? Sun Jiangwo gritted his teeth and slammed his palm on the table. All right. Since Director Zhao has said so, and General Manager Chen is so sincere, if I keep pushing this away, it would be a lack of appreciation. Sun Jiangwo stood up, his face filled with determination. General Manager Chen, he'll do it. He'll report this to the head office tomorrow and include this building on the list for disposal of non-performing assets. As long as the Municipal Bureau gives the green light, we'll proceed with the process immediately. He'll go give a heads up to the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Director Zhao also provided reassurance. Chen Hao stood up, smiling. Then I'll trouble Factory Director Sun. As long as the paperwork is completed, the funds will be in your account within 3 days. This statement is more effective than any promise. As he stepped out of the office building, the sky had already darkened. Sun Jiangwo accompanied them downstairs, his face glowing with excitement. Director Zhao, General Manager Chen, it's already mealtime. The chef in our factory's canteen is quite good. How about we just grab a bite? No thanks. Chen Hao glanced at his watch. I have a gathering tonight. I will treat you both another day. Director Zhao and Factory Director Sun. Staying for dinner now would only cause trouble for the other party. This factory was so poor that even a meal's entertaining expense would likely make Sun Jiangwo feel pain for quite some time. All right, another day. Sun Jiangwo did not insist further, escorting them to the car. It was just the end of office hours. The factory gates were wide open, and a few workers were riding their bicycles out. They were dressed in deep blue uniforms, their expressions numb and weary. In the crowd, a chubby man pushing a bicycle suddenly stopped. It was Section Chief Zhang from the logistics department. He was about to head home when he spotted the 2 cars parked under the administrative building. One was an Audi A6 and the other a Passat. It seemed there were leaders visiting for an inspection. Chief Zhang's gaze swept through the crowd, landing on the young man at the center. Standing behind the young man was Zhao Gang, whom he had seen before. At that moment, the young man was chatting animatedly with his immediate superior. Meanwhile, Sun, who usually wielded authority in the factory, was bending over like a shrimp, his face decorated with flattering smiles. Chief Zhang felt a cramp in his calves. He recalled how he had rudely rejected the other party that day, cold sweat trickling down his back. If the factory director discovered that he had once turned away his esteemed guest, and even mocked him as fate would, Chief Zhang dared not look any longer. He shrank his neck, pushed his bicycle through the crowd, and slipped out of the gate in a dejected manner. After sending off Chen Hao and director Zhao, Sun Jiangwo hopped into a battered Santana that only made noise from the horn and sped towards the headquarters of Kyoto Electric Science Group, located on the East 3rd Ring Road. The building of the Electric Science Group was much grander, with its glass curtain walls reflecting dazzling light under the sunset. Sun Jiangwo took the elevator to the 8th floor and knocked on the office door of Vice President Zhou Mingde, familiar with the place. "Come in." An impatient voice came from inside. Sun Jiangwo pushed the door open with a humble smile on his face. Zhou Mingde was massaging his temples while looking at a pile of reports. Upon seeing Sun Jiangwo, his brow furrowed even tighter, and he tossed the pen in his hand onto the desk. "Old Sun, why are you here again? Didn't I just tell you last week that the group's funds are tight? Everyone is asking for money. The deficit in your electricity bills and wages, the group truly cannot solve it for now. You need to figure out a way to save yourself." Zhou Mingde's tone was quite harsh. As the vice president in charge of enterprises like Li Hua and those in difficulty, he was already tired of being surrounded by factory directors complaining about poverty. Unlike usual, Sun Jiangwo did not offer cigarettes or a smile. Instead, he firmly closed the door and quickly walked to the desk. "Director Zhou, I am not here to ask for money this time." "Really?" Zhou Mingde paused for a moment, his hand holding the teacup halting midair. "Not here for money? Then what are you here for? Don't tell me you are here to give money." "You guessed it right." Sun Jiangwo lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. "I found a buyer for that idle research building at Li Hua factory." Bang! Zhou Mingde slammed the teacup heavily on the table, splattering a few drops of tea. "Nonsense!" Zhou Mingde glared, raising his voice by an octave. "Old Sun, have you gone crazy from poverty? Daring to lay hands on fixed assets? That is state-owned property. Can you just sell it casually? Who gave you the courage? If this gets out saying that we at Electric Science are selling fixed assets to get by, where will I put my face? Where will the group's face go?" Sun Jiangwo had already anticipated the leader's reaction. He calmly took out a business card from his bag and handed it over with both hands. "Director Zhou, please don't rush to scold me. This isn't my decision to sell. Someone approached me wanting to buy it." Zhou Mingde glanced at the business card. "Yanhua Cultural Development Co. Ltd. Chen Hao. Never heard of it. What kind of bizarre company is this? Who is this person?" Zhou Mingde tossed the business card back onto the desk. "I don't know what this person does, but he arrived today in an Audi A6 with a Beijing A83 license plate." Sun Jiangwo observed Zhou Mingde's expression and slowly dropped the bombshell. "Accompanying him is Director Zhao from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Hadian District. Director Zhao personally told me that this is a key support project for the Ministry of Electronic Information, and Deputy District Chief Ren Rongfa has personally inquired, specifically requesting our building to serve as an incubation base." Zhou Mingde's expression froze. "Beijing A83. Ministry support?" the district chief inquired. These keywords, when combined, changed the entire nature of the matter. If it was merely a commercial transaction, it would be the sale of state assets. But if it was in coordination with the government for a key project, then it would be a political task supporting the nation's information construction in a typical case of revitalizing non-performing assets. Having been in the system for 30 years, Zhou Mingde still possessed this level of political acuity. He picked up the business card again, this time examining it much more carefully. Director Zhao personally accompanied him. Zhou Mingde confirmed. Yes, he accompanied him the entire time, and his attitude was very polite. Moreover, that General Manager Chen stated that the transaction would follow the market appraisal price without taking advantage of us, even a penny, and the funds would be in place within 3 days. Sun Jiangwo seized the opportunity. "Director Zhou, that building is just sitting idle. The maintenance costs alone are quite substantial every year. If it can be monetized, the factory can pay the overdue wages and settle the electricity bills. This is alleviating the group's burden." Zhou Mingde remained silent for a full minute. He was weighing the pros and cons. If this matter could be handled well, it would not only ease Li Hua's issues, but also build goodwill with the district government. "Let's go." Zhou Mingde stood up, grabbing the business card from the table. "Come with me to meet General Manager Zheng." In the top-level general manager's office, smoke swirled. Zheng Wei, the top leader of the Electric Science Group, listened to the report and did not immediately express his stance. He was thinking further than Zhou Mingde. The group was preparing for an IPO, and the financial statements needed to look good. Li Hua, as a major loss-making entity, had always been a concern for him. If cash could be generated by selling idle assets to balance Li Hua's accounts, it would greatly benefit the group's IPO. Moreover, since there was backing from the Hadian district government, the compliance risk was minimized. "Old Zhou, old son." Zheng Wei finally spoke, his voice steady. "This matter is feasible in principle. However, all procedures must be solid. There can be no loose ends." He looked at Sun Jiangwo. "You go back and tell Director Zhao that since this is a key project of the district, our Electric Science Group will fully support it. However, this must be led by their district's state-owned assets supervision and administration commission with a report sent to the municipal level. We are the supporting party, understand? This is the wisdom of an old fox. Let the government take the lead while the enterprise remains behind. If something happens in the future, it will be the government taking the lead and control, and the enterprise will only be executing orders. Understood. I will take care of it right away, Sun Jiangwo said excitedly. Also, Zheng Wei shifted his tone. When the building is sold, not all the money can stay with your factory. The group will take 30 as pooled funds, and the remaining will help you resolve historical issues. Any objections? No objections. We will comply with the group's arrangements. Sun Jiangwo dared not voice any dissent. Getting 70 was already an unexpected joy, better than having nothing now and being blocked by workers every day. 1 week later, Jinghang University Lecture Hall. The class bell rang as the professor left with his lecture notes. Chen Hao leisurely packed his backpack. The Nokia 8850 in his pocket vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID, and a smile appeared on his face. It was the landline from Zhao's office at the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Hadian District. Chen Hao pressed the answer button, holding the phone to his ear, moving with the crowd towards the exit, and said hello. Laughter erupted from the other end of the line, revealing Zhao's excellent mood. The approval document from the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Bureau has come through. The Electric Science Group has also approved the board resolution. The building of Lihua can be sold. Chen Hao did not slow his pace as he walked through the noisy corridor. Thank you for your hard work, Director Zhao. Chen Hao replied with a smile. When can we finalize the paperwork? The sooner the better. Sun Jiangwo is so anxious that he wishes you could transfer the money today. Director Zhao laughed, asking, is your funding all right? I can make the payment anytime. Great. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., let's head directly to the Municipal Property Exchange. I have already expedited the appraisal report. We will sign the contract and certify it on site. All right, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Chen Hao exited the teaching building. 2 weeks later, Xuecheng Road, Lihua Radio Instrument Factory Research Building. The previously rusty iron gate had been removed and replaced with temporary construction barriers. The sound of clanging and banging echoed inside, with dust flying everywhere. Chen Hao stood in the center of the first-floor hall, surrounded by unclean debris. 3 people stood behind him: Zhao Gang Wangjun, and a middle-aged man dressed in white work clothes smeared with dust, holding a measuring tape and blueprints. It was Zhang Ming, the owner of Hongda Decoration, who had previously renovated Huckingji Yuan for Chen Hao. This time the project was significant, so he came personally. Zhang Ming's team had done the renovation for Huckingji Yuan before, and Chen Hao was pleased with their work, so he brought him over directly. Mr. Chen. Zhang Ming, wearing a hard hat and holding a small notebook, looked around at the mottled walls and exposed pipes with a troubled expression. Did I hear you correctly about the proposal? We are not going to strip the wall, not going to suspend the ceiling, just leaving this cement column exposed. Zhang Ming had been in renovation for more than 10 years, and his clients either preferred lavish European styles or cozy home designs. He had never encountered someone like Chen Hao who requested to retain the original ecological sense of decay. Isn't this just like not renovating at all? When guests come in, won't they think they entered a black workshop? Zhang Ming couldn't help but advise. Mr. Chen, you are not short on money. Why not install an aluminum ceiling to make it look brighter? Chen Hao smiled, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Old Zhang, this is called industrial style. Chen Hao pointed to the robust fire pipes and ventilation ducts above. These pipes do not cover them, but paint them all black. Strip the white paint off the walls to reveal the red bricks underneath, and just apply a layer of clear varnish to solidify and prevent dust. The floor will be leveled with self-leveling cement, aiming for that cold gray texture. In the year 2000 in Longhua, people's aesthetic values still lingered in the era of more is better and new is good. The 798 art district had not yet gained popularity, and Starbucks was not yet ubiquitous. No one knew that this seemingly cheaply renovated style would become a symbol of sophistication in the next 20 years. It saved money while maximizing aesthetic appeal. The first floor will serve as the main area for the internet cafe. Do not use solid walls for partitions, use black-framed glass or wire mesh instead. Chen Hao continued to express his ahead of their time aesthetic. The lighting should be dim, with old-fashioned factory pendant lights above each workstation, casting warm yellow light on the keyboards. What I want is that cyberpunk atmosphere. Forget it, you wouldn't understand this, just do as I say. Zhang Ming listened bewildered, but he had one good trait: he was obedient. Since the boss wanted to save money, it would save him trouble too. All right, you are the boss, I will follow your lead. What about the second floor? The second floor will be a non-smoking area with slightly more refined decoration. Leave a space for a display hall, as the leaders will mainly inspect this place in the future. Set up a few display racks and place several servers with some slogans on the walls. Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette, turning his gaze to the staircase. There stood a woman, about 35 or 36 years old, wearing a beige trench coat with her hair simply pinned up behind her head. She held a black notebook, diligently recording something. Su Jing. She was the financial supervisor that Chen Hao had just recruited a couple of days ago. She was the deputy head of finance at the former Jingyan No. 3 factory, and after the factory closed she was laid off and stayed at home. Chen Hao had discovered her in a corner of the job market. At the time she was being challenged by a recruitment agent looking for cleaners, yet she maintained an air of dignity and composure. After chatting for a bit, Chen Hao discovered that this woman had exceptional professional skills, was well-versed in tax regulations, and had a composed personality unlike those clumsy recent graduates. Most importantly, she had experienced the glory and downfall of state-owned enterprises, understood the rules, and valued opportunities. Sister Su, Chen Hao called out. Su Jing closed her folder and walked briskly over her heels, clicking crisply on the concrete floor. Mr. Chen, have you reviewed the budget that old Zhang reported just now? I have looked it over. Su Jing adjusted her glasses and opened the folder, pointing to a line of data on it. In Boss Zhang's quotation, the labor cost is 15 higher than it should be. Additionally, he calculated the material wastage rate at 8A, but for this minimalist style 5 is sufficient. As for the brand of these cables, although they are from a reputable brand for a high-load electrical environment, like an internet cafe, their cost-performance ratio is not as good as Jincheng cables. I recommend replacing them. Zhang Meng's face turned red all of a sudden. He had initially thought this woman was just a decoration, but unexpectedly, she was an expert. Wow, Accountant Su, you are indeed a professional. Zhang Meng rubbed his hands awkwardly. All right, since you have pointed it out, we will adjust according to your advice. But I must warn you in advance, with such a tight schedule, we cannot lower the price any further. Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction. This is what professionalism is. He needed someone who could safeguard his finances. The 3rd and 4th floors will be office areas. The 3rd floor will be an open space for incubator workstations with 2 public meeting rooms added. The 4th floor will be for our own use. Give me a larger office with a lounge and a restroom. Additionally, partition a VIP reception room and a meeting room along with a small office. Sister Su, your finance room will also be on the 4th floor. I need a vault door of the same level as a bank counter. Su Jing paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, Mr. Chen. But do we really need such high security specifications in the initial phase? An internet cafe mainly deals with cash flow, and depositing money in the bank daily should be sufficient. There will be a lot of cash in the future. Chen Hao pondered, needing to process that money as soon as possible. His expression turned serious. Moreover, Sister Su, although we are an incubation base enjoying tax benefits, we must pay every tax without exception. I do not want any issues with the tax authorities. The accounts must be clear and withstand scrutiny. After experiencing various situations in his past life, Chen Hao understood all too well. In this country, when doing business, you can be reckless, arrogant, and use tricks. But you absolutely cannot play tricks regarding taxes. That is the bottom line. Understood. A hint of admiration flashed in Su Jing's eyes. Having worked for so many bosses, most were preoccupied with evading taxes. It is rare to find someone as young as Chen Hao yet so clear-headed. All right, let's get to work. Chen Hao clapped the dust off his hands. Gongzi, keep an eye on the site. Did June take me back to school? Yes. Shiweching Road, the research building. Drills whirred and hammers pounded against walls in chaotic unison, rattling eardrums with relentless force. Chen Hao stood at the dusty center of the 1st floor lobby, studying a construction blueprint. Nearby behind him, Su Jing sat beside a makeshift wooden table, wearing a face mask and protective sleeves, as she deftly flipped through several resumes. With staffing critically thin, Su Jing, formerly a department head, had been temporarily reassigned by Chen Hao to handle human resources, overseeing recruitment for the internet cafe's remaining positions. Director Chen, I've reviewed the 2 candidates brought in earlier by Lei Hu. Su Jing set down her pen. Their identification documents have all been verified, their local residents. The one named Lu Ergo once worked security at a billiards hall. He's reasonably adept at basic accounting. The other, Ma Gan, speaks little and appears outwardly honest, but his shifting gaze suggests restlessness, not the temperament of someone who can sit still for long. Chen Hao paid little attention to such routine hiring matters. Sister Su, you have full authority over this. What I need are diligent, trustworthy individuals. Cashiers must be either finance majors or experienced accountants. Lei Hu's people must never handle money. Understood. I've already contacted 2 recent graduates from the finance school for cashier roles. They'll begin trial work tomorrow. Su Jing adjusted her glasses. As for the 2 recommended by Lei Hu, I suggest assigning them as network administrators or overnight floor supervisors. But someone authoritative will need to keep them in line. That's no concern of yours. Chen Hao glanced toward Zhao Gang, who was directing workers hauling cement. Gongzi will teach them how to behave. As he spoke, Lei Hu approached, leading 2 young men clad in leather jackets and sporting vividly dyed hair. Upon seeing Chen Hao, they visibly stiffened, hunching their shoulders and murmuring, "Boss Chen." Chen Hao said nothing, only appraised them silently from head to toe. That commanding, penetrating gaze unsettled the 2 streetwise youths, making their skin prickle with discomfort. Once you're here, leave your old street habits at the door, Chen Hao said calmly. This is a company, not a billiards hall. Manager Su will have you sign probationary contracts. Salaries are paid monthly and performance bonuses await those who excel. But if anyone dares pull tricks on my premises or bully customers, Chen Hao paused, his tone turning grave. Think carefully about the consequences. The two youths flinched, instinctively nodding vigorously. After dismissing Lei Hu and his companions, Chen Hao surveyed the lobby. Renovation was progressing swiftly. The Hongda decoration team truly delivered. Yet an internet cafe demands more than just walls. Its true core lies in its computers. This was no modest setup of 10 or 20 machines. Chen Hao planned 50 units for Phase 1 and intended to scale up to over 200 later. At current market rates, this represented a procurement investment well into the millions. Buying directly from counters in Zhongguan Village would invite small-time vendors to treat him like easy prey. Even as an expert bargaining shop would waste too much time. What he needed was a reliable long-term hardware supplier. Chen Hao pulled out his mobile phone and scrolled to Director Zhao of the Hadian District State-Owned Assets Supervision Bureau. Hello, Director Zhao. It's Chen Hao. He stepped to the window, escaping the indoor clamor. I'd like to ask a favor. I'm looking for a reputable computer hardware supplier within our district. You know well this base reflects the ministry's prestige. Equipment quality cannot be compromised, yet I wish to avoid dealing with middlemen. Director Zhao chuckled warmly over the line. That's easily arranged. Dinghao Electronics Mall in Zhongguan Village is one of our district's top taxpayers. Its operating company's general manager and I are quite close. I'll call him now and ask him to recommend a capable merchant for you. Just go there directly. Thank you, Director Zhao. I'll treat you to tea soon. After hanging up, Chen Hao called out to Wang Jun, who had dozed off in the car. Jun, let's head to Zhongguan Village. Half an hour later, Dinghao Electronics Mall. Zhongguan Village in the year 2000 stood at the zenith of its untamed explosive growth. Giant billboards blotted out the sky, plastered with slogans like Pentium 3 and 3D acceleration card. Chen Hao bypassed the ground floor counters entirely and took the freight elevator straight to the top floor office zone with Wang Jun in tow. In the conference room, Ma Kai, the general manager of the mall's operating company, had been waiting patiently. Beside him sat a portly middle-aged man wearing a thick gold chain around his neck. Before him rested a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes in his hand. He idly flipped open and closed a Motorola clamshell phone. Director Chen, pleased to meet you. Ma Kai introduced enthusiastically. This is Mr. Qian Hongyan of Qingquan Electronics. Mr. Qian is the mall's largest system integrator, holding exclusive North China distribution rights for several major brands, and regularly supplies ministries' commissions and state-owned enterprises. His capability is beyond question. Qian Hongyan rose, his round face wreathed in smiles as he extended a plump hand. Director Chen, young, brilliant, and accomplished. I hear this is a major project backed by the ministry. We'll offer our full support. Chen Hao shook his hand and took a seat across the table. Zhao Gang settled beside him. Mr. Qian, you're far too kind. Time is tight. Let's discuss configurations and pricing directly. Chen Hao cut straight to the point. Qian Hongyan's eyes lit up. He adored clients like this, decisive, official, and uncomplicated. By convention, such government-backed youth wielded authority like imperial edicts and cared only about two things. First, whether the specs sounded impressive. Second, whether the kickback would be generous enough. No problem at all. Qian Hongyan retrieved a notebook from his briefcase, opened it to a pre-written configuration sheet, and slid it across the table to Chen Hao. Director Chen, since this is an information technology base endorsed by the ministry, top-tier specifications are non-negotiable. Here's my proposed setup: Intel Pentium 3 800EB processor, Asus motherboard, 256 MB RAM, 32 MB dedicated graphics card, and Sony Trinitron 17-inch flat-screen monitor. As he spoke, Qian Hongyan watched Chen Hao's expression closely, lowering his voice. This configuration retails for no less than 12,000 yuan on the open market. But given Mr. Ma's recommendation and the importance of this project, I'll offer you a cost price 9,800 yuan. For invoicing, we can issue it for 12,000, or name any figure you prefer. The difference? I understand protocol. He flashed a sly, knowing grin. In his mind, the deal was already sealed. At 9,800 yuan, he retained a healthy margin of at least 2,500 yuan, plus a generous courtesy fee for the young director. Everyone profited. All was harmonious. Chen Hao studied the configuration sheet, listened to the absurd quote, and revealed no reaction. He picked up the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes on the table and drew out a single cigarette. Mr. Qian, you've misunderstood. Qian Hongyan instantly produced a lighter and leaned forward to ignite it. Chen Hao inhaled deeply, exhaling a slow, steady plume of smoke. Yes, this project enjoys backing from both the ministry and the district. And yes, it's a flagship initiative for Hadian. But the capital is entirely my own. This is my private enterprise, not a state procurement. Qian Hongyan's smile froze mid-face. His lighter remained awkwardly extended, its flame trembling faintly in the air. Private funds. Then his entire strategy, high quoted price, high commission, had misfired spectacularly. Qian Hongyan nervously rubbed his palms together, glancing helplessly at Ma Kai beside him. Chen Hao continued calmly. I'm building a chain of internet cafes and an incubation base. 50 units in Phase 1 are merely the beginning. If successful, I may require 500 units next, or even 1,000. Mr. Chen, this is my business. I don't need your commission. What I demand is value for every yuan spent. So if you wish to win this contract, give me your most competitive rock-bottom price. Qian Hongyan, being an experienced player, quickly adjusted his state after a brief moment of astonishment. He realized that the young man before him was not easy to fool. Mr. Chen is indeed a man of integrity. Qian Hongyan chuckled dryly and retrieved the government's special supply configuration list. Since this is your own business, let's change the plan. What configuration do you want? Chen Hao did not answer directly but countered, Mr. Chen, what are the hottest games in internet cafes right now? Counter-Strike Red Alert 2, StarCraft right? Yes, 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 and Diablo 2. Things like the Pentium 3 800 EB are for the clueless fools. Overkill and performance excessive heat, and the price is exorbitant. Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette and reported a series of data. I want a Celeron 2 600 MHz CPU. This thing has excellent overclocking performance. Even without overclocking, it can easily run current games. No Asus motherboards, they are too expensive. Give me a MSI or Gigabyte 815 EP chipset, it must come with a sound card. Use modern 128 MB SDRAM for the memory. Don't try to fool me with Kingston, and 9 out of 10 Kingston products on the market are fake. Modern products are more reliable. For the graphics card, use a LEDTech TNT2 M64 with 32 MB of video memory. For the hard drive, use a Quantum Fireball 20G, that will be sufficient. Don't get a Sony Trinitron monitor, that thing is delicate. Give me a Samsung or Philips 17-inch flat screen with a radiation protection coating, it looks more upscale. Chen Hao spoke in one breath, selecting each model from a practical perspective to ensure sufficient performance for mainstream games while minimizing costs. Qian Hongyan listened in shock, secretly pondering. This young man is an expert. It seems this order won't yield much profit. This kid not only understands hardware, but also the market, even knowing which brands have more counterfeit products. Mr. Chen, you really have done your homework. As long as your goods and prices satisfy me, I can offer you a favor. Chen Hao smiled. This project is a key focus for our department and district. I can make 2 plaques. One will read Designated Hardware Supplier for the Kyoto Information Technology Promotion and Industry Incubation Base, Qiankuan Electronics. One plaque will hang at our base, so all levels of leadership can see it during inspections. The other will hang at your company. You should understand the value of this favor, right? Qian Hongyan pondered carefully. After so many years in Zhongwan Village, what is he most lacking? It's not money, but it's reputation, political capital. If he has this plaque, he can tell stories when negotiating with other state-owned enterprises in the future, claiming recognition from a key project at the ministerial level. Mr. Chen, this is fantastic. I will certainly give you a favorable price. Qian Hongyan took out a notebook and calculator, writing quickly while tapping his fingers on it. Celeron 600, I will price it at the cost. Motherboard. Graphics card. Qian Hongyan chanted to himself while quickly jotting down notes. 5 minutes later, Qian Hongyan turned the calculator around and pushed it in front of Chen Hao. The screen displayed a number 4,650. Mr. Chen, 4,650. This is absolutely the floor price in Zhongwan Village. I am just making a little profit on shipping. I only offered this price to support your major project. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even consider anything under 5,005. Qian Hongyan said with a pained expression. Chen Hao glanced at the number and pondered. Currently, a Celeron 600 chip is about 600 yuan. Memory prices fluctuate greatly, recently around 400, and the monitor would cost about 1,800. This price is indeed very sincere. It's basically close to the wholesale cost for distributors. But he did not make an immediate decision. Chen Hao stood up, folded the paper with the price, and put it in his pocket. I see, Mr. Qian's sincerity. However, I have a habit of comparing prices. I have noted this price and will give you a response in 2 days. Qian Hongyan was momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly. This young man is too cautious. All right, Mr. Chen, you can compare as much as you like. In Zhongwan Village, no one else can offer this price while guaranteeing all authentic products except for me, old Qian. The next morning at the Hailong building in Zhongwan Village, Chen Hao donned his sportswear and carried a backpack. At this moment, he looked like an ordinary college student assembling a computer. He blended into the bustling crowd, squeezing into narrow counters. Boss set up a computer. Celeron 600 MSI motherboard. Young man, this configuration is quite popular right now. Do you want a receipt? No receipt. 5,300, that's the lowest price. Chen Hao shook his head and turned to leave. In the morning, he visited 3 computer markets, Hailong Atlantic and Gigu, inquiring at no less than 20 counters. The quotes he received were varied, with the lowest being 5,100, and they did not guarantee all original packaged goods. That boss had a flicker in his eyes, likely trying to pass off refurbished products for memory or hard drives. As for promises of on-site maintenance and exchanges, like Qian Hongyan's, individual consumers could hardly enjoy such services. At noon, Chen Hao sat on the curb, holding a bottle of cola, looking at his densely written notebook. Qian Hongyan truly did not lie. The price of 4,650 is already a channel wholesale price for this configuration. Moreover, major clients like Chen Hao value their reputation highly and would not dare to cut corners on components, otherwise once word got out he wouldn't survive in the circle. Chen Hao finished the last sip of his drink and tossed the bottle into the trash. He took out his phone and dialed Chen Hongyan's number. Mr. Chen, it's me, Chen Hao. Oh, Mr. Chen, how is your investigation going? Chen Hongyan smiled. Prepare the contract. Chen Hao stated directly without beating around the bush. The first batch of 50 units. Additionally, I need 2 high-performance servers. I will send you the specific configurations via text shortly. All machines will be delivered after my renovation is complete. No problem. Mr. Chen, you are straightforward. Chen Hongyan was overjoyed. I will have the goods ready right away. I guarantee they are all the latest genuine products. At Jinghang University Faculty Office Building, Chen Hao knocked on the door of Counselor Liang Bo's office. Please come in. Upon entering, Liang Bo was hunched over a monitor, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest. As soon as he saw Chen Hao, he stood up excitedly and exclaimed, Chen Hao, you came at the right time, come take a look. Liang Bo pulled Chen Hao over, pointing at the interface on the screen. According to your requirements, the main functions of the first version of the Internet Cafe Management System have been successfully implemented. I have also created that navigation web page. Chen Hao leaned closer to the screen. The monitor displayed a login interface predominantly in dark gray, simple and robust. Liang Bo manipulated the mouse, demonstrating the backend functions. This is the server, which can control all client-side locking, unlocking, billing, and membership functions. You see, this can also track daily occupancy rates and revenue reports. Although the UI still bore a heavy Win98 style with buttons resembling old-fashioned 3D blocks, the logic was very clear and the response speed was fast. Not bad. Chen Hao nodded, genuinely impressed. For a counselor who usually only deals with theory, being able to run this commercial logic in such a short time shows that Liang Bo's technical foundation is indeed solid. Take a look at this. Liang Bo switched to the browser and opened a local web page. The page was extremely simple, almost rudimentary. With a white background and blue text, various website links were densely arranged: Sina, Sohu, NetEase, Yahoo, 263 Mail. This was the prototype of the Chu 123 navigation page that Chen Hao had requested. In an era when search engines were not yet fully popular and many people couldn't even remember domain names, such a foolproof navigation website was essential for internet cafes. The domain name has been registered and the server is still under record filing. It will be online in a couple of days. Liang Bo rubbed his hands together, his eyes bloodshot, but his spirit was exceptionally high. So how do you feel? Are you satisfied? Chen Hao asked with a smile. Very good, it takes a master like you. Liang Bo's smile became even brighter. Chen Hao, what about the remaining payment? Don't worry. Chen Hao leaned against the table, looking at the eager instructor. Once all the hardware from the company is in place, I'll need your help to set up the network and debug the system. At that time, the remaining 7,000 will be settled in one go. No problem. I'll take care of it. Liang Bo patted his chest in assurance. Whenever you need to set up the machines, just give me a call, and I'll bring a few students over. We can get it done quickly. Chen Hao looked at Liang Bo's enthusiastic demeanor and secretly calculated in his heart. Originally, he just wanted to use this project to silence Liang Bo, so he wouldn't concern himself with Chen Hao skipping classes. But it seemed that this person was a useful tool. His technical skills were good, he handled tasks efficiently, and being in school, he had access to plenty of inexpensive labor resources. We could collaborate more in the future. Then I'll trouble you, Bo. Go. Chen Hao straightened up. I have something else to attend to, so I'll be leaving. I'll take care. Back at Hucking Jiyuan, Chen Hao sat on the sofa, with Zhao Gang sitting opposite him. Gangzi, there's something I need you to take care of. What can I do for you, boss? The renovation of the internet cafe will be completed soon, and now we need to register a dedicated operating company. Chen Hao took a business card from the drawer and handed it to Zhao Gang. This is the business card of the agent Lu Wei. He helped register the previous company. He has connections at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and handles affairs reliably. Contact him and use the address of the research building to register a new company. Zhao Gang took a glance at the business card, asked no further questions, and nodded in agreement. Have you thought of a company name? Chen Hao pondered for a moment and said Kyoto Matrix Technology Co. Ltd. It is a wholly owned subsidiary of Yanhuang Culture. Fill in Lei Hu's name as the legal representative. I cannot appear for business like the internet cafe. Zhao Gang was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Hao to trust Lei Hu so much. Is it appropriate to use him? There's nothing inappropriate. He is someone you introduced, though I trust him without a doubt. Zhao Gang felt a bit moved after hearing this. He was grateful for the boss' trust in him. Understood, I'll take care of it right away. Lu Wei's efficiency exceeded expectations. In just 5 days, a brand new business license was delivered to Chen Hao. Chen Hao held the license and dialed the phone number of Director Zhao from the Haitian District State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Director Zhao, it's me, Xiao Chun. I have good news to report. Our operating company for the information technology base has been registered and established in Haitian District. Oh, so fast. Director Zhao's voice on the other end was very cheerful. That's great. This indicates that our project has entered a substantial phase. From now on, this will be our own enterprise in Haitian. Good news. Yes, we will need the support of Director Zhao and the leaders in the district moving forward. Speaking of which, Chen Hao shifted the topic to celebrate the establishment of the company and to thank all the leaders for their support. I would like to host a gathering tonight and invite everyone to join. Well, Director Zhao pondered for a moment. Director Zhao, I've not only invited you this time. Chen Hao threw out the bait. Director Wang Qiming from the Ministry Service Center and Director Chen Hao from the Information Technology Promotion Department will also attend tonight. They also want to communicate more with our district's comrades. Hearing these two names, Director Zhao's interest increased significantly. The Ministry's Service Center and the Information Technology Promotion Department are both powerful departments. Having the opportunity to have dinner with two directors from the ministry is certainly a good thing for expanding one's network. You never know when it might come in handy. Chen, you've put in a lot of thought. Director Zhao's tone instantly became very warm. Since the leaders from the ministry are coming, we can't fall short in our district. Let me know who else you want to invite, and I'll help you arrange it. Chen Hao's lips curled slightly. Director Zhao was indeed an understanding person. Director Zhao, our base involves network security, fire safety inspections, and cultural operations. Could you please invite the cybersecurity team from the Sub-Bureau, the University Road Police Station, the District Fire Brigade, and the leaders in the Cultural and Tourism Bureau who manage the market? It would be good for everyone to sit together and ensure everything is in order for our base. No problem. Director Zhao readily agreed. These are all old acquaintances. I'll arrange it. At 6:30 in the evening, at the Golden U restaurant on the West 2nd Ring Road, the private room was covered with thick carpets featuring landscape paintings by famous artists on the walls and exquisite bone china tableware on the round table. Chen Hao stood at the door of the private room, welcoming each arriving guest. Wang Qiming and Chen Hao arrived together, both dressed in jackets and appearing relaxed. Brother Wang, Director Chen, please come in. Chen Hao greeted them warmly. Shortly after, Director Zhao arrived with several influential figures from Hadian District. The moment everyone met, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Oh, Director Wang, I've long admired you. Director Zhao quickly stepped forward and shook hands with Wang Qiming. I've always wanted to visit you at the ministry, but never had the chance. Thanks to President Chen, I finally get to meet the real deal. You're too kind, Director Zhao. It's all for work. Wang Qiming responded with a smile. Seating arrangements also require skill. Wang Qiming was pushed to the main guest position with Chen Hao and Director Zhao sitting on either side. Chen Hao sat at the position closest to the door, responsible for pouring drinks and stimulating the atmosphere. The other leaders from cybersecurity, fire safety, and the police station were seated accordingly. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the bottle of Feitian Mitai on the table was nearly empty, and the atmosphere in the private room shifted from initial restraint to harmony. Amidst the swirling smoke, everyone began to open up. I have great confidence in President Chen's project. Chen Hao set down his glass, a hint of intoxication on his face, yet his gaze remained clear. The popularization of information technology is a national strategy. Establishing such a pilot program near universities is very meaningful. Director Chen is absolutely right. Director Zhao immediately echoed. Our district also places a high emphasis on this, and we've specifically coordinated with Lihua for the venue. It's to create a benchmark. Seeing that the moment was right, Chen Hao stood up and raised his glass. To all the leaders, I toast to you. Chen Hao scanned the room, his tone sincere. In fact, for this base to succeed, having just the venue and equipment is not enough. To ensure the sustainable development of the base and to improve equipment utilization, I have an immature idea. Everyone put down their chopsticks and looked at him. For the first phase of our base, we will start with 50 computers and later increase to 200. During normal times when we conduct training and incubation, there will definitely be idle periods. I want to open the first floor to the public during these idle times to provide internet services. Chen Hao paused, observing everyone's reactions. To put it simply, we would use the income from the internet cafe to subsidize the operating costs of the incubation base. This way we wouldn't impose any burden on the state and could also sustain ourselves. Those present were all sharp individuals who wouldn't understand the meaning behind these words. What's self-sustaining? Isn't it just running an internet cafe? However, Chen Hao packaged this justification too perfectly. It wasn't for profit, it was for sustainable development to avoid causing trouble for the state. That was a beautifully said statement. This approach is sound. Wang Qiming nodded. The department handles its tertiary enterprises the same way. With the department leadership's endorsement, the district officials naturally raised no objections. After gaining everyone's assent, Chen Hao continued. Since we are opening a legitimate business, and this is a government-backed project, I cannot operate without permits like those illicit internet cafes outside. He looked toward Li, the section chief of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, and Lu, team leader of the cybersecurity squad. Therefore, I intend to apply for the full set of licenses required for an internet access service establishment. Fire safety, cybersecurity, cultural approval, telecommunications. None may be omitted. If we're going to do this, we will make it the most orthodox benchmark throughout Jingdu. The officials exchanged glances, surprise showing on their faces. In 2000, although there were many net cafes in Jingdu, those possessing all 4 certificates were likely fewer than 1 in 10. Most proprietors simply operated under someone else's name or ran wholly without licenses, getting by slipping cigarettes to local police and paying fines to inspection teams, who would willingly undertake the soul-sapping bureaucratic tedium of procuring those permits. Moreover, with Chen Hao's current standing, even if he operated without them, who would dare to shut his place down? Yet he proactively sought certification and welcomed oversight. Liu, team leader of the cybersecurity squad, put down his cigarette. The look in his eyes toward Chen Hao had changed. This was more than mere prudence, it was sagacity. Mr. Chen, for this foresight, I raise a toast, Liu proclaimed, lifting his glass and draining it in one. Those street-level net cafe owners scatter like rats at the sight of us and play guerrilla games every day. If you can truly create a legitimate model, you will be doing us a tremendous favor. Henceforth, we will use your venue as the district standard for managing net cafes, Chief Son of the Fire Brigade declared. On fire safety, you have our full support. As long as your hardware meets the standards, I will assign personnel to inspect it. No bottlenecks, and we will fast-track your certificate, Li, the section chief of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, said, with an uncontainable smile. Our director has worried that this year's formalization targets might not be met. Mr. Chen, this is timely aid indeed. Have the materials delivered tomorrow, and I will personally supervise the processing. Chen Hao watched the scene and nodded slightly. The young man was barely older than a boy, yet meticulous in every detail. Come, let us toast to Mr. Chen's model project. Director Zhao proposed the toast, and the crisp clink of glasses resonated through the private room. Early the next morning, Zhao Gang drove his Santana with Su Jing beside him and a thick stack of application documents and set out to process the various permits. Thanks to the promises exchanged at last night's banquet, the road ahead was practically all green lights. What would have required running oneself ragged, affixing dozens of seals, and enduring months of approvals under the twin blessings of being a key project and special expedited handling, flowed with surprising ease. In merely a week, Chen Hao received 4 certificates: the Internet Cultural Business License, the Fire Safety Inspection Certificate, the Special Industries Business License, and the Telecommunications Value-Added Services Business License. Such a complete set was rare among Jingdis net cafe circles in 2000. Chen Hao sat on the sofa fondling a purple clay teapot he had found at Panjiayu, in his gaze sweeping over the 4 certificates. He understood clearly that a sweeping rectification of the net cafe industry would come next year. Possessing these 4 documents would lead to an entirely different fate. On May 15th, the Willow Catkins in Hadian District finally finished drifting. Beside Shueching Road, the long silent Lihua Radio Instrument Factory Research Building had assumed an entirely new face. The once peeling gray facade had been repainted a solemn iron gray. Above the roof, 2 rows of enormous 3-dimensional red characters stood prominently. Jingdu Informationization, Popularization, and Industrial Incubation based the sign read. The lettering was not only large, but illuminated at night, the most conspicuous marker along the street after dark. The building entrance had been cleverly subdivided. On the Shueching roadside, the rusted iron gate had been removed and replaced with a vast automatic sensor glass door. Above the door hung a designer black and white sign: Fusion Net Cafe Matrix Net Cafe. At a moment when the Matrix was sweeping the globe, the name carried a strong science fiction flavor. On the factory side, the entrance was more understated, bearing a brushed stainless nameplate: Fusion Technology. Future delegations and inspections would enter from that side. At 9 in the morning, a Jinbei van pulled up. Liang Bo leapt out with 3 boys carrying toolboxes and bundles of network cable. Brother Bo, is this the legendary big project? One boy asked, staring at the automatic door in astonishment. It does not look like a net cafe, it looks more like an office building for a foreign company. Enough chatter, get to work, Liang Bo said, though astonishment gleamed in his eyes. The sensor door slid open, Liang Bo stepped into the lobby, and his stride abruptly halted. It lacked the cheapness he had imagined. No tiled walls plastered with white fluorescent tubes. There was no suspended ceiling. Above them, the bare concrete slab exposed a network of thick fire pipes, ventilation ducts, and cable trays, all painted matte black and crisscrossing overhead. The floor was cold gray, self-leveling concrete, smooth enough to reflect figures. 50 custom computer desks were arranged in a hollow square formation. These were not cheap particle board desks, but black angle steel frames topped with thick solid wood surfaces. Between every 2 stations, a half partition of black metal mesh provided separation. The lighting was slightly dim. Each station was lit by a hanging vintage industrial lamp, whose warm yellow glow fell precisely on the keyboard area, ensuring visibility while creating a strong sense of privacy. This. Liang Bo reached out to touch the cold metal mesh beside him and said, "This is so cool. Brother Bo, they are here," Chen Hao called as he descended the stairs from the 2nd floor. He held a bottle of mineral water and wore a simple t-shirt and jeans. "Chen Hao, your decor," Liang Bo gestured overhead, "is extremely avant-garde, isn't it?" Chen Hao twisted the cap and took a sip. "It's called industrial style. It's popular abroad, but in Longwo we are unique." Liang Bo did not know the term industrial style, but as a tech enthusiast, the austere, robust, almost post-apocalyptic atmosphere immediately struck a chord with his aesthetic sensibilities. Like the hacker bases in the movies, Liang Bo offered as the highest praise. Just like the Matrix. That's exactly the feeling I wanted, Chen Hao replied. Chen Hao smiled. The machines are all in place, they arrived yesterday. From now on it's up to you. For the next 3 days Liang Bo and his crew worked here non-stop. The students Liang Bo had brought were top computer science pupils and worked with great swiftness, stripping cables, crimping RJ45 connectors, testing connectivity with practiced ease. 40 machines occupied the first floor hall, and 10 non-smoking stations sat on the second floor. All computers ran in a diskless workstation mode. Chen Hao personally oversaw this system's implementation together with Liang Bo. In 2000, this was cutting-edge technology, removing the hassle of maintaining individual hard drives, as all data were served over a gigabit local area network. In the second-floor server room, 2 tower servers emitted a deep hum while their lights flickered furiously. Liang Bo sat before them, fingers flying across the keyboard as he performed the final stress tests. Heartbeat packets normal. Billing system database connection normal. Chu 123 navigation page load speed 0. 1 second. The restore card driver loaded. With a heavy press of the enter key, 40 monitors downstairs lit up simultaneously. On each screen, there was a minimalist login box. The background was a deep black tableau of cascading green code, the iconic imagery from the Matrix. Dun. Liang Bo leaned back in his chair and exhaled. Chen Hao stood behind him, handing him a cigarette and saying, "You've worked hard. This system is incredibly stable." Liang Bo accepted the cigarette, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the data stream on the screen. "Chen Hao, if we sell this notice system, we could make a fortune. We'll talk about it later," Chen Hao said as he helped him light the cigarette. "Bro, there's something else." Chen Hao pointed to the empty area on the east side of the second floor. There were several rows of folding chairs set up there with a whiteboard hanging in front and a computer connected to a projector beside it. "What is this?" Liang Bo asked in confusion. "Since we call ourselves an information popularization base, we need to do something to promote it." Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke. "The company plans to hold free public classes here once a week. We'll collaborate with some organizations to teach their retired employees, laid-off workers, or anyone interested in learning computers how to use a mouse, type, and search for information online." Liang Bo was taken aback. "Can this make money?" "This isn't about making money, it's about gaining recognition." Chen Hao patted Liang Bo on the shoulder. "Moreover, I plan to invite you to teach the class." "Me? Yes. You are essentially a university teacher with a good image and expertise that fits perfectly. Each class lasts 2 hours, and the company can pay 500 for the teaching fee." Liang Bo's hand shook as he held the cigarette. In 2000, a university lecturer's monthly salary was just over 1,000. He was merely a counselor, and his current salary was only a few hundred. 500 for 2 hours is simply astronomical. Chen, how are you kidding? I never joke. In addition, the students you bring, if any are willing to work part-time, can come as teaching assistants or network administrators. Working here pays by the hour, which is better than distributing flyers outside. Liang Bo took a puff of smoke and nodded. All right, he'll take this job. He'll prepare the teaching materials when I get back, ensuring even an 80-year-old lady can understand it. On May 18th, everyone was in place. In the lobby on the first floor, 2 rows of people stood straight. On the left were 2 young girls, both recent graduates recruited by Su Jing from a nearby college. They wore matching dark gray suits with red scarves around their necks, their hair elegantly styled, and their makeup flawless. They looked nothing like internet cafe cashiers, but rather like flight attendants from an airline. On the right were Lei Hu and his 2 minions. The one called Lu Ergo, who had dyed his hair back to black, was dressed in a smart black security uniform with a walkie-talkie hanging at his waist. The street thug vibe he once had was completely gone. Su Jing was holding a folder, conducting the final etiquette training. Remember, when a customer enters, you must stand up and bow, saying "Welcome to the Matrix." Hand over the card with both hands and receive money with both hands. Smile and show 8 teeth. Su Jing's voice was stern. Anyone who dares to show a bad attitude towards a customer will be fined 50 on the first offense and directly dismissed on the second. Lei Hu had another set of rules. Zhao Gang stood with his hands behind his back in front of Lei Hu, speaking in a low voice. "Huzi, your only task is to maintain order. No matter who it is, even if it's the King of Heaven, once they enter this door, they must abide by the rules here. If anyone smokes in the non-smoking area upstairs, you must stop them immediately. If someone causes trouble, escort them out immediately. Can you do that?" "Yes." Lei Hu shouted, his voice hoarse. He was extremely satisfied with this job now. He used to be just a petty thug, but now he was called the store manager. When he went home, his parents smiled more than before. Chen Hao stood aside watching their training. Everything was ready. "Gongzi," Chen Hao called out. Zhao Gang quickly walked over. "Boss, are the flyers printed?" "Yes, we've printed 50,000 copies." Zhao Gang took out a colorful flyer from his bag. The design was simple, with a black background and red text, creating a strong visual impact. The front printed several lines of large text. "Matrix Internet Cafe opens on May 20th, shockingly. The highest-end configuration in the entire capital seller in 617-inch flat-screen fiber optic dedicated line. Show this flyer for a free 1-hour experience." On the back was an even crazier promotion: membership recharge giveaway. Recharge 100 and get 50 free. Recharge 500 and get 300 free. In an era where internet fees generally ranged from 3 to 4 yuan per hour, such a generous offer was practically throwing money around. Geological University, Forestry University, Language University, Science and Technology University. Chen Hao listed a series of names, including all the nearby schools. Find someone from the student union or part-time students. Pay them 50 yuan a day to distribute these 50,000 flyers throughout all the university dormitories in Haidian district. Understood. On May 20th at 9 in the morning, the atmosphere on Shueching Road felt different. The originally quiet street suddenly had many young faces. They grouped in 3s and 5s, clutching the black and red flyers heading towards Lihua Factory. Hey, have you heard? There's a new internet cafe over there said to have an amazing setup capable of running CS without lag. Really? The last place I went to had dirty balls in the mouse. Look at this flyer, recharge 500 and get 300 free. Is this boss crazy? Who cares if he's crazy? Let's go grab a seat first. If we arrive late, there will definitely be no machines. The crowd kept gathering. When the first batch of students reached the entrance of the research building, they were stunned by the huge glass doors and the interior decoration. Wow, is this really an internet cafe? This is too upscale. How much does it cost per hour? It says here member price is 3 yuan, temporary card 4 yuan. That's the same price as those shabby places outside. Open the door, boss. The crowd began to stir, with some people starting to bang on the glass door. Lei, who led his team forward. He pressed his ear microphone, his face dark as he opened the barrier, and shouted loudly, "Don't push. Form a line. Anyone who pushes will be kicked out. Do you see the yellow line on the ground? Stand behind the line." His fierce demeanor instantly subdued the crowd. Although the students were anxious seeing the security guards in uniforms, they still obediently lined up. The line extended along the sidewalk, stretching dozens of meters to the bus stop. At 20 past 9, Chen Hao glanced at his watch and nodded to Su Jing downstairs. Su Jing pressed the remote control. The automatic doors slid open slowly. "Welcome to the Matrix." Two cashiers in uniforms bowed in unison, their voices sweet and synchronized. This spectacle made the first few boys in line blush, fumbling to take out their money. "Charge me 100. I want to charge 500. Is the 300 free for real?" "Of course it is, classmate. Here is your membership card. Please keep it safe." The cash register kept opening, making a crisp ding sound. Red 100 yuan bills flowed in like water. In less than 10 minutes, all 50 machines upstairs and downstairs were occupied. The sounds of keyboards and mouse clicks began to resonate in the lobby. Tap, tap, tap. That was the sound of money. All the screens were lit up. Most people were playing CS, while some were playing Red Alert, and a few were chatting on OICQ. In the non-smoking area on the second floor, a young man with yellow hair had just taken out a cigarette pack and hadn't lit it yet when he was tapped on the shoulder by a patrolling security guard who pointed to the huge "No Smoking" sign on the wall and the smoke detector above. The young man was taken aback, looking at the security guard's unfriendly gaze, and reluctantly stuffed the cigarette back. "Boss." Su Jing came in after knocking, holding a report with an excited tone. "It's only been 2 hours since the opening, and the membership recharge amount has already exceeded 30,000. Chen Hao turned around, his expression calm. This was just the beginning. He knew that this high-end environment combined with a frenzied subsidy model was a disruptive innovation for the internet cafe market in 2000. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, have Gongzi drive you to deposit the money. Be careful, Chen Hao said. Okay. Just then, Chen Hao's phone rang. It was Liang Bo calling. "Chen Hao, you need to check the server backend. The traffic to our Chu 123 navigation page has been skyrocketing in the last hour." On the other end of the line, Liang Bo shouted excitedly. Chen Hao hung up the phone, opened his computer, logged into the backend, and found that the traffic had already surpassed 2,000. As a newly launched website, this figure is astonishing. It's not just the 50 machines of the Matrix logging in. Those students who took flyers but didn't queue are either back in their dorms or at other internet cafes, all entering that simple and memorable domain name. In an era when the internet was just starting and users struggled to remember URLs, a navigation site aggregating all commonly used links was an essential need for online users. Chen Hao watched the continuously jumping traffic data on the screen, lighting a cigarette. This data was merely the beginning. He was well aware of the terrifying traffic How 123 had in the later stages. As night fell, Shueching Road was even brighter than during the day. The long queue outside the Matrix Internet Cafe not only did not shorten, but grew longer. The crowd snaked from the factory gate all the way to the main road, a sea of young and anxious faces. "How much longer? I've been waiting for over an hour. Don't cut in line, or I'll call the police." The commotion in the queue continued as Lei, who patrolled the perimeter with 2 underlings, his voice already hoarse. In his earpiece, Zhao Gang's voice kept coming through. "Huzi, keep the situation under control. The boss said anyone causing trouble will be blacklisted and banned from entry forever." This statement was more effective than any threat, and the people in line became much more orderly. At the 2 cash registers at the entrance, 2 girls were already too busy to stand still. Less than 300 meters from the Matrix Internet Cafe was a basement called Flying Net Cafe. The boss Li Biao, known as Brother Leopard, was irritably smashing an empty beer bottle on the floor. Damn it, where have all the people gone? The internet cafe was empty with over 50 computers, only 3 or 4 were lit up. A younger underling with dyed blonde hair rushed in from outside panting. Brother Leopard, it's bad. All the people have been sucked away by that place called Matrix. The queue is almost at our door. Matrix? What the hell is that? Brother Leopard kicked over a nearby plastic stool. Isn't it just a newly opened shabby internet cafe? I've been working this street for 3 years, what gives them the right? Brother Leopard, it's different. The blonde-haired underling swallowed hard, looking frustrated. Their decor is like the Matrix. All the machines are new and the internet speed is lightning fast. The most outrageous part is they top up 100 and give 50 free, top up 500 and get 300 free. Many students have even spent their meal money on recharging. Brother Leopard was stunned. He was in a lucrative business, charging $4 an hour for internet access, never giving discounts. Giving money for recharging. To him, this seemed like a foolish, money-losing venture. Who is the boss behind this? If he keeps this up, he'll go bankrupt. I don't know, but he seems pretty wealthy, daring to rent such a big building for an internet cafe. The blonde-haired underling lowered his voice. The security guards at the entrance looked quite fierce. Brother Leopard's face darkened. He wasn't short on money, and his underlings were tough. This was going to be a problem. He looked at his neglected basement and imagined the scene described by his underling, and unnamed anger ignited from the depths of his heart. Cutting off someone's financial lifeline is like killing their parents. Lao Sang, go and invite old son from the internet cafe next door. Next door to Flying Net Cafe, in a fly-infested restaurant named Old Sichuan, the private room door was tightly shut and the curtains were drawn tightly. On the round table were several plates of barely touched spicy cold dishes, and the ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts. Brother Leopard sat at the head of the table, his feet resting on the chair's crossbar, twisting a Motorola flip phone in his hand. Beside him sat 4 men, all owners of nearby internet cafes. Usually these people would not even greet each other, let alone gather like this. Brother Leopard, this can't go on. A bald, middle-aged fat man crushed his cigarette into the plate. He was old son from Speedy Internet Garden. Yesterday, I had less than 30 people all day. In the past at this time, there weren't enough machines to go around. Who says otherwise? Another tall, skinny man chimed in. He was the owner of Surfing Zone. I specifically went to check out that Matrix. Good heavens, it was packed. Those students would rather queue for 2 hours over there than come here and sit down to play. If this keeps up, we'll all be left with nothing. Brother Leopard's face was grim. He said nothing. His Flying Net Cafe was diagonally opposite the Matrix, experiencing the biggest impact. In the past 2 days, his income had been halved, and he could barely cover the electricity bill. That kid has broken the rules. Old son gritted his teeth and said, top up 500 and get 300 free. Is this even doing business? This is just ruining the market. If he doesn't want to live, don't drag us down with him. I don't even know where this newcomer came from. I heard he's a young man with a bit of dirty money at home, renting the research building of Lihua Factory. A middle-parted man said disdainfully. He's just relying on having a bit of money, thinking he can monopolize us. Brother Leopard snorted coldly. He had been around for a few years and had seen many nouveau riches trying to use money to seize territory. In the internet cafe business, just having money isn't enough. Connections are crucial. What's up with the security guards at the entrance? Brother Leopard asked again. They're probably some migrant workers they found dressed in black leather, trying to look tough. The middle-parted man chuckled. They look tall, but they're probably just for show. The leader named, who has a name that sounds impressive, but I've never seen him around here. He's probably just some clueless outsider. Brother Leopard lit a cigarette. The smoke obscured his face. Since the other side didn't understand the rules, they had to teach him a lesson. I say let's pool some money and find a few brothers from the circle. Tonight we can smash his glass door, or throw some dung at the entrance and see who dares to go in. Brother Leopard shook his head, fiddling with the lighter in his hand. The police are watching closely now. Using knives or guns is a last resort. Moreover, since that kid can rent the Lihua Factory building, he must have quite a bit of money. Going head-to-head with him isn't worth it. Brother Leopard grabbed a handful of peanuts and crunched them loudly. If hard tactics won't work, we'll use soft ones. Brother Leopard squinted his eyes, speaking venomously. Doesn't he have a sign saying information base hanging upstairs? Isn't he claiming to be legitimate? What do legitimate businesses fear most? The others exchanged glances. Fear of being investigated. Brother Leopard spat out a peanut shell. If he gets caught operating illegally, especially accepting minors, that's a red line. That's what the authorities are cracking down on right now. Old son's eyes brightened. Brother Leopard, are you suggesting? All of us have entertained students, haven't we? We all have dirty hands. But he's different. He's drawing attention. Let's find a few fresh faces, preferably still in middle school. Give them money and let them go to Matrix to surf the internet. Once inside, they can play for a couple of hours. Then we'll call the authorities to report them. Just say it's full of minors and a chaotic environment. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Old son slapped the table. As long as the enforcement team comes and shuts him down for 10 days or half a month, those students will naturally come back. Moreover, once his reputation is ruined, that so-called base might just fold. Brother Leopard raised his glass. The murky liquid swirled in the cup. Remember, the people we find must keep their mouths shut. Once this is done, we'll pool together 2,000 for the person helping us. In Hucking Gun on the top floor duplex, Chen Hao opened the safe in his study, which was neatly stacked with cash. He had transferred 3 million from the basement of the Jinxia's Wanjuan, here, saving himself the trouble of having to go to the villa whenever he needed money, which was indeed too far. He stuffed the money into a black backpack. 20 minutes later, Chen Hao appeared in the finance office on the 4th floor of the Matrix Internet Cafe. Su Jing was verifying the accounts from yesterday. Seeing Chen Hao come in, she quickly stood up. Mr. Chen, how did yesterday's flow go? Chen Hao placed the bag on the sofa and casually asked. Very good, Su Jing replied with a beaming face. Yesterday, we collected 48,000 just from member recharges, plus the cash from walk-in customers, totaling 52,000. This was still due to insufficient machines. If there were more machines, we would be heading towards 100,000. Chen Hao nodded and unzipped his backpack. I have a few friends who also want to apply for cards, but they couldn't come, so they asked me to bring them money over. Chen Hao took out the 5 bundles of cash and placed them on the table. Here is 50,000. Please issue them a few of the highest level cards and keep the cards here for me. Su Jing glanced at the pile of money. It looked somewhat old, different from the new bills. But she was a smart woman and a professional accountant. Where the boss money came from was not her concern. She only needed to ensure the accounts were neat and tax compliance was maintained. All right, Mr. Chen will record this right away. Su Jing skillfully accepted the money and began counting the bills. Chen Hao watched as the bill counter swiftly consumed the old notes, the numbers dancing on the screen. Once mixed into the massive cash flow of the internet cafe, this money would acquire a legitimate identity. 50,000 a day translates to 150,000 in a month. If a few more internet cafes were open, the daily volume could continuously increase. It wouldn't be long before this substantial amount could be completely transformed into the legitimate income of Matrix technology. By the way, Sister Su, make sure the accounts look nice and there can't be any issues with the tax. In a couple of days, some leaders might come for an inspection. Understood. Every income will be traceable, and I have also withheld taxes at the highest standard. Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction. This is the advantage of using professionals, it saves worry. After handling the financial matters, Chen Hao returned to his office on the 4th floor. Since the internet cafe was already running smoothly, the next step was to solidify the branding of this base. He picked up his phone and made the first call to Director Zhao of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Director Zhao, this is Chen Hao. I wanted to report to you that our base is running very smoothly. Many students and residents have come to experience the information-based lifestyle these past few days. I was thinking, should we hold a formal unveiling ceremony? After all, this is a key project in our district, and we need to let everyone know about our achievements. Director Zhao on the other end was very pleased. Absolutely. Such a great model must be publicized. Pick a date, and it'll help coordinate with the district leaders. I would like to set the date for next Tuesday. I'd like to invite Director Rin to unveil it for us. Can you help schedule a time? Director Rin is very supportive of your project. He will definitely give you that face. He'll go ask right now. After hanging up, Chen Hao dialed the number of Wang Qiming from the Electronic Information Department. Brother Wang, are you busy? Since our base is ready, I would like to invite you and Director Chen Hao over to guide the work. Yes, just a simple ceremony. Mainly, I want the department to see the incubation results of our base. I haven't invited outsiders, just a few leaders from the district and General Zheng from the Electric Science Group. Wang Qiming agreed immediately. Sure thing, little brother, you're quick to act. Director Chen and I will definitely be there. After securing the department's participation, Chen Hao opened his phone's contacts and found the number of Director Zhang from the University Road Police Station. During the last dinner, everyone had a great conversation. Leaders like Director Zhang who work at the grassroots level are always in need of tangible achievements and highlights. Director Zhang, are you busy? This is Chen Hao. Chen Hao said with a smile. Oh, Mr. Chen, hearing you so happy, what good news do you have? Director Zhang also responded cheerfully. After seeing Chen Hao's connections last time, he was eager to strengthen their relationship. I actually have something good to discuss with you. Our base is about to hold a formal opening ceremony. I think since we're promoting information technology, we can not only focus on students and the general public, we should also contribute to the modernization of our police system. I plan to hold the first session of information technology training for law enforcement after the opening ceremony, specifically inviting our police colleagues to come and experience and learn. In the future, this will also count as a joint information technology base for the police and the public. Do you think this is feasible? There was silence on the other end of the phone. Director Zhang, having worked at the grassroots for many years, instantly understood Chen Hao's intentions. Information technology is the direction currently supported by the state, and the police system naturally also needs modernization. If he could become the first director in Kyoto to respond to the national strategy and promote the informatization of the police station, it would undoubtedly be a substantial achievement. All he needed to do was put up a sign for the joint information technology base for the police and the public and strengthen his ties with someone like Chen Hao from a prominent family. It was a win-win situation. Mr. Chen, your proposal is excellent. Director Zhang's voice rose by 8 degrees. I fully support it. He'll arrange for someone to come over tomorrow to coordinate with you, and we'll finalize the sign. On the opening day, he'll bring a team over to participate in the training. Thank you so much, Director Zhang. I've already had the sign prepared in advance, just waiting for you to unveil it. At 3 in the afternoon, the sun was somewhat glaring. Chen Hao strolled slowly in the first-floor lobby, observing the situation in the internet cafe. Although it was a weekday afternoon, the occupancy rate was still full. Suddenly, Chen Hao's footsteps came to a halt. In front of a row of machines near the wall, there were a few small figures sitting whose faces and bodies did not appear to resemble college students. One of them was even smoking, clumsily flicking the ash into the keyboard. These were clearly underage middle school students. Chen Hao was aware of the regulatory storms that internet cafes had faced in the past, where underage internet access was a crucial issue. He frowned and signaled for Lei Hu. From now on, our internet cafe will not admit minors. Go check if those kids are underage. If they are, kick them all out. Refund those who have not reached their end time according to the remaining time. In the future, at a checkpoint at the entrance, anyone who looks young must show identification. No entry without ID. Chen Hao's words left Lei Hu stunned. Boss, that's a significant loss of income. Other internet cafes don't care. Those kids spend the most money online staying for a whole day. Lei Hu felt a bit distressed. It's not about the few bucks. Chen Hao said seriously. We are an information technology promotion base. If we are filled with students skipping classes all day, what would that become? Hurry up and handle it. Although Lei Hu didn't understand, if the boss said not to let them in, even if the king came, they would still have to be sent away. All right, I'll go clear the place out right now. Lei Hu walked over with a bar in hand. Hey, what are you doing? Put out that cigarette. He slapped his palm on the table of the young man. Get lost. Leave. The young man, engrossed in his game, stood up with an annoyed expression as he was interrupted. Why should I? I paid. I am a member. You haven't even grown any hair yet. Lei Hu grabbed his collar. We do not serve minors here. Take your money and get out. I want leave. You are bullying customers. I will report you. Lei Hu's loud voice rang out. No more talking. This is our store's rule. If you want your money back, go to the bar. If you want to cause trouble, turn left and get out. Don't waste everyone's time. As they walked out, the group of boys cursed, saying the owner of the Matrix Internet Cafe was foolish, refusing to make money even when they had it. Chen Hao didn't care about the internet fees of these underage students. He just wanted to run the cafe smoothly. He instructed Lei Hu to make a sign that says minors are prohibited from entering to hang at the door. Less than half an hour after the last middle school student was cleared out, a white enforcement vehicle stopped at the entrance of the cafe. The door was roughly pushed open and 4 men in uniform stepped out. They did not wear hats. One button of their uniforms was undone, and their faces were filled with arrogance. The leader was a man with a square face, dark skin, puffy-eye bags, and a half-burned cigarette in his hand. He glanced up at the futuristic sign of the Matrix Internet Cafe, flicked the cigarette, but onto the ground, and extinguished it with his toe. Let's go in and take a look. The square-faced man waved his hand. The 4 of them walked straight towards the automatic door. Lei Hu frowned and stepped forward, holding out his right hand in front of the door, speaking loudly. Gentlemen, please queue to use the internet. For business transactions, please go to the front desk. Get out of the way. The square-faced man didn't even glance at Lei Hu and reached out to push against his chest. In his view, the security of such an internet cafe was just for show. Whenever they saw someone in their uniform who wouldn't bow and scrape and offer cigarettes and light them. But when he pushed, it felt like he was pushing against a wall. Lei Hu stood motionless, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground. He had practiced combat sports and had a very stable stance. The square-faced man was instead pushed back half a step by the reaction force, nearly losing his balance. Do you dare to lay hands on me? He shouted in anger, pointing at Lei Hu's nose. Do you know who we are? We are the Cultural Law Enforcement Team. Do you believe we can shut you down? This commotion immediately caught the attention of the students in the hall, many of whom took off their headphones and leaned in to look. Just as Lei Hu was about to speak, a voice came from the stairs. Lei Hu stepped back. Hearing this voice, the prickling sensation all over Lei Hu's body instantly subsided. He stepped aside to make way, but his eyes remained fixed on the few men. Chen Hao walked over leisurely. He wore a simple white shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist was quite conspicuous under the indoor lights. Chen Hao stood 2 meters in front of the square-faced man with his hands in his pockets, his gaze level with his opponent. I am the owner here, Chen Hao. What brings you esteemed leaders here? The square-faced man was Zhou Chong, the captain of the 3rd team of the Hadian District Cultural Law Enforcement Team, and he gave Chen Hao a thorough once-over. He was too young. This was Zhou Chong's first impression. But then he noticed the watch on Chen Hao's wrist and the calm demeanor that was completely uncharacteristic for someone his age. Ordinary internet cafe owners, upon seeing the law enforcement team, would either panic and offer cigarettes and bribes or turn pale with fear. But this young man was remarkably calm. However, Zhou Qiang was an old hand. Remembering Li Biao's call from last night and the promised kickback, he straightened his back. We have received reports that you are illegally allowing minors to access the internet and are suspected of spreading harmful information. Zhou Qiang stated in an official tone, scanning the hall with his gaze. We are here for a routine inspection. Reports. Chen Hao smiled. He could certainly guess who made the report. No one but the nearby black internet cafes would do such a self-destructive thing. No problem with the inspection. We operate a legitimate business and will absolutely cooperate with government work. Chen Hao nodded. Just as Zhou Qiang was about to step forward, Chen Hao spoke again. However, before the inspection, there is a procedure we need to go through. Chen Hao took out a small black notebook from his shirt pocket, removed the pen inserted inside, and opened a fresh page. To prevent social drifters from impersonating law enforcement personnel to deceive others, could you please show your work IDs? Chen Hao looked at Zhou Qiang, the pen tip hovering over the paper. I need to register your names, units, and job numbers. Zhou Qiang was stunned. He had been in law enforcement for 7 or 8 years, checked hundreds of internet cafes, video halls, and billiard rooms, and it was always he who asked for others' IDs. He had never seen anyone brave enough to check his documents. What do you mean? Resisting law enforcement? Zhou Qiang's expression darkened, and his voice rose a few notches. I think you don't want to work anymore. Don't speak recklessly. Chen Hao's tone became icy. Cooperating with law enforcement is a citizen's duty, but confirming the qualifications of law enforcement is also a citizen's right. Our country is promoting the rule of law, and standardizing administrative law enforcement procedures is of utmost importance. You are a public servant. You should understand this better than I do, right? This heavy hat left Zhou Qiang speechless. Many students in the hall were studying law or public administration. Upon hearing this, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. This boss is impressive, knows the law. Exactly, they should show their IDs. Who barges in without permission? Zhou Qiang listened to the murmurs around him, his face flushing red then pale. He looked at the notebook in Chen Hao's hand, then at the fearless eyes of Chen Hao, and suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. This young man dared to be so tough. He was either a reckless youth or backed by someone powerful. Looking at the level of decoration in this internet cafe and the fact that it was rented from a state-owned enterprise building, it definitely didn't look like the work of a reckless youth. Fine. You want to register, huh? Here you go. Zhou Qiang pulled out his law enforcement badge from his upper pocket and slammed it on the table in front of Chen Hao. Zhou Qiang, Hadian District Cultural Market Administrative Law Enforcement Team Captain of the 3rd Team. Job number 01034. Chen Hao was not intimidated by his imposing manner, but instead carefully examined the badge and neatly recorded it in his notebook. After noting down the last name, Chen Hao looked at the 3 individuals behind Zhou Qiang. What about these comrades? The 3 looked at each other, and seeing that the captain had shown his ID, they could only reluctantly pull out their badges. Chen Hao checked each one, recording them one by one. His movements were slow, and he wrote each stroke with great care. This leisurely pace placed immense psychological pressure on Zhou Qiang and the others. This was not just registration, it was a silent warning. If you don't find any problems today, or if there are violations of law enforcement, I will trace back each name on this notebook. After finishing the last name, Chen Hao closed the notebook and put it back in his pocket. All right, thank you all for your cooperation. He revealed a smile on his face. Captain Zhou, please proceed with the inspection. Lei Hu, take these leaders to have a look. Zhou Qiang was seething with anger, waving his hand. Check them for me, and look at each ID. Leave no one behind. On a Tuesday morning at the Administrative Law Enforcement Team of Hadian District's Cultural Market, Zhou Qiang had his feet propped up on the desk, holding a porcelain teacup, with several pieces of inferior tea leaves floating on the surface. His eye bags were dark. He had drunk with Li Biao and his gang until the early hours of the morning, and his head still buzzed. Captain Li Biao called again, asking when we would visit that internet cafe again. Zhou Qiang spat out a tea leaf stem, irritably waving his hand. What's the rush? That kid last time was a bit tricky. He dared to check my credentials. I inquired a bit over the past few days, and I haven't heard of anyone in the district with the surname Chen. I guess he's just a rich second generation from outside, relying on his family's wealth to act like a big shot. Let him stew for a couple of days, and once his momentum dies down, well, go. Just as he was speaking, the phone on the desk rang. Zhou Qiang was startled and hurriedly put his feet down, clearing his throat to answer the call. Captain, yes, I'm at the team. An event. Now. Okay, I'll come down right away. After hanging up, Zhou Qiang adjusted his uniform collar and grabbed his wide-brimmed hat to put on his head. The captain is looking for me, asking me to attend an important event. The venue for the event happens to be under our jurisdiction, and Bureau Chief Sun from the department is also going. You all be sharp, don't cause me any trouble. Downstairs, a white police car with a special paint job had already started. Zhou Qiang climbed into the passenger seat, while the captain sat in the back resting his eyes. The car drove out of the courtyard, merging into the morning rush hour traffic. At first, Zhou Qiang wasn't paying much attention, chatting casually with the driver. But as the car turned onto University Road and drove straight north, his heart began to race. This road was too familiar. Just a few days ago, he had led a forceful charge down this very path. The scenery outside the car window flew past rapidly, the shadows of the poplar trees flickering along the roadside. When the car turned into Shueching Road, and he saw the gray research building in the distance, Zhou Qiang's face twitched. No way. Captain, where are we going? Zhou Qiang couldn't help but ask, turning back. The captain didn't even lift his eyelids. To Lihua Radio Factory. They've set up some sort of information technology base over there, and today is the unveiling ceremony. The district head Ren and leaders from the ministry are all coming. Bureau Chief Sun specifically instructed that as the local management department we must be present to maintain order and by the way receive some education. Zhou Chang's fingers instantly turned cold. Liwa Factory. Information Technology Base. These two phrases made his brain stall. The car slowly entered the factory's internal entrance. Zhou Qiang looked out the car window, his expression growing even more grim. The small parking lot was already filled with cars, the most eye-catching being a black Audi with a Jing A8 license plate parked in the shade. Next to it were two police cars, one of which Zhou Qiang recognized as belonging to Director Zhang from the University Road Police Station. By the glass door stood a stainless steel plaque prominently inscribed with 4 characters. Matrix Technology. Zhou Qiang felt his throat go dry, and as he got out of the car his calves cramped slightly. He recalled the notebook in the hands of that young man. "What are you dawdling for? Keep up," the captain urged from the front. Zhou Qiang hurriedly jogged a couple of steps, tucking in his neck to follow at the back of the line. He pulled the brim of his hat low, wishing he could hide his head in his pants. The second floor had already been transformed into a temporary press conference venue. The originally spacious office area was covered with a red carpet and furnished with dozens of folding chairs draped in white covers. At the front, a podium was set up with a backdrop displaying in large characters, "Kyoto Information Technology Popularization and Industry Incubation Base Unveiling Ceremony," followed by a row of names of guiding units. Ministry of Electronic Information's Department of Information Technology Promotion, Haitian District People's Government, Kyoto Electronics Technology Group. Zhou Qiang found a spot in the corner, hiding himself in the shadow of a concrete pillar. At this moment in the third-floor lounge, Chen Hao was sitting next to the main seat on a genuine leather sofa, holding a teacup and chatting cheerfully. Sitting in the main seat was Ren Rongfa, the deputy district head of Haitian District, alongside Director Wang Qiming and Director Chen Hao from the Ministry of Electronic Information. A deputy director from the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, and Zheng Wei from the Electric Science Group, sat on either side. "Xiaoqin, your approach is very innovative." Ren Rongfa put down his teacup and pointed downstairs. "Utilizing idle state-owned assets to promote information technology not only solves the difficulties of state-owned enterprises, but also responds to the national call. This model is worth promoting throughout the district." Chen Hao bowed slightly, his attitude humble. "It's all thanks to the support of the leaders from the district and the department. Without the foresight of you leaders, I would just be floundering around." "Our heroes emerge in youth," Chen Hao chimed in with a smile. "The ministry is paying great attention to this pilot project. If it operates well, we can consider applying for special support funds for you next year." "Thank you, Director Wang." Chen Hao glanced at his watch. "It's about time. Everyone downstairs has arrived. Shall we go? Let's go complete the ceremony." Ren Rongfa stood up first. A group of them marched out of the lounge down the stairs to the second floor. When Chen Hao accompanied Ren Rongfa and Wang Qiming to appear at the stairway, the originally noisy venue instantly fell silent. The flashlights began to pop and flicker. Hiding behind the pillar, Zhou Qiang caught a glimpse of the young man who was the center of attention. Chen Hao was dressed in a well-tailored dark suit today, his hair meticulously styled. He walked half a step to the left of Deputy District Head Ren, whispering to the leaders as he walked, exuding an air of calm confidence. Zhou Qiang felt like a naked clown standing in the Siberian cold. It was over. This time he had truly hit a titanium alloy steel plate. The host was Su Jing. She wore light makeup today, dressed in a professional suit, exuding a competent and graceful demeanor. "Respected leaders, distinguished guests, good morning." The proceedings went smoothly. Ren Rongfa delivered a speech on behalf of the district government, highly praising the innovative significance of the base. Chen Hao spoke on behalf of the ministry, discussing the grand blueprint of the national information strategy. Zheng Wei spoke on behalf of the Electric Science Group, emphasizing the importance of state-owned enterprise reform and asset revitalization. Finally, it was Chen Hao's turn to speak. He walked up to the microphone, his gaze sweeping over the audience. His eyes lingered for half a second on the last row in the corner before casually shifting away. "The initial intention of establishing matrix technology is to bridge the digital divide and promote information technology." Chen Hao's voice echoed through the venue. "We hope that through this base, more college students and ordinary citizens can access the internet at minimal cost and master information technology." As the speech concluded, thunderous applause erupted. Director Sun from the Cultural Bureau, sitting in the front row, clapped particularly vigorously, telling the captain beside him, "This Xiao Chun is quite impressive, very insightful, and speaks well." The captain nodded repeatedly. "Yes, a promising young man." Only Zhou Chang's palms were sweaty, mechanically clapping along his mind in a fog. Next came the unveiling ceremony. First, the base was unveiled by Ren and Chen Hao, with leaders such as Wang Qiming, Chen Hao, Zheng Wei, and Zhao witnessing the event. As the red silk fell, the golden plaque of the Kyoto Information Technology Popularization and Industry Incubation Base shone brilliantly under the lights. Immediately after, Director Zhang from the University Road Police Station walked up to the stage beaming. He and Chen Hao jointly unveiled another plaque which read Police Civilian Co-Construction Information Technology Demonstration Point. Director Zhang shook Chen Hao's hand vigorously, grinning widely for the camera. Police Civilian Co-Construction. This meant that this place would henceforth be a key protection object for the police station. Any little ruffians wanting to cause trouble at this door in the future would first have to consider if they had the guts. The ceremony was not yet over. A plump man with a gold chain around his neck scampered up to the stage. It was Qian Hongyan from Qinquan Electronics. Chen Hao personally handed him a plaque that declared him the designated hardware supplier for the Kyoto Information Technology Popularization and Industry Incubation Base. Qian Hongyan was so excited that the flesh on his face was shaking. The ceremony concluded, transitioning into a session of free exchange and a buffet. Exquisite pastries and fruits were laid out on the long table, while waitstaff maneuvered gracefully with trays. Chen Hao held a glass of juice, standing beside Ren Rongfa. Director Ren Chief's son, he greeted with a smile. Director Sun of the Culture Bureau, who was busy picking up cake with a plate, heard the greeting and quickly set down the plate, wiping his mouth as he walked over. Director Ren Mr. Chen. Director Sun wore a broad smile. Old Sun, this base needs more attention and support in the future. Ren Rongfa indicated Chen Hao. Absolutely, absolutely. Director Sun nodded vigorously. I was greatly inspired by Mr. Chen's introduction earlier. The Bureau will certainly safeguard the base and provide excellent service from now on. Mr. Sun is too kind, Chen Hao said, taking a sip of juice with a smile. In fact, your Bureau's work style is very solid, leaving a deep impression on me. Director Sun was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression brightened. Oh, Mr. Chen is overpraising me. I speak the truth, Chen Hao replied leisurely. On the second day of our trial operation, comrades from your Bureau's law enforcement team came to check. They claimed to have received reports from the public to verify if there were any minors online. They were quite responsible, checking the identification of over 50 college students who were online one by one. This decisive approach is indeed worth learning for our company. As soon as these words were spoken, silence fell over the surroundings. The smile that had been on Ren Rongfa's face vanished. He turned to look at Director Sun, his gaze sharpening. Checking IDs on the second day of trial operation. Ren Rongfa clearly understood that this was not responsibility, but rather a deliberate provocation. Who issued this order? A key incubator base supported by both the department and the district gets a surprise inspection right after opening. Is this serving the enterprise or just causing trouble for it? Cold sweat immediately dripped down Director Sun's back. He had no idea about this. Looking at Chen Hao's smiling face, he cursed the idiot who led the team in his mind through generations. This was no compliment, it was more like pouring eye drops directly into his eyes right in front of his superior. This must be a misunderstanding, Director Sun stammered in explanation. Director Ren, you know the upper management has strict requirements for internet cafe management, and it might have been a bit too rough in the method of the comrades below. A bit too rough. Chen Hao took the opportunity to add a jab. That team leader was quite imposing. If I hadn't seen their credentials at the time, I would have thought they were from some gang. The team leader's name was something like Zhou Chong, right? Upon hearing this name, the captain, standing not far away, suddenly stiffened. Director Sun's face instantly turned a pig liver color. He abruptly turned around, scanning the crowd until he locked onto the captain. Get Zhou Qiang over here. Director Sun growled through clenched teeth. A few minutes later, Zhou Qiang approached with his head down like a student who had made a mistake. He dared not look at Ren Rongfa or Chen Hao, only staring intently at his own toes. You were the one who led the inspection. Director Sun pointed a trembling finger at Zhou Qiang. Director I. Zhou Qiang wanted to explain, but found no reason, stood firm. Very good, truly impressive. Director Sun laughed in anger. Usually when I send you to check illegal internet cafes, you all stall and resist. But when it comes to key enterprises, you're the first to rush in. Who gave you the authority? Who sent you? Zhou Qiang trembled all over, not daring to utter a word. To expose Li Biao. That would be courting death. To claim it was for money. That's courting death plus imprisonment. Ren Rongfa glanced coldly at Zhou Qiang and then at the sweating Director Sun. Old Sun, the team needs to be well led. How can law enforcement personnel with such quality meet the demands of the new era? Don't let a single rotten apple spoil our district's business environment. After speaking, Ren Rongfa turned around, replacing his stern expression with a smile to Chen Hao. Xiao Chen, I apologize for the inconvenience. Rest assured, such chaotic events will never happen again. Thank you for your concern, Director Ren. Chen Hao replied with a smile, not even glancing at Zhou Qiang. After the buffet concluded, the leaders were sent off. In a corner of the parking lot, the captain wore a dark expression as he looked at Zhou Qiang, standing in front of him. Captain, I. Zhou Qiang still wanted to plead. Shut up. The captain growled lowly, slamming the cigarette box in his hand hard onto the ground. Are you out of your mind? Is that a place you can touch? You went to check IDs on someone the district is supposed to support. How many heads do you have? Zhou Qiang's face turned ashen. Captain, I really didn't know. What good does it do to say these things now? The captain took a deep breath, calming his emotions. The director spoke just now. Starting tomorrow, you won't be working on the front line anymore. Where to? The Bureau's archives department needs someone to sort out old files. Go report there. Reflect on yourself while learn how to be a person and how to do your job. The archives department, the coldest corner of the entire Bureau. Going there basically meant losing all prospects for promotion for the rest of his life, spending every day dealing with dust and yellowed paper. Zhou Qiang swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. At 3 in the afternoon, a white Jetta emblazoned with the words Cultural Law Enforcement arrived at the entrance of Flying Net Cafe, accompanied by 2 Jinbei vans screeching to a halt. The car door was roughly pushed open. The captain descended with a dark expression, viciously stomping out his cigarette on the ground. He was filled with pent-up anger with no outlet. This morning at Lihua Factory, being scolded by Director Sun in front of so many high-ranking leaders left him feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Zhou Qiang, that thoughtless fool, had already been demoted to guard the archives department, but this matter wasn't over. Director Sun's last gaze was very clear. A show of force was necessary to demonstrate the Bureau's stance. Search. The captain waved his hand, and more than a dozen uniformed officers charged into the dark basement stairs like wolves. Inside Flying Net Cafe, smoke billowed as dozens of miners shouted and played games. Li Biao was sitting behind the bar counting money, and upon hearing the commotion, he looked up and, far from panicking, grinned instead. He stepped out from behind the bar and offered a Zhonghua cigarette. "Oh, isn't this Captain Zhao? What brings you here today? Why didn't you give me a heads up so I could prepare?" Slap. The captain swatted the cigarette away that Li Biao had handed over. The Zhonghua cigarette arced through the air, landing on the stained concrete floor. Li Biao was stunned, the flesh on his face twitching slightly. "Captain Zhao, what does this mean? I had a good relationship with team leader Zhou. Don't mention that waste to me." The captain's anger flared to the roof upon hearing Zhou Qiang. If not for Zhou Qiang following the terrible advice of those idiots to check the matrix, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake today. The captain pointed a finger at Li Biao's nose, his spit flying right in his face. "Zhou Qiang has been suspended for abusing his power. How dare you mention him? I see you're also looking to quit." Li Biao's mind buzzed. Zhou Qiang has fallen. Before he could react, the captain had already turned around and shouted at his subordinates. "What are you all standing there for? Clear the area. Check the ID cards. Anyone without an ID will be treated as an unaccompanied minor." Yes. The team members had been holding back their energy. Normally they had some connection with these bosses, but now that the captain was furious, who dared to go easy? "Take out your ID. You in the school uniform, don't run. Unplug the main power." The internet cafe instantly descended into chaos. Screams, the sound of tables and chairs falling, and curses all mingled together. A few elementary school students trying to sneak away were grabbed by the team members by their backpack straps, pulled back like little chicks. In less than 10 minutes, more than 30 miners were cornered against the wall. The evidence was conclusive. The captain coldly looked at Li Biao, whose face was ashen, and pulled out a seal from his pocket. Feixiang Internet Cafe is suspected of illegally admitting minors and has inadequate fire safety facilities. Effective immediately, it will be closed for rectification. All main machines will be confiscated and sealed, and a fine of 50,000 will be imposed. "Take them away." The team members stepped forward and began to violently dismantle the computer mainframes. They didn't even care if the cables were unplugged properly, directly yanking them. The sound of breaking echoed relentlessly. Li Biao watched helplessly as the computers he had purchased at a high price were loaded onto the Golden Cup truck outside. He wanted to stop them, but 2 sturdy team members pushed him aside, causing him to stumble against the wall. This scene was not only happening at Feixiang Internet Cafe. Throughout the afternoon, other internet cafes, such as Jisu Wangyuan and Chonglang Didi nearby, were all subjected to devastating blows. Fines, confiscation of machines, sealing the doors. The methods were unprecedented. In the evening at Matrix Internet Cafe, the lobby on the first floor was bustling with voices, with people even filling the aisles. "Have you heard? Feixiang has been shut down. Not just Feixiang, that Jisu over there was also checked, and their computers were all taken away. Serves them right, that place should have been closed long ago. The keyboards were all covered in ash. This place is still safe after all, it's a regular business. The background is solid." The students waiting in line were discussing animatedly. Chen Hao stood by the window watching the overcrowded scene below, spinning a Zippo lighter in his hand. The fire burned even more fiercely than he had anticipated. Director Sun was a smart man. He knew that merely apologizing wouldn't suffice. Actual action was needed. Wiping out the surrounding competitors was a great gift for Matrix. It not only demonstrated a stance, but also helped Matrix monopolize the market. Chen Hao picked up his phone and dialed Director Sun's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Ah, Chen Zong. I was just about to call you." Director Sun's voice carried a warm tone. "Director Sun, I heard that our bureau conducted a thunderous operation this afternoon, purifying the surrounding network environment. That efficiency is admirable," Chen Hao said with a smile. "Not at all. This is within our duties. We previously lacked proper oversight, but that will absolutely not be the case anymore. We have to give quality enterprises like Matrix some breathing room." Director Sun made his point clear. Chen Hao smiled. It was time to reciprocate. "Director Sun, I have an idea. Our police station has set up a police civilian co-construction program, and it has been quite effective. I was thinking, could our cultural bureau also establish a cultural law enforcement information technology demonstration point? On the other end of the phone, there was a brief pause followed by Director Sun's excited voice. Chen Zong, do you mean? Every Wednesday afternoon, our base will provide free computer operation and network knowledge training for the frontline law enforcement officers in the bureau. After all, with the rapid development of the internet, law enforcement must also understand technology. What do you think? That sounds great, Director Sun said happily. This was not just training, it was tangible political achievement promoting the technological advancement of the Cultural Bureau. Chen Zong, your awareness is commendable. I'll arrange for someone to put up the sign tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Chen Hao looked at the crowd that had started to queue again downstairs, his brow furrowed. 50 machines were too few. The current occupancy rate was 100%, and there were still dozens of people waiting outside. This was all easy money. Expansion was necessary. The next morning in Zhongwankan, in the flagship store of Chincoin Electronics, Qian Hongyan looked at the copper plaque on the wall and smiled foolishly. Designated hardware supplier for the Information Technology Popularization and Industrial Incubation Base of Kyoto. Once this plaque was hung in the store, the prestige instantly soared. Several big clients had asked about the story behind the plaque all afternoon yesterday. Qianzong business is booming. Chen Hao stepped into the store. As soon as Qian Hongyan saw him, he quickly came out from behind the counter, his round face blooming into a flower-like smile. Oh, Qianzong, why did you come in person? I could have come to pick you up if you gave me a call. Now he looked at Chen Hao as if he were the god of wealth. I'm not here for no reason. Oh, I need to trouble you again, Qianzong. Chen Hao found a chair to sit down. What trouble? I need another 100 units. Same configuration, still the Celeron 2, but change the graphics card to TNT2 M64 and increase the memory to 128M. Qian Hongyan nearly dropped the teapot in his hand. 100 units. That's a big order worth 4 to 500,000. Matrix Internet Cafe wants to expand so soon after opening. Chenzong, your business is really thriving. Qian Hongyan exclaimed sincerely. It's okay, just lucky. Chen Hao took a sip of tea. How about the price? Don't worry. Qian Hongyan patted his chest. Since you are the designated supplier, I must give you the best price. They'll give you 100 off each unit from the last time. That truly approached cost price. I'm just making a bit of pocket money. Chen Hao nodded. This price was indeed very fair. Qian Hongyan was a person who did long-term business. After signing the purchase contract and paying the deposit, Chen Hao did not rush to leave, but looked at Qian Hongyan. Qianzong, you have been in Zhongwankan for so many years, you know the ropes well. I want to ask you about something. What is it? Qian Hongyan leaned in a bit closer. Do you know any wholesalers of system disks and tool disks? Qian Hongyan was taken aback. In Zhongwankan, hardware businesses were regulars while selling pirated disks was a lowly trade. Though profitable, it wasn't respectable. I do know some. The two biggest in this building are called Laowu Software and Guangpanjiang. They usually get their burners from me. However, Qianzong, why do you need that? If you need system disks, I can have my technicians burn you a few dozen and send them over, can I? Chen Hao shook his head. It's not for me. I want to talk business with them. Business? Qian Hongyan was even more confused. What kind of business could a big boss who chats amicably with the district chief have with someone selling pirated disks? But he was a smart man and didn't ask what he shouldn't. All right, I'll call them right now and have them come over. Qian Hongyan picked up the phone and dialed. In less than 20 minutes, two middle-aged men rushed into the store panting. One had a buzz cut and wore a floral shirt. He was Old Wu. The other was balding and carried a briefcase. He was Old Zhang. Upon entering, they saw Qian Hongyan accompanying a young man for tea, and both felt somewhat uneasy. In the hierarchy of contempt in Zhongwan village, those who sold disks like them felt like mice facing a cat when they met a big dealer like Qian Hongyan. Mr. Chen, are you looking for us? Old Wu wiped his sweat. It's not me looking for you, it's Mr. Chen who's looking for you. Qian Hongyan pointed at Chen Hao. Mr. Chen is a big name in our Haitian district, the owner of Matrix Technology. Upon hearing Matrix Technology, both men's eyes brightened. The news about that big brand from Lihua factory had spread throughout the circle these past few days. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. They hurriedly nodded and bowed. Chen Hao gestured for them to sit down and got straight to the point. How much volume can you produce with the disks you have in hand each month? Old Wu and Old Zhang exchanged glances, hesitating. This was a commercial secret, and after all, it was part of the gray market. Don't worry, I won't audit your taxes or report you. Chen Hao saw their concerns. I am here to offer you money. Hearing this, Old Wu became bolder. Mr. Chen, to be honest with you, I mainly deal with Ghost system disks, both Win 98 and Win 2000. These are in high demand, and I can move around 20 to 30,000 each month. I do more utility disks, Old Zhang chimed in. Those are the type of disks for big installers and software collections. I can probably move about 20,000 a month as well. Chen Hao nodded. In the year 2000, broadband was not yet widespread, and downloading a few hundred megabytes of software could drive a person mad. Thus, these pirated disks costing a few dollars became the only channel for most computer users to obtain software. This was the traffic entry point of this era, the most fundamental one. I have a small task for you. Chen Hao took out a piece of paper from his bag and wrote down the website Chu 123. This is a navigation website I created. I would like to ask both of you to help me with a small favor while making the master disks. I need you to modify the registry to lock the default homepage of the IE browser to this website. Then create a shortcut on the desktop named Exciting Website Directory with a noticeable icon that directly redirects to this website when clicked. Also set this website as the first entry in the bookmarks. Old Wu and Old Zhang were taken aback. They had sold discs for so many years but had never heard such a request. In the past, some had inserted advertisements into the discs, but that was just a text file or an image. Modifying the registry to lock the homepage was technically not difficult. Old Wu scratched his head. Mr. Chen, we can make the change, but it'll be a bit troublesome. We'll need to recreate the master disk. I will pay 5,000 for each master disk, Chen Hao said calmly. Old Wu and Old Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. 5,000. They only made a few dimes per disc, and at wholesale they made just around $1. Changing a master disk only took half an hour, and he was offering 5,000. Mr. Chen, you must be joking. Old Zhang was a bit excited. He had never thought that changing a setting in the disk could yield so much money. Mr. Chen is here, can I joke? Chen Hao pulled out a stack of cash from his bag, exactly 10,000 divided into 2 portions, and placed them on the table. This is the deposit. For Win 98, Win 2000, and your commonly used software collections, I will buy any versions with large shipment volumes. But I must make it clear. It must be deeply integrated. When users install the system and first open the browser, it must be my Chu 123. If I find that the discs you release on the market do not have this or have been overwritten by others, not only will the money be refunded, but we will also no longer have business together. Old Wu's eyes sparkled. This was simply a windfall. It was just changing a homepage after all. Anyway, those users wouldn't understand. Some ghost discs were already a mess. Adding one more wouldn't make a difference. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Old Wu grabbed the 5,000 with determination. I'll have the technician make the changes right away. The next batch of discs will definitely have your homepage. Anyone who dares to change it back will be going against me, Old Wu. Me too, Old Zhang added defiantly. I'll also include it in the auto-run script of my essential installation disk. As long as they use my disk to install software, the homepage will be locked immediately. Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction. He knew this deal was secured. In this era, when traffic had not yet been regarded as a gold mine, he had secured the traffic entry point for hundreds of thousands of computers in the entire Beijing area and its surroundings for just a few tens of thousands of dollars. When those novice users finished installing the system and opened their computers, seeing the Chu 123 navigation page, they would instinctively believe this was the gateway to the internet. Once a habit was formed, it would be nearly impossible to change. Pleasure doing business with you. Chen Hao stood up and extended his hand. Old Wu and Old Zhang were flattered, quickly wiping their hands on their clothes and shaking Chen Hao's hand tightly. As they walked out of the doors of Qiankuan Electronics, the bustling sounds of Zhongguancun rushed toward them. Crowds were everywhere, carrying computer cases and monitors. Chen Hao smiled as he watched the lively street. The more computers sold, the more users he would gain for his Chu 123. While everyone focused on hardware profits, he had quietly gathered a traffic pool. As June began, the temperature in Beijing suddenly rose. The cicadas in the old poplar tree in the Lihua factory yard chirped tirelessly, while the heat waves softened the asphalt road. The business at Matrix Internet Cafe was even hotter than the weather. After urgent expansion, 150 computers had already filled the first floor hall and part of the second floor. Even so, during peak hours from 2 in the afternoon to 10 at night, it was still hard to find an available machine. The waiting area outside was always filled with 2 rows of students holding number cards, fanning themselves with fans, eagerly staring inside. In the 4th floor office, the air conditioning was cranked up. Su Jing placed a thick stack of reports on the large desk, her face filled with joy. Mr. Chen, this is the revenue statistics for this week. With the new machines after expansion, our daily average revenue has stabilized around 100,000. Most of it comes from member recharges, and the cash flow is very abundant. Chen Hao leaned back in his boss chair, glanced at the numbers on the report with a calm expression. 100,000. This was an astronomical figure in the internet cafe industry at this time. But he knew there was a lot of inflated numbers in it, because many were just recharges. The actual daily internet fee was not that high. Once most customers recharged, the revenue would definitely drop. He bent down and pulled out several bundles of cash wrapped in newspapers from the black travel bag at his feet, tossing them onto the table. This is the recharge from friends over the past few days, totaling 700,000. As usual, disperse the deposits and categorize them as regular customer recharges. Su Jing skillfully took the money. She never asked about the source of these funds, just nodded and left with the money and reports. Chen Hao stood up and walked to the window. With a real revenue of 100,000 a day, plus another 100,000 from inventory cleaning, 200,000 in cash flow each day. At this rate, the pile of cash in the basement of Jinxiu Manor would soon be transformed into legal bank deposits. The backend data of Chu 123 was also surging. Thanks to the batch of pirated discs from Old Wu and Old Zhang, the daily unique visitors were nearing 10,000. In this era before broadband became widespread, this traffic was already considerable. The lobby on the first floor was much warmer than the upper floors. Despite the air conditioning being set to maximum, it couldn't withstand the heat emitted by hundreds of computers and the body warmth of over 100 people. Chen Hao walked slowly down the corridor. The glow of the screens illuminated the excited faces of the young people. Some were playing Red Alert, others were chatting on QQ, and some were awkwardly typing with Wubi. His gaze swept across the tables. Almost every table was adorned with drinks: Coca-Cola, Sprite, Uni-President green tea, and Master Kong iced black tea. A colorful array of plastic bottles filled the space. Chen Hao paused behind a row of machines. 4 girls were seated in this row, seemingly from the same dormitory. They were watching a movie while snacking on sunflower seeds. Bottled water was also placed beside them. Chen Hao furrowed his brow, sensing that something was off. Upon closer thought, he realized that there was no sign of the milk tea that had become so popular in later years. In Kyoto in 2000, such ubiquitous milk tea shops did not yet exist. If one wanted to drink freshly made beverages, they would have to go to places like the expensive Beefing Tang or Shangdao Coffee, where a cup could easily cost dozens of yuan. This presented a huge market gap. Looking at the crowd filling the room, Chen Hao's idea of a business model centered around Snow King suddenly became clear. An internet cafe was the best traffic pool. These students could sit for hours, their mouths never idle. While bottled drinks quenched their thirst, nothing compared to the refreshing delight of iced milk tea or lemonade. Moreover, the profit margins were worlds apart. A bottle of Coke sold for 3 yuan with a cost price of 1 yuan and 80 cents, yielding a gross profit of just 1 yuan and 20 cents. A cup of lemonade sold for 2 yuan with a cost of merely 2 slices of lemon, a spoonful of syrup, and water, totaling less than 20 cents. This was true profiteering. Chen Hao turned and strode towards the entrance. Lei, who was at the door, maintaining order with 2 security guards. Upon seeing Chen Hao approach, he immediately stood up straight. "Boss, who's he? Find a few renovation workers." Chen Hao pointed to the lounge area on the left side of the entrance that was originally meant for sofas. "Tear this area down for me." Lei, who was taken aback, "Tear it down? Where will those who don't want to go online sit, then? This isn't a park, we don't accommodate idlers. Let them line up in the corridor. I want to set up an open water bar here. There needs to be a work counter and running water." "A water bar?" Lei, who scratched his head, though he didn't understand, he still agreed. "All right, I'll contact the construction team right away." After arranging things with Lei, Chen Hao went directly to the finance office on the 4th floor. "Sister Su, help me hire someone." Su Jing had just locked the 700,000 in the safe and looked up at his words. "Are you hiring an internet administrator?" "No, I need someone to make drinks." Chen Hao pulled over a chair and sat down. "The requirements are simple: aged 35 to 45, nimble, clean, hardworking, and able to follow instructions. Preferably laid-off female workers." Su Jing looked puzzled. "Why that age group? Wouldn't it be better to find a few young and pretty girls to attract business? In today's service industry, who doesn't prefer to hire young and pretty people? No young ones." Chen Hao waved his hand, rejecting the idea decisively. "Young girls are too much trouble. They easily flirt with the boys in the internet cafe, affecting work efficiency. I need someone who can work, not just a pretty face." Hiring older female employees in this testosterone-driven environment can actually prevent a lot of unnecessary trouble. Moreover, laid-off female workers having experienced life's hardships value their jobs far more than those impatient young people. After hearing this, Su Jing's eyes lit up. "This is too easy to find. Many of my old sisters from the Jingyan 3rd factory are currently unemployed at home. They work efficiently and are particularly grateful for the opportunity. The salary is 800 including 1 meal." Chen Hao offered a competitive figure for that time. "You pick and hire one first." The next afternoon, Su Jing led a middle-aged woman into the office. The woman wore faded blue work pants, her hair neatly tied up, her nails trimmed short, and although her hands were rough, they were very clean. "President Chen, this is Lu Lan. She was the head of our factory's cafeteria and is known for being incredibly efficient," Su Jing introduced. Lu Lan nervously rubbed her hands, looking at the overly young boss in front of her, and slightly bowed. "Hello, President Chen." Chen Hao assessed her with a glance. Her eyes were clear, her posture was straight, exuding an aura of competence. "Sister Su said you can handle hardship." "I can." Lu Lan responded quickly, her voice loud. "I worked in the cafeteria for 15 years managing meals for hundreds of people, am not afraid of hard work." "All right." Chen Hao nodded. "The newly opened water bar on the 1st floor will be under your management. Cleanliness is your priority, and ensure the drinks are well made. If I see any flies or stains on the counter, you're gone immediately." 800 yuan. Lu Lan felt overjoyed. This was even more than she earned while working in the factory. "Rest assured, if there's any dirt, you can deduct my salary." With the staff in place, the renovations proceeded quickly. In less than 3 days, the once slightly lazy lounge area at the entrance transformed into a bright stainless steel open bar. The equipment gradually arrived. 2 commercial soft-serve ice cream machines, 1 fully automatic sealing machine, and a row of stainless steel barrels for jams and syrups. Chen Hao stood in front of the counter holding a notebook. He was writing a code. However, it wasn't computer code, but the SOP standard operating procedures for making drinks. After several days of testing, he had finalized the recipes for lemonade and ice cream. Lemonade: use a 700 milliliters cup. Fill with ice up to the A marking, add 40 grams of syrup, 3 slices of lemon 0.5 centimeters thick, muddle 5 times, fill with purified water to the top, seal, and shake 10 times. Ice cream: the cone must be crispy. When dispensing, press the handle all the way down, rotate 2.5 times, and the top must have a point with a height controlled around 12 centimeters. He quantified every action and every gram of ingredient into data, just like programming. Lu Lan watched in astonishment. Having spent her entire life cooking, she was used to terms like a little and appropriate amount. She had never seen such precise measurements down to the gram. Boss, this is too detailed, isn't it? It must be this detailed. Chen Hao closed the notebook. No matter who is here, the taste produced must be exactly the same. This is the standard. Lemonade and ice cream were easy to manage. As long as the ratios were adjusted correctly and a few trials were conducted, they could be standardized. The real challenge was milk tea. Chen Hao had drunk countless varieties of milk tea in his past life, but he had never made it himself. Su Jing and Lu Lan were even more baffled. In their concept, milk tea was either the salty kind from the grasslands or the black tea with milk from British films. As for pearls, coconut jelly, and boba, they had never even heard of them. Ready-made tapioca pearls were unavailable on the market, nor was there any special non-dairy creamer. Chen Hao tried having Lu Lan brew tea using a tea bag, then add evaporated milk and white sugar. The flavor was off. It was too bland, lacked the rich smoothness, and didn't have that addictive sweetness. Additionally, the cost was too high. Using fresh milk or evaporated milk would lead to a loss of 3 yuan per cup. It was essential to use non-dairy creamer, commonly known as milk essence. Authentic black sugar pearls were also necessary. This ingredient currently had a mature supply chain and recipe only available from Frog Island. Chen Hao looked at the pile of failed experiments on the counter, rubbing his forehead. He had no contacts in Kyoto's restaurant industry, let alone the ability to reach out to suppliers from Frog Island. Should he just go to those upscale Taiwanese restaurants and ask? Why would the chefs share their cooking secrets with him? A more sophisticated approach was necessary. Chen Hao pulled out his phone and found the number of Director Zhao from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The phone rang twice. Hello, Mr. Chen. What made you think of calling me? Director Zhao's voice was very warm. Director Zhao, are you busy? Chen Hao chuckled and exchanged pleasantries. I have a small matter I'd like to trouble you with. Do you know any leaders in the district office dealing with the frog business or the United Front work? The frog office. Director Zhao was taken aback for a moment. I do know someone. Old Wu from the United Front department is a good buddy of mine. But Mr. Chen, why are you looking for someone in that department? Do you have relatives on Frog Island? Chen Hao cleared his throat, his tone becoming serious as he threw out the excuse he had prepared. Not relatives. Director Zhao, you know our information technology base has such a large flow of people every day. To provide better services for those coming for training and internet access, I plan to set up a supporting dining service area on the first floor. That's a good thing. I thought since we're going to do it, we should make it something special. I've heard that the catering management experience on Frog Island is very advanced, especially their freshly brewed milk tea, which is very popular among young people. I want to procure a batch of food ingredients from Frog Island and find an experienced master to guide us. At this point, Chen Hao paused, his voice rising a few notches. I figured since we need to spend money on ingredients, why not support our district's frog resource enterprises? This also counts as our base, responding to the national call, supporting cross-strait economic and trade exchanges, and making a modest contribution to the United Front work. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. Oh, Mr. Chen. Director Zhao's tone was filled with admiration. Your awareness is truly commendable. Even thinking about the United Front work when buying milk tea ingredients. That's impressive. In the bureaucratic circles, it's crucial to have a legitimate cause. Chen Hao's words elevated a simple business procurement act to the level of a political task. If this gets out, it would be an achievement in the United Front work. No problem. They'll take care of this. Director Zhao patted his chest in assurance. He'll call Old Wu right away. He just happens to have a District Frog Business Association meeting, and the president is in the food trade. He'll have him arrange for us to meet. Thank you so much, Director Zhao. He'll handle the location. Please make sure you and Minister Wu honor us with your presence. Shangri-La Hotel, West Capital Hotel. This is one of the top 5-star hotels in Kyoto as of 2000. Under the resplendent crystal chandelier, the passers-by were either foreign enterprise executives in suits or investors speaking with a Hong Kong accent. At 6:30 in the evening, a black Audi slowly stopped at the front entrance. The doorman, wearing white gloves, respectfully opened the car door. Chen Hao stepped out, adjusting the buttons of his suit. Today's outfit remained that same Armani suit. Zhao Gang had long been waiting at the door. Seeing Chen Hao get out of the car, he quickly approached, lowering his voice. Boss, Director Zhao and the others have already arrived in the second floor. Purple Chi comes from the east private room. Besides Director Zhao, there are 2 other people. Chen Hao nodded. Got it. You wait in the lobby, no need to go up. In such high-level dining occasions, bringing bodyguards or assistants is inappropriate, especially when it involves the United Front and Frog businesses where privacy is crucial. Pushing open the heavy mahogany door of the private room, the round table's main seat was empty, with Director Zhao sitting in the main companion position, leaning slightly to converse with a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair. On the other side sat a slightly plump man whose gold watch stood out sharply under the light. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, Director Zhao immediately stood up, his face beaming with smiles. "Oh, Mr. Chen has arrived. We've been waiting for you." This greeting drew the attention of the other two men's gazes to Chen Hao. The middle-aged man sized Chen Hao up. The slightly plump businessman beamed at him. "Director Zhao, I apologize for keeping everyone waiting." Chen Hao quickly stepped forward, extending both hands to grasp Director Zhao's hand. "Not late at all, we arrived early." Director Zhao held Chen Hao's hand, turning to introduce. "Come, Mr. Chen, let me introduce you." He pointed at the man with gold-rimmed glasses. "This is Deputy Director Wu from the District United Front Department, and also the director of our district's frog office, Director Wu Chao. Mr. Wu, I've heard so much about you. I look forward to your guidance in the development of our base." Director Wu smiled as they shook hands. "You're too polite, Mr. Chen. Director Zhao has praised you greatly in front of me, saying that our district has produced a young and capable entrepreneur who has revitalized idle state-owned assets into an information technology base, which is a significant achievement. It's all thanks to the support from the leaders." Chen Hao humbly replied. Director Zhao then pointed to the slightly plump man. "This is our main guest tonight, also the president of the Haitian District Frog Business Association, President Huang Yongfa, whom I mentioned to you. He is a prominent figure in Kyoto's catering industry with several branches of his Frog Island tea restaurant. President Huang, it's a pleasure to meet you." Chen Hao turned to Huang Yongfa. Huang Yongfa, who had been sitting, stood up immediately upon seeing Director Zhao and Director Wu's attitude towards Chen Hao, coupled with Chen Hao's imposing presence and his extraordinarily youthful face. Having been in the business world for decades, Huang Yongfa was adept at reading people. A young man under 20 who could be treated so favorably by two influential bureaucratic officials surely had an extraordinary background. He was either the son of a powerful family or had strong connections. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Huang Yongfa greeted with a big smile, bending lower than Chen Hao as he tightly shook Chen Hao's hand. "I've long heard Director Zhao say Mr. Chen is exceptionally talented, and meeting you today truly proves that heroes emerge from the youth." "You're too kind, President Huang. Please have a seat." As everyone took their seats, Chen Hao naturally sat next to Director Wu. The waiter began to serve dishes: Buddha jumps over the wall, steamed East-Star grouper, blanched fresh shrimp. All were exquisite dishes. Director Zhao, an experienced veteran in the alcohol arena, quickly warmed up the atmosphere with a few opening remarks. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone became more talkative. Chen Hao did not rush into discussing business, but held up his wine glass, conversing with Director Wu about the cross-strait situation and the future of the information technology industry. Director Wu, the country is currently advocating for information technology, which is actually a new opportunity for cross-strait exchanges. Chen Hao spoke eloquently. Frog Island has an early start in hardware manufacturing and the electronics industry, and there are many experiences worth our learning. Although our base mainly focuses on training and internet services now, we also hope to become a platform for exchanges between youth from both sides in the fields of technology and culture in the future. This idea struck a chord with Director Wu. The United Front work emphasizes winning people's hearts, and youth exchanges are particularly crucial. "Mr. Chen, this idea is excellent." Director Wu put down his chopsticks, his eyes shining. "Today's young people love to go online. If we can enhance the understanding between youth on both sides through this online platform, it would be incredibly meaningful. You've pinpointed the right angle. That's why I think not only is technical exchange important, but lifestyle exchange is equally vital." Chen Hao shifted the conversation back a little. "For example, the food and beverages from Frog Island are very popular among young people here." Huang Yongfa, who had been silent, immediately chimed in. "Mr. Chen is right. The cuisine of Frog Island is an important branch of Chinese culinary culture. My tea restaurant serves many university students every day." The two clinked their glasses and drank it all in one go. Chen Hao put down his wine glass, took a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth, and said slowly, "President Huang, you should have heard about the base on University Road. Every day thousands of people come and go, mostly university students. These kids lose track of time when they go online, and their mouths are never idle." Huang Yongfa nodded. "Of course, young people have strong spending power. I plan to set up a beverage bar in the lobby on the first floor." Chen Hao looked at Huang Yongfa and said, "I had authentic frog milk tea in the South before, and that taste was indeed remarkable. I want to introduce this to our base so that everyone coming to surf the internet can have a taste of authentic Frog Island drinks." Huang Yongfa's smile froze for a moment. He twirled the wine glass in his hand, his gaze flickering. "Mr. Chen wants to open a milk tea shop. That's a good idea." Although he said it was a good idea, he did not pursue the matter further. Everyone present was perceptive, who couldn't see Huang Yongfa's concerns. The recipe is a core secret in the food and beverage industry. The reason Huang Yongfa's tea restaurant was thriving was due to the authentic silky milk tea and pearl milk tea. Now Chen Hao was about to introduce this, which essentially meant cultivating a competitor. Moreover, teaching a disciple could lead to the master starving. Such matters are major taboos in business. The atmosphere in the private room cooled slightly. Director Zhao felt a bit awkward and was about to speak to ease the tension, but Chen Hao smiled first. He picked up the wine decanter and personally filled Huang Yongfa's glass. President Huang, I understand your concerns. Chen Hao showed no displeasure. Are you worried that I will also open a restaurant and take away your business? Called out on his thoughts, Huang Yongfa chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Chen is joking. With Kyoto being so large, there's plenty of business to go around. It's just that this recipe is indeed a family secret, and some ingredients are hard to find here. Old Huang, you are being petty about this. Director Wu interjected. Mr. Chen is a person aiming for big ventures. Would he be interested in your little kitchen business? Huang Yongfa nodded repeatedly. Yes, Director Wu is right. Chen Hao waved his hand, signaling that Director Wu should not apply pressure. President Huang, let's talk business. I am running an internet cafe, not a restaurant. Chen Hao smiled at Huang Yongfa. I won't sell beef noodles or braised pork rice. I only sell milk tea. Moreover, our positioning is completely different. The milk tea in your store is made with fresh milk and black tea, focusing on quality. A cup sells for 15 yuan, emphasizing the environment, style, and service. Your clients are business professionals, couples, and wealthy patrons. But mine is different, Chen Hao continued to explain. My clients are poor students who play games. They can't afford 15 yuan milk tea. What I want to sell are fast-moving products priced at 2 to 3 yuan a cup. 2 to 3 yuan. Huang Yongfa's eyes widened. Mr. Chen, that's not even enough to cover costs. Just the fresh milk and tea leaves. Who said I have to use fresh milk? Chen Hao interrupted him. I will use non-dairy cream tea powder and syrup. What I want is speed, sweetness, and the stimulating sensation from ice cubes. As long as it tastes good and is cheap, those kids won't care if it has milk or not. Huang Yongfa was stunned. He came from a traditional restaurant background, which emphasized authentic ingredients. Chen Hao's industrialized approach was somewhat shocking to him. But then his instincts as a businessman quickly calculated the profits. Think about it, President Huang. My place has a foot traffic of nearly 1,000 people daily. If 1/10 buy milk tea, that's over 100 cups. In a month, that's several thousand cups. And this is just for now. I plan to open more branches and create a chain. With such a large volume, the consumption of non-dairy cream tapioca and tea powder will be astronomical. Chen Hao raised his wine glass, gently clinking it against Huang Yongfa's glass, producing a crisp sound. I don't plan to buy these ingredients from others. As long as President Huang is willing to teach me the technique and help me streamline the equipment and processes, I will purchase all my raw materials from you in the future. I won't compete with your retail business. I will be your wholesale distributor. You will not only lose a competitor, but also gain a stable major client. Moreover, Chen Hao glanced at Director Wu, speaking meaningfully. This is also a concrete action in response to the district's call to support the development of the frog business. President Huang should be able to calculate this right. Huang Yongfa's mind was racing with calculations. Running a restaurant is exhausting, selling 1 cup at a time and serving customers. But wholesale, that's just sitting back and collecting money. Moreover, Chen Hao was right. The low-end market of 2 to 3 yuan does not conflict with his high-end tea restaurant. Those who are used to 15 yuan milk tea would not go to an internet cafe to drink watered-down stuff. More importantly, Chen Hao elevated this matter to a political level. Director Wu was watching from the side. If he refused today, it would mean disrespecting Mr. Chen and the United Front Work Department. In the future, does he still want to mix in this area of Hadian district? Understanding this, Huang Yongfa's face broke into a smile. Mr. Chen's words have truly opened my mind. Huang Yongfa raised his glass and stood up. Although I, old Huang, am a businessman, I also know right from wrong. Since Mr. Chen has spoken to this extent, it would be ungrateful of me to hold back. He patted his chest vigorously. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will take care of this matter. No matter the recipe or equipment, I will get you the best. I have a master who has been with me for 10 years. I will have him report to you tomorrow and teach you Hansen. He won't leave until he teaches you. As for the raw materials, I will charge you at cost, plus a small shipping fee, absolutely the lowest price in all of Kyoto. Since we are family, let's not be formal with one another. Great. Chen Hao also stood up, laughing heartily. President Huang is straightforward. Come, I'll toast to you. Cheers. The 2 glasses clinked heavily, spilling a few drops of wine. Director Wu and Director Zhao exchanged glances, both seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. This was handled beautifully. It not only facilitated business, but also fulfilled the task, and he didn't have to spend a penny himself. After putting down the wine glass, Huang Yongfa grabbed Chen Hao's hand and began to impart his experience. Mr. Chen, since you want to target the low-end market, you need to increase the sweetness. Young people like sweet drinks, so you should add more syrup. Also for the pearls, add brown sugar while cooking and ensure sufficient soaking time, otherwise they won't be chewy. Chen Hao listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Although he had seen countless business cases in his past life, this practical detail from an expert was still something he had to heed. Dinner lasted until after 9 o'clock, and everyone enjoyed themselves. After sending off the slightly tipsy director Wu and director Zhao, Chen Hao and Huang Yongfa stood at the hotel entrance waiting for a car. Brother Chen, Huang Yongfa had changed his way of address, drunkenly putting an arm around Chen Hao's shoulder. Let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Your model has potential. If you get big in the future, don't forget about me. Don't worry, brother Huang. Chen Hao replied calmly while supporting him. In the future, we will be on the same boat. Wherever my internet cafe goes, your raw materials will supply there. It's a deal. After sending Huang Yongfa off, Chen Hao stood by the roadside and let out a sigh. The night wind was cool, blowing away the alcohol on him. Zhao Gang drove up and stopped in front of Chen Hao. Boss, is everything settled? Zhao Gang got out of the car and opened the door. It's settled, Chen Hao said, climbing into the back seat and rubbing his slightly swollen temples. Prepare to receive the equipment and raw materials tomorrow. Also have Lei Hu expand the beverage bar on the first floor a bit more. Expand again. Zhao Gang was taken aback. Yes, Chen Hao leaned against the back of the chair, looking out at the colorful street scene through the car window. Because soon it will become our money-making machine. Once the milk tea category runs well in the internet cafe, the terrifying profit margins and repurchase rates will provide him with a steady stream of cash flow. And this is just the beginning. With this standardized SOP and supply chain, he can completely separate this beverage bar and replicate it around all the universities in Kyoto. Before the Snow King is born, he wants to plant this flag all over the streets and alleys. Back to Hucking Jun. Chen Hao closed his eyes. The Audi drove towards Wadeyaku. At 9 o'clock the next morning, a white van marked Frog Island Tea Restaurant stopped in front of the internet cafe. The door opened, and a lean man in his 50s stepped out. He was carrying a black plastic box. This was Master Li from Huang Yongfa's shop, who had been navigating the culinary world for half his life. Chen Hao was already waiting at the door with Su Jing and Lu Lan. Seeing the man get out of the car, Chen Hao quickly approached and casually pulled out a freshly opened box of Zhonghua cigarettes, offering one to him. Master Li, thank you for your hard work on the way here. Please come in and have some water first. Chen Hao spoke politely, lowering his stance. Master Li took the cigarette, his previously reserved expression softening considerably. He sized up Chen Hao, noticing that although the young man was well-dressed, he spoke and acted with great tact, which caused him to harbor a bit of goodwill. You're too polite, Mr. Chen. President Huang mentioned that you wanted to start a milk tea business and asked me to come help. As he spoke, Master Li followed Chen Hao into the water bar area. The bar counter was newly installed, its stainless steel surface shining brightly. Master Li set down the box, opened it, and inside were neatly arranged various plastic bottles of fruit syrup, large bags of non-dairy creamer, dark pearl tapioca, and a few packs of unopened black tea. Actually, making milk tea is not as difficult as it seems. Master Li began pulling out the items one by one. The key lies in the timing and proportions. The tea leaves need to be fully brewed, the sugar must be enough, and the tapioca pearls should be soaked soft. I will teach you all of this once, and you can practice until you get the hang of it. He didn't engage in the pretentious mystique often exhibited by self-proclaimed masters. In the year 2000 in Longhua, this kind of street beverage had yet to reach any artistic heights. All right, let's see Master Li demonstrate first. Chen Hao smiled and stepped aside, giving Lu Lan a knowing glance. Master Li rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He first boiled a pot of water, and once it was boiling, he tossed in a handful of black tea. You can't use stagnant water to brew tea. It must be boiling before adding the leaves. Let it steep for a few minutes, and the aroma will emerge. Master Li explained while he worked. Next, he scooped 2 spoonfuls of non-dairy creamer into a shaker, followed by 2 pumps of fruit syrup from a large container. Once the tea was filtered, he poured it into the cup, and a rich, milky aroma instantly filled the air. Finally, add ice and shake it well. Master Li covered the shaker and deftly shook it a few times before pouring the milk tea into a transparent plastic cup and adding a scoop of tapioca. Mr. Chen, please have a taste. Master Li pushed the cup in front of Chen Hao. Chen Hao took a sip. The texture was very smooth and the sweetness was high, embodying the typical milk tea flavor. The taste is indeed authentic. Master Li's skills are commendable. Chen Hao put down the cup and nodded in affirmation. A proud smile appeared on Master Li's face. Chen Hao shifted the topic. However, Master Li, I plan to turn this into a chain. You know, I can't have a master like you stationed in every store. If I were to hire a novice with just a handful of tea and 2 spoons of powder, they probably wouldn't be able to replicate your flavor. Master Li was momentarily taken aback, finding the remark quite reasonable. That's true. Cooking and brewing tea indeed require a certain touch. So I'd like to ask you for a favor. Chen Hao pulled out an electronic scale from under the bar along with several measuring cups and a stopwatch, neatly laying them on the counter. Let's convert your experience into numbers. This way, when I hire a girl in the future, as long as she can read the scale, she will be able to replicate your flavor. What do you think? Master Li looked at the instruments, finding them novel, and he felt that this young man was thinking long-term. All right, I'll listen to Mr. Chen. Let's do it again, though I'll give you the precise measurements this time. This time the pace slowed down. For every ingredient Masterly added, Chen Hao insisted they weigh it first. Black tea powder, 12 grams. Steeping time, 6 minutes. Non-dairy creamer, 35 grams. Fruit syrup, 45 grams. Ice cubes, 150 grams. Lu Lan stood nearby with a notebook taking meticulous notes. Chen Hao held the stopwatch, recording the time taken for each action. The entire morning was filled with the sounds of clashing utensils in the water bar. Masterly did not mind the repetition. Chen Hao's politeness and patience made him feel respected. The two of them experimented and adjusted. Chen Hao requested to increase the proportion of ice cubes and reduce the cost of the tea leaves, but maintain the flavor by increasing the syrup's concentration. Mr. Chen, you're aiming to create a low-cost, fast-moving consumer product. Masterly discerned the intention. Exactly. Students have limited money, and after a tiring time online, what they want is that refreshing sweetness. Chen Hao spoke candidly. At noon, Chen Hao ordered a lavish meal at a nearby restaurant and personally toasted Masterly with 2 glasses. During the meal, Chen Hao asked many questions about ingredient storage and equipment maintenance, and Masterly answered without reservation. In the afternoon, the three of them revisited the processes for lemon water and ice cream, upgrading the versions they had previously experimented with. By evening, all 3 operation manuals were neatly organized. Chen Hao arranged for them to be printed and laminated. Sister Lu, from now on, this will be our standardized operation manual. He handed the manual to Lu Lan. If the taste is wrong, I will come to you. If the taste is right, and we have more customers, I will give you a bonus. Masterly watched this scene and sighed. Mr. Chen, you're not just teaching people to make milk tea, you're running a factory. If this set of practices gets out, those small milk tea shops outside will probably struggle to survive. Chen Hao smiled as he saw Masterly off to the car, slipping him a thick, red envelope as a token of appreciation. Masterly couldn't decline, and after accepting it, he praised Chen Hao as someone destined for great things. As the car drove away, Chen Hao put away his smile and turned to Zhao Gang. Gongzi has the design company we contacted arrived. They are waiting upstairs, boss. Chen Hao went up to the 4th floor and met the person in charge of the design company. Mr. Chen, here are 3 proposed logo designs we have come up with. The person in charge was a young man wearing glasses, and he spoke with great respect. Chen Hao flipped through them, but was not satisfied. The aesthetic standards of domestic design companies during this period were indeed lacking. None of these styles will do. He pushed the folder away. The person in charge looked a bit awkward. So what does Mr. Chen mean? Chen Hao took a blank sheet of paper, picked up a pen, and drew a round, chubby outline. I want a snowman. He should wear a crown on his head, hold a scepter made of ice cream, and drape a red cloak over his body. Chen Hao's pen moved swiftly, and a charming image sprang to life on the paper. Isn't this a bit too simple, eh? The person in charge seemed uncertain. Simplicity makes it memorable. Chen Hao drew a circle around the snowman's neck. The key is here. Add a pair of headphones, the oversized kind. The colors should be bright red and white. Headphones. The person in charge was taken aback, but quickly realized. Oh, our shop is located in an internet cafe, so this is to fit the atmosphere of the cafe. Clever. Chen Hao nodded. The name will be Shui Le Duo. I've also thought of a slogan: big cup refreshing Shui Le Duo. The font should be rounded large, and the color should be red. Chen Hao envisioned the red empire that had swept through Longwo's lower markets in his past life. Although he was not a design professional, he had seen the most successful milk tea cases. In an era where design concepts still lingered on high and mighty, such a visually impactful and approachable image was a dimensional strike. Mr. Chen, your idea is indeed unique. We will refine it as soon as we return. I'll give you 2 days. Chen Hao set a relatively tight deadline, anxious to get the first version of the milk tea shop up and running. The day after tomorrow, I want to see the complete 6 system, especially the design drawings for the cups, aprons, and signs. The person in charge gritted his teeth. All right, we'll have the whole company work overtime to get it done. On the 3rd day at noon, the final draft was delivered to Chen Hao's desk. Chen Hao selected the version that most closely matched his memory of the feeling. Especially the Snow King wearing headphones, looking both adorably naive and stylishly rebellious, perfectly fitting the aesthetic of early 2000s college students. This one, contact the factory immediately to custom-make cups and straws. Also ask the advertising company to produce the sign right away. Chen Hao turned to Su Jing. Sister Su, I've set the prices, please take note. Su Jing took out a fountain pen to record. Ice cream, 1 yuan. Su Jing's hand trembled slightly, leaving a black mark on the paper. She raised her head incredulously, asking, President Chen, isn't that below cost? Now a crispy cone costs several dimes, not to mention the milk mixture. Lemonade, 2 yuan. Bubble tea, 3 yuan. Chen Hao ignored her surprise and continued to list the prices. President Chen, this is too cheap. Su Jing became anxious. Although we are an information base, we can't afford to lose money like this just for publicity. Chen Hao shook his head and smiled. Sister Su, we are not losing money. According to the data I calculated with Masterly yesterday, our gross profit can still maintain over 50%. More importantly, these 3 items are our traffic drivers. As long as these 3 signs are hung up, students from the entire university street will flock to us. I want the word Shui Le Duo to become synonymous with milk tea. In the afternoon, the renovation team arrived. The originally dull water bar area was painted a bright red. To prepare for the upcoming opening, Su Jing hired 3 laid-off female workers from Jingyan Third Factory, as per Chen Hao's request. Lu Lan stood behind the bar, her posture straight. She wore a red apron emblazoned with the Snow King logo, and a white work cap, looking particularly spirited. "Have you all remembered?" Lu Lan said sternly. "Be steady with your hands and measure accurately. The boss pays us such a high salary not for us to slack off." The 3 new female workers nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with both nervousness and excitement. Just 10 minutes ago, Chen Hao announced in front of everyone that Lu Lan was officially promoted to the water bar supervisor with a base salary raised to an unimaginable 1,200 yuan. In this era where ordinary workers earn only 300 to 400 a month, this 1,200 is undoubtedly a high salary. 3 days later at 10 in the morning, the auspicious time had arrived. Lei Hu, accompanied by 2 security guards, pulled aside the huge sign covered with red cloth at the entrance. With a whoosh, the red cloth fell, revealing a white background with red letters on the acrylic price board. It displayed only 3 simple and straightforward lines: crispy cone ice cream, 1 yuan. Fresh lemonade, 2 yuan. Brown sugar bubble tea, 3 yuan. The students waiting in line at the door were instantly drawn to the sign. A stir arose in the crowd. "Did I read that right? 1 yuan. Isn't there a zero missing? A Häagen-Dazs scoop costs over 30 and a small one at McDonald's is 250. Can we really eat this? It wouldn't be diluted with tap water, would it?" Discussions arose, but no one stepped forward. After all, in this era, the belief that you get what you pay for was deeply ingrained, and spending 1 yuan on something left people feeling uncertain. A boy wearing thick glasses and a t-shirt stepped forward. He held a crumpled 1 yuan bill in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then approached the bar. "Is it really 1 yuan? The boy pushed up his glasses, his voice slightly shaky. Lu Lan immediately displayed a standard professional smile, the result of 3 days of practice in front of the mirror, as instructed by Chen Hao. "Yes, classmate, freshly made, and sold 1 yuan each." The boy handed over the money. "That will be 1 yuan. Lu Lan took the money, placed it in the cash register, and turned to the brand new ice cream machine. She picked up a crispy cone in her left hand and pressed down the lever with her right. The machine vibrated slightly as the milky ice cream mixture flowed down like satin. Lu Lan's wrist deftly rotated 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The 3 new sisters watched attentively. Finishing the swirl and lifting it up, an ice cream towering 12 centimeters high with a perfect point appeared in Lu Lan's hand. This portion was even larger than McDonald's. "Here is your ice cream, please hold it carefully." Lu Lan handed it over with both hands. The boy took the heavy ice cream, feeling the chill seep through the cone to his fingertips. Tentatively, he extended his tongue to lick it. The next second, his eyes widened in disbelief. It lacked the cheap icy texture he had imagined and the bitter taste of inferior sweeteners. The taste was rich and creamy. Although it was slightly sweet for a college student craving sugar at this age, this sweetness was like a switch for dopamine. "Wow!" The boy couldn't help but exclaim. He abruptly turned around holding the ice cream and shouted to his still waiting peers. "It really only costs 1 yuan. And it's delicious. Better than McDonald's." This shout was like pouring a ladle of cold water into a boiling oil pot. The students who were still hesitating instantly erupted. 1 yuan couldn't be a loss or a scam. In an era where even a bottle of cola costs 3 yuan, being able to buy ice cream of this quality for just 1 yuan was practically philanthropy. "They'll have one. I want one too. I want to. Don't crowd. I've got change." The bar was instantly surrounded, packed with people. Lu Lan remained calm and shouted, "Form a line. There is enough for everyone. Please line up." Lei Hu, along with the security guards, immediately stepped forward to maintain order, organizing the chaotic crowd into a long queue. "Let's get to work," Lu Lan commanded softly. The 3 older sisters immediately sprang into action. One was responsible for cashing out, another for serving ice cream, and the third for packaging lemonade. The assembly line began to operate. The power of the SOP was undeniably evident at that moment. No matter how long the line was, every ice cream received was of standard height, and each cup of lemonade contained a fixed number of ice cubes and lemon slices. By noon, the temperature reached its peak. The internet cafe was packed, and the heat wave outside surged higher and higher. At this moment, the 2 yuan fresh lemonade became the absolute star. The gigantic 700 milliliter transparent cup felt like a hand grenade in hand. Inside, large ice cubes clashed against the cup walls, producing a crisp sound. Thickly sliced lemon pieces floated in the pale yellow syrup. A boy who had just finished playing basketball rushed in, dripping with sweat, and handed over 2 yuan. After receiving the lemonade, he inserted a straw and took a big gulp. Sour, sweet, and icy. The 3 sensations shot straight up his throat to the top of his head. Refreshing. The boy shivered with delight, letting out a sigh as the heat on his face instantly faded by half. Compared to those bottled drinks that only offered 350 milliliters for 3 yuan, this large, satisfying, and refreshing lemonade was truly a summer godsend. The 3 yuan bubble tea became the girls' favorite. In an era when milk tea was still commonly made with hot water and instant powder, And even the pearls were undercooked. Chen Hao's pearls simmered in brown sugar for 2 hours were chewy and soft with a perfect texture. These pearls are so delicious. The milk flavor is so rich, much better than the one at the school gate. Reputation spread like a virus, along fiber optic cables and through word of mouth, across the entire university road. Many students who had never intended to go online heard about the divine beverages here and deliberately cycled over to purchase some. After buying, they discovered the venue's exceptional ambience and powerful air conditioning, and promptly purchased membership cards to settle in for a leisurely session. A perfect traffic loop had formed. At 10 p.m., night deepened over Beijing. While the city streets grew quiet, Matrix Internet Cafe's business was just entering its second act. All-night users, please register now. 15 yuan gets you a night pass and a free sausage. The network administrator bellowed across the lobby. Hordes of students scaled the rear wall of their campus and streamed into the cafe in groups ready to battle through the night in the worlds of Counter-Strike and StarCraft. Meanwhile, Lu Lan and 3 female staff members were so exhausted their hands trembled. Sister Lu, you may clock out now. The overnight shift manager will oversee the rest. Chen Hao descended from the second floor holding several red envelopes. Though the milk tea counter was booming, he had no intention of pushing these women to work around the clock. The beverage bar operated from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Beyond that hour, only bottled drinks were available. Boss, we can still work. Rest up. We'll follow protocol, Chen Hao replied, handing over envelopes. Here's today's bonus, 50 yuan each. 50 yuan. That equaled nearly 5 days' wages at their former factory. Overflowing with gratitude, the women departed. Chen Hao turned and ascended to the 4th floor. Inside the office, Su Jing stared blankly at the financial report freshly printed from the machine. Director Chen, the data is ready, she said, lifting her gaze as he entered, eyes alight with excitement. Speak. Chen Hao pulled up a chair and sat. The beverage bar opened today for 12 hours. We sold 1121 ice creams, 850 lemonades, and 560 pearl milk teas. Su Jing swallowed hard. Total revenue 4501 yuan. Zhao Gang and Lei, who sat nearby, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Could a modest beverage stall really earn 4500 yuan in a single day? What about costs? Chen Hao exhaled a plume of smoke. I've already calculated them. The cost per ice cream was under 20 fun, a lemonade 30 fun, and pearl milk tea, due to pearls and premium tea, reached a maximum of 85 fun. Su Jing tapped furiously at her calculator. After deducting labor, utilities, and waste, today's net profit stands at approximately 3100 yuan. 3,100 yuan, pure profit in a single day. In this era, that sum could buy 2 square meters of real estate in Beijing. We haven't even factored in internet fees, yet Su Jing continued. Today's total internet revenue, including membership top-ups, reached 1800 yuan. Steady internet service income alone amounted to roughly 2400 yuan. Lei, who slammed his thigh. Boss, this beverage bar is nothing short of a printing press. And we haven't even launched formal promotions yet. If we open more branches. Chen Hao smiled. This is merely the beginning. The true significance of the beverage bar lay not in its few Thusandian daily profits, but in how it completed a seamless traffic loop with the internet cafe. Now every student along University Road knew visiting Matrix Internet Cafe meant blazing fast terminals, an outstanding environment, and the most affordable, delicious beverages in all of Beijing. Once such brand loyalty took root, even neighboring unlicensed cafes slashing prices would stand no chance of luring away our patrons. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Gang and Lei Hu. The integrated model of Internet Cafe plus Snowy Delights has proven viable. It's time to expand. Over the next month, I intend to open 5 more company-owned outlets near universities across Beijing. And we must move swiftly. Chen Hao's voice hardened. I've learned that national regulation over Internet cafes will tighten dramatically. New licenses are expected to be suspended imminently. This was a pivotal turning point etched in Chen Hao's memories from his past life. The years 2000-2001 marked the final euphoria of the Internet cafe industry and the last window for entry. Zhao Gang, starting tomorrow, you and Wang Jun will survey every university and Hadian district. Every storefront, every basement. Any space exceeding 300 square meters with clear title deeds must be secured immediately. Understood, boss. Zhao Gang snapped upright. Su Jing, continue recruiting. Not only network administrators, but also beverage bar staff. Lu Lan should train additional apprentices. I demand standardized replication. Every outlet must deliver precisely the same taste. Lei Hu, you'll handle recruitment and training for security personnel. One by one, Chen Hao issued his orders, and everyone sprang into action. The 4th floor office of Matrix Internet Cafe had transformed into a wartime command center. A map of Hadian district hung on the wall, 5 red circles marking key zones in bold marker. Those circles encompassed Hadian's dense clusters of universities. Each day, Zhao Gang and Wang Jun drove between alleyway streets and commercial districts surrounding campuses. Their briefcases overflowed with business cards and property listings from dozens of brokers. They inspected over 50 potential sites, most unsuitable. Some landlords, sensing urgency, demanded exorbitant rents, others held titles still mortgaged, making transfer impossible. Still others occupied prime locations, yet possessed only a single fire exit, failing mandatory safety approvals. Yet where cash led, no fortress remained impregnable. The first breakthrough emerged at a snack street east of Guilin University, a subterranean billiards hall. Its entrance was discreet, descending via a greasy staircase into a spacious 300-square-meter basement. Its owner, a balding man in his 40s, sat glumly behind the bar tallying losses. Billiards had become unprofitable. The place now served as a hangout for local hooligans. Brawls erupted regularly, drawing police visits 3 times a month. The owner had long yearned to sell, but no buyer dared take on a basement property. As Zhao Gang stepped inside, the worn floor mat clung stubbornly to his shoe soles. Is the title registered solely in your name? Without preamble, Zhao Gang produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and offered one. Yes, it's mine, outright purchased years ago. The owner accepted the cigarette, appraising Zhao Gang's sharp attire. What do you plan to do with this place? That's none of your concern. Zhao Gang scanned the room. Peeling plaster, damp mold permeating the air. Final offer, 28000 yuan. Full cash payment, title transfer within 3 days. The cigarette trembled in the owner's fingers. His bottom line expectation had been 250 yuan, yet the listing had languished unsold for half a year. Agreed, but there are several billiard tables here. They're included. No need for you to remove them. Within 20 minutes, a preliminary agreement was signed. Next, the southern gate of Beijing Normal University. This time it was a 2-story streetfront shop. Prime location, formerly a tutoring bookstore. Spanning 450 square meters, its floor-to-ceiling windows offered a direct view of the university's main gate. The landlord, a bespectacled middle-aged man, urgently sought liquidity to emigrate to Canada. He'd held firm at 700 yuan, until Wang Jun played good cop bad cop, and Zhao Gang slammed a thick wad of cash onto the table. 600,000 yuan. Let's go to the real estate administration right now. At the sight of those tightly bound stacks of 100 yuan notes, the landlord's resolve crumbled instantly. The third site, a basement warehouse beneath an old residential complex west of Beijing Institute of Technology. 380 square meters, clean title acquired for 200 yuan. The fourth and fifth locations, near China University of Political Science and Law and Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications, were both street-level retail spaces of roughly 300 square meters. Within 2 weeks, 5 properties were secured for a total of 194 million yuan. Chen Hao leafed through the property deeds. These were far more than mere buildings. They were golden tickets to ride Beijing's soaring real estate boom over the next 2 decades, and the very bedrock upon which Matrix Internet Cafe's expansion would rise. Meanwhile, Su Jing was also busy and unable to catch her breath. For a week, job advertisements for Matrix Technology had been continuously published in the centerfolds of the Kyoto Evening News and the hand-in-hand newspaper. High salary, recruitment, network administrator, cashier, barista. Requirements, hardworking, no bad habits. Priority given to laid-off workers. Every morning, a long line formed on the 4th floor of the Matrix Internet Cafe. Su Jing sat behind a desk with a roster in front of her. Extend your hand, she said to a young man. The young man extended his hand, his nails caked with black dirt, and his fingertips yellowed. Next, Su Jing did not even look up. Why should I? The young man protested. In the service industry, if your hands are not clean, how can you serve customers? Next, Su Jing was much more lenient when it came to laid-off female workers. As long as the person was honest and nimble, they were basically accepted. Within 2 weeks, 33 new employees were in place. Training took place directly at the Matrix headquarters, each following their respective supervisor. The 3rd floor was temporarily designated as a training area. Lu Lan, wearing a red apron printed with the Snow King logo, stood in front of a row of stainless steel workstations with a stopwatch in hand. They'll say it again. Ice cubes must reach the marked line. A 1 too many or 1 too few is not acceptable. Lu Lan's voice was stern. This is what we call a standard. The taste you have at the headquarters must be the same at the branches. Several new employees nervously held measuring cups, repeatedly practicing scooping ice, compressing sugar, and sealing the cups. If anyone was slow or made a mistake in the ratio, Lu Lan would bang her ruler on the workstation, startling everyone. The training for network administrators was handled by technical staff. They learned how to use the management system, how to use Ghost for system restoration, and how to deal with crashes and blue screens. In the open area at the entrance of Matrix Technology, Lei, who stood bare-chested, showcasing his muscular physique. In front of him stood 10 newly recruited young men, all with beefy appearances, handpicked by Lei, who from Shiba Li village, familiar faces he could trust. Stand straight. Lei, who brandished a rubber baton. The boss is paying us a high salary. If we dress like this, we must have some presence. In case of trouble, the first step is to reason with them. If they don't listen, then take action. Be tough, but don't cause any fatalities. Do you understand? Understood. The roar was thunderous. Chen Hao stood at the 4th floor window, overlooking it all. This team was still quite young, but the framework had already been established. The renovation team soon started working. 5 stores opened simultaneously. Chen Hao did not pursue any fancy designs, but directly replicated the industrial style of the headquarters. The concrete walls were left unpainted, simply sprayed with a layer of varnish for dust-proofing. The ceiling was left without a drop, ceiling pipes painted black and iron lampshades hung up. The floor was covered with the most durable self-leveling cement. The greatest advantage of this renovation style was that it was fast and cost-effective. The only area with exquisite decoration was the red and white themed Snow Lu Duo bar at the entrance. That had to be eye-catching. In Zhongguancun at the Qinkuan Electronics flagship store, Qian Hongyan looked at the list in his hand, a bit incredulous. 320 units. Qian Hongyan swallowed hard, looking up at Chen Hao sitting opposite him. Mr. Chen, are you planning to monopolize the internet cafe business in the Hadian district? This is just the beginning. Chen Hao took a sip of tea. The configuration remains the same. Celeron 2 128 megabytes of memory. Since the order is large this time, can you give me a better price, Mr. Qian? Qian Hongyan tapped away on his calculator, sweat forming on his forehead. Mr. Chen, there's really no profit left. These 320 units amount to 1,500,000. I need to sweep all the goods from the entire village for you. 1,500,000. I'll pay a 50,000 deposit first. Once the goods arrive and installation is completed, I'll pay the remaining balance. Chen Hao handed over a bag of cash. Qian Hongyan glanced at the bag filled with cash, gritted his teeth, and said, deal. In 20 days, I guarantee all 320 units will be in place. This is the power of cash flow. In an era plagued by triangular debts, clients who can produce genuine cash are like gods. With the hardware sorted, the hardest part was still obtaining the necessary certificates. The business license and the network culture operation permit were among the 4 required certificates for internet cafes. Zhao Gang had lost weight during this time, his eye sockets deeply sunken. He drove around with 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and a few bottles of Matai in the trunk. Between the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, the Culture Bureau, the Fire Department, and the Police Station, he spun like a top among these departments. Director Wang, how's the approval process going? Team Leader Sun, I'll need your help with the fire inspection. Director Zhang, this is a small token of our Mr. Chen's appreciation, primarily to support the district's information technology construction. Thanks to the previous golden signboard of the Information Industry Incubation Base and previous directives from the leadership, the various departments were careful not to deliberately create obstacles. With a green light all the way. However, even so, going through the processes for 5 stores was enough to wear a person out. On a June afternoon, the heat was stifling. Cicadas were shrieking hoarsely in the trees. Chen Hao was in his office flipping through the renovation progress report for the new store. At the current speed, they could open for trial operations by the end of the month at the earliest. Suddenly, the door burst open. Su Jing rushed in without bothering to knock. She was usually very composed, but today her face bore an unusual look of panic. Mr. Chen, something has happened. Su Jing threw her handbag on the sofa and grabbed a cup of water from the table, gulping it down. Take your time to explain. Chen Hao closed the folder without looking up, still studying a report in his hand. After the success of the Snow Lu Duo model, Chen Hao had asked Su Jing to register a new company specifically for managing Snow Lu Duo. I just returned from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. While at the service hall, I overheard a few agents discussing that a red-headed document is about to be issued from above. Indeed, it was coming. What specifically did they say? Chen Hao raised his head to look at Su Jing. It's exactly what you warned about before. They are going to completely stop approving new internet cafe business licenses. Moreover, there will be strict checks on minors accessing the internet with a sweeping inspection of existing internet cafes. It is said that this effort is unprecedented and many who are in the process of applying will face significant delays. As the financial officer, she understood all too well what this meant. If the procedures were not completed, then the 1,940,000 in rent for the 5 stores, 1,500,000 for computers, and several hundred thousand for renovations would become invalid investments. The losses would be substantial. Mr. Chen, should we perhaps pause for a moment? Can we cancel the computers for now? Su Jing asked cautiously. Chen Hao stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the university road was bustling with cars and groups of young students were heading towards the internet cafes. This wave of internet access by the masses could not be stopped, but the floodgates indeed had to be closed. We cannot stop. Chen Hao turned around and said decisively. Not only can we not stop, but we must accelerate. But what if the licenses get stuck? There is no what if. Chen Hao picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Gang's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. The background noise was chaotic, as if in some sort of service hall. Boss. Zhao Gang's voice sounded weary. Where are you? At the district police station, getting the final stamp for the special industry operating permit. Su Jing just received word that the document is about to come down and internet cafes will completely halt approvals. Let's cut to the chase, Chen Hao said. There was a brief silence on the other end as Zhao Gang clearly recognized the severity of the situation. How many certificates are still pending? We've received the telecommunications and culture ones. Aside from this one, we're processing. We just need the fire inspection certificate. There are some minor issues with the fire safety at the store in Guoming University, and that's where it's stuck. No matter the cost, no matter who you have to find, Chen Hao said seriously into the phone. You have 3 days. All 5 stores must have their licenses secured by Friday. 3 days. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. Can it be done? It can. Zhao Gang's voice was filled with determination. Boss, rest assured, even if I have to stay at the director's doorstep, I'll get that stamp for you. I'm going to find team leader's son from the fire department now. Go ahead. If you need more money, ask Su Jing for it. After hanging up, Chen Hao threw his phone back on the table. He looked at Su Jing, who wore a worried expression, and sat back down in his chair. Sister Su, notify the renovation team to work overnight starting tonight. Even if we have to pay more, we must complete all the hard construction by Friday. But this document is not a death sentence, Chen Hao said with a cold smile. In fact, it is our moat. As long as we rush and before the floodgates close, this market will be ours in the short term. Su Jing looked at Chen Hao, whose calmness was unshaken and her nervousness slowly subsided. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. Su Jing turned and quickly walked out of the office. At 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon, the sunset bathed the entire Haitian district in a golden hue. Chen Hao stood at the entrance of the underground internet cafe outside the east gate of Guoming University, watching the last batch of construction workers carrying ladders and toolboxes walk out. Mr. Chen, the work is finished. The foreman was a middle-aged man with dark skin covered in traces of lime and paint. The brothers have been working in 2 shifts these past few days. They really gave it their all. Chen Hao took out a wad of cash from his pocket amounting to 1,000 yuan and stuffed it directly into the foreman's hand. Thank you for your hard work. This is overtime pay distributed among the brothers. The foreman took the money, his eyes lighting up. Having worked in this industry for over a decade, he had seen various bosses, but none were as generous and straightforward as Chen Hao. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, feel free to call us for future jobs. After sending off the construction team, Chen Hao walked into the internet cafe. The smell of paint lingered, but the overall layout had already taken shape. The cement walls were coated with varnish, gleaming with a cold sheen under the lights. Black pipes were neatly arranged on the ceiling, and industrial-style iron pendant lights emitted a warm yellow glow. The most eye-catching feature was the red and white water bar at the entrance. A gigantic Zueladuo logo hung above the bar, and the image of the Snow King, wearing headphones, was particularly striking under the spotlight. Behind the bar, the stainless steel work surface was polished to a shine, with ice cream machines, sealing machines, and ice makers lined up. Zhao Gang walked in from outside, holding a stack of documents. Boss, the last stamp is done. Zhao Gang handed over the documents, speaking excitedly. 5 stores, all the licenses are complete. Chen Hao took the documents and flipped through them page by page. Business license, Internet Cultural Operation license, Fire Inspection Certificate, Special Industry license. How did you manage to get this done in 3 days, hey? Chen Hao looked up at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang smiled wryly. To be honest, I've never asked so many people for help in my life. The fire department was the toughest to deal with. The fire escape width for this store at Guoming University was 20 centimeters short. I contacted team leader's son from the fire brigade, treated him to a meal, and slipped him 2 packs of cigarettes. He said it would be difficult and that I needed to speak with his superior. And then, I found someone from the Cultural Bureau to help speak on our behalf, and finally the fire department relented, saying we could make adjustments. I found someone overnight to break down the wall and extended it by 30 centimeters. The next morning the inspection passed without a hitch. As Zhao Gang spoke, he pulled out a small notebook filled with names and phone numbers. In these 3 days I met with over a dozen department heads, team leaders, and directors. I smoked 5 packs of cigarettes, drank 3 cases of liquor, and had 8 meals out. Boss, we need to maintain good relationships with these people in the future. Chen Hao took the notebook and carefully reviewed it. Each name and phone number represented a potential resource for the future. His position only suited communication with major leaders, but the actual execution and coordination required a specific execution department, and Zhao Gang was very suitable for handling these relationships. Well done. Chen Hao patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder. Go home and rest for a couple of days, and we have tough battles ahead. Not tired? Zhao Gang shook his head. Boss, the funds for the equipment will all arrive tomorrow. Let's work overtime to set up the machines on Saturday, and we can have a trial operation on Sunday. All right, let's keep this pace. Chen Hao turned and walked out of the internet cafe, taking a deep breath at the doorway. The evening breeze brought a touch of coolness. He looked up at the brand new sign at the entrance of the internet cafe. Matrix Internet Cafe, Guoming University Store. Below the sign, a prominent notice with red background and white text was posted. Minors are prohibited from entering. The font was bold, each character the size of a fist. These 8 characters were placed at the most conspicuous position on the glass door, even more eye-catching than the Matrix Internet Cafe sign. Boss, isn't that font a bit too big? Zhao Gang asked, standing beside him somewhat puzzled. Want this scare away some college students who look young? This is exactly the effect I want. Chen Hao twisted open a bottle cap and took a sip of water, his gaze sweeping over the notice. Not just here, the main store also needs to repost it. I want those 8 characters ingrained in the minds of everyone who passes by. Although Zhao Gang didn't quite understand why the boss was so adamant about this, he nodded and made a note in his notebook. On Saturday at the Longwei University of Political Science and Law store, Chen Hao was directing over a dozen technicians in blue uniforms who were busy at work. Move faster. Everything must be lit up tonight. Chen Hongyan's voice was hoarse from shouting. This order was the main highlight of his performance this year. Even if it cost him his life, he had to do it beautifully. The technicians worked swiftly, unboxing, installing, and wiring. Chen Hao walked into the machine room of the store. Liang Bo was debugging the servers with several computer science students. Bo Ge, how's the management system deployment going? Chen Hao asked. Liang Bo, sporting dark circles under his eyes from an all-nighter, was obviously excited. Chen Hao, don't worry. We'll definitely finish the deployment tonight. Very good. Chen Hao patted Liang Bo on the shoulder. Just bear with it tonight. At 3 in the morning, the entire city was in deep slumber, yet these 5 stores remained brightly lit. As the last monitor lit up with a blue Windows desktop, Chen Hongyan sat down on the floor, letting out a long sigh of relief. Mr. Chen, we did not fail you. Chen Hao passed a cigarette to him and lit one for himself as well. At 6 in the morning, Su Jing led over 30 newly recruited employees into the stores according to their assignments. Among this group were laid-off female workers and recent graduates who had not found jobs. They wore matching uniforms, practicing their final drills at their respective positions. Especially the water bar employees. Lu Lan, as the chief trainer, was inspecting each store one by one. Remember, you're not just selling drinks, you're the face of the internet cafe. Lu Lan said loudly. Work quickly with your hands and wear a sweet smile on your face. If anyone drops the ball on opening day, they will be asked to leave. The sky began to lighten. On June 11th, Sunday, all 5 stores opened simultaneously. There were no lion dance teams, nor were there firecrackers. The only promotional method was those 100,000 flyers distributed everywhere. At 8 in the morning, the entrances of the cafeterias, dormitories, and playgrounds of various universities were occupied by a group of part-time students wearing t-shirts with the Zueladuo logo. In the boys' dormitory of the Polytechnic University, Zhang Wei, still groggy, was holding a lunchbox and preparing to go for food when a red flyer was shoved into his hand. He was about to toss it aside, but the large characters on it made him stop. 1 yuan. Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes. With this flyer, Zueladuo crispy cone ice cream is 1 yuan, fresh lemonade is 2 yuan, and brown sugar pearl milk tea is 3 yuan. Looking further down at Reed, Matrix Internet Cafe's new store opening, free 1-hour trial with a student ID. Configuration Celeron 2 128M RAM, 17-inch flat monitor. Zhang Wei nearly dropped his lunchbox. Holy crap, this configuration is amazing. He turned and rushed back to the dormitory, kicking open the door to wake up his still sleeping roommates. Stop sleeping. Get up. A new internet cafe opened near the west gate. If we go late, there won't be any machines. A similar scene played out simultaneously at 5 universities. At 9:30 in the morning, outside the west gate of the Polytechnic University, a long line had already formed in front of the Matrix Internet Cafe branch. The June sun was scorching, but it couldn't dampen the students' enthusiasm. As long as they stood at the entrance, they could feel the strong, cool air blowing out from inside. I want an ice cream. I want lemonade with extra ice. The window of the water bar was packed with people. The apprentices brought out by Lu Lan moved quickly, collecting money, preparing ice cream, sealing cups, their actions fluid and seamless. Students who received their cold drinks originally just wanted to quench their thirst, but upon seeing the rows of brand new computers through the floor-to-ceiling glass and the technologically appealing decor, their feet became rooted to the ground. This environment is too good, right? Look at those chairs, they're leather, they look comfortable. Since we don't have classes, why not go in and play for a while? At this moment, the flow of traffic perfectly aligned. People who bought drinks would go online, and those who finished surfing the internet and felt thirsty would come out to buy drinks. The cash register's bill validator had not stopped since the moment the doors opened. Su Jing sat in the headquarters office, the phone on her desk, ringing constantly, reporting the status of each store. The Polytechnic store opened 300 cards with the water bar's revenue exceeding 1,000. The normal university store sold out of milk tea and requested a restock. The political science and law store is full with 50 more people waiting in line. By 10 o'clock in the evening, when Su Jing placed the summarized data in front of Chen Hao, her face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Mr. Chen, including the main store, the total revenue of the 6 stores today has exceeded 400,000. 400,000 in a single day is simply a windfall in this era. However, Chen Hao remained calm, for this was just the beginning. The impending regulatory storm would soon make these operating internet cafes even more popular. 1 day later, June 12, 2000, Monday. This day would be remembered as a significant moment for the internet industry in the Dragon Kingdom. A red-headed document numbered No. 44, jointly issued by 7 ministries, including the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Police, was officially delivered to various provinces and cities. Opinions on the special governance of video game operating venues. The document sternly announced: cease the approval of new video game operating venues. Prohibit the production, sale, and import of domestic video game equipment. Conduct strict reviews of existing venues, resolutely banning illegal operations. Although the title of the document mentioned video games, in the specific implementation details, internet cafes were clearly categorized under video game operating venues. This marked the beginning of what would later be known as the game console ban, as well as the first large-scale reshuffling of the internet cafe industry. The news spread rapidly like wings, quickly circulating through Zhongwan village and various computer cities. The internet cafe owners who were still in the midst of running procedures and half done with renovations were instantly dumbfounded. At 3 in the afternoon at the headquarters of Matrix Internet Cafe in the 4th floor office, Chen Hao was reviewing the revenue reports from various stores when his Nokia on the table suddenly vibrated. Caller ID Director Sun. Chen Hao set down the report and pressed the answer key. Hello, Director Sun. On the other end, Director Sun's voice sounded somewhat fatigued. Mr. Chen, you saw the document, right? I've heard about it. The measures are quite severe, Chen Hao replied calmly. It's not just severe, Director Sun lowered his voice. This time a deadly order has come from above. The Haitian district has many schools and is a key area for governance. Starting tomorrow, the joint law enforcement team will hit the streets. At this point, Director Sun paused. I'm not calling to warn you. Your paperwork is complete, and I personally checked the fire safety. There are no issues with the hardware. I'm just giving you a heads up to avoid any misunderstandings when the enforcement team comes to inspect. Chen Hao understood Director Sun's subtext. It was both a way to prevent misunderstandings and to remind him. If the hardware is fine, what about the software? The core of this governance, aside from licenses, is underage individuals. Rest assured, Director Sun. Chen Hao replied with understanding. We will strictly adhere to the spirit of the document. Matrix Internet Cafe will not allow a single underage person to enter, even if it means sacrificing business. This bottom line we will uphold. Good. With your word, I feel reassured. Mr. Chen, you are a benchmark in our district. Please do not let me down at this time. After hanging up, the calm expression on Chen Hao's face instantly vanished. He stood up, grabbed his coat from the hanger, and strode out of the office. Zhao Gang, Wang Jun, prepare the car. Soon the black Audi sped out of the Lihua factory area. The first stop, the National University store. Before the car had fully stopped, Chen Hao pushed the door open and jumped out. The store manager was standing at the bar calculating accounts, and when he saw Chen Hao enter with a fierce expression, he was startled. Boss, what brings you here? Chen Hao ignored him and walked straight to the security guard at the entrance. Did you check the ID of that guy in the white t-shirt who just went in? Chen Hao pointed at a figure and asked. The security guard hesitated for a moment. He looks like a college student. Looks like. Chen Hao's voice suddenly rose, startling the surrounding internet users. I pay you to keep watch, not to judge by appearances. Chen Hao yanked the security guard's collar, pointing at the 8 big words on the glass door. What does that say? Read it. Underage individuals are prohibited from entering. The security guard stuttered. From now on. Chen Hao turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the store, including the manager and the network administrator. Every person entering the store must have their ID checked. No ID, even if it's the king of heaven, they are not allowed to enter. Even if he looks 80 years old, if he can't produce an ID, he must leave. The manager hurried over. Boss, this is too strict, right? Some students simply forget to bring it, and our business. Business. Chen Hao sneered, staring into the manager's eyes. Do you want to lose that $100, or do you want to see my store worth hundreds of thousands get sealed? The manager trembled under Chen Hao's gaze, not daring to say another word. Listen, Chen Hao scanned the surroundings. If anyone dares to let in a person without ID, they will be fired immediately, and I will pursue their legal responsibility. Do you understand? Understood. For the next 2 hours, Chen Hao ran through 6 stores. At each store, he repeated the same words, issuing the same dead orders. Some managers did not understand and felt the boss was making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, in this era, allowing underage individuals in internet cafes was an industry unspoken rule. Who would go against the money? But Chen Hao's strong stance left them no room to argue. That evening, a peculiar sight appeared outside all Matrix internet cafes. 2 uniformed security guards stood like gatekeepers at the door, checking each person entering. Every person trying to enter had to produce their ID. Oh no, I forgot it. Can you make an exception? I'm a regular customer. A boy who looked like a student offered a cigarette to the security guard. The security guard glanced at the pack of cigarettes, swallowed hard, but remembering the boss' dead order, he resolutely pulled his hand back. No way. Without an ID, you can't enter. Are you guys crazy, eh? The boy cursed and left, turning to go to the small internet cafe next door. Watching the loss of customers, the manager's heart bled. The storm came faster than expected. The next day at 9 in the morning, several vans marked with cultural law enforcement and industrial and commercial law enforcement blaring police sirens grandly entered University Road. The governance action had begun. On both sides of the street, those internet cafes that usually thrived were suddenly thrown into chaos. Quick, shut the doors. Open the back door. Let those kids run away quickly. In an internet cafe named Happy Network, the boss shouted while trying to pull down the rolling shutter. But the law enforcement personnel were quicker. Several uniformed individuals rushed in and took control of the scene. Soon after, dozens of middle school students in uniforms were brought out from inside. Where's the boss? Take him away. Seal it. Put a seal on it. A white seal was affixed in an X shape on the rolling shutter. A few other internet cafes that were still under renovation had their owners crying out with just purchased equipment invoices, but because they had not obtained the license, they were ordered to stop work and their equipment was confiscated. The entire street was filled with cries, please, and the sounds of police sirens. Chen Hao sat by the window at the National University store holding a glass of lemonade, quietly watching this scene outside. Zhao Gang sat next to him, his palms sweating. This is too ruthless. Watching his peers being shut down, Zhao Gang felt a chill in his heart. If it weren't for the boss forcing him to get the license 2 weeks in advance, and if it weren't for the strict ID checks these past few days, Matrix Internet Cafe would likely also end up like this. This is what we call reshuffling, Chen Hao said calmly. At that moment, the law enforcement convoy stopped in front of the Matrix Internet Cafe at the National University. The car doors opened and 7 or 8 law enforcement personnel got out. Leading them was a man with a dark face wearing a big cap with sharp eyes. He glanced at the prominent, underage individuals prohibited from entering sign at the entrance, raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. Checked. With a wave of his hand, the dark-faced man led the group inside. The air in the store instantly stiffened. The students who were browsing the internet stopped using their mice, nervously watching this group of uninvited guests. Chen Hao did not stand up, still sitting in the corner. The manager approached with humility, following Chen Hao's previous instructions. Hello, leaders, is this a routine inspection? The dark-faced man ignored him and directly walked to the nearest machine. ID out. The student playing Red Alert froze for a moment, then quickly pulled out his ID from his pocket. The dark-faced man glanced at it. Born in 1980, an adult. Next, law enforcement personnel spread out to check every internet user in the store. 1 to 1050. Not a single underage person. Even those who looked young had IDs showing they were just over 18. The dark-faced man then walked to the bar and flipped through the internet registration book. It was densely filled with records of each machine corresponding to ID numbers and entry times. The handwriting was neat and the records were detailed. The dark-faced man closed the registration book and his serious expression softened somewhat. He looked around. A clean and tidy environment, no cigarette butts on the floor and no raucous, unruly youths. The walls were adorned with no-smoking signs and fire extinguishers were placed prominently with the pressure gauge needle in the green zone. This hardly resembled an internet cafe, it was more like a proper computer room. Captain, we've checked them all, they are all adults. A team member ran over to report. Even the one in the corner who looks like a middle school student, his ID shows he was born in 81, he just looks short. The dark-faced man nodded. He turned around and looked at the trembling manager. Well done. The dark-faced man rarely showed a look of approval. If all the internet cafes in the district could be like yours, we wouldn't have to work so hard. After saying that, he waved his hand. Dismissed. On to the next one. The law enforcement personnel withdrew and the sound of police sirens faded away. A week later, in the large conference room of the Haitian District Cultural Bureau, Director Sun sat on the podium holding a summary report. This week, we have closed down 85 illegal internet cafes and shut down 65 unlicensed operations during this special rectification period. The heads of various departments below were taking notes. Director Sun shifted his tone. However, I have also seen some good examples. For instance, the Matrix Internet Cafe on Shueching Road, as well as their branches in various universities. I have conducted undercover visits and sent people for surprise inspections. They are truly operating in a standardized manner. Director Sun took a sip from his teacup, scanning the entire room. From now on, this will be our district's model. Anyone who wants to open an internet cafe should first go to Matrix and see how they manage it. Applause erupted in the conference room. On several main roads in Haitian district, many internet cafes that once displayed colorful signs have been shut down with white seals affixed to their roller shutters. Happy Network, Speed Space, Surfing Cabin, and other names have become a thing of the past. However, outside the Matrix Internet Cafe near Lihua Factory and 5 universities, the scene was quite different. The line extended to the edge of the road. As the smaller internet cafes nearby were all shut down, students and young people with nowhere to go surged towards the compliant and well-maintained Matrix Internet Cafe like a tide. Are there any machines left? I've been waiting for half an hour. Don't push, or I'll call the police. In the main hall of the cafe, despite the air conditioning being on full blast, it could not suppress the heat emanating from hundreds of computers. Chen Hao looked at the sea of heads below, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Having too much business could also be a vexation. Every minute someone was waiting, which meant money was slipping away. Chen Hao took out his phone and dialed Qian Hongyan's number. Old Qian, get me another 100 machines. Same configuration. Qian Hongyan, who was drinking water on the other end of the line, nearly choked upon hearing this. President Chen, you want more? I've seen your stores, they're already so full that you can't even fit a foot in. Oh, where else can we put them? In the hallway, the corners of the stairs, and clear out half of the storage. Chen Hao replied casually. Space, well, just like that gap, if you squeeze, there will always be some. As long as we can lay down a network cable and fit a table, then set it up for me. Fire safety. Fire safety only cares about the width of the passage. I've measured it. If we place a row against the wall, there will still be 2 meters left, which is compliant. Qian Hongyan stopped hesitating. All right, you are the god of wealth, you call the shots. All machines will be delivered before tomorrow night. These 100 machines were like adding another tube of water to an already saturated sponge. The aisles of the Matrix Internet Cafe became narrow, but each newly added machine would be occupied within 5 minutes of being powered on. What delighted Chen Hao even more was the explosive growth of the beverage sales. Due to the long waiting times and the hot weather, ice cream and lemonade became necessities. I want 10 cones. 5 cups of lemonade to go. In front of the beverage window, Lu Lan led 4 staff members, moving swiftly, almost wishing for 2 extra hands. The ice cream machine's compressor buzzed from morning till night, hardly pausing. Raw material buckets were emptied and replaced one after another, while the trash bin overflowed with lemon peels. Many students who didn't even go online specifically rode over to buy drinks. A couple from the Institute of Technology stood under the shade of a tree at the Internet Cafe's entrance, each holding an ice cream and enjoying it. For cash-strapped university students, $1's worth of happiness was truly hard to come by. At 4 in the afternoon, Su Jing knocked on Chen Hao's office door. Following her were Lei Hu and 2 other security guards, each carrying 2 heavy canvas bags. President Chen, it's time to deposit the money. Su Jing placed the bags on the coffee table and unzipped them. Inside were all bills. There were coins of 1 and 2 yuan, as well as large notes of 10, 50, and 100. This was the revenue for a day from 6 stores plus the underground funds that Chen Hao mixed in under the guise of friends recharging. How much today? Chen Hao held a cigarette, not getting up. The pure revenue, the beverage sales, are 31,000, and the internet fees, plus membership recharge funds amount to 550,000. Nearly 600,000 in cash flow for the day. In the year 2000, this amount was enough to drive people wild. Let's go to the bank. Chen Hao stood up, extinguishing his cigarette. The group drove the Audi A6 directly to the nearby industrial and commercial bank branch. The lobby manager of the bank saw Chen Hao from afar, and the wrinkles on his face broke into a wide smile as he jogged over to help Lei, who carried the bags. President Chen, you're here. The VIP room has been prepared with cold drinks for you. Since the Matrix Internet Cafe opened, this account's cash flow had never ceased. In just over a month, the balance of the corporate account had exceeded 6 million. In this era of heavy savings tasks, Chen Hao was the biggest god of wealth at this branch. Sitting in the cool VIP room listening to the frantic sound of the cash-counting machine, Chen Hao closed his eyes to rest. In early July, the grand special rectification operation finally came to an end. The Internet Cafe industry in Haitian district underwent a brutal reshuffle. Although nearly 100 licensed Internet cafes survived, the owners had all become startled birds. They dared not accept minors again, fearing the enforcement team would come after them. Everyone was watching, not knowing when this wind would pass or how the next policy would change. Chen Hao was well aware that this was just the first wave of the tide. 2 more waves of stricter regulatory storms would follow in 2001 and 2002. However, this did not affect Chen Hao's layout, as the Internet Cafe was not his main business. The current situation was characterized by strong official regulations, scattered and panicked businesses lacking a buffered intermediary. This was the best time for him to act. What he aimed for was not to monopolize the market, but to establish rules. Chen Hao opened his laptop, created a new document, and wrote a title. Feasibility Plan for Establishing the Haitian District Internet Service Industry Association. Given the current chaos in the industry, simple administrative penalties can only address the symptoms. It is recommended to introduce a self-regulatory mechanism for the industry, establish an association, formulate unified service standards, hardware standards, and management specifications, assist government departments in supervision, and establish a blacklist system. Any member unit that illegally accepts minors will face internal sanctions from the association and be reported to the competent authorities. A lengthy document of 5,000 words. Chen Hao used highly official language throughout. Terms like grasping hands, linkage, and long-term mechanisms. These phrases combined created a perfect solution. For reporting convenience, he also organized the content into a PowerPoint presentation. The next morning, Chen Hao dialed Director Sun's number. Director Sun, I heard the rectification work has concluded. I would like to report my insights from this stage and have an immature ID like you to review. Oh, President Chen, come on over. Him at the bureau right now. Half an hour later, in the office of the director of the Cultural Bureau, Director Sun appeared to be in a good mood. This rectification action had been executed swiftly and effectively in the Haitian district, earning him a commendation at the citywide conference. Please have a seat. Director Sun gestured to the sofa. Make yourself some tea. Chen Hao did not stand on ceremony, pouring himself a cup of water before handing over the proposal. Director Sun, although the rectification has concluded, the challenge of long-term management remains a significant issue. The enforcement team has limited personnel, making it impossible to monitor every store around the clock. Once we let our guard down, it is inevitable that things will flare up again. Director Sun took the proposal, his brow furrowing slightly. This was precisely the problem that had been troubling him lately. A one-time enforcement can only manage the situation temporarily, once the fervor subsides those profit-driven owners will undoubtedly take risks. He opened the proposal reading through it word by word. The office was quiet, disturbed only by the sound of paper rustling. 10 minutes later, Director Sun closed the document, removed his reading glasses, and looked at Chen Hao with an added depth in his gaze. Industry Self-Regulation Association Oversight. Director Sun said with a smile. Mr. Chen, how did you come up with such ideas? This is clearly the mindset of an administrative expert, not a businessman. You flatter me, Director Sun. Chen Hao replied modestly. I'm doing this for self-preservation. After all, a single bad apple can spoil the whole barrel. If something goes wrong at another store, it will affect all of us who operate legitimately. Well said. Director Sun secretly calculated the political value of this proposal. While other districts were still relying on fines and closure to maintain order, if Haitian district could be the first to establish an industry association, it would be an innovative mechanism. This would be an achievement, and a significant one at that. If this association is established, who will lead it? Director Sun paused, his gaze fixated on Chen Hao with intensity. This was a question with a clear answer. Chen Hao met Director Sun's gaze without flinching. Matrix Internet Cafe, as a benchmark enterprise in the district, is willing to take on this responsibility. Whether it be funding or personnel, we will not shirk our duty. However, Chen Hao paused. This association must have official endorsement, otherwise those owners will not be convinced. Therefore, I hope the Bureau can become the supervising body of the association. Good. Director Sun chuckled. That idea is very constructive. I agree in principle. He picked up the phone on the desk and dialed the internal line. Notify the Bureau members that there will be a meeting in half an hour. The agenda will be regarding the preparation for the establishment of the district's Internet Service Industry Association. After hanging up, Director Sun walked over to Chen Hao and patted him on the shoulder. Mr. Chen, you will be reporting at the meeting. Thank you, Director Sun. Chen Hao slightly bowed. Half an hour later, in the conference room, the long conference table was filled with heads of various departments. Chen Hao stood in front of the projector, opening the PPT he had prepared overnight. Leaders, my report is divided into 3 parts: current situation, pain points, and solutions. Chen Hao's voice echoed in the conference room. He completely mimicked the style of government reports with detailed data-tight logic and a high degree of professionalism. The leaders present nodded frequently. Soon Chen Hao concluded his report. Everyone present knew well that this meeting could not have been convened without Director Sun's approval of the association. Thus, everyone's statements were positively supportive, with some even offering optimization suggestions. Director Sun scanned each department head in attendance before slowly delivering a summary statement. This association is not about formalism. It is not just a matter of putting up a sign. It will be a key instrument for our Bureau's next steps regarding the Internet Cafe industry. Director Sun lifted his teacup, blowing away the tea leaves floating on top, took a sip, and continued. Everyone has seen the performance of Mr. Chen's Matrix Internet Cafe over this period. Leaders from the ministries have visited, and even the district has commended him. I am very confident in him leading this association. This statement effectively set the tone for the matter. After Director Sun finished speaking, the meeting was adjourned. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the room. Heads of departments collected their belongings and walked out, with only the head of the enforcement team, Zhao Tielin, being called aside by Director Sun. Old Zhao, please stay for a moment. Recently, Zhou Qiang had been sent to manage the archives due to a conflict with Chen Hao. As Zhou Qiang's direct superior, Zhao Tielin had not participated directly, but still received a management negligence sanction. Naturally, he was not in a good mood upon seeing Chen Hao. Once the room emptied, Director Sun did not invite him to sit and lit a cigarette instead. Old Zhao, Sun Mingyuan pointed at Chen Hao. You just saw Mr. Chen's proposal. Establishing an industry association will be our next innovative pilot project. This association must truly function to manage those chaotic internet cafes. Zhao Tielin nodded repeatedly. Yes, we fully support it. Director Sun's tone became more serious. The preparation work for this association will be headed by Mr. Chen. I have complete confidence in him, and you must cooperate unconditionally. Zhao Tielin instinctively glanced at Chen Hao. As a president, this person was too young, looking as fresh-faced as a college student. Captain Zhao, I will need your support moving forward. Chen Hao timely spoke, his tone polite. You are too kind, Mr. Chen. It is all for work. It is the least I can do. Zhao Tielin forced a smile in response. Director Sun instructed Old Zhao, you have data on all the internet cafes in the district. After you return, select the 50 largest ones and notify their owners one by one. On July 8th at 2 p.m., we will hold an industry symposium in the third-floor conference room. Understood, I will handle it immediately. Sun Mingyuan fixed his eyes on Zhao Tielin. Remember, it is crucial to ensure everyone is notified. Tell them this is an information meeting for the rectification acceptance. Those who do not attend will bear the consequences. Zhao Tielin's heart sank. This was clearly a way to use the enforcement team's authority to establish Chen Hao's influence. Understood, I guarantee no one will be missed. In the following 2 days, the internet cafe owners in Haitian district fell into a collective panic. The enforcement team's phone calls were very precise. Hello, is this Boss Wong of Feikwai Network? I am from the district's cultural enforcement team. There will be a meeting at the bureau on the afternoon of the 8th at 2 p.m. Yes, the legal representative must attend in person. What kind of meeting? A rectification acceptance information meeting. Don't want to attend? Fine, prepare the paperwork for your store. We will conduct a separate inspection tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Boss Wong looked at his newly replaced Nokia, his hands trembling. The recent special rectification had already created a climate of fear. Everyone was spreading rumors of a second wave of purging. Holding a meeting at this time clearly signified a trap. Some speculated that it was to impose hefty fines. Others worried it might involve forced license revocations. Some even suspected it was a form of extortion. In a restaurant in Zhongguan village, several internet cafe owners gathered looking grim. Old Zhang, are you going? A plump man asked. Can I afford not to go? The man called Old Zhang sighed, crushing the cigarette, but fiercely in the ashtray. You know those enforcement team members well enough. If you don't go, they'll stick a closure notice on your shop tomorrow. Similar conversations were unfolding in various corners of Hadian district. July 8th. The sky was overcast, stiflingly hot, making it hard to breathe. The courtyard of the Hadian District Cultural Bureau was filled with various vehicles, including old Santana's vans and several brand new Passats. The door of the meeting room on the third floor was open and the air conditioning was off, with only 2 standing fans buzzing in the corners. More than 50 internet cafe owners entered one after another. Everyone was looking for familiar faces huddling together in small groups to whisper among themselves. Unease was etched on each person's face, their eyes darting around, occasionally glancing at the podium. The podium was draped in red velvet with 3 nameplates displayed. In the center was the director, Sun Mingyuan. To the left was the captain of the enforcement team, Zhao Tailan. The name on the right made everyone entering pause for a moment. Chen Hao. Who is this Chen Hao? Why is he sitting at the podium? Chill. Lower your voice. He is the owner of Matrix Internet Cafe. That young guy? Why does he get to sit up there? When did a brat like him get to call the shots in our industry? Whispers spread throughout the meeting room. Many seasoned and influential owners displayed looks of disdain. To them, Chen Hao was merely someone who had leveraged a bit of family money to renovate a store. By seniority, he had no right to speak here. At 2 o'clock sharp, the side door of the meeting room opened. Sun Mingyuan was the first to enter, holding a teacup and wearing a serious expression. Next was Zhao Tianlin, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, walking steadily. The last to enter was a young man in a shirt. Chen Hao held a black laptop. He walked naturally to the position with his name on it, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The chatter from below instantly intensified. He really is a young one. What's going on with this bureau? Sun Mingyuan sat down in the middle, casting an authoritative glance around. The previously noisy meeting room gradually quieted under his gaze. Although the authority was invisible and intangible, it held a palpable pressure on the land of Longhua. Is everyone here? Sun Mingyuan turned to Zhao Tailan. 52 were expected. 52 are present, Zhao Tailan reported. Sun Mingyuan nodded, adjusting the microphone in front of him. Z. The sound system emitted a piercing screech, causing many to frown. The main reasons for calling everyone here today are twofold. Sun Mingyuan's opening remarks were devoid of any small talk, going straight to the point. First, to report on the recent special rectification efforts. He picked up a document and began reading the data. 127 illegal internet cafes were shut down, 45 were ordered to cease operations, and the total fines amount to. Cold hard numbers poured from his lips. Everyone present were survivors, but they all understood how many of their peers had suffered behind those figures. No one in the meeting room dared to speak. There wasn't even a cough to be heard. Everyone kept their heads down, afraid to make eye contact with the director. Chen Hao sat on the podium, quietly observing the expressions of those below. Fear, anxiety, submission. This was the effect he wanted. To establish order, one must first break the old equilibrium. To make these people obedient, they must first learn to fear. Having finished reading the data, Sun Mingyuan placed the document on the table. Some comrades might think that the special rectification is just temporary, and once the storm passes they can start letting minors back in. Sun Mingyuan scoffed. Let me tell you, don't dream. The upcoming supervision will only become stricter, not more lenient. Anyone who dares to act against this will find themselves as part of the next round of data. Several owners who had been harboring hopes of getting by felt cold sweat break out instantly. However, Sun Mingyuan's tone shifted, becoming somewhat softer. We also understand that it is not easy for everyone to do business. Rent, electricity bills, equipment depreciation, each requires money. Simply blocking everything is not a solution. After study, the Bureau has decided to adopt a new management approach. Everyone raised their heads, all ears. Sun Mingyuan pointed at Chen Hao beside him. Relying solely on the enforcement team of dozens of people cannot manage the hundreds of internet cafes in a district. Therefore, we need self-regulation within the industry. We need everyone to come together, supervise each other, and collectively standardize this market. After deliberation by the Bureau's leading group, we will guide internet cafe businesses in the district to voluntarily establish the Hadian District Internet Cafe Industry Association. Association. When this word was mentioned, there was an uproar below. In the year 2000, this term was still quite unfamiliar to many individual operators. They were used to fighting their battles alone, accustomed to playing cat-and-mouse with the management departments. Suddenly saying that they need to form an organization left everyone a bit dazed. This association will serve as a bridge connecting the government and businesses, Sun Mingyuan continued. Member units of the association will be recognized as model self-regulated stores. The Bureau will provide certain support within the bounds of policy, such as creating a green channel for annual inspection procedures and coordinating solutions in cases of malicious complaints. Upon hearing the terms green channel and resolving malicious complaints, many owners' eyes lit up. These are indeed tangible benefits. For internet cafe operators, the worst fear is being checked frequently, and the most annoying thing is being maliciously reported by thugs or competitors. If there's an association with an official background backing them, life would be much easier. Of course, rights and obligations are reciprocal. Sun Mingyuan's tone became serious again. Joining the association requires adherence to its regulations. It is strictly forbidden to admit minors and to disseminate unhealthy information. Once violations are discovered, the association will expel the offender and transfer them to the enforcement team for the maximum penalty. Below, people began to murmur to each other. This sounds reliable. Yeah, having an organization to back us is definitely better than going solo. But who calls the shots in this association? What's the membership fee? Sun Mingyuan seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. He took a sip from his teacup and then dropped today's bombshell. Regarding the selection of the association president, after careful consideration, the Bureau has decided to recommend a young, capable individual who operates in compliance and possesses a forward-looking vision within the industry to take on this role. Sun Mingyuan's gaze fell on Chen Hao. Now let's welcome the head of the preparatory group for the Haitian District Internet Cafe Industry Association and the general manager of Matrix Technology, Comrade Chen Hao, to say a few words. A sparse applause erupted. Most people were observing, their eyes filled with skepticism and dissent. A 19-year-old kid was to be their boss. How could he oversee this group of seasoned veterans who had been through the industry for many years? Chen Hao paid no attention to the doubtful gazes from below. He connected his laptop to the projector and pressed the switch. A beam of bright light hit the screen with dust dancing in the light beam. The screen displayed large letters, Draft of the Haitian District Internet Cafe Industry Association Regulations. Chen Hao picked up the microphone, his voice steady, showing no signs of nervousness. Dear owners, let's be straightforward. Everyone knows the weight of document No. 44, which has been on your minds these days. The few owners who were still whispering below fell silent and looked up at the young man on stage. Chen Hao pressed a button on the page turner. In the past, we were scattered forces, each relying on our abilities to make a living. When inspections came, we had to either use connections or pay fines. Those unfortunate enough faced immediate closure. Why? Because we had no voice to the higher-ups. We were merely a group of individual operators resorting to any means for profit. He pointed at the words self-regulation on the screen. The purpose of establishing this association is singular: to survive and to do so with dignity. We need to establish uniform service standards and unified hardware thresholds. We want the government to see that the internet cafes in Haitian District are not places for illicit activities, but rather venues for regulated operations. Chen Hao meticulously explained the regulations. Business training, dispute resolution, self-checking. These terms sounded very official, very proper. But everyone present were savvy individuals seasoned in the industry, and they quickly caught the hidden meanings. The so-called uniform standards were merely setting thresholds for the industry. The so-called self-checking meant that regulatory power was being delegated to this association. Whoever controlled the association held the power to establish the rules. In other words, they held the power of life and death over them. Bang! A sharp sound interrupted Chen Hao's speech. In the fifth row by the aisle, a bald man slammed his thermos cup onto the table. This man was named Mas and nicknamed Madato, and he owned a large internet cafe with 200 machines in Weigong village, making him quite a notorious figure in the area. Madato stood up, the gold chain around his neck glinting under the lights. He spat the cigarette, but from his mouth onto the floor, and crushed it with his foot. Boss Chen, you speak beautifully. Madato tilted his head, his flabby face shaking. What industry self-discipline, what unified standards? To put it bluntly, don't you just want us to listen to you? How old are you? Have you even grown hair yet? When I was hustling parts in Zhongwan village, you were still wearing open crotch pants. You expect us seasoned veterans to take orders from a kid. Why should we? This shout echoed the sentiments of many. Exactly, why should we? Who calls the shots in this association? What if you Chen Hao use this to settle personal scores later? And we still have to pay membership fees, right? Where do I have the spare cash to give you? The conference room erupted into chaos with voices of dissent rising and falling. Zhao Tielin, sitting on the podium, glanced at Sun Mingyuan beside him. Sun Mingyuan remained expressionless, merely lifting his teacup for a sip, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Chen Hao stood on stage looking at the crowd below, who were filled with outrage, his face betraying no hint of panic. He waited a few seconds until the noise subsided slightly before raising the microphone again. Boss Ma raises a good question. Chen Hao looked at Madato, his tone still calm. This association is not a dictatorship by me, Chen Hao. The president, vice president, and secretary general are all elected. Everyone present has voting rights. If you think I'm unfit, you can easily elect Boss Ma, and I, Chen Hao, will be the first to raise my hand in support. Ma Dado was taken aback, not expecting Chen Hao to say this. Becoming president. Aside from collecting money and cursing, what does he know about communicating with the government or writing documents? As for membership fees, Chen Hao surveyed the crowd. In the early stages of the association, we will not collect any membership fees. All office expenses and preparatory costs will be fully covered by Matrix technology. This time the noise from the crowd diminished significantly. No fees. What does this kid want? Just as everyone was pondering Chen Hao's intentions, Zhao Tailin made his move. He reached out and pulled the microphone in front of him, tapping it heavily with his finger. Bang! Bang! The dull sound was amplified through the speakers, ringing painfully in the ears. The conference room instantly fell silent. Zhao Tailin, with a dark expression, scanned the crowd below with a stern gaze. Although he disliked Chen Hao, he was acutely aware of the mission at hand. What are you all shouting about? Do you think this is a vegetable market? Zhao Tailin's voice carried an imposing pressure as he was in charge of enforcement and had considerable authority. The Bureau is promoting the establishment of this association to standardize management and protect your livelihoods. Some comrades have a dangerously low level of awareness, only focusing on their own little plots. He paused, his tone turning icy. I'll lay it down here. Joining the association is voluntary, no one is forcing you. But Zhao Tailin dragged out the last word. In the future, for routine supervision, we will implement tiered management. For member units of the association, due to the self-discipline mechanism, we can trust them, primarily relying on the association for self-management, with the enforcement team only conducting random checks. As for non-member units, since there is no organizational constraint, we can only work harder and strengthen inspection efforts. Daily checks, even twice a day, to ensure no issues arise. Upon hearing this, Ma Dado's face turned ashen. Twice a day? How can we do any business like that? This isn't tiered management, it's an outright threat. No membership means we'll check you to death. The bosses in the audience exchanged glances, and any remaining thoughts of resistance were instantly crushed. Sun Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction. This Zhao Tailin, while sometimes slow to think, is still a competent enforcer. The timing is just about right. Chen Hao knew that relying solely on the stick wouldn't work. Pushing people too hard could lead to trouble. Now it's time to offer the carrot. Zhao team is also thinking of everyone's safety. Chen Hao took over the conversation, slightly easing the oppressive atmosphere. Actually, the concerns everyone has are merely about profit. I also run an internet cafe, and I also want to make money. So my candidacy for this presidency is not to control everyone, but to help everyone make money together. Make money. Upon hearing these two words, everyone perked up their ears. Chen Hao pressed a button on his presentation pen, and the PowerPoint on the screen switched to a new slide. It was a table displaying the data of several stores' water bar businesses. To earn more, it's really just about increasing revenue and reducing costs. Let's talk about increasing revenue first. Chen Hao pointed at the screen. You all should have seen the business of the water bar at the entrance of the Matrix Internet Cafe. To be honest, that few square meters net profit in a day is higher than that of 50 machines combined. A chorus of gasps arose from below. They certainly had seen that. The long queue for milk tea was practically a money printer. I know everyone wants to learn, but lacks the skills, equipment, and supply chain. Now all you need to do is join the association, and the Shui Lu Duo brand under Matrix Technology is willing to open up franchise opportunities for member units. You won't need to pay a single penny in franchise fees or buy any equipment. You just need to free up 3 to 5 square meters in front of your internet cafe and connect water and electricity. The rest, renovation equipment, raw materials, and staff training, will all be handled by me. You won't need to do anything, and every month you'll directly receive 10% of the revenue as venue dividends. Ma Dado's eyes widened. Do nothing and get 10% for free. Given the popularity of the Matrix Internet Cafe, the monthly dividends could easily amount to thousands, even tens of thousands. This is simply a pie falling from the sky. Now let's talk about reducing costs. Chen Hao continued. The billing software everyone is using is either an unstable, cracked version or requires thousands in maintenance fees every year. Matrix Technology has independently developed a set of internet cafe management systems that are more powerful than anything on the market. For members of the association, this system will be free forever and will continue to receive updates. Another wave of commotion arose. A few $1,000 is still money, and a free legitimate system is reassuring to use. And there's hardware procurement. I have some channels in Zhongwan Village. In the future, if members of the association want to upgrade their machines, we can organize a group purchase. I can guarantee the price will be below 90% of the market price. Saving 500 on one machine means 50,000 for 100 machines. After Chen Hao finished, he closed his laptop and looked at the audience, whose faces had become fervent. Everyone, I believe you can all do the math. Whether to be checked to death alone or to band together and prosper, the choice is in your hands. This is not a choice question, it's a gift question. I'll join. A bespectacled boss was the first to raise his hand. I'll join too. Boss Chen, when shall we sign the contract for that water bar? Count me in. The previously agitated atmosphere transformed in an instant. Even Ma Dato awkwardly scratched his bald head and slowly raised his hand. No matter who you are, you can't go against money. Sun Mingyuan looked at this scene, a smile appearing on his face. He picked up the microphone and cleared his throat. Since everyone is in agreement, let's begin the voting. The staff began distributing the ballots, which contained the list of candidates discussed internally. 10 minutes later, the counting was completed. Zhao Tailin held the statistical results and announced loudly, the results of the first leadership election of the Haitian District Internet Access Service Industry Association are as follows. 52 ballots were issued and 52 were returned. There were 14 votes in favor and 3 against. Comrade Chen Hao was elected as the first president, Comrade Zhao Gang as the Secretary General, and the following comrades as vice presidents. Applause erupted. Regardless of how much sincerity or pretense was in that applause at this moment, Chen Hao stood at the pinnacle of the Haitian District Internet Cafe industry. Chen Hao stood up, bowed to the audience, and then turned to shake hands with Sun Mingyuan and Zhao Tailin. After the meeting concluded, the bosses did not scatter as usual. They gathered around Chen Hao, passing cigarettes and exchanging contact information, calling him President Chen with warmth. Ma Data squeezed into the crowd, his chubby face filled with flattering smiles. President Chen, I didn't recognize you earlier. Please don't take it to heart. That location in front of my internet cafe is good, right on the street, and about that beverage shop. Chen Hao took the Zhonghua cigarette offered by Ma Datu, but did not light it, simply tucking it behind his ear. He looked at Ma Datu with a friendly smile. Boss, you're too polite. We're all members of the association. It's all about making money together. Oh, thank you, President. After sending off the last batch of bosses, only Chen Hao and Zhao Gang, who was tidying up, remained in the conference room. As Zhao Gang sorted through a thick stack of membership applications, he sighed. Boss, these people can change their faces so quickly. They were just about ready to eat you alive, and once they heard they could make money, they instantly became like grandchildren. This is human nature, Chen Hao said softly. Interests are always the best adhesive. As long as we can keep them making money, this association will be united as one. But what if they can't make money anymore? Zhao Gang instinctively asked. Chen Hao turned around and picked up the laptop from the table. By then we won't need them anymore. After dinner, when they returned to Huaqing Jiyuan, the sky had darkened and Gongzi and Dajuan went home. Chen Hao sat on the leather sofa in the living room holding a Nokia phone. The familiar voice of his mother came from the other end. How school is on break now, right? Aunt Wang next door said her son returned 2 days ago. When are you buying your ticket? Chen Hao glanced at the wall clock. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. In his past life, he would have returned home by this time. Mom, I'm not going back this summer vacation, Chen Hao said cautiously. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and then his mother's voice noticeably lowered. Not going back. Why not? Is it because you don't have enough travel fare? Tell your dad to go to the bank tomorrow and deposit some for you. It's not about the money, Chen Hao interrupted his mother softly to explain. I found a part-time job in Kyoto. I'm developing software for a large company. They saw my skills and asked me to stay over the summer to help maintain the system. Developing software. His mother clearly did not understand this term. Isn't that something you can only do after graduation? You're only a freshman, can you handle it? I'm a student from Jinghong, and that's what the boss values, Chen Hao lied without changing his expression. Besides, after completing this project, the boss is giving a bonus. There's a bonus of 10,000. How much? A sound of something falling to the ground came from the other end, followed by his mother's anxious voice. 10,000. How don't scare your mom. What part-time job pays so much? You're not. Chen Hao knew what his mother was worried about. In this remote small county, 10,000 yuan was the family's income for 2 years. Mom, this is Kyoto. The bosses here have money. This software can help them earn hundreds of thousands. Sharing 10,000 with me is not too much. Chen Hao patiently explained. Tomorrow I'll go to the bank to transfer the money. You take this money to pay off Auntie's debt, so she won't keep nagging, and save the rest. After finally calming his mother down, he hung up the phone, threw the mobile on the coffee table, and sighed deeply. Being a student now made it hard to explain why he suddenly had money. Once the business grows larger, he could gradually reveal the truth to his family later. The next morning, Chen Hao called Zhao Gang and got down to business. Since he had become the president of the association, he had to extract the value of this position. The two drove according to the addresses on the member list, starting to visit one cafe after another. Boss, this Xuanfeng Internet Cafe has a good location right across from the south gate of the university. Zhao Gang parked the car by the roadside and pointed at a shop with a neon sign. Chen Hao pushed open the door and got out, a wave of heat hitting him. The two walked into the cafe. Inside, the air was filled with smoke, dozens of bulky monitors glowed white, and the sound of keyboards clattering resonated. As soon as the boss saw Chen Hao, he immediately darted out from behind the counter, holding a cigarette to offer. President Chen, what wind has blown you here? Please take a seat. Chen Hao waved his hand, not taking the cigarette, and scanned the shop. The machines are a bit old. Chen Hao pointed at a computer running red alert 95. Isn't this a Celeron 300A? This setup would lag, even for CS right. Yes, exactly what I was worried about, The boss explained with a pained expression. I want to replace the machines, but funds are tight. Today's computers are too expensive. A machine that can play games costs at least 5,000 to 6,000. Chen Hao nodded and said nothing. He glanced at the empty space in front of the internet cafe, about 4 to 5 square meters, right facing the road, with heavy foot traffic. This piece of land is just sitting empty. Chen Hao tapped his foot on the ground. The boss was a shrewd person and immediately reacted. President, are you talking about the Duo franchise? I filled out the application form yesterday. As long as you give the nod, we can set it up anytime. For the next entire week, Chen Hao and Zhao Gang scoured the streets and alleys of Hadian District. They not only visited the 51 internet cafes that attended the meeting, but also checked out the remaining 40-odd cafes that came to inquire about joining. For each cafe they visited, Zhao Gang recorded data in his notebook: the number of computers, configuration details, the conditions of the front area, and the financial situation of the owners. A week later, in the office on the 4th floor of the Matrix Internet Cafe, Chen Hao looked at the thick stack of reports organized by Zhao Gang, his calculator clicking away. Boss, the data is out. Zhao Gang gulped down a big mouthful of water, his throat a bit hoarse. Currently, there are a total of 98 internet cafes interested in joining the association. Including our own store, the total exceeds 100. Chen Hao looked at the numbers on the calculator, secretly amazed that he had never discovered so many internet cafes in Hadian in his past life. Even if there are 100 stores, the average number of machines per store is around 60. Chen Hao wrote down a number on paper. There are over 6,000 computers in total. This is a terrifying inventory market. The year 2000 was indeed a time of rapid hardware updates. Intel CPUs were upgraded almost every 6 months and graphics cards were evolving rapidly. For internet cafes, to retain customers, they had to ensure that their machines could run the latest games. According to industry standards, at least 30 of old machines need to be replaced every year, plus expansion demands. Chen Hao wrote down another calculation on the paper. Each store will need to purchase at least 30 new computers a year. 100 stores mean 3,000 computers. In this era, a mainstream configured internet cafe computer had a market price between 5,500 to 6,000. 3,000 computers translate to 16 million in revenue. And this is just for Hadian District. What if this model is replicated in Shuyang Dongqing, or even in Tianjin and Shanghai? And there's Duo. Zhao Gang pointed at another sheet. There are 82 locations that meet the franchise conditions. Although they haven't started renovations yet, as soon as they do, that will be 82 money-making machines. Chen Hao nodded. With over 80 milk tea shops, as long as the supply chain is in his hands, just selling raw materials and equipment could net him several million a year. But that's not enough. Chen Hao's gaze returned to the data of 3,000 computers. Simply buying in bulk and bargaining would at most yield a few rebates from suppliers. This small amount of money did not attract Chen Hao's interest. What he wanted was a bigger piece of the pie. Chen Hao picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. Lao Qian, bring your best tea leaves and come to my office. There's a big business opportunity. Half an hour later, Qian Hongyan appeared at the office door panting. He was now completely obedient to Chen Hao, as the Matrix Internet Cafe had become his largest single client. General Manager Chen, did you call me so urgently because you want to add more machines? Qian Hongyan asked with a smile as he entered, casually placing 2 boxes of premium Tiguanyin on the table. Chen Hao did not let him sit down, but instead led him to the whiteboard filled with data. Old Qian, let's get to the point. How many machines can your company produce in a year? Qian Hongyan was taken aback for a moment, looking at Chen Hao's serious expression, and he put away his playful demeanor. About 12,000 units, give or take. This number includes the supply to several university computer rooms this year. 12,000. Chen Hao nodded slightly more than he had expected, indicating that this old guy's channeling ability was indeed impressive. If I can guarantee you at least 3,000 units per year, all paid in cash, what do you say? How many? Qian Hongyan's voice suddenly rose, his eyes wide open. 3,000 units. General Manager Chen, even if you filled the restrooms in your few stores, you wouldn't use that many. Moreover, isn't it true that new internet cafes aren't being approved? Chen Hao turned around and tapped his finger on the whiteboard where it said, Hadian District Internet Cafe Industry Association. I am now the president. This statement astonished Qian Hongyan. He had heard of this newly established association, but was not clear on the specifics. Qian Hongyan never expected that the young General Manager Chen could be the president of such an association. I promised to help the members of the association with unified purchasing to get them a favorable price. Currently, the association has nearly 100 members with an estimated annual purchase volume of no less than 3,000 units. Chen Hao looked at Qian Hongyan. I can give you this order. Qian Hongyan felt like he had really hit the jackpot. Such an order in Zhongguan village would be crazily sought after. At this moment, he decided to go back and treat Mr. Ma, who had introduced him to Chen Hao, to a drink. 3,000 units. This was a quarter of the current total sales. And it was a long-term stable order. With this volume, he could further lower the purchase price from the upstream suppliers in Zhongguan village. Thank you so much, General Manager Chen. Qian Hongyan swallowed, his voice a little excited. Just tell me, how many points of rebate do you want? As per industry norms, it was only natural for the buyer to receive a rebate on such a large order. However, Chen Hao shook his head, walked to the sofa, and pointed to the seat opposite him. Old Qian, your perspective is too narrow. Qian Hongyan sat down, barely daring to touch the edge of the sofa. What do you mean by that? I don't care for this small rebate. Chen Hao lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. I want to ask you, after spending over 10 years in Zhongguan Village, have you ever thought about creating your own computer brand? Create a brand? Qian Hongyan was confused. He was just someone who assembled computers. Buy parts, assemble them, and then sell them with an operating system installed. This was merely a business. General Manager Chen, please don't joke around. Qian Hongyan forced a smile. That's a fantasy, something the likes of Huanqing are doing. For a miscellaneous brand like ours, who would recognize it? Moreover, advertising and channel distribution would cost a fortune. With my limited capital, I wouldn't make a sound even if I threw it in. What if we just target internet cafes? Chen Hao countered. Qian Hongyan was taken aback. Chen Hao looked at him earnestly. In the general market, you indeed have no chance. But in the niche field of internet cafes, the likes of Huanqing wouldn't care, and that presents our opportunity. Think about it, what do internet cafe owners care about the most? Cheap, durable, theft-proof, and easy to maintain. Chen Hao continued. We can customize special cases with thicker steel plates, locked side panels, and protected memory slots. In terms of configuration, we won't go for flashy stuff. Just max out the graphics card and memory and use overclockable Celeron CPUs to achieve the best cost-performance ratio. Chen Hao pointed at the computer on the table. Most importantly, when you buy our computers, you get free authorization to use the Matrix Internet Cafe Management System. You've seen this system, it's better than those on the market. Just for this software authorization alone, it sells for 2,000 outside. Qian Hongyan's mind was racing. Hardware dedicated cases, software authorization. This indeed forms a powerful combination. Plus, with Chen Hao holding this association as a big weapon, it equates to directly controlling the terminal sales channel. This can work. Qian Hongyan's breath quickened and his face turned red. General Manager Chen, just tell me how to proceed. We will establish a new company named Kyoto Matrix Computer Technology Co., Ltd. Chen Hao extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. The registered capital is 2 million. He'll contribute 1 million and you contribute 1 million. Qian Hongyan nodded. That seemed fair. Chen Hao then shifted the topic. But in terms of shareholding ratio, I'll take 60% and you take 40%. Qian Hongyan's brows instantly furrowed. The investment was equal, but the shares were so lopsided. General Manager Chen, this. Is it too little? Chen Hao sneered. Old Qian, you need to understand. The brand is mine, the software is mine, and the most important clients are also mine. Without me, you wouldn't land a single order for those 3,000 units. I could easily partner with Atlantic Electronics or major clients from Hailong. I believe they would be willing to lower their shares even further for this order. Qian Hongyan's heart skipped a beat. Chen Hao was speaking the truth. In Zhongguan Village, having channels is everything. As long as Chen Hao spreads the word, even if he only wants 20% of the shares, there would be plenty of people eager to join. Moreover, once this Matrix computer takes off, it's not just about Hadian District anymore. If Chen Hao's association model is promoted throughout Kyoto or even nationwide, then the sales wouldn't just be 3,000 units. It could be 30,000 or even 300,000. Qian Hongyan was a smart man as well as a gambler. He knew this was his only chance to become a big boss in his lifetime. Let's do it. Qian Hongyan gritted his teeth. 60-40 is acceptable. General Manager Chen, I will follow your lead. A smile appeared on Chen Hao's face. Great. I knew you were a smart man, old Qian. Now let's clarify our roles. I will be responsible for brand operation, software development, and sales channels. The financial director will be appointed by me, and I will control the official seal and financial seal. You will handle the supply chain. Chips, motherboards, and hard drives you will negotiate for the lowest prices. You will build the assembly line, warehousing, logistics, and after-sales maintenance team. If there is insufficient working capital, you will be responsible for the financing. This allocated the most arduous and capital-intensive tasks to Qian Hongyan. But Qian Hongyan did not hesitate at all. No problem. I'm familiar with this supply chain. I know exactly how much inventory each company has and what the bottom prices are. As long as the volume increases, I can reduce the costs by another 5%. Then it's settled. Chen Hao stood up and extended his right hand to Qian Hongyan. After sending Qian Hongyan away, Chen Hao pressed the intercom on the desk. Sister Su, please come to my office. Less than 2 minutes later, Su Jing entered holding a notebook. Her current demeanor was markedly different from when she first arrived, dressed in a well-tailored professional suit, with her hair neatly tied back, exuding a competent and efficient aura. Have a seat. Chen Hao gestured to the chair opposite him. There are 2 matters that require your personal attention. Su Jing opened her notebook, took off the cap of her pen, and prepared to take notes. Qian Kuan Electronics, Qian just came by. We need to jointly invest in a new company called Kyoto Matrix Computer Technology Co., Ltd. The registered capital is 2 million, and we will hold 60% of the shares. Chen Hao handed over a pre-prepared draft of the equity structure. Note that this portion of the investment should not go through the Matrix Internet Cafe's accounts. We will use Yan Huang Culture as the controlling shareholder to hold the shares. Su Jing glanced at the structure diagram and quickly noted down the details. Understood. Whom should we list as the legal representative? Let Zhao Gang handle it. I will speak to him shortly, Chen Hao replied after a moment of thought. Additionally, you will manage the financial seal and the company seal, while we will handle the daily financial work. All right, I'll arrange that right away, Su Jing nodded. The second matter concerns trademarks. You need to contact a professional trademark agency. I want to register several trademarks matrix in the text and graphics for Shui Lu Duo. These trademarks need to be defensively registered across major categories, such as the internet, food and beverage, clothing, and office supplies. Especially the graphic mark for Shui Lu Duo, which features the snowman wearing headphones, it needs to be registered in all categories. Su Jing was somewhat surprised. All categories. President Chen, that will cost quite a bit. Are we also doing clothing and office supplies? Just because we aren't doing it now doesn't mean we won't in the future. I don't want to wait until we become popular only to see Shui Lu Duo underwear or toilet brushes everywhere on the streets, Chen Hao said sternly. This is the brand's fortress. We cannot skimp on this investment. Su Jing noted it down. All right, all category protection. And add one more. Chen Hao paused before speaking again. Register a text trademark esports. Which two characters? Su Jing's pen stopped, and she looked up, her eyes full of confusion. It's the character for computer and the character for competition as a shorthand for electronic sports. Chen Hao revealed a playful smile. In 2000, the concept of esports didn't exist. People only knew about playing games like StarCraft or CS. WCG World Cyber Games had just begun its first challenge this year, and the concept was still not widespread. However, in the future, this term would be worth its weight in gold. Register this term under Class 9, which covers computer hardware, peripherals, and software, Chen Hao said in a serious tone. In the future, anyone selling mice, keyboards, graphics cards, or monitors under the banner of esports will have to reckon with us. Although Su Jing didn't understand why her boss wanted to register this seemingly awkward term, she didn't ask further out of professionalism, simply nodding. Noted. I will contact the agency tomorrow to get the best plan. After Su Jing left, Chen Hao was left alone in the office. He returned to his boss chair and lit a cigarette. His gaze fell on the map of Hadian district hanging on the wall. It was densely marked with red dots, each representing an internet cafe that was a member of the association. 100 stores. Chen Hao muttered to himself. What he had just discussed with Qian Hongyan was the computer business, which involved large transactions. The intervals between repurchases from the same customer were quite long. As long as the assembly plant on Qian Hongyan's side didn't encounter issues, delivering goods once a quarter would suffice. However, Shui Lu Duo was different. Chen Hao furrowed his brows. Currently, there were only 6 direct stores. Every day, Jun drove a second-hand Jinbei van delivering supplies to various locations, leaving him extremely busy. If all the 80-plus franchise stores in the association opened up, it would mean consuming several tons of lemons, hundreds of boxes of cream, and tens of thousands of plastic cups and straws each day. This wasn't merely a simple addition, it was exponential growth. If Jun continued at this pace, it would be impossible to meet the demand. Furthermore, once the number of franchise stores increased, any store that ran out of stock or experienced fluctuations in the quality of raw materials would impact the brand's reputation. In later years, the Snow King that opened 20,000 stores had a core competitiveness that was never about how good the milk tea tasted, but rather the terrifying supply chain system. From the lemon planting base to the self-built syrup factory, and then to the nationwide logistics network, that was the fundamental reason for its resilience. Currently, Chen Hao lacked the capability to grow lemons, but he needed to address the issues of storage and distribution first. I need to find a large warehouse. Chen Hao extinguished the cigarette. A place suddenly came to his mind, the Lihua factory downstairs. With that thought, Chen Hao strode out of the office. 10 minutes later, in the office of the Lihua factory manager, Sun Jiangwo was sitting behind his desk, humming a tune from Beijing Opera, playing with a pair of shiny walnuts. Since selling the idle research building to Chen Hao, which resolved the factory's long overdue medical expenses and pensions, his life had become much more comfortable. Even looking at Chen Hao felt particularly pleasing to him. Ah, President Chen, what a rare guest. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, Sun Jiangwo enthusiastically stood up to greet him and poured him a cup of tea. Manager Sun, you look in good spirits. Chen Hao smiled as he took the teacup and sat down on the sofa. Thanks to you, Sun Jiangwo replied, his face lit up with smiles. With the reimbursement of the old employees' medical expenses, no one has come to cause trouble at the office building, so I've had a much quieter time. So, President Chen, are you here today with any instructions? I wouldn't dare to call it instructions. Chen Hao put down the teacup and got straight to the point. I don't come to the 3 Treasure Hall without a reason. Manager Sun, do we have any idle factory buildings left in our factory? Factory buildings? Sun Jiangwo was taken aback for a moment before quickly reacting. What? Has President Chen's business grown so large that the building is no longer sufficient? Not exactly, Chen Hao didn't elaborate. I have a new project and need to store some inventory. I was thinking, since our factory has a lot of space, rather than leaving it empty for mosquitoes to breed, why not rent it to me? Upon hearing it was about renting, Sun Jiangwo's eyes lit up. For the current Lihua factory, any incoming funds were a lifesaver. Selling the building was a one-time deal, but this rental income could provide a steady stream of cash. We have plenty of factory space. Sun Jiangwo slapped the walnuts on the table. How big do you need, President Chen? We have a lot of empty spaces here. Workshops, no. 1 and no. 3 are both vacant. If you like them, I can have someone clear them out immediately. Let's go take a look. Chen Hao stood up. The two of them walked under the blazing sun through the empty factory area. The wild grass grew up to their knees and rusty pipes crawled along the walls like gigantic insects. The once thriving state-owned factory now exuded an air of late autumn desolation. Sun Jiangwo showed Chen Hao 2 large connected workshops, but Chen Hao shook his head. Either they were too large or still filled with heavy machinery, making transportation too cumbersome. Finally, the two of them arrived at the northwest corner of the factory area. There stood a standalone red brick factory building about 2,000 square meters in size. It used to be the mold workshop of the factory with a high ceiling and a wide concrete road leading directly to the side entrance of the factory. How about this one? Sun Jiangwo pointed at the building. This place is independent and quiet. Plus, it's close to the side entrance, so your delivery trucks won't have to cross through the residential area, avoiding conflicts with those retired old folks. Chen Hao walked around the factory building. The walls were thick, and although some windows were broken, the main structure was sound. Most importantly, there was a large unloading platform at the entrance facilitating forklift operations. This will do, Chen Hao decided. Manager Sun, I will rent this place. Quick decision. Sun Jiangwo gave a thumbs up. As for the stuff inside, Chen Hao glanced inside, only seeing some discarded iron frames and rotten wood. Please have someone clear it out. I need it empty and clean. No problem, we will get it sorted within 2 days, Sun Jiangwo readily agreed. When discussing the rent, Sun Jiangwo was also quite tactful, offering a very favorable internal price. After all, to him, leaving this dilapidated building idle was just wasting space. Chen Hao's willingness to pay was like finding free money. Returning to the 4th floor of the Matrix, Chen Hao called Zhao Gang and De Jun over. Gongzi, I have rented the mold workshop at the northwest corner of the Lihua factory. Chen Hao took out a hand-drawn floor plan. Take a few people over there, and as soon as the factory clears out, immediately start the renovations. Zhao Gang took the blueprint. How should we set it up? It's just an ordinary warehouse. Practicality is key. Chen Hao pointed at several areas on the plan. The floor needs a bit of tidying up, level out the uneven spots, just make sure it doesn't kick up dust. The walls should be painted white to make them brighter. The electrical wiring needs to be redone to support high-power equipment. Also, all the windows need to be fitted with security bars, and the doors should be replaced with reinforced security doors. Understood, simple and sturdy. Zhao Gang nodded. Additionally, buy some equipment for the warehouse. Chen Hao continued giving orders. Buy 2 forklifts, manual hydraulic ones will do, no need for electric ones since they are too expensive. Buy 200 pallets, they need to be plastic and moisture-proof. Also get some freezers. Buy the largest commercial chest freezers, 10 of them to start. In the future, lemons and fresh fruits must go into cold storage. We can't build a cold storage facility right now, so we will rely on freezers for the time being. Zhao Gang noted while taking notes. All right, I'll arrange it shortly. Chen Hao turned to De Jun. De Jun, handle the vehicle matters. Buy a car. De Jun's eyes lit up. He loved cars, and buying one was like getting a new toy, something that brought him joy. Yes. Next, the delivery volume for Shui Lu Duo will be substantial. Buy 3 new Jinbei vans, the kind where the rear seats can be removed specifically for transporting goods. Also buy 5 motorcycles. They need to have the capability to carry large racks at the back. What do we need motorcycles for? De Jun was puzzled. Some internet cafes are located in alleys where the vans can't enter. Chen Hao explained, that's when we need to rely on motorcycles for urgent deliveries. This is the capability for the last mile delivery. De Jun nodded, got him familiar with this. We also need to hire more people. Relying solely on you won't suffice. The warehouse needs someone to manage accounts, someone to handle moving goods, and a driver to deliver. Chen Hao calculated the required manpower. You need to hire 10 more people. De Jun was stunned. 10? That's so many. It's not too many. With 80 stores and 3 vans, it might not even be enough to keep everything moving. Chen Hao said seriously. These 10 people must be reliable and able to endure hardship. De Jun thought for a moment and said, Boss, I have some former comrades, and a few are back home farming or guarding doors in the county. They are all drivers skilled at operating vehicles, disciplined, and quite strong. Chen Hao had been waiting for this. In this chaotic era, what matters most? Loyalty. Especially for managing warehouses and logistics, they handle real cash and goods. Chen Hao did not trust casual workers hired from society. Only a team connected by such camaraderie can be the most effective and give Chen Hao peace of mind. Good. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. They won't be underpaid in terms of salary, and meals and accommodation will be provided. Once they arrive, you'll be their leader. He'll hand over logistics and warehousing to you entirely. De Jun didn't expect to get promoted and felt a bit excited. Boss, don't worry, you'll manage them well and get the job done. On the 3rd floor of the Matrix Internet Cafe, originally reserved for the incubator project and open office area, was now bustling with activity. 100 young men and women in white t-shirts stood in several formations, engaging in some form of mechanical action training. Most of them were recent vocational school graduates, their faces reflecting youthfulness and eagerness for the job. Louder! Shouted out. Lu Lan, dressed in a deep red uniform and holding a megaphone, paced in front of the line. In just half a month, the once shy female worker behind the bar had developed a commanding aura due to the high-intensity work. Welcome to Shui Le Duo. 100 voices shouted in unison, the sound reverberating so much that the glass windows hummed. Movements need to be quick, but not chaotic. Lu Lan walked to a new employee, correcting their grip on the ice cream scoop. Use your wrist, not your arm. You need to create a perfect spiral within 2 seconds. If it takes a second longer, customers will be queuing, and if it's a second shorter, the shape will collapse. Again. Su Jing stood in the corner holding a roster and reporting to Chen Hao. Boss, this is the first batch of 100 selected individuals. According to your requirements, they have a proper appearance and are nimble. They are currently divided into 4 teams undergoing standardized operational training. Chen Hao looked at the scene before him and nodded. This 100 people are 100 screws. He intended to transform Shui Le Duo into a precise money-making machine, and these individuals must be as standard and durable as machine parts. Lu Lan adapts very quickly, Chen Hao commented. She is very dedicated. Su Jing watched the figure commanding the team. She comes in the earliest and leaves the latest. Initially, to perfect the ice cream scooping technique, her arms were swollen for 2 days. Now this batch of newcomers has their standardized movements taught personally by her. Reassign all 5 of the old staff to assist her, Chen Hao instructed. Tell Lu Lan that this 100 people are just the beginning. I want her to ensure that within half a month these individuals can not only make milk tea, but also handle standardized cash register operations, inventory counting, and use our various systems. Anyone who fails to learn will be eliminated. Understood. At Jinghang University, in the boys' dormitory building. The campus was empty during the summer vacation, with only cicadas desperately calling from the trees. Chen Hao, carrying 2 freshly roasted ducks and a box of chilled beer, opened the door to room 501 of boys' apartment 10 with familiarity. Liang Bo was sitting cross-legged in a chair, bare-chested, and wearing only a pair of shorts, typing code on the computer screen. The fan behind him was blowing hard, but couldn't disperse the beads of sweat on his back. Bogo, why don't you open a window in this hot weather? Chen Hao placed the items on the table. Liang Bo, hearing the voice, turned around and was surprised to see Chen Hao. It's you, kid. I can't open the window. If I do, it's all mosquitoes. Liang Bo's throat moved as he saw the duck. What brings you here? Are you not working today? I didn't go today, or I just came to see you, Bogo. Chen Hao pulled over a chair to sit down and casually opened 2 cans of beer, handing one to Liang Bo. I heard your sister-in-law isn't back home either. Liang Bo took the beer, gulped it down, and let out a satisfied sigh. Yes, she is preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam and is staying at school to review. I have nothing to do at home, so I'm just here to keep her company and pick up some private work to earn a little living expense. Chen Hao smiled. In his past life, Liang Bo was like this, a typical family man skilled in technology, but too honest, ultimately becoming a balding middle management in a state-owned enterprise. Chen Hao handed over a duck leg. My company has a big project, so I came to find you again. Liang Bo took a bite of the duck leg, his mouth smeared with grease. Is it that system from the internet cafe again? Wasn't it already delivered? Did it encounter a bug? Not the internet cafe. Chen Hao shook his head, pulling out a thick stack of requirement documents from his bag. It's Shui Le Duo. The company needs to develop a tailored inventory management system. Inventory management. Liang Bo paused for a moment, reaching to flip through the documents. Aren't there ready-made solutions on the market like some inventory management software? Those are too crude, and the functionality is not comprehensive enough. Chen Hao lit a cigarette, his expression growing serious. The company is adding 80 new stores this time with a daily turnover of hundreds of thousands, so we need a customized system. Liang Bo wiped the grease off his hands and began to read the documents attentively. The more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. POS terminal. Real-time inventory deduction. BOM recipe management. Liang Bo muttered to himself, glancing up at Chen Hao. This isn't about selling bubble tea, it feels more like building an atomic bomb. Do we really need to specify the exact milliliters of syrup for a cup of lemonade? It must be precise. Chen Hao flicked off the ash from his cigarette. Brother Liang, do you know where the biggest loophole in chain restaurants lies? Liang Bo shook his head. He was a tech guy, not a business person. It's people, Chen Hao said, pointing to his head. Some staff might embezzle, pocketing money without recording it. Others might add 2 extra scoops of sugar when they're in a bad mood, causing waste of raw materials. Some even cut corners by using fewer lemon slices, affecting the product's reputation. The system we're developing aims to eliminate these uncontrollable human factors. Chen Hao took a pen and drew a flowchart on the paper. The core logic of the system works like this. I preset the recipes in the back end. For example, a cup of lemonade consists of 1 cup, 2 slices of lemon, 30 milliliters of syrup, and 400 milliliters of water. Whenever a cashier inputs an order for a lemonade on the front-end POS machine, the back-end inventory must automatically deduct the corresponding amount of raw materials. Liang Bo nodded. This logic isn't hard to implement, just set up a trigger in the database. The most crucial part of the system is the reverse audit. Chen Hao's voice grew colder. Every night after closing, the staff must inventory the stock and input it into the system. Note that they must enter the actual quantities they see. For instance, if the system calculates that 100 cups of lemonade were sold today, theoretically 200 slices of lemon should have been used. If the staff input indicates that 50 slices are left, and there were 250 slices at opening, then it adds up. If the staff reports that only 10 slices are left, that means 40 slices are missing. Where did those 40 slices go? They could have been eaten, or perhaps they were poorly made and thrown away without reporting. Liang Bo understood. You want the system to automatically calculate the discrepancy between theoretical and actual inventory. Exactly. I set a threshold of plus or minus 2. Chen Hao continued to explain. Within this range, it's considered normal loss. If the actual inventory is significantly lower than the theoretical value, the system will highlight it in red and trigger an alert indicating that someone in the store is embezzling or there's significant waste. What if the actual inventory exceeds the theoretical value? Liang Bo countered. For example, if we should have consumed 200 slices, but the inventory shows only 100 slices used, isn't that saving money for the owner? Save my foot. Chen Hao cursed. That means these bastards are cutting corners. The lemonade served to customers is tasteless. This is even scarier than embezzlement. It undermines the company's reputation. Liang Bo pondered deeply, a chill running down his spine. This logic is so tight, it's like placing every staff member under a microscope. In addition to this, we need a logistics module. Chen Hao continued, completely unfazed by Liang Bo's shock. The 80 stores are scattered throughout the streets and alleys of Hadian District. The delivery trucks need to cover dozens of kilometers each day. The company hopes that this system can automatically calculate the optimal delivery routes based on each store's restocking requests and their geographical locations. That's a classic traveling salesman problem. Liang Bo adjusted his glasses, his professional instincts kicking in. This algorithm is a bit complex, but the data volume isn't too large. For dozens of nodes, a greedy algorithm or simulated annealing can handle it. And there's the procurement plan. Chen Hao flipped to the last page of the document. The system needs to automatically predict how many lemons and creamers will be needed next month based on the sales trends of the last 7 days and generate a purchase order for suppliers. The company's goal is to achieve zero inventory backlog and maximize capital turnover. Liang Bo closed the document, letting out a sigh of relief. Chen Hao, if you can deliver this system, it might rival the ERP systems of those multinational corporations. How much do you think it will cost? Chen Hao asked directly. This is no small task. Liang Bo calculated briefly. The front end will be written in Delphi, and the interface needs to be simple with user-friendly operations. The backend database will need to use SQL Server, and we'll need to work on algorithms. It'll recruit 2 graduate students. The 3 of us will need at least a month. Liang Bo extended a finger. How about the same as before, 10,000? But Chen Hao shook his head. Liang Bo's heart sank, thinking he might have asked for too much. Then how about 8,000? After all, this isn't our first collaboration. I've requested a budget of 20,000. How much? Liang Bo nearly fell off his chair, crushing the beer can in his hand. 20,000, Chen Hao reiterated. But the company has 2 requirements. First, we need to see a beta version up and running within half a month. Second, the source code ownership belongs to the company. The system must be registered for copyright and marketed as a product. Liang Bo's eyes lit up. 20,000. With the previous 10,000, he had already earned 30,000 from Chen Hao's company. That was enough for him and his girlfriend to enjoy a comfortable university life. Half a month. Liang Bo gritted his teeth. All right, they'll move my bedding to the lab, bring those 2 guys along, and work through the night. Thanks for your hard work, Brother Bo. They'll go back to the company tomorrow to get the contract, and then the finance department will wire you 10,000 as a deposit. Chen Hao stood up, patting Liang Bo on the shoulder. Liang Bo watched Chen Hao's departing figure, and only when the door closed did he come to his senses. He looked down at the hefty requirement document in his hands, and then at the roasted duck on the table. This kid. Liang Bo muttered, grabbing his phone and dialing a classmate's number. Hey Lao Zhang, don't sleep. Come over. We have work to do. Hurry to my dorm. Having sorted out the development issues, Chen Hao immediately returned to Lihua Factory. As soon as he reached the entrance of the rented workshop, he heard the sound of clanging from inside. Zhao Gang was directing several workers to install shelves. The once abandoned workshop had been thoroughly cleaned, and the walls were painted white. Several new horizontal freezers lined up against the wall. A team led by Dejun, consisting of 10 men in camouflage outfits, was unloading goods. A truck loaded with lemons and creamer powder was parked at the platform. These 10 men looked like they were used to physical labor, swiftly carrying 50-kilogram sacks. Boss. Dejun spotted Chen Hao, wiped the sweat from his brow, and hurried over. Are these the people you asked me to find? Chen Hao gazed at the group of men hard at work. Yes, every one of them served with me in the same platoon. Dejun grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. These 3 were cooks, strong as oxen. And those over there drove for the motor transport company, skilled behind the wheel. All of them hail from Jizhou, so they're close by. Yesterday I called them. I told them room and board were covered plus competitive wages, and they all came immediately. Chen Hao strode forward, casually hoisted a sack of milk powder, and tested its weight in his palm. Tell the brothers the ground rules come first, he said, fixing his gaze on Dejun. This is a warehouse. Every item inside belongs to the company. You must guard it vigilantly against external theft, and just as rigorously prevent internal misconduct. Lose even a single sack, and I hold you personally accountable. A digital inventory management system will be implemented shortly. Daily audits and reconciliations are mandatory. Should anything go awry, don't expect leniency. Dejun's smile vanished. He snapped to attention, spine straight and shoulders squared. You can rest assured, boss. Discipline is the bedrock of every veteran's character. Any man who dares steal, even before you lift a finger, I'll cripple him myself. Chen Hao nodded slowly. He trusted Dejun implicitly and believed wholeheartedly in the integrity of these veterans. In this lawless, untamed era, bonds forged in wartime loyalty ran far deeper and proved far more reliable than any inked contract. Did you purchase the vehicles? Chen Hao asked. Yes, 3 Jinbei vans and 5 Jialing motorcycles. Dejun gestured toward the empty lot outside the workshop, where several brand new vehicles stood parked in neat formation. As instructed, we removed all rear seats from the Jinbais and reinforced the chassis with welded impact beams. Excellent. Chen Hao was genuinely pleased. Dejun's efficiency never failed to impress. Chen Hao sat in his office on the 4th floor of Matrix Internet Cafe, reviewing the inventory report. Though the warehouse had only just opened, surging sales across 6 flagship stores, and the additional outlets still under construction, had already strained the supply chain to its limits. Chen Hao estimated that once all 80-odd stores were fully operational, monthly raw material procurement would exceed 1 million yuan. Continuing with the current cash-and-delivery model was no longer viable. At scale, mature supply chains operate on credit terms. Huang Yongfa, the sole supplier thus far, was in essence a restaurant owner moonlighting as a wholesale middleman. He could absorb a 10 or 20,000 yuan advance without strain, but if procurement volumes surged into the millions, his fragile capital chain would snap without fail. Chen Hao closed the report, then drew out Huang Yongfa's business card from his drawer. He picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, Mr. Huang, it's Chen Hao. A warm, Minnan-accented chuckle echoed from the other end. Oh, Mr. Chen, long time no see. I was just thinking of inviting you for tea. I heard your business has been booming lately. Just modest ventures. Chen Hao replied, voice calm and measured. Are you free tomorrow morning at 10? Let's discuss next quarter's procurement plan. Free. Absolutely. I'll make time no matter what. Huang Yongfa agreed instantly. Shall we meet at your internet cafe office? No, we'll meet at my other office. Chen Hao recited an address. No. 18, Qinshu Road, Building Honglo Room 402. There was a 2-second pause on the line. Clearly Huang Yongfa had never heard of the address. Qinshu Road was known exclusively for its ministry compounds and high-level government institutions. Understood. I'll arrive promptly tomorrow. Huang Yongfa replied, voice carefully deferential. After hanging up, Chen Hao summoned Zhao Gang. Gongzi, dress formally tomorrow. We have a meeting at the ministry compound office. The next morning at 9:50 a.m., a black Santana eased to a stop before the main gate of No. 18, Qinshu Road compound. Huang Yongfa stepped out, clutching his briefcase, and glanced up at the gate. 2 armed people's armed police stood motionless at their posts, red stars gleaming sharply in the sunlight. Several white and black nameplates hung beside the gate. Huang Yongfa swallowed hard. Though he dined with district-level officials during his years in Beijing, this was his first time entering such a high-security institutional compound. He smoothed his suit jacket and approached the gate with forced confidence. Comrade, I'm here to see someone, he said, flashing a practiced smile and reaching for a cigarette. The sentry didn't blink, didn't reach for the cigarette, only lifted his hand in a crisp, cold salute. Please present your identification and access pass. An access pass? Huang Yongfa froze. I'm here to see Mr. Chen Hao. He works inside. Without an access pass, entry is prohibited. Kindly contact your host to escort you in. The sentry declared sternly. Huang Yongfa recoiled, humiliated, and retreated to the side of the gate. Watching each vehicle halt for document inspection, his pulse quickened. Who exactly was Chen Hao, and how had he secured office space within such an elite enclave? He fumbled for his phone and dialed Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, I've arrived at the gate, but the guards won't let me in. Chen Hao's voice drifted lazily down the line. I forgot to mention, the security here is exceptionally tight. Wait a moment, I'll send my assistant to collect you. Huang Yongfa stood beneath the blazing sun for 10 minutes, sweat streaming down his neck and soaking through his collar. Finally, he spotted Zhao Gang, dressed today in a deep blue Zhongshan suit, hair combed with military precision and wearing a gleaming party emblem on his lapel. Zhao Gang emerged from the compound with unhurried dignity, his gait, his bearing, his very aura unmistakably that of a seasoned cadre. Assistant Zhao. Huang Yongfa rushed forward, instantly shifting his tone and title. Zhao Gang gave a curt nod, then walked calmly to the sentry, withdrew a crimson-covered ID card from his pocket, flashed it briefly, and pointed toward Huang Yongfa. "This is our guest." The sentry inspected the card, snapped to attention, delivered a sharp salute, and waved them through. Huang Yongfa followed Zhao Gang into the compound, knees trembling faintly. Inside, silence reigned. Several gray Soviet-style buildings nestled among towering trees. Occasional passers-by moved briskly, faces taut with quiet authority. Zhao Gang led Huang Yongfa into a 4-story building marked Agency Service Center. The hallway was carpeted in deep red. Walls displayed photographs of senior leaders conducting inspections. On the 4th floor, Zhao Gang pushed open a wooden door. "Mr. Huang, please enter." Huang Yongfa took a slow, steadying breath and stepped across the threshold. What greeted him stole his breath anew. This was no corporate office. It resembled the private study of a top-ranking official, a 60-square-meter suite, its floor laid with rich, dark red hardwood. Directly opposite stood an imposing rosewood desk backed by an entire wall of bookshelves crammed with thick volumes and leather-bound files. To the left lay a reception area furnished with a circle of antique rosewood armchairs. To the right, a scholar's shelf displayed several exquisitely balanced blue and white porcelain vases. Though Huang Yongfa knew little of antiques, even he could discern, by the depth of glaze and luminous sheen, that each piece commanded extraordinary value. Chen Hao sat behind the desk, pen in hand, inscribing something onto a document. At the sound of footsteps, he looked up, offering a warm, courteous smile, but remained seated. "Old Huang, you're here. Please take a seat." He gestured toward the reception chairs and closed the file before him with deliberate grace. Huang Yongfa sat stiffly, perching only on the edge of the chair. The atmosphere exerted overwhelming psychological pressure, compelling him to shed his merchant's mask and assume the posture of a dutiful, wide-eyed student. Zhao Gang brewed a pot of tea with practiced ease, poured 2 cups, and withdrew silently to stand attentively nearby. "Mr. Chen, I truly hadn't imagined you worked here." Huang Yongfa raised his teacup, using the gesture to veil the tremor in his hands. "What a magnificent place." Chen Hao smiled, pulling out a specially supplied Panda cigarette from a white box, tossing one to Huang Yongfa, and lighting one for himself. "Hey, what does it matter how grand it is?" Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "It's the elders' wishes at home. They dislike me messing around outside, fearing that my youthful exuberance might lead me astray, insisting on keeping an eye on me." He pointed outside. "All the uncles in this courtyard watched me grow up. If I make any misstep while working here, the old man will know immediately. It's a bit annoying, but at least it's quiet. No one dares to disturb me." Huang Yongfa heard this and felt as if struck by lightning. Elders at home. Under their watchful eyes. Uncles. The combination of these words conveyed a shocking amount of information. What kind of place is the Electronic Information Department? That's the authority overseeing the nation's communication and network lifelines. If Chen Hao's elders could arrange for him to work in such a bureaucratic courtyard, what level of status did they possess? Huang Yongfa dared not think further. No wonder Chen Hao could wield such influence in Hadian district at such a young age. Even the district head had to show him respect. So the roots are here. Mr. Chen truly comes from a prestigious family. Huang Yongfa's tone became more respectful. With elders overseeing the business must be as stable as a mountain. Chen Hao waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to discuss family matters further. "Let's not talk about that. Old Huang, I called you today for a serious matter. We've been collaborating for a while now. Your lemons, cream, and tea leaves have always been of excellent quality. I am very satisfied." Hearing this, Huang Yongfa let out a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. "Mr. Chen is overly kind. When supplying you, it must be the best of the best. I know you're building a brand. How could I afford to be careless?" Chen Hao nodded. "You must have seen the business on my side lately. The queues at those Zueladuo stores never seem to end." "Indeed. Mr. Chen, you are a business genius." Huang Yongfa gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. "I've been in the restaurant industry on Frog Island for so many years, but I've never seen such a bustling scene. Opening a milk tea shop in an internet cafe and turning it into a chain brand. What a brilliant idea. Since business is good, expansion is definitely necessary." Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. "I plan to expand Zueladuo over the next 3 months. Therefore, the procurement volume of raw materials will likely double or even triple." Huang Yongfa's eyes brightened instantly. Doubling the procurement volume. That was great news. Although he had kept the prices low for Chen Hao, the profit margin was thin, yet the volume was substantial. If the volume increased several times, just this single business deal could equate to several months' profit for his restaurant. "No problem. Mr. Chen, just say the word." Huang Yongfa thumped his chest in assurance. "No matter how much you need, even if I don't sleep, I'll make sure to have it ready for you. Absolutely won't delay your business opening." Chen Hao looked at Huang Yongfa's excited demeanor and smiled. "Old Huang, we've been friends for a long time. I will speak plainly." Chen Hao picked up his teacup and took a sip. "In the past, when the volume was small, we settled on the spot without issue. But now that the volume will be larger and it's a long-term partnership, the financial processes need to be formalized. According to industry practices, suppliers typically offer credit terms for such large-scale purchases. Huang Yongfa's smile faltered slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Credit terms are quite common in business. It's the norm for large clients to request payment extensions. Understood. Huang Yongfa calculated in his mind. Currently, the monthly payment for goods is about 100,000, and if that doubles, it will be 300,000. If he held that amount for a month or so, he could manage it with gritted teeth. Since Mr. Chen has brought it up, it's definitely no problem. We can settle monthly, or 3 months. Chen Hao interrupted him. Huang Yongfa felt a jolt in his heart. 3 months. If it was 300,000 a month, that would total 900,000 over 3 months. This amount put a bit of financial pressure on him, but still within a bearable range. To cling tightly to Chen Hao's big leg, he was willing to advance that 900,000 in working capital. 3 months. Huang Yongfa gritted his teeth. All right, since Mr. Chen has spoken, 3 months it is. I, Old Huang, support your endeavor. Chen Hao smiled at Huang Yongfa's eager expression. Old Huang, you're a straightforward person, but I haven't finished yet. Chen Hao set down his teacup, fixing his gaze on Huang Yongfa. Do you think my expansion refers to just opening 3 to 5 more stores? Huang Yongfa was taken aback. Isn't it? I see that your 6 stores are already too busy to handle. If you open 5 more, that would be 11 stores. This scale would already be unparalleled in Haitian district. Chen Hao shook his head. You underestimate me too much, and also this business. My plan is to increase the number of Zueladuo stores to over 80 within the next 2 months. Wah! What? Huang Yongfa jumped to his feet, bumping his knee against the coffee table. Water splashed from the teacup onto his hand, but he couldn't care less about the burn. He stared wide-eyed at Chen Hao as if listening to a fantastical tale. 80 stores. Huang Yongfa's voice changed pitch. Mr. Chen, you must be joking. I never joke. Chen Hao remained as steady as a mountain. There are nearly 100 internet cafes in Haitian district that have joined my association. Every internet cafe will have a Zueladuo store in front of it. All the franchise agreements have been signed. Huang Yongfa felt a buzzing in his head. Over 80 stores. He quickly calculated in his mind. Currently 6 stores generate around 100,000 in raw material costs monthly. 80 stores would be 14 times that amount. 140,000 a month. With a 3-month credit term. That amounts to 420,000. Huang Yongfa's legs weakened, and he fell back into his chair. He couldn't possibly scrape together over 400,000 to advance to Chen Hao. His restaurant combined with all his savings barely amounted to a little over 100,000. This wasn't just business, it was a matter of life and death. Mr. Chen. Huang Yongfa wiped the cold sweat forming on his forehead, stuttering as he spoke. This volume, I really can't handle it. He wore a pained expression, the earlier bravado completely gone. Don't mention 3 months. Even 1 month's payment, I can't advance it. If I put in over 100,000 in goods, I wouldn't even have money left to buy ingredients for the restaurant. Huang Yongfa looked at Chen Hao, his eyes filled with pleading. Mr. Chen, please don't toy with me. This large order, my small frame really can't bear it. Chen Hao looked at Huang Yongfa's almost tearful expression, knowing the moment had come. He naturally knew Huang Yongfa couldn't afford it. Today, by calling Huang Yongfa to this oppressive place and throwing out such a staggering number, it was to completely shatter Huang Yongfa's psychological defenses. Only by making the other party realize their smallness and helplessness could the subsequent negotiations proceed according to his script. Old Huang, don't panic. Chen Hao refilled his teacup. I know you can't afford it. I don't expect you to come up with millions. Huang Yongfa's hand holding the teacup was still trembling. Then what do you mean? You can't afford it, but someone else can. Those source factories would be more than happy to have such stable large orders. For them, a few million in credit terms would be a coveted deep collaboration. Huang Yongfa was a smart man and quickly understood. Are you suggesting that I directly source from the factories? Upon saying this, Huang Yongfa felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. It's over. He was about to be kicked out. While they are about to open 80 stores, why would they need a middleman like him? Directly sourcing from the manufacturer would mean lower prices, better service, and the possibility of credit terms. As a middleman, his days of making a profit from the price difference were over. Huang Yongfa drooped his head like a defeated rooster. Though he felt unwilling, he dared not voice his anger. With a background like Chen Hao's, if he wanted to push him out, he wouldn't even need to give notice. Just being invited over today to say it face-to-face was already a sign of respect. Mr. Chen, I understand. Huang Yongfa's voice was low. Rest assured, I will give you the manufacturer's contact information right away. He was about to get up to leave. Sit down, Chen Hao said firmly. Huang Yongfa instinctively sat back down. Who said I'm kicking you out? Chen Hao looked at him, a playful smile on his face. Huang Yongfa was taken aback. But I can't afford the capital, and you want to go directly to the factory. Old Huang, let's change our approach. Chen Hao spoke, gently coaxing him. Right now you are purchasing from the factory and selling to me at a markup, earning a profit, while also bearing the pressure of capital and inventory risks. Once my payment is delayed, you will be in trouble. Right. Huang Yongfa nodded. Only he understood the hardships of wholesale. Now let me propose a different collaboration method, Chen Hao said with a smile. You can act as an intermediary assisting me in negotiations with the factory. As long as you can help me secure a 3-month payment term and push the price down to the lowest. In return, I will give you a 3% commission for every batch of goods. However, you will need to assist in the subsequent factory coordination and quality control. Huang Yongfa was stunned. He quickly calculated in his mind. 3% sounds much less than the previous profit margin. But the base amount has changed. Previously, a monthly revenue of 100,000 would net him 20,000 with a 20% profit. Now, with a monthly revenue of 160,000 and 3%, that amounts to 48,000. Moreover, it's pure profit. No need for capital, no risk, no need for storage, and even no need to hire movers. It's essentially free money. The key point is if Chen Hao's store continues to expand, reaching 100-200, then his commission will also rise accordingly. This isn't just business, it's like latching onto a golden leg and collecting money. Huang Yongfa's previously pale face instantly flushed red. Mr. Chen, are you serious? I never joke about this. Chen Hao leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. So what do you say? Will you take on the intermediary role? Absolutely. Only a fool wouldn't. Huang Yongfa was so excited he nearly jumped up. Looking at Chen Hao now felt like looking at the god of wealth. What background or second-generation official, those are all irrelevant. If someone can help him make money, that's like a true father. Mr. Chen, you are so righteous. Huang Yongfa was overwhelmed with gratitude. You are looking out for me, old Huang. If it were someone else, they would have kicked me out, leaving me with no chance to even have a sip of soup. Chen Hao smiled, remaining silent. Of course, he wasn't doing charity. Keeping Huang Yongfa around served two purposes. On one hand, Huang Yongfa was from Wadao Island with natural connections to those Taiwanese-funded raw material factories. Some things that Chen Hao said might not be trusted, the payment terms might not be negotiated successfully, and he wouldn't get a better price. A slight price increase could easily exceed 3%. Huang Yongfa could speak more easily, building trust and obtaining the best price. On the other hand, Chen Hao needed an insider to keep an eye on those factories. Being young and an outsider, the factory owners might find ways to cheat him on product quality, but they wouldn't dare deceive someone like Huang Yongfa, who was an industry insider. Since you've agreed, let's do this well. Chen Hao put away his smile and said seriously, in the next few days, you need to arrange meetings with the heads of those raw material factories. Let's meet at a good restaurant in Hadian and discuss things together. No problem. Huang Yongfa was now full of energy. I know the owners of those factories well, we often drink together. They'll contact them right away and ensure they all come. Also, Chen Hao said earnestly, what you see and hear here today. Huang Yongfa immediately understood and made a zipper motion across his mouth. Mr. Chen, rest assured I understand the rules. Today I only came for a cup of tea. Oh, beyond that I saw nothing and know nothing. Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's leave it at that for today. Gongzi, please see him out. Zhao Gang stepped forward and made a gesture to invite him out. Huang Yongfa exited the office, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. When he stepped out of the courtyard, his shirt was already soaked through with sweat clinging to his back. He didn't rush to get into the Santana, but stood under a tree by the roadside, trembling as he took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and lit one. The first puff of smoke filled his lungs, the spicy flavor snapping him back to reality. He glanced back at the two armed sentries and recalled Chen Hao's calm demeanor earlier. Damn it, this time I've really encountered a true dragon. Huang Yongfa spat angrily, extinguishing the cigarette he had only taken 2 puffs from, and dove into the car, grabbing his Motorola flip phone. He opened his contacts, his finger hovering over several names for a long time. These people were usually his suppliers. Huang Yongfa first dialed Lin Zongwai's number. Hello, old Lin. It's Yongfa. Huang Yongfa said cheerfully. Where are you? Still in Shiguan. Oh, that's really unfortunate. You need to fly to Kyoto right away. I have a huge deal bigger than any of your other clients. After hanging up, he dialed Lu Quan's number. Old Lu, are you in Yanqing or Kyoto? Oh, at the factory. In that case, by the earliest flight to Kyoto. Yes, for tomorrow. What is it? Of course it's something good. If you don't come, don't say I, old Huang, didn't bring you wealth. Ooh, just watch others count money and don't cry. In the next half hour, Huang Yongfa called the packaging industry base in Izhou and the largest agricultural wholesale market in Kyoto. He didn't elaborate over the phone, only revealing 2 pieces of information: large order volume and clients with backgrounds so powerful they reached the heavens. With these 2 prospects, several cooperating bosses couldn't sit still. In this era, channels are king. Whoever holds the big orders is the boss. The next evening in Hadian district at the Shiyuan restaurant. This old restaurant, established in the 1950s, may not look as glamorous as the newly built glass skyscrapers, but its status in Kyoto's upper circles is unshakable. It is close to the party school and Zhongguan village, with clients mainly from within the system. Especially at the beginning of each year, the most important meetings and receptions are held here. Chen Hao specifically booked a private room named Listening to the Waves Pavilion. The room was carpeted with thick wool adorned with several famous calligraphies and paintings, and the round table could seat 12 people. 4 bosses had already arrived. Lin Zongwei was a typical Taiwanese businessman in his 50s, dressed in a polo shirt, carefully savoring a cup of tea. He was the owner of Shiguan Jiahua Food Factory, holding the supply for several well-known milk tea brands. Sitting opposite him was Lu Quan, the owner of Yangqing Fresh Fruit Source, with dark skin and a lean figure. Zhang Deshang was a typical northern man, the owner of Yizhou Hanyuan Packaging Factory, chatting with Li Yin next to him. Li Yin was the only woman among them in her 40s, dressed somewhat gaudily, but with sharp eyes. She was the largest lemon wholesaler in Kyoto, monopolizing half of Kyoto's lemon market. "Old Huang, you called us here in such a hurry. When will that big Buddha arrive?" Lin Zhongwei put down his teacup and glanced at his Rolex on his wrist. "We've been waiting for 20 minutes. "Exactly, old Huang." Li Yin cracked sunflower seeds, spitting out a shell. "I still have several trucks of goods on my stall that haven't been dispatched. If this person doesn't arrive soon, I might just leave." Huang Yongfa was standing at the door looking out. Hearing this, he turned around and smiled apologetically. "Gentlemen, please be patient. Mr. Chen is a busy person, and with that family background, it's quite normal for there to be some delays. Moreover, good meals are worth waiting for. That kind of family." Lu Quan caught the keyword. "Old Huang, you spoke so highly of him on the phone. What exactly is his background?" Huang Yongfa mysteriously pointed to the top of his head. Can't say. Just know that in this area of Haitian, there is nothing Mr. Chen can't handle. A couple of days ago, I went to his office, and good heavens, the guards at the door were all armed." The others exchanged glances, their previous disdain diminishing somewhat. In Kyoto, doing business, the most feared thing is this kind of invisible background. Just then, the wooden door of the private room was pushed open. Chen Hao walked in. Chen Hao was dressed in a finely crafted white shirt with the cuffs rolled up to his elbows, paired with deep blue trousers and black leather shoes. However, the moment he walked in, several bosses couldn't help but feel surprised. "Too young. Is this the so-called extraordinary figure that Huang Yongfa mentioned? He looks just like a university student." Li Yin curled her lips about to say something, but was pulled back by Zhang Deshang beside her. Zhang Deshang was a rough man, but he had a keen eye for people. Although this young man was not very old, his demeanor was remarkably composed, clearly not from an ordinary family. "Apologies, everyone." Chen Hao approached the main seat, not rushing to sit down, but smilingly cupped his hands in greeting. There was an impromptu meeting at the department. Those old men can be quite chatty. It took a bit longer than expected. "Thank you for waiting." The mention of department and old men made Lin Zhongwei's eyelids twitch. Huang Yongfa quickly stepped forward and pulled out the chair at the main seat. "Mr. Chen, please have a seat. We just arrived too." After Chen Hao sat down, Huang Yongfa began to introduce everyone. "Mr. Chen, this is Mr. Lin from Jiehua. Their company is a leading enterprise in milk tea ingredients, such as plant-based cream and black tea powder. This is Mr. Zhang from Hanyuan." Chen Hao nodded with a smile, neither overly enthusiastic nor lacking in politeness, striking the perfect balance of decorum. As the food and drinks were served, the atmosphere warmed up slightly after several rounds of toasting. "Mr. Chen is truly young and promising." Lin Zhongwei cautiously opened the conversation. "I heard from Mr. Huang that your business is quite large. I'm curious about what aspect of it brings in the wealth." Chen Hao set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Wealth is a stretch, I'm just playing around." Chen Hao chuckled. "My family is quite strict, insisting that I join the bureaucracy. I'm used to a laid-back lifestyle and can't stand the 9-to-5 routine, so I just greeted a few uncles in Haitian district and started a small business." He spoke lightly, but everyone present was sharp. Greeting uncles in Haitian district. That was quite a statement. Huang Yongfa timely interjected. "Mr. Chen is being too modest. If that's a small business, then we are begging for food. You may not know this, but on the opening day of Mr. Chen's Matrix Internet Cafe, District Chief Rin from Haitian personally attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Moreover, the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission specifically approved to allocate a research building from Lihua Factory for Mr. Chen as the headquarters. At this revelation, the table fell silent. District Chief Rin cutting the ribbon. The state allocation of property. This was beyond just being wealthy. This was solid, hard relationships. Li Yin stopped eating her sunflower seeds. Her gaze towards Chen Hao shifted. In Kyoto, having money makes you a fat sheep, but having power makes you a tiger. If what Huang Yongfa said is true, then this young man in front of her is undoubtedly a small tiger with fangs that have yet to fully develop. "Mr. Chen, my respects to you." Lu Quan raised his glass and stood up. "I'm a rough man, and I was a bit neglectful earlier. I'll drink this cup. You may do as you please." Chen Hao smiled, lifted his glass, and took a sip. "Mr. Lu is being polite. We are all doing business, and civility breeds wealth." Having set the stage, Chen Hao began to discuss the main issue. "Everyone, I invited you here today, not just for the meal. I recently started a new project called Shui Le Duo. It's also in the catering industry, but in a chain model. Since the expansion is quite rapid, the original supply chain cannot keep up, so I'm looking for a few capable manufacturers to collaborate." "A chain is great," Zhang Deshang shouted in a loud voice. "Chains are all the rage now. How many stores does Mr. Chen intend to open? If the volume is large, I can give you an 80% discount on my cups." Several bosses perked up their ears. In their view, a young person starting a chain would be lucky to open 3 to 5 stores, at most 10. Chen Hao didn't answer directly, but pulled out a sheet of paper from his bag behind him and spread it out on the table. This is my procurement list for next month. He pushed the paper to the rotating table and gently spun it. The paper came to rest in front of Lin Zhongwei. He casually glanced at it, then suddenly froze. He suspected he had misread the decimal point. Rubbing his eyes, he leaned in for a closer look. This? Lin Zhongwei suddenly looked up at Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, does the unit on this list say tons? Of course. Chen Hao leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. What else would it be? Pounds. Lin Zhongwei's hand trembled slightly as he passed the list to Lu Quan beside him. Lu Quan took a look and gasped in surprise. The list clearly stated plant-based cream 4 tons, ice cream powder 12 tons, fructose syrup 13 tons, fresh lemons 5 tons, tapioca pearls 3 tons, black tea powder 5 tons, PP plastic cups 35000 pieces, crispy ice cream cones 16000 pieces, straws 35000 pieces, sealing film 150 rolls. Li Yan snatched the list and stared at the line saying, fresh lemons 5 tons for a long while. She was in the lemon wholesale business and understood this concept very well. A booming milk tea shop could use at most 200 to 300 pounds of lemons in a month. 5 tons. That's over 2,000 pounds. Mr. Chen, you aren't joking, are you? Li Yan's voice was a bit dry. That's over 2,000 pounds of lemons. If you were to use them for a bath, it would be enough. These things have a short shelf life. If they don't sell, they'll just rot in storage and become garbage. Yes, Mr. Chen, Lin Zhongwei frowned, as well his business instincts making him start to doubt. This quantity is too large. Even for some big factories, a quarterly procurement volume for a single item wouldn't be this much. Are you saying this is for 1 month? Chen Hao blew out a puff of smoke, looking at the group of bosses who were shocked by the numbers. Do you all think this is too much? Chen Hao retorted. It's not that it's too much, it's just too exaggerated, Zhang Deshang stated bluntly. Mr. Chen, doing business requires honesty. If this order is real, my factory would have to stop a lot of operations just to produce molds for you. What if? He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. What if you were just bragging? We can't afford the loss. Chen Hao smiled. It seems you all have a misunderstanding about my capabilities. Pointing to the brilliantly lit night scene outside the window, Chen Hao said, next month, 85 Snow Luduo stores will open simultaneously in Hadian District. 85 stores. Several people exclaimed in unison. Chen Hao smiled and said, all 85 of these stores are based on the internet cafes in Hadian District. Each internet cafe sees a flow of over 500 customers daily. My stores will be right at the entrance of the cafes doing exclusive business. A cup of lemon water costs 2 yuan, and a cup of milk tea costs 3 yuan. Since you are all business people, I suppose you can do the math on this, right? Internet cafes. Lin Zhongwei's mind sparked with insight. He had seen the popularity of internet cafes in the south filled with energetic young people and high beverage consumption. If what Chen Hao said is true, monopolizing the beverage supply for over 80 internet cafes. This quantity is not only not too much, it might even be insufficient. Mr. Chen, are you saying you have channels with over 80 internet cafes? Lu Quan was a bit excited. Not just channels. Huang Yongfa chimed in. Mr. Chen is also the president of the Hadian District Internet Cafe Association. All these internet cafe owners have to listen to Mr. Chen. This suddenly made sense. The title of association president carried significant weight. In 2000, these veterans understood it all too well. That was the officially recognized leading figure. The atmosphere in the private room changed instantly. Mr. Chen. Li Yan was the first to react. She lifted her glass, her face adorned with flattering smiles. Just now I was foolish due to my long hair. Please don't take it to heart. I'll take care of the lemons. As for the price, I'll give you a further discount of 5% off the wholesale price. Moreover, I guarantee that they are all first-grade fruits freshly picked from the tree. If there's even one bad one, I'll compensate you with 10. Lu Quan was also anxious. Mr. Chen, leave the syrup to me. I have imported production lines that guarantee top-notch quality. As for the price, we can negotiate, and I can definitely offer you a 10% lower price than what you are currently paying. I'll handle the cream tea powder and tapioca pearls. Lin Zhongwei was also unwilling to be outdone. Mr. Chen, although I'm in Xiguan, I work with logistics that are extremely fast. The goods can be delivered to your warehouse within 3 days. Zhang Deshang patted his chest confidently. As for the cups and straws, I will customize them for you for free. Observing this group of eager bosses, Chen Hao's expression remained calm. He did not rush to agree to anyone. I can feel your enthusiasm, everyone. Chen Hao picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of fish in his mouth. However, I won't be handling the specific business terms. I'm only responsible for setting the strategy. Negotiating contracts is too exhausting. He pointed to Huang Yongfa beside him. From now on, Lao Huang will be my full representative. All procurement contracts will be negotiated with him. He is also responsible for subsequent quality control. If there are any issues with the goods, I will only deal with Lao Huang. As for whom Lao Huang deals with. Chen Hao paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. That will be your business. Huang Yongfa straightened his back, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. He had never experienced such glory surrounded by these more powerful bosses who toasted to him, addressing him as Mr. Huang with every sip. In the past, he had often found himself in a subordinate position before these men, mostly having to curry favor with them. He cast a grateful glance at Chen Hao. He knew that Chen Hao was backing him up, firmly tying him to the Shui Lu Duo battleship. All right, let's stick to business for now. Chen Hao raised his glass. Let's eat first. The braised pork here is quite good, everyone should give it a try. The next morning, a convoy consisting of 2 black Santanas and 1 Audi arrived at the Matrix Internet Cafe's main store. Chen Hao did not rush to bring these suppliers to the negotiation table. Instead, he arranged a special sightseeing tour. It was not peak traffic time for the Internet Cafe, but a long line had formed outside. Most of the people in line were university students from nearby campuses who hadn't gone home, along with several high school students in uniforms. Their goal was not to surf the internet, but to get to Shui Lu Duo. Give me 2 cups of lemonade with extra ice. I want an ice cream. The printer at the cashier's desk was whirring continuously, spitting out receipts. Lin Zhongwei stood outside the floor-to-ceiling window holding a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, but his eyes were fixed on the cash register that was spitting out money constantly. He was in the raw materials business and knew too well what each cup of water represented. This morning alone, we must have sold hundreds of cups of lemonade, right? Li Yin looked at the pile of lemon peels and was somewhat shocked. And this is still the off-season. Chen Hao stood in the shade of a tree holding a cigarette, casually said. Once school starts, or on weekends, this line could reach the entrance of the community. The convoy then shifted to 2 other branch stores in the Hadian district. The situation was the same, although it was not as exaggerated as the main store. Business was still booming, especially the 1 yuan ice creams, which were practically in everyone's hands. The real shock came from the afternoon's itinerary. Chen Hao led them into several obscure alleys, stopping in front of some storefronts that were under renovation. These places had one thing in common: a sign reading XX Internet Cafe hung at the entrance, and there was always a 4 or 5 square meter window that was undergoing standardized red and white renovations. In front of the Weitsuan Internet Cafe, a middle-aged fat man with his shirt off was directing workers moving an ice-making machine. Upon seeing Chen Hao get out of the car, the fat man immediately threw away his cigarette butt and jogged over. Hey, President, why did you come in person? The fat man, not bothering to wipe the dust off his hands, reached out both hands to shake Chen Hao's, bending at a 90-degree angle. Are you checking on the progress? Rest assured, everything here is done according to standard. The equipment for Shui Lu Duo has just arrived, and we will definitely be open within 3 days. Chen Hao nodded. Lao Ma, hurry up. These gentlemen are the big bosses of the raw materials factory. They've come to check the site. Absolutely. We must host the distinguished guests brought by the president. Lao Ma patted his chest and turned to shout into the building. Get a few bottles of chilled Red Bull. Hurry up. This address of president said it all. Lin Zhongwei, Lu Quan, and Zhang Deshang exchanged glances. If they had doubts about Chen Hao's words last night, now all their uncertainties vanished. They visited another internet cafe that was under renovation as the sky approached dusk. The group returned to the conference room on the 4th floor of the Matrix Internet Cafe. The air conditioning was on full blast, dispersing the heat from everyone. Chen Hao sat at the head of the table, not in a hurry to speak. He leaned back in his chair, playing with the lighter in his hand, the metallic lid producing a crisp ding sound. Huang Yongfa, showing great tact, stood up and took on the role of moderator. Bosses, you've seen the site. You must understand that I, Lao Huang, did not deceive you, right? Huang Yongfa said with a smile. Mr. Chen's capabilities need no further explanation, do they? Lin Zhongwei was the first to express his opinion. Mr. Chen's planning is indeed impressive. I, Lin, have been in business for over a decade, and this is the first time I've seen such a scale of initiation. Impressive. Since we all acknowledge this, let's discuss the substantive issues. Huang Yongfa stopped beating around the bush. We're all old friends, I'm straightforward and say what I mean. Mr. Chen is my benefactor and the financial backer of all of you here. Since we are all on the same side, the price. He elongated his tone, scanning the faces of the 4 men. Must be lowered. Zhang Deshang, who had a quick temper, was the first to respond. Mr. Chen's volume is larger than all my clients combined. In that case, I'll offer 5% off the price of my plastic cups and straws based on what was reported last night. This price is already scraping the bottom. If I lower it further, I'll have to eat the northwest wind. Huang Yongfa shook his head, smiling without speaking. Lu Quan gritted his teeth. As for the syrup, I'll lower it by another 8%. But I have one condition: we must sign an exclusive agreement. Li Yin glanced at Chen Hao and bit her lip. The lemons are first-grade fruits, and the price is already transparent. I'll cover the shipping costs. The losses will be on me. It was Lin Zhongwei's turn now. This old fox pondered for a moment, then extended a finger. For the non-dairy creamer and tea powder, I'll lower it by 10%. The other raw materials will be lowered by 5%. This is my bottom line, and also a welcoming gift for Mr. Chen. A slight gasp echoed in the conference room. A 10% reduction for wholesale raw materials is nearly having the profit. Huang Yongfa turned to Chen Hao, his eyes conveying a sense of seeking praise. This price is already nearly 20% lower than the wholesale prices in the market. Even those large chain supermarkets might not be able to secure such rates. Chen Hao finally stopped playing with the lighter. He sat up straight, calmly surveying the room. I see your sincerity. As for the price, we'll go with what you've all proposed. Upon hearing this, the several bosses sighed in relief. As long as the price was settled, this huge order was as good as secured. However, Chen Hao changed his tone. But since I am your major client, what would be considered a VIP? Shouldn't I enjoy some VIP treatment regarding payment terms? Lin Zhongwei's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition arose. Huang Yongfa immediately took over the conversation, cooperating seamlessly. Naturally, according to industry standards, clients of Mr. Chen's level usually have payment terms. Payment terms? Zhang Desheng's brows knitted together. Yes. Huang Yongfa replied, looking as if it was obvious. For major clients, the cash flow is substantial. Generally speaking, when you supply goods to large supermarkets, the payment terms are around 6 months. Although we are not supermarkets, the volume is also considerable. Shouldn't we follow this standard? 6 months. Li Yan exclaimed. Mr. Huang, just kill me. That's fresh fruit. In 6 months, the yellow flowers will have withered. In our line of work, it's all cash on delivery. At most, we can hold back the payment for a truckload. Lin Zhongwei's expression darkened. With the price drop and thin profits, if they delayed payment for another 6 months, the cost of funds could lead to a loss. The borrowing interest rate for 2000 is not low. Cash flow is the lifeblood of a business. 6 months is indeed too long, Lin Zhongwei said slowly. Mr. Chen, we're also a small business. The factory needs to pay salaries and upstream suppliers need to be settled. The pressure on funds. I never said it had to be 6 months. Chen Hao interrupted him, pulling a cigarette from the pack, and Huang Yongfa immediately leaned in to light it. Chen Hao took a deep puff and exhaled the smoke. I know everyone has difficulties. I'm not in the business of putting anyone out of business. Let's compromise. 3 months then. The meeting room fell silent again, and the bosses remained quiet, calculating privately. 3 months, 90 days. For those accustomed to cash on delivery or monthly settlements, this was a tremendous challenge. Especially with such a massive order, the capital involved could reach several million. Zhang Desheng scratched his head, looking troubled. Mr. Chen, 3 months is a bit too long. Can we do 2 months? I can manage 2 months if I grit my teeth, Lu Quan chimed in. Yes, the syrup materials are all imported. The foreigners won't give me credit. If it's 3 months, my cash flow will collapse. I can only accept 2 months. Li Yan was nearly in tears, pleading, Mr. Chen, that's fruit. It's really impossible. I can at most give you 1 month. That's already unprecedented. I've sold lemons in Kyoto for 10 years and have never given anyone a 1-month credit. Only Lin Zhongwei remained silent. He was calculating Chen Hao's success rate with this model, the long-term benefits of this order, and his own cash flow resilience. Jiahua Food Factory is the strongest with the deepest foundations. Although 3 months is tough, it is not untenable. The key is it worth the gamble? He thought about Chen Hao's background and the stores he had just visited. It seemed this business could last. All right, Lin Zhongwei suddenly spoke up. 3 months will take it. Old Lin, Zhang Desheng, and Lu Quan looked at him in surprise. Lin Zhongwei smiled. Mr. Chen is a man of great ambition. I trust his credibility. The cost of funds for these 3 months will be my way of befriending Mr. Chen. Chen Hao's face broke into a smile as he looked at Lin Zhongwei. Mr. Lin is generous. Moving forward, the new product development for Zueladuo will prioritize using Jiahua's materials. With Lin Zhongwei taking the lead, Zhang Desheng and Lu Quan couldn't sit still. Zhang Desheng's face turned red. He didn't want to lose this big order, and certainly didn't want to appear less generous than Lin Zhongwei in front of Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, I'm also going for 3 months. Damn it, let's throw caution to the wind. As long as you take care of my business in the future. Lu Quan, seeing the situation, could only helplessly follow suit. All right, since everyone is so supportive, I can't fall behind. 3 months it is, but Mr. Chen, we need to agree that the payment must be settled on the due date. That's only natural. It's written in black and white on the contract. If I breach it, it'll compensate double, Chen Hao said calmly. Now the pressure was all on Li Yan. This woman in her 40s appeared somewhat flustered at this moment. She truly couldn't manage 3 months. The fresh fruit industry has thin profits and rapid turnover. To delay the payment for 3 months would mean she'd have to front hundreds of thousands to purchase goods, which she couldn't afford. Mr. Chen, Li Yan's eyes turned red from anxiety as she looked toward Huang Yongfa for help. Just as Huang Yongfa was about to speak up, Chen Hao raised a hand to stop him. Chen Hao looked at Li Yan, his expression softening a bit. Sisterly, I understand that doing fresh produce is not easy. With fruit, if it rots in the warehouse, it's just garbage. Asking you to delay 3 months is indeed asking too much. Li Yan nodded vigorously, tears of gratitude in her eyes. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Chen. Thank you. How about this? Chen Hao said, extinguishing the cigarette, but in the ashtray. Everyone here is a man. It's not interesting to bully a woman. Sister Li's product is special, and since she's the only woman here, she naturally deserves some preferential treatment. He paused and continued. For Sister Li, we can settle the payment in 1 month. Lian suddenly raised her head, hardly daring to believe her ears. She stood up in excitement. Mr. Chen, thank you so much. You're truly a wonderful person. However, Chen Hao did not look at her, but turned his attention to the other three men. But let's be clear up front. This is a special case for Sister Li. As for the other three brothers, we will still follow the rules. Since Mr. Lin has opened the door for 3 months and Mr. Zhang and Mr. Lu have also agreed, let's keep it clear. Don't think that just because I am giving Sister Li some leeway you can have any objections. Zhang Desheng and Lu Quan originally wanted to leverage Li Yan's words to negotiate a shorter payment period, but now they had nothing to say. They were getting special treatment for a woman. How could a man like them dare to compete? Moreover, Lin Zhongwei, who was the strongest here, had already accepted it. If they kept complaining, it would be considered disrespectful. No objections. Zhang Desheng chuckled awkwardly. We should take care of the lady, it's only right. We're tough-skinned and can handle it. Lu Quan could only nod with a wry smile. Mr. Chen is principled. We'll proceed with the 3 months, no problem. The situation had been settled. Chen Hao stood up and adjusted his shirt collar. Since we're all agreed, you can discuss the specific contract details with Mr. Huang. Sign the contract tomorrow. No problem. The four replied in unison. After sending off these bosses, only Chen Hao and Huang Yongfa remained in the meeting room. Huang Yongfa slumped in his chair, exhaling deeply, feeling sweat all over his back. Although there weren't many words in this negotiation, the psychological game exhausted even this old hand. Mr. Chen, your strategy was brilliant. 3-month payment terms. That's like getting an interest-free loan of several million from them. Especially the last move to let Li Yan go completely blocked the other three. Old Huang, this is just the beginning. There will be more in the future, and your commission will keep rising. You need to ensure product quality and supply. Chen Hao pointedly reminded Huang Yongfa. Huang Yongfa thought about the commission from those 3 months. For several million in goods, 3 points would mean over 100,000. And this would be every month. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will keep a close watch on them. There will absolutely be no issues with quality. Huang Yongfa stated through gritted teeth. Chen Hao patted Huang Yongfa on the shoulder. Do well. Your commissions will only increase. In August, a quiet transformation was taking place in the streets and alleys of Haitian district. At the entrances of internet cafes, bronze plaques hung uniformly stating member unit of the Haitian District Internet Access Service Industry Association. Moreover, there was a large slogan nearby: minors are prohibited from entering. Upon entering the internet cafe, one would see a cartoon snowman figure wearing large headphones. The number of Shui Le Duo beverage bars continued to increase, gradually becoming a standard feature in Haitian's internet cafes. In just half a month, this headphone-wearing snowman had become the most familiar image for the internet-addicted youth in Haitian district. Walking into any registered internet cafe, one would see similar scenes. A cup of Shui Le Duo drink was always placed next to every internet user's keyboard. Chen Hao stood at the door of the warehouse of Lihua factory, holding a bottle of mineral water just taken from the refrigerator, not drinking it, but pressing it against his forehead to cool down. This former mold workshop had been transformed into a storage and distribution center for Shui Le Duo. Move a little faster. This batch of goods is for the stores in Weigong Village. Wang Jun, wearing a camouflage vest soaked in sweat with a white towel around his neck, stood on the loading dock shouting. His voice echoed loudly in the spacious workshop. 10 veterans said nothing as they quickly found the goods to be moved according to the printed list. Boxes of lemons and bags of non-dairy cream were swiftly packed into the entrance of the Jinbei van. These Jinbei vans had been modified with the back seats removed and the body painted with a giant Shui Le Duo logo. Brother June, the third van is full. A dark-faced man wiped the sweat from his face and ran over to report. Check the list, confirm it's correct, and send it off immediately. Wang Jun glanced at the receipt in his hand and said without looking up, don't run red lights to save time on the road, but don't dawdle either. The manager of that store in Weigong Village has a short temper. If you're late, he'll call and curse us out. Understood. The dark-faced man saluted and jumped into the driver's seat. The engine roared, and the Jinbei van kicked up a cloud of dust as it drove out of the factory gate. Chen Hao watched this scene and twisted off the bottle cap to take a sip of water. This logistics team, composed of veterans, was frighteningly efficient. They didn't understand supply chain management theories, but they knew how to execute their tasks, delivering goods to their designated locations on time and safely. Boss. Wang Jun saw Chen Hao and jogged over with a hearty smile. Why aren't you in the office enjoying the air conditioning? It's all dusty here. Just came to check on the brothers. Chen Hao handed Wang Jun a cigarette. You've all worked hard these days. I saw the report. The shipment volume has doubled compared to last week. Absolutely. Wang Jun took the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear without lighting it. It's been hot these days and the students are on vacation with time to spare, all flocking to the internet cafes. Lemonade is selling like crazy. Some stores need to restock twice in a day. Chen Hao nodded. Make sure the finance department gives the brothers a heat subsidy. If there aren't enough vehicles, we'll buy more. If there aren't enough people, we'll hire more. Raw materials must be supplied on time. Understood. Thank you on behalf of the brothers. Wang Jun grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth. Chen Hao didn't linger and turned back to the office located on the 4th floor of Matrix Internet Cafe. He pushed open the door and cold air rushed toward him. He sat down at the computer and skillfully opened the backend management system named Matrix ERP. This was a test version developed by Liang Bo and his team after half a month of sleepless nights. The interface was very simple, filled with gray buttons and white data boxes without any decoration. On the screen, data was constantly jumping. Today's real-time sales, 48560 yuan. Current number of online stores, 82. Lemon stock warning, 3 stores. Best-selling item, ice fresh lemonade, 65 share. Chen Hao clicked to view the inventory details. Every fluctuation in data represented a cup of beverage sold. This system had been fully implemented in all stores. He lit a cigarette, looking at the rising sales curve on the screen, feeling delighted. Shui Le Duo had now become increasingly refined, from products to supply chains to systems. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knocking sound interrupted Chen Hao's thoughts. Before he could speak, the door was pushed open. Lei Hu rushed and drenched in sweat. Boss, something's happened. Chen Hao frowned slightly. Don't panic, the sky isn't falling. Speak slowly, what happened? Is there someone causing trouble in the store? It's not trouble. Lei Hu gasped for breath, pointing downstairs. There's a problem with the computers. Many people downstairs are shouting that the web pages won't load. Internet manager Xiao Zhang checked and said it's that Chu 123 navigation site. It just won't open. Chen Hao was stunned. Chu 123 is not loading. This was not just a problem with one website. It must be noted that all internet cafes in Haidian district that had joined the association were using the management system provided by Matrix. And this system's default homepage had been forcibly locked to Chu 123 by Chen Hao. If Chu 123 was down, it meant that thousands of computers would boot up to find an error page. I'll go take a look. Chen Hao extinguished the cigarette, but stood up and quickly walked out of the office. Upon arriving at the 2nd floor internet cafe area, he felt it was significantly hotter than the 4th floor. Although the air conditioning was on, the heat emitted from hundreds of computers running simultaneously combined with the packed crowd kept the temperature high. Internet manager. What kind of broken network is this? The navigation won't even load. Damn it, I'm in a hurry to go to the chat room to vent. How can I not even get into the navigation? Is it a virus or something? Complaints arose one after another. Chen Hao walked to an empty backup machine, sat down, and restarted the computer. The Windows 98 startup screen flashed by, and then the browser automatically popped up. A blank screen. The progress bar and the status bar moved a little like a snail, then completely froze. After a whole minute, a line of cold English appeared on the screen: 503 service unavailable. Chen Hao quickly opened the CMD window and entered a ping command. The packet loss rate was extremely high, with a latency of several thousand milliseconds. This was not a hacker attack, nor was it a network outage. This was a bandwidth overload. Chen Hao quickly replayed the data in his mind. It was summer vacation, students were free, and the internet cafes were at full capacity. Over 80 member internet cafes in Haidian district combined with other smaller cafes that followed suit in setting Chu 123 as their homepage meant there were estimated to be over 20,000 terminals. These 20,000 computers would access Chu 123 as soon as someone logged on or restarted. Moreover, users now had bad habits, with many keeping their browsers open without closing them, even treating the navigation site as background music. Additionally, Chu 123 hosted a large number of software download links, advertisements, and movie site entries. All these requests were being slammed onto that rented server. Furthermore, summer was also peak season for installations, and the sales of pirated discs in Zhongguan village were also strong. A few days ago, when paying for a new master disc, Chen Hao had heard them boast that they had sold over 100,000 discs just in a few northern cities. There were certainly plenty of private computers accessing it too. All these factors combined had resulted in a recent explosive increase in visits to Chu 123. Chen Hao was clear about the configuration of the server used by Chu 123, a Pentium 3 CPU with 512 megabytes of memory, still hosted in a third-rate data center. It must be that the server couldn't handle it. Chen Hao stood up, took out his phone, and while walking upstairs dialed Liang Bo's number. The phone rang for a long time before it connected, and Liang Bo's groggy voice came through clearly, still catching up on sleep. Hello, who is it? Brother Bo, don't sleep anymore. The server has crashed. Hurry and take a taxi to the data center. Huh, crashed. Liang Bo instantly became much more alert. That's impossible. Oh, I just optimized the code last night. The traffic exceeded the limit. The current number of concurrent users is estimated to be 10 times what you expected. Chen Hao interrupted him. Bring your 2 classmates and guard the data center. I'll have someone send new machines over immediately. After hanging up, Chen Hao dialed Qian Hongyan's number. Old Qian, this is Chen Hao. I need 2 servers right now. It seemed Qian Hongyan was in a meeting, lowering his voice. President Chen, so urgent. What specifications do you need? Top specs. Dual socket Xeon, fill the memory to the max, and set the hard drive to RAID 5. Don't tell me you're out of stock. Take those 2 demo machines from your store and fill them with memory and get them to me. This. Qian Hongyan hesitated. But that's for. I'll pay double the price. Chen Hao didn't give him a chance to hesitate. I want to see the machines delivered to the XX data center entrance within half an hour. Old Qian, this is a matter of life and death. Consider it a personal favor to me. Upon hearing double the price and personal favor, Qian Hongyan immediately changed his tune. All right. I'll personally escort the delivery to you. Having secured the hardware and software, the last piece was still missing: bandwidth. Chen Hao returned to the office and saw Su Jing organizing documents. Su Jing stopped that. Chen Hao tossed the car keys to her. Go to the District Telecommunications Bureau. Find Director Wang from the business department and tell him I sent you. Su Jing caught the keys, somewhat puzzled. What for? Increase the bandwidth. Expand the bandwidth of our dedicated line from 10 m to 100 m. Tell them to prepay for a year's fees. It must be done today. Once Su Jing understood, she grabbed her bag and ran out. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside an old office building in Zhongguan village, the noise of the air conditioning in the machine room was deafening. Liang Bo was sweating profusely, crouched behind a narrow cabinet, clutching a screwdriver as he frantically tightened screws. His t-shirt was soaked, clinging to his back. 2 brand new IBM servers were blinking with a ghostly blue light, and the sound of the fans whirring was like an airplane preparing for takeoff. Old Zhong, is the network cable pressed down yet? Liang Bo shouted. It's done, it's done. Don't rush me. His classmate Old Zhong held a network cable crimping tool. His fingers reddened from the work as he plugged the crystal head into the switch's port. Click. A crisp sound echoed. It's on. Liang Bo threw down the screwdriver and lunged at the console, his fingers flying over the keyboard. On the black screen, lines of white code cascaded down like a waterfall. He was redeploying the load balancing, diverting the traffic originally concentrated on one machine to these 2 new servers. This machine from Qian is really impressive. Liang Bo couldn't help but curse as he watched the system resource usage drop rapidly. This configuration is enough to run a portal website. Meanwhile, in the Telecom Bureau's machine room, Su Jing was drinking tea in Director Wang's office. Soon Director Wang put down the phone and smiled at her. Manager Su, it's done. The Bureau has specially approved an extra backup fiber line for you. Now your bandwidth is at the 100 megabit level. Su Jing breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as she said, thank you for your support, Director Wang. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In the Matrix Internet Cafe, the previously noisy internet users suddenly quieted down. Hey, it's working. Wow, how did the speed become so fast? Instant loading. Chen Hao sat in his office watching the monitoring data on the screen. On the back-end statistics graph of Chu 123, the curve that had previously plummeted began to rise rapidly. The traffic was surging. 50,000, 80,000, 100,000. Finally, the number stabilized at an astonishing figure. Today's unique visitors UV124582. Page views PV860000. 120,000 daily active users. What does that mean in the year 2000? At that time, the 3 major portal websites had daily active users barely in the millions. Yet a simple navigation website like his had achieved 1/10 of their traffic. Chen Hao opened the backend, staring at the map of Longguo on the screen. The red dots represented the traffic sources of QU123 and mainly concentrated in Kyoto, Ijo, and several northern provinces. Crossing the Yangtze River, the red dots became sparse like hair on a balding man's head. Especially in Yu province, it was almost a blank space. He switched websites and entered the domain name Hao123. The page loaded quickly with a simple and crude layout densely packed with text links. At this time, Hao123 was still relying on Li Xingping promoting it through friends who worked as network administrators, but in southern internet cafes its popularity was already quite high. Chen Hao calculated his current resources, it would be difficult to penetrate southern cities soon. If he didn't curb Hao123's expansion now, it would be hard to deal with Li Xingping when he realized that the traffic could be monetized next year. Chen Hao moved the mouse, clicking randomly on the page. A pop-up appeared, a page called Passionate Chat Room, with provocative images. Clicking on a few download links led directly to an unknown pirated software release site. Chen Hao leaned back in his chair, silently pondering as he looked at the webpage. At this stage, Hao123 was still in a period of wild growth full of flaws. A casual glance at the content revealed a pile of incriminating evidence. Involvement in adult content piracy and illegal traffic diversion. Although this was the norm in 2000, if someone wanted to take you down, it would be a fatal flaw. The best way to incorporate it wasn't to throw money at it, but to instill fear in the founder, prompting them to relinquish control voluntarily. At this moment, Li Xingping was still working as a network administrator in an internet cafe in Xining province. It seems I have to make a trip. Chen Hao closed the webpage and picked up a Chinese cigarette from the table, lighting one. Since he was going to Yu province, he might as well stop by Peng City. That penguin should be running low on resources by now, right? At this moment, Xiao Ma Ge was probably struggling with server costs, even considering selling OICQ. This trip south might just hit 2 birds with 1 stone. The next morning, at the Ministry of Electronic Information, the fragrance of tea filled Chen Hao's office. Not bad, President Chen. Chen Hao smiled as he reviewed the association's constitution and work report that Chen Hao had brought. In such a short time, you have united the internet cafe industry in Hadian district. It's all thanks to Brother Hao's guidance. Chen Hao replied with a smile. With the support of Manager Ren, I just did a bit of insignificant work. The members of the association also want to operate legally and don't want to be inspected every day. Stop flattering me. Chen Hao pointed at him. That's because you have the ability. If it were someone else, they would have been squeezed out by those old hands running internet cafes long ago. He closed the document and picked up his teacup. You never come without a reason. You're here today surely not just to report your achievements. Chen Hao scratched his head, showing a hint of embarrassment. You know me well. The thing is, the base here in Kyoto has gotten on track, but I still feel that my perspective isn't broad enough. I'm only familiar with the industrial situation around Kyoto. The internet changes too rapidly. I want to take a trip south, especially to Yu Province. Going south. Chen Hao put down his teacup. Yes. Chen Hao nodded. Yu Province is at the forefront of reform and opening up, where they have early access to the external network, and the level of information technology is undoubtedly unique. I want to do some research and see if there are any advanced experiences that can be brought back to solidify our base here. Chen Hao looked at Chen Hao thoughtfully. This reason sounded grand and beyond reproach. However, he knew this little brother too well. He never engaged in unprofitable ventures. The research was a pretext. He was likely eyeing some market or project in the south. But as long as the direction was correct, he welcomed it. That's a good thing. Chen Hao nodded. Reading thousands of books is no better than traveling thousands of miles. There's no harm in taking a look. Chen Hao rubbed his hands, revealing a troubled expression. However, brother Hao, I have a concern. Speak. I'm too young. Chen Hao smiled wryly. Although I hold the title of association president, it's effective in Hadian district, but outside of Kyoto, who knows me? If I just run over there, I doubt I could even meet a department head, let alone conduct research in the government offices. Chen Hao laughed. Aren't you quite good at leveraging your connections? Why not bring your old man out this time? Chen Hao shook his head, repeatedly, a serious look on his face. That's not possible. This matter is my own business. It's inappropriate to use my father's name. Besides, the cultural sector and the information industry don't align. I don't want to cause trouble for my family. This statement made Chen Hao look at him with higher regard. He understood the rules and knew when to advance and retreat. If it were a second-generation rich kid who relied on family connections, Chen Hao would have kicked him out long ago. But someone like Chen Hao, who had a background yet knew the limits and could display political achievements, was worth supporting. All right, stop playing the pity card. Chen Hao didn't want to hear him beat around the bush anymore. So what do you want? Chen Hao immediately put on a smile. Can you help me find a contact in the ministry and issue an official letter? Just say I'm going to research the promotion of information technology. With this talisman, I can stand tall when I get there. Chen Hao pointed at Chen Hao, shaking his head helplessly. You, the abacus beads have already bounced off my face. If I weren't worried about you going so far and getting into trouble that I couldn't take responsibility for, I wouldn't bother with you. This won't happen again. Saying this, Chen Hao picked up the phone on the table. He dialed a number, his tone becoming warm. Hello, is this Director Li? It's Chen Hao. Haha, long time no see. Yes, still grinding it out in the comprehensive department. I have a favor to ask you. I have a younger brother here named Chen Hao. He is the head of an information popularization base that our department is focusing on and is also the president of the Hadian District Internet Cafe Association. Young and promising, and his family supports him in getting some experience. On the other end of the phone, it was clear that the phrase family support caught attention, and the tone immediately became even more enthusiastic. Chen Hao continued. He wants to go to your province to research the situation of information construction. This kid is shy and doesn't want to use his family connections. I was thinking of asking you for a favor to arrange a reception for him so he can learn a bit. Yes, just a normal research visit. No need to be too formal, but he shouldn't be bullied. All right, I'll let him come and find you. Thanks, Director Li, and he'll treat you to a drink next time I'm in Kyoto. After hanging up, Chen Hao looked at Chen Hao. Director Li Jiaming from the Guangdong Provincial Information Industry Department used to have a position in the ministry, and I have a good relationship with him. I've already given him a heads up, just go find him directly when you get there. Chen Hao felt relieved. With the director's connection, he could basically navigate smoothly in Guangdong province. Thank you, Brother Hao. Just don't get me into trouble. Chen Hao sat back in his chair and took out a piece of letterhead printed with Ministry of Electronic Information of Longwa, swiftly writing a few lines. Then he called his secretary and whispered a few instructions. 10 minutes later, the secretary walked in with a document stamped with a bright red seal. Chen Hao handed the document to Chen Hao. A letter regarding the assistance for Comrade Chen Hao of the Information Popularization and Incubation Base in Kyoto to conduct research in Guangdong. Inside it stated that Chen Hao's titles were Base Director and Association President. Take this with you, Chen Hao said with a smile. When you get there, don't embarrass me and don't cause trouble for the ministry. If I find out you're using the ministry's name to cause chaos. Thank you so much, Brother Hao, don't worry. Chen Hao carefully placed the document in his bag, his attitude sincere. I'm just going to learn, I won't cause you any trouble. 3 days later. In August, the city of Yancheng felt like a giant steamer. In a small conference room at the Provincial Information Industry Department, the air conditioning was quite strong. Li Jiaming looked at the young man standing in front of him, who exuded a sense of relaxation that was not in line with his age. Too young. Li Jiaming had held a position in the ministry and understood the intricacies of that big courtyard too well. Chen Hao, who was above average, was someone who could call him and even issue an official letter. Such a person could not simply be described by the phrase young and promising. In the system, being young often means having a deep background. Director Chen welcomed to Guangdong province to guide the work. Li Jiaming stood up, walked around the conference table, and extended his right hand. The office director Lin Jiayu and deputy director Wang Jigang exchanged glances, quickly adjusting their expressions, their postures slightly slumping. The director used the word guide, not exchange. You're too polite, Director Li. I'm here with a learning attitude this time. Chen Hao shook Li Jiaming's hand. Brother Hao often mentions you in Beijing, saying you're a practical person in our information industry system, and advised me to consult you on everything while I'm here. Li Jiaming's smile became even warmer. Qin Chu is just flattering me. Li Jiaming pulled Chen Hao to sit down and personally poured him a cup of tea. Director Chen, do you have any specific research plans for your visit? Chen Hao took the teacup, gently stroking the cup's wall as he spoke. I want to go to 2 places. One is Pengcheng, which is our window for reform and opening up. It has many internet companies, and I want to see the cutting-edge developments there. The other, I want to go to Xining. Xining? Li Jiaming was somewhat surprised. Pengcheng was understandable, but Xining was just a third-tier small city in Guangdong province with little presence. Yes, Xining. Chen Hao nodded, his tone sincere. When we talk about information popularization, we can't just focus on the tall buildings of big cities. We must also look at the capillaries in small and medium cities. I want to use Xining as a sample to see what the internet ecosystem at the grassroots level is really like. Director Chen thinks deeply. This is indeed something we have overlooked. Li Jiaming nodded in approval, then turned to the deputy director beside him. Jigang accompanied Director Chen throughout this research trip. Make sure to arrange vehicles and accommodations and inform the relevant departments in Pengcheng and Xining that this will be treated as a political task, showcasing the best image possible. Wang Jigang immediately stood up to express his commitment. Don't worry, Director. He'll make sure to serve Director Chen well. At 2 p.m., the convoy set off on time. A black Honda Accord with a UO license plate led the way, followed by a beige Toyota Coaster. In this era, a convoy with such a configuration traveling on the Guangshan Expressway meant absolute privilege. Inside the coaster, the air conditioning was brisk. 2 swivel chairs were set up facing each other in the middle. Chen Hao and Wang Jigang sat opposite each other with a small table between them, holding 2 cups of hot tea and a plate of fruit. Zhao Gang sat in the front on the secretary's seat. Director Chen, we still have about an hour and a half to Pengcheng. Wang Jigang peeled a lychee and handed it to Chen Hao. Try this, it's the hanging green from Zhengqing, just out on the market. Thank you, Brother Wang. Let's drop the titles in private. You are my senior. Just call me Xiao Chun. Chen Hao took the lychee, his attitude very friendly. Calling him Brother Wang made Wang Jigang feel comfortable. Although he was at the deputy division level in the provincial department, he was essentially just a runner. Having someone like Chen Hao, who came down with high authority from the ministry, be so polite to him gave him a sense of face. Then he'll take the liberty. Wang Jigang said with a smile, Brother Chun, I've already made arrangements for Pengcheng. Deputy Director Zhang of the Municipal Science and Technology Bureau will personally receive you. In recent years, Pengcheng has been developing high-tech industrial parks, making quite an impact. It certainly has a lot to see. Chen Hao, while eating the lychee, casually asked, I've heard there are quite a few internet companies there. Recently, the news from NASDAQ hasn't been good, and I wonder how these companies are faring. It's tough. Wang Jigang sighed, shaking his head. A couple of years ago, everyone had to set up a website, burning through money like crazy. In the first half of this year, when the bubble burst, a lot went down. Those who are still surviving are tightening their belts. You will probably hear a lot of complaints during your visit. Chen Hao nodded. Difficulties were good. Without challenges, where would the opportunity to capitalize on the market be? 3 days later, on the morning of the second day in Pengcheng at the Wuzhou Hotel. The Wuzhou Hall was brightly lit, and a red carpet stretched all the way to the podium. A banner hung prominently above Research Forum on Information Construction and Internet Industry Development between Beijing and Guangdong. The conference room was filled to capacity, distinctly divided into 3 factions. The 2 individuals closest to the podium were representatives of Yue and Zhongxin. In front of the 2 were thermos cups, casually reading that day's Pengcheng Special Zone daily, their expressions indifferent. For giants of their scale, such forums were more about giving face to the city. They weren't too concerned about what research was being conducted. In the middle sat a few young people, most looking haggard with dark circles under their eyes. One bespectacled young man was staring at his notebook, his brow furrowed. This person was Brother Ma, and at this time Chia was in dire need of funds. The surge in OICQ users had brought server costs crashing down on him like a mountain. He came today purely to see if there were any supportive funds he could apply for. At the far end were a few middle-aged men dressed in floral shirts or ill-fitting suits. They sat casually, some even shaking their legs. These were the owners of several large chain internet cafes in Pengcheng, dragged here by the Cultural Bureau just to fill seats. From their perspective, such meetings usually meant 2 things, either fines or rectifications. This had happened several times this year, so the mood was not great. At exactly 9 a.m., a Deputy Director Zhang of the Pingcheng Science and Technology Bureau accompanied Chen Hao and Wang Jigang onto the podium. Deputy Director Zhang, in his 40s, a PhD, returned from abroad, had his hair meticulously styled. He tapped the microphone and the venue fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are honored to have Comrade Chen Hao, the Director of the Electronic Information Department's Information Promotion and Incubation Base, and Director Wang from the Provincial Information Industry Department join us to assess the Internet industry in Pingcheng. Now let's welcome Director Chen Hao to speak. Sparse applause erupted. A representative from UA Communications only clapped politely twice. The Internet cafe owners in the back row whispered to each other, "So young. Isn't he younger than my son? Which rich kid is here to gild himself this time?" Chen Hao seemed oblivious to their remarks. He adjusted the microphone height and scanned the audience. "Good morning, colleagues. I come with a learning attitude. Pingcheng is a bastion of reform and opening up, and the innovative atmosphere here has left a deep impression on me." After a simple opening statement, Chen Hao shifted gears, skipping the grand principles and diving straight into the data. In Haidian District, our internet users have grown by 300% over the past 6 months. The number of internet cafes has doubled, with daily user visits surpassing 100,000. What does this mean? It signifies that the internet is no longer a mere toy in laboratories. It is becoming a basic infrastructure like water and electricity. And internet cafes are the capillaries of this infrastructure, the best entry point for the general public to access the information superhighway. The previously fidgeting internet cafe owners ceased their movements, lifting their heads to look at Chen Hao. His words resonated with them. In the past, during official meetings, they were either scolded as electronic heroin or labeled as dens of filth. No one had ever elevated them to such a high status as infrastructure. Recently, the state issued Document No. 44, and the industry is facing a reshuffle. Chen Hao continued. We established an industry association in Haidian District to implement real-name systems and standardize services. What was the result? Compliant internet cafes thrived while non-compliant ones were eliminated. We call this the principle of good money driving out bad. Looking at those local tyrants in the back row, he added, standardization is not meant to eliminate anyone, it is to ensure that everyone can earn money sustainably, to earn money while standing. A murmur of low discussions arose from the back row, with several owners nodding frequently. Then Chen Hao turned his gaze towards the group of startups in the middle. For internet companies, it is currently winter, but I believe spring is not far away. The future of the internet will undoubtedly change how humans shop, socialize, and entertain themselves. Those who can endure this winter will emerge as the kings of the future. How to endure? Besides tightening budgets, it is essential to open up new sources. We must capture the entry points for traffic and sink deeper into user engagement. At the podium, Xiao Ma suddenly lifted his head, attentively looking at Chen Hao. At this moment, although Penguin's OICQ user base was surging, the server costs were overwhelming him like an ant on a hot pan, desperately seeking funds. Chen Hao's mention of traffic entry points and sinking sparked new insights for him. Deputy Director Zhang led the applause, and this time the clapping was much more enthusiastic. Next came the corporate speeches. Representatives from Zhongxin and Yue read their scripts monotonously, discussing macro-industrial layouts that put the audience to sleep. When it was Penguin's turn, Xiao Ma stood up, appearing somewhat nervous. Respected leaders, I am Ma Huateng from Penguin Company. Our product OICQ is currently experiencing rapid user growth, but we are still confused about our monetization model. Additionally, I would like to ask Director Chen, as Haidian District is an internet hub, how is the investment and financing environment there? For a company like ours that has traffic but no profitable model, are there any supportive policies? Chen Hao looked at the young Xiao Ma, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a gold mine. However, he maintained a neutral expression. Mr. Ma's question is sharp and very realistic. In Zhongguan village of Haidian District, the venture capital atmosphere remains very vibrant. Many companies have secured financing. Although we are currently in the winter of the internet, capital is not foolish, they value the future. As long as your product is sticky and has a moat, money should not be a problem. He paused, gazing directly at Xiao Ma. I am very interested in your OICQ. It has a high installation rate in internet cafes. If there is time after the meeting, I would like to visit your company to see it in person. If the project is suitable, our base also has a special industrial investment fund that we can consider collaborating with. Really? Xiao Ma's eyes instantly lit up as he nodded repeatedly. Director Chen is always welcome to visit. The subsequent session turned into a grievance conference for the internet cafe owners in the back. Chairman Chen, can your association help us out? A robust internet cafe owner stood up and shouted. The regulations here in Pingcheng are too strict. Life is tough for us brothers. We also want to standardize, but we don't know how to do it. Chen Hao smiled, gesturing for everyone to be quiet. All internet cafes are one family. Chen Hao declared in a loud voice, since everyone has this willingness, I will express my support for the colleagues in Pingcheng to establish their own industry association. The matrix management system we use in Haidian District can be freely accessed by members of the Pingcheng Association. Free. One bald owner widened his eyes. Yes, the software is free, maintenance is free, upgrades are free, Chen Hao stated firmly. For the establishment of the Pengqing Association, I am willing to provide our construction and operation experience from Haitian to help everyone complete their compliance transformation. Great. The robust owner excitedly pounded the table and stood up. Chairman Chen, you are so righteous. From now on, when you come to Pengqing, you will be our honored guest. The atmosphere in the entire venue was very lively. After the meeting, Deputy Director Zhang enthusiastically took charge. Director Chen, your speech was excellent. It not only had depth, but also practical insights. Deputy Director Zhang held on to Chen Hao's hand tightly. I have arranged lunch at Qilan Mountain Villa, and I hope Director Chen and Director Wang can honor us with your presence. Let's eat and chat. I also want to ask you about the specific operational model of this industry association. Chen Hao smiled and nodded. As the guest prefers, I shall trouble you, Director Zhang. At the moment he turned to leave the meeting room, Chen Hao caught a glimpse of Xiao Ma, standing in the corner looking at him with anticipation, clearly wanting to discuss a visit to the company. The fish had taken the bait. Chen Hao turned to Zhao Gang and instructed him to communicate with Xiao Ma about the afternoon visit to Penguin. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the entrance of the Sage Technology Park, a straight banner with red background and yellow text read, "Warmly welcome the leaders of the Kyoto Information Promotion and Incubation Base to guide us." General Manager Liu Chong stood at the entrance with several assistants, a large patch of sweat soaking the back of his shirt. Ma Huading stood half a step behind Liu Chong, constantly raising his hand to wipe sweat, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the corner of the road. They've arrived, Manager Liu whispered sharply. A black Honda Accord led the way, followed by a beige coaster slowly entering the park. The car door opened and cool air poured out. Chen Hao walked alongside Deputy Director Zhang, with Wang Jigang following behind. Welcome, Director Chen. Welcome, Director Zhang. Welcome, leaders from the provincial department. Liu Chong hurried forward, clasping Chen Hao's hand and shaking it vigorously. I am Liu Chong from Sage Technology Park, and I have been looking forward to your visit for guidance and wisdom. Chen Hao responded with some polite remarks, his gaze drifting past Liu Chong to rest on the figure of Xiao Ma behind him. Ma Huaten appeared somewhat reserved, stepping forward. Director Chen, Director Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Mr. Ma, please lead the way. Chen Hao got straight to the point. Let's go see your company first. The group ascended the stairs. In 2000, Sage Technology Park was merely a few ordinary factory buildings renovated into office spaces, the elevator plastered with various small advertisements. Reaching the 4th floor, they pushed open a glass door adorned with a penguin logo. In the 30 square meter open space, over 30 people were crammed together. The desks were clearly sourced from the second-hand market, varying in color, with some table legs propped up by cardboard. Each workstation was piled high with documents and miscellaneous items, while the programmers, some bare-chested or in tank tops, typed furiously on their keyboards. This, Wang Jigang pointed at the chaotic scene, turning to Ma Huaten. Is this really our city's star internet enterprise? How does it resemble those shady internet cafes? Ma Huaten's face flushed red, his hands fidgeting. Leaders, the conditions are a bit harsh. We invested all our money into servers and bandwidth and indeed neglected the office environment. Struggling is a good thing. Chen Hao relieved Xiao Ma of some of his tension, then walked over to a buzzing floor-standing cabinet. It was a self-assembled server, its casing opened with a household fan blowing directly at the motherboard. Even so, the row of indicator lights continued to blink wildly, with the red overload alarm flashing ominously. This load is too high, the red light might burn out soon. Chen Hao reached out near the chassis, feeling the heat wave. If this continues, the hard drive won't last a month. Just then, Zhang Zidong, who was squatting down to adjust the wiring, suddenly looked up. He was a technical expert at the Penguin and, aside from Ma Huaten, one of the core founders. Feeling a connection, he stood up to voice his grievances. You really know your stuff? We're worried about this right now. Each time our user count increases by 10,000, we feel a pang of anxiety. This broken machine is running at overclock, and I'm afraid one day all the data will collapse. Chen Hao patted the scorching chassis, but remained silent. The tour progressed quickly. There wasn't much to see in such an environment. Stepping out of Penguin's door, Chen Hao paused, turned to Deputy Director Zhang and Wang Jigang, saying, Director Zhang, Director Wang, you go to Mr. Liu's place to rest for a while. I would like to discuss the financing matter we mentioned this morning with Mr. Ma privately. Deputy Director Zhang was eager to leave the place filled with instant noodle aroma, promptly nodded. All right, we will wait for Director Chen upstairs. You take your time to talk. After sending off the leaders, Chen Hao turned to Ma Huaten and pointed to the small partitioned room with a sign that read, General Manager's Office. Mr. Ma, shall we go in and sit for a bit? Entering the office, which was less than 10 square meters, Chen Hao took the lead, directly sitting down on the somewhat peeling faux leather sofa. Zhao Gang stood guard at the door. Ma Huaten, Zhang Zidong, and Zeng Liqing, who was responsible for operations, squeezed onto the chairs opposite. Mr. Ma, you asked about Haitian's investment and financing environment during the meeting this morning. Chen Hao pulled out some cigarettes from his pocket, offering 3 to Ma Huaten and the others lighting one for himself as well. I assume your company is looking for financing, right? I remember IDG and Inca invested in you last year. What's going on? Are these two financial backers unwilling to invest again? Ma Huaten's hand holding the cigarette stiffened. This was the biggest pain point for Penguin. Since the Nasdaq crash, previous investors have been avoiding internet companies as if they were a plague. Not to mention additional investments, it would be a blessing if they didn't force them to buy back shares. There are indeed some disagreements, Ma Huaten replied with a bitter smile, not hiding the truth. They believe that although OICQ has a large user base, it lacks a profitable model and is just a bottomless pit. Recently, I've approached a few other institutions, and as soon as they hear internet, they aren't even interested in looking at the business plan. Chen Hao exhaled a smoke ring, looking at the three future moguls through the haze. How much do you want to raise this time? Ma Huaten exchanged glances with Zhang Liqing, gritted his teeth, and replied, 5 million. Mainly for expanding servers and paying salaries. If we don't get any money and we won't even be able to pay salaries next month. What about the valuation? Chen Hao pressed further. Based on last year's valuation. Ma Huaten's voice was a bit shaky. We just want to break even or we won't raise prices. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Chen Hao suddenly laughed. Mr. Ma, do you really not understand, or are you just pretending to be confused? Chen Hao flicked the ash off his cigarette. Last year it was a time when the internet was booming. You could easily deceive millions of dollars with just a PPT. What is the situation now? Nasdaq has dropped by 70%, and the stocks of Xinlong and Wang Yi are almost worthless. Do you still want to maintain the high valuation from last year? Zhang Liqing was somewhat unconvinced. Director Chen, our user base has multiplied several times. Is this asset not valuable? Non-profitable user numbers are liabilities. Chen Hao interrupted him bluntly. As far as I know, IDG has already begun internal assessments to classify your investment as a bad debt. Moreover, Chen Hao fixed his gaze on Ma Huaten's eyes, sneering as he said, Mr. Ma, you visited the Pingxing Telecom Bureau recently, didn't you? I heard you wanted to sell OICQ code and users included for 600,000. Ma Huaten nearly dropped the cigarette from his hand onto his pants. This matter was extremely confidential. Aside from a few core executives, no one knew about it. Even most employees within the company were kept in the dark. The director of the Telecom Bureau had found it too expensive at the time and had thrown him out, making it a thorn in Ma Huaten's heart. Director Chen, how did you find out about this? Ma Huaten's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. He suddenly realized that this young man was not merely a second generation who came to shine. He grasped the intricacies of the entire industry better than anyone else. This feeling of being locked in by an omniscient perspective sent chills down his spine. If 60,000 people don't want it, how can you dare to ask for 5 million? Chen Hao looked at Ma Huaten with a mocking gaze. Mr. Ma, one must face reality. You are currently facing a deadlock. On one side are skyrocketing server costs, and on the other is an indefinitely postponed profit. How many users can you attract by having a few executives pretend to be girls online and chat with them? Can it be monetized? At this, even Zhang Zidong's face turned red. Pretending to be female netizens to chat was a desperate measure from their early days, and they hadn't expected it to be brought up by Chen Hao. With their dirty laundry aired, how could they negotiate? Ma Huaten took a deep breath. Director Chen, since you know everything, could you give me a straightforward answer? How much can you offer? 2 million, and I want 20% of the shares. Chen Hao presented his proposal. 2 million. Zhang Liqing nearly jumped up. This valuation is only 10 million. Last year when IDG invested, it was based on $550 million. This is a reduction of more than fourfold. This is absolutely unacceptable. Even the usually calm Zhang Zidong frowned. Director Chen, this price is too harsh. Chen Hao coldly stared at the agitated Zhang Liqing. That was last year's bubble. Now it is a cold winter. Surviving is the only qualification to discuss the future. You can hold on to a 40 million valuation and starve to death, or you can take my 2 million and survive. 2 million is already 3 times more than the 600,000 Mr. Ma wanted to sell to the Telecom Bureau, right? Zhang Liqing was speechless, his face reddening. Ma Huaten remained silent, constantly calculating. 2 million could indeed save them, but this valuation was painfully low. Chen Hao glanced at the expressions of the people and changed his tone, softening it somewhat. What I provide is not just money. If it were just money, you could also survive a few months by borrowing from loan sharks. What I offer you is a chance to turn things around. Turn around, eh? Ma Huaten raised his head. Chen Hao directly revealed the future path of the Penguin. The SP business is the key to your profitability. Ma Huaten was momentarily taken aback. We are currently applying for the SP license in Pingxing. All the materials have been submitted. That's useless. Chen Hao waved his hand. Once you obtain the license from Pingxing, you can only earn money from the people of Pingxing. How many mobile users are there in Pingxing? Your users are spread across the country. To make money, you need to obtain a national SP license. The national license requires approval from the ministry. Ma Huaten sighed. We've also inquired. The threshold is too high, and the approval process will take at least half a year. By that time, we would have starved to death. If someone else were to apply, it would indeed take half a year. Chen Hao smiled. But as long as I invest in you, the Penguin will be an incubator enterprise of our base, and our base is a key support entity of the ministry. We maintain good communication with various departments in the ministry, and applying for various qualifications also has a green channel. I can directly submit your application materials to the responsible leaders. At most, you'll receive the national SP license in a month. Ma Huateng was genuinely intrigued. Receiving the national license in a month. This meant they could immediately launch SMS value-added services nationwide. Chen Hao continued to up the ante. Manager Ma, do you know about the Mobile Dream Network? In November of this year, Longwa Mobile will officially launch the Mobile Dream Network plan, Chen Hao said mysteriously. The core policy is charging on behalf. In the future, when users send SMS messages, download ringtones, or images, the fees will be deducted directly from their phone bills. The mobile company will collect the money for you and then distribute it to you. You won't need to go begging for payment channels anymore. I can help you be among the first to join the Mobile Dream Network's Zhuang plan and fight for the highest share of profits. This news stunned the three of them completely. Ma Huateng, who was knowledgeable in technology and product development, understood the immense value of the term charging on behalf. In today's internet, the challenge lies in payment channels. If it can be deducted directly from phone bills, it's like opening a money printing machine. Moreover, Chen Hao promised the highest profit-sharing ratio. Director Chen, is this news accurate? Ma Huateng asked hesitantly. Did I travel all the way to Pengqing just to deceive you? Chen Hao pointed to the floor beneath him. I intend to invest. If I'm giving you money, do I have any reason to deceive you? Before they could fully digest this information, Chen Hao threw out another bait. Additionally, I have a navigation website called Chu 123. Currently, it has about 1200 daily active users. Chen Hao said nonchalantly. As long as the agreement is signed, I can give the top advertising slot on Chu 123 to OICQ. This traffic entrance should save you a considerable amount on promotion, right? Ma Huateng looked at Chen Hao's expression extremely complex. If the 2 million from earlier was life-saving grain, then these resources were actually worth even more than that 2 million. In this light, that seemingly low valuation also became reasonable. Ma Huateng pressed the cigarette, but into the glass jar already filled with butts, and said with slight hesitation, Director Chen, your resources are indeed what we urgently need. I cannot refute this. However, this valuation is simply too low. With IDG and Inca, I fear I will struggle to justify it. After all, when they invested initially, the price was much higher than this. He looked at Chen Hao with hopeful eyes. Could you possibly increase it a bit? Even if the valuation reaches 15 million RMB, I would have something to explain. Chen Hao did not answer immediately. He took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. Manager Ma, you're a smart person. Why are you confused this time? You also said that was back then. What is the current situation outside? Nasdaq is bleeding every day and internet companies are viewed as a plague by capital. IDG and Yink's current mindset isn't to hope for your profits to double, but to cut losses. He pointed to the group of shirtless employees coding outside. Without money, the servers will shut down next week and they will have to leave. At that point, the user data you have will just be a worthless list. Your shareholders are more aware of this than you. For them, having someone willing to take over at even a rock-bottom price is a stroke of luck amid misfortune. Ma Huateng's complexion paled slightly. Don't use the shareholders as a shield. Chen Hao's voice was firm. You need to call them now. Tell them verbatim that someone is offering 2 million in cash to save the penguin, but wants 20% of the shares. Ask them if they would prefer to watch the penguin die in their hands, unable to recover a single penny, or dilute a bit of their shares for a chance to survive. Chen Hao raised his wrist and glanced at his Patek Philippe. They'll be sitting right here waiting. You have 10 minutes. This move turned the tables and completely shattered Ma Huateng's last psychological defense. He knew very well that Chen Hao was speaking the truth. The person in charge of the project at IDG, Mr. Wang, has recently stopped answering his calls. At Inca, there have long been rumors that they plan to package and sell off their internet projects. All right. Ma Huateng gritted his teeth and stood up abruptly. Director Chen, please wait. He'll make a call. He grabbed the Nokia on the table and walked out. In the cramped office, only Chen Hao, Zhang Zidong, and Zhang Liqing remained. Zhang Liqing looked at Chen Hao and couldn't help but ask, Director Chen, do you really think we can survive? Survival depends on fate, but also on the person. Chen Hao lit another cigarette, observing the two future tech giants through the smoke. As long as the money is in place and combined with the path I provide, if you still can't succeed, then no one in this world could succeed in instant messaging. This may sound arrogant, but it gave Zhang Liqing and Zhang Zidong some comfort. Within 5 minutes, the door was pushed open. Ma Huateng walked in. His steps were heavier than when he left, but the anxious look on his face had dissipated significantly. How did it go? Chen Hao asked knowingly. Ma Huateng chuckled bitterly as he sat back down. The shareholders agreed. They said they welcomed Director Chen to join the Penguin. Chen Hao smiled inwardly. He understood that group of venture capitalists well. At this point in time, the Penguin had already been marked as a bad debt risk on their books. If a generous investor suddenly appears willing to inject capital to prolong its life, they would be more than happy and would not care about the diluted shares. As long as the company does not go bankrupt, there is hope for the remaining shares to be liquidated. Since you agreed, don't dawdle. I don't like doing those pointless due diligence processes. It's too slow, you can't afford to wait, and I don't have that luxury of time. Let's sign the agreement now. Now, Ma Huading was taken aback. So urgent. Speed is of the essence in war. Chen Hao posed as if he was considering the Penguin's interests, but in reality, he wanted to secure the deal. Money sitting in the account is still sitting. If it enters your account sooner, you can buy the servers sooner. What manager Ma do you want to keep it overnight? No. Ma Huading repeatedly waved his hands, fearing that Chen Hao might have a change of heart. Old Zeng, hurry. Draft the agreement. Just modify the last round's template. Zeng Liqing reacted quickly and rushed to the computer at the desk. Chen Hao stood up, walked behind Zeng Liqing, and looked at the terms on the screen. The investor should be written as Jingshu Matrix Technology Co. Ltd. Chen Hao pointed to the blank space on the screen. 10 minutes later, accompanied by the sharp sound of the dot matrix printer, 3 copies of the contracts, still warm, were printed. Chen Hao took out a red brocade box from his bag, opening it to reveal a seal engraved with Kyoto Matrix Technology Co. Ltd. Seeing the seal, Ma Huateng and the others were somewhat shocked. Did Director Chen come with the seal? Had he been confident in Penguin from the very beginning? This feeling of being schemed against was unpleasant, but thinking of the 2 million that was about to be in his hands, Ma Huateng ultimately said nothing. The red stamp was pressed onto the contract. Chen Hao signed his name. Su Jing, go to the bank and transfer 2 million to this account, noting it as an investment. Before their eyes, Chen Hao dialed Su Jing's number, providing the corporate account of Penguin. Less than 20 minutes after hanging up, the landline on Ma Huateng's desk rang. It was a call from finance. Ma Huateng answered the phone, listened for a moment, and the tense expression on his face eased considerably as he looked gratefully at Chen Hao. Director Chen Finance said the funds have arrived. Ma Huateng grasped Chen Hao's hand tightly. Thank you for your investment. From now on, Penguin will be our joint venture. Chen Hao smiled and shook hands. You're too polite, Ma. We are all one family here. Let's go, we shouldn't keep the leaders waiting. The group left the office and headed upstairs. Lu Chang, the general manager of Sage Technology Park, had a spacious and bright office full of air conditioning. Deputy Director Zhang and Wang Jigang were sitting on a leather sofa drinking tea. Finished chatting. Seeing Chen Hao bring Ma Huateng and others in, Wang Jigang asked with a smile. Chen Hao sat down beside the sofa, his expression relaxed. I need to report to both leaders. Just now, I and President Ma have agreed that Matrix Technology will invest 2 million in Penguin Company. Deputy Director Zhang almost spat out a mouthful of tea he had just taken. He quickly forgot to wipe his mouth, staring wide-eyed at Chen Hao. How much? 2 million. Wang Jigang looked equally astonished. They had originally thought that Chen Hao's talk about financing was merely introducing some policies or connecting with a few venture capitalists. Who would have thought that in just a few moments of smoking, Chen Hao would personally invest 2 million? This was the year 2000. 2 million could buy several apartments in Pengcheng. Brother Chen, you are too decisive, aren't you? Don't you need to evaluate further? Wang Jigang was somewhat at a loss for words. I never hesitate when I see a promising person or project. Chen Hao pointed to Ma Huateng behind him. Penguin is a good seedling, and I have high hopes for President Ma and their team. Supporting the growth of quality projects is also the original intent of our base for industrial incubation. Deputy Director Zhang looked at Chen Hao with a complex expression. He hadn't expected this young man to not only have a background, but also ample capital. Deputy Director Zhang put down his teacup and applauded vigorously. Thank you, Director Chen, for supporting the development of our Pengcheng enterprises. Chen Hao skillfully steered the conversation toward the main topic. Director Zhang, since I am now also a shareholder of Penguin, I hope you will take care of them in the future. They are currently applying for an SP certificate from the Bureau. Oh, could you help expedite the approval? We will definitely support this. Deputy Director Zhang patted his chest with a resounding thump. Since Penguin is a project incubated by your base, we'll handle it as a special case. President Ma come back to the Bureau tomorrow and he'll approve it for you right away. However, if you apply for a nationwide one, then it will depend on the department side. He glanced at Chen Hao. They'll handle the procedures for the department. As long as the procedures from Pengcheng come through, I guarantee the entire network SP certificate can be processed within half a month. Standing in the back row, Ma Huateng, Zhang Zidong, and Zeng Liqing listened as these two big shots settled the problem that had troubled them for half a year, with just a few words, feeling mixed emotions. This is the efficiency of power. The banquet was arranged at Tian Tian Fishing Port near Sage Technology Park, hosted by General Liu of Sage. Without the restraint of the day, and with 2 million secured, Ma Huateng relaxed completely. Director Chen, I toast to you. Ma Huateng raised a full glass of white liquor, his face flushed like guangong. This glass is in gratitude for your support of Penguin. Chen Hao, seated at the head of the table, took a sip from his glass. Lao Ma, drink less. We have work to do tomorrow. No problem. Today I'm celebrating him, downing it. Ma Huateng tilted his head back and downed the liquor. Zeng Liqing and Zhang Zidong also took turns toasting. Deputy Director Zhang and Wang Jigang accompanied them on the side, and the atmosphere was lively. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ma Huateng was already somewhat slurred. He held Chen Hao's hand, rambling about the hardships of starting a business. Chen Hao listened quietly. He looked at this commercial giant, who would one day control a trillion empire, who at this moment was venting emotions like a child. That night Chen Hao did not get drunk. He remained clear-headed. Watching Ma Huadeng, who had passed out on the table being supported out by Zheng Liqing, Chen Hao stood at the hotel entrance, the night breeze blowing, making his eyes particularly bright. He silently calculated in his heart. 2 million bought him equity worth thousands of billions in the future. Unfortunately, this joy could not be shared with anyone. The next morning at dawn, the coaster, an Accord convoy left the Wuzhou Hotel, driving west along the Guangshan Expressway. Xining City is located in the mountainous area of northern Guangdong. At the entrance of the national road, a Santana police car was parked early in the shade of a tree with no lights flashing. 2 police officers leaned against the car door, smoking, occasionally glancing at their watches. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose as a black Honda Accord led the way, followed by a beige coaster. "They're here." The police officer threw away his cigarette, but extinguishing it with his foot, and quickly jumped into the car. The police lights flashed, and the siren wailed, leading the way. The convoy did not slow down at all as it entered this somewhat dilapidated county-level city. Drivers of motorcycle taxis and fruit farmers with baskets all moved aside, their eyes filled with curiosity. In this era, a convoy with a UO license plate plus a police escort meant that a big shot from the province had arrived. At the Xining City Government Guest House, a Soviet-style building from the 1980s. The air conditioning in the private room was set to a low temperature, and the old window air conditioner buzzed loudly. The round table was filled with local specialties of wild game and mountain delicacies. Deputy Mayor Song, in his 50s, had already bald into a Mediterranean style. He held up his wine glass, a smile plastered on his face. "Director Chen, Director Wang, you've had a hard journey. Xining is a poor and remote place with simple conditions. Please forgive the shortcomings in hospitality." Deputy Mayor Song downed the Maotai in his glass and showed the bottom of the cup. "I'll drink to honor you." Wang Jigang also finished his drink and pointed to Chen how Mayor Song is being too polite. This time, I'm mainly accompanying Director Chen to conduct research and see the actual situation at the grassroots level. Deputy Mayor Song quickly turned to Chen Hao and poured a full glass. "Director Chen is young and capable. I've heard that experts from Kyoto have come to check on us in this small place. But..." He paused awkwardly, saying Xining is an agricultural city with a weak foundation. "You mentioned researching the internet industry. This is truly a challenge for us. The entire city doesn't have a single decent software company, and the Telecom Bureau only has a few servers. How about we visit the Telecom Bureau for a discussion this afternoon?" The Bureau's staff also prepared some report materials. Chen Hao put down his chopsticks and looked at Deputy Mayor Song. He knew very well that grassroots leaders were most afraid of inspections from above that found no highlights, which eventually led to criticism. "Mayor Song, please don't misunderstand. We are not here to make things difficult for you," Chen Hao calmly explained. "I did my homework before coming here. I understand the situation in Xining. There are hundreds of cities like Xining in our country." Deputy Mayor Song was taken aback, not expecting this young Beijing official to be so easygoing, and his tense heart relaxed a bit. "So what does Director Chen mean? No internet enterprises don't mean there are no internet users." Chen Hao pulled out a Zhonghua cigarette from his pack and offered it to Deputy Mayor Song. "Internet cafes are the window to urban informatization. I want to see the most grassroots internet cafe ecology. See internet cafes." Deputy Mayor Song stopped in shock, holding the cigarette with a bewildered expression. In the eyes of Mayor Song, internet cafes are merely places where a group of unruly youths squander their time playing games filled with chaos and are key targets for public security management. How could they possibly serve as a window for informatization? "Yes, let's go check out the internet cafe." Chen Hao lit a cigarette for him. "Only by understanding what the lowest tier users are using and what they care about can our policy making be grounded in reality. Mayor Song, I would need your assistance in arranging this." Although Vice Mayor Song did not understand, as long as he did not expect him to conjure up several high-tech companies, finding a few internet cafes was no trouble at all. He turned to look at Director Liu of the Municipal Telecommunication Bureau, who was sitting in the last seat accompanying them. "Old Liu, which larger internet cafes are there in the city? Pick a few with good environments, nothing too shabby." Director Liu, who had been engrossed in his meal, quickly put down his chopsticks upon being called, mentally rifling through the list. "Mayor Song, Director Chen. There are 3 relatively large ones in the city. One is Wanding Internet Cafe, located by the old bus station with the most machines. The second is Jisu Shirkong, opposite the second middle school. The last one is called Boda Network, ranking 3rd in size." Upon hearing the name, Boda Network, Chen Hao's hand that was picking up food paused ever so slightly before returning to normal. "Then we'll go with these 3. Chen Hao said casually. "We'll head there right after lunch, no breaks, let's hurry." Vice Mayor Song immediately made a decision. "Old Liu, you go arrange it now. Have them prepare for the reception, no mistakes allowed." Director Liu nodded, repeatedly wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly ran out of the private room with his phone. In the corridor, Director Liu dialed the office director's number, his voice kept low, yet filled with urgency. "Quickly notify the owners of Wanding, Jisu, and Boda. Senior leaders from the capital and the province are coming for an inspection. Have them clear out all the unruly people. No minors are to be left behind. Clean up the hygiene. If the leaders see cigarette butts everywhere, will have their internet lines pulled. Wanding Internet Cafe, the largest, money-making den in Xining City. Boss Xiong with shirtless feet propped up on a chair, cigarette in mouth, playing cards with a few younger brothers behind the counter. Boom. Pay up, pay up. Boss Xiong slammed his cards on the table, his face jiggling with anger. Suddenly the landline on the counter rang. Annoyed, Boss Xiong picked up. Who is it? I'm busy here. This is Li Kai from the Telecommunication Bureau. A roar came from the other end of the phone. Meng Xiong, you better get moving. The vice mayor is bringing senior leaders to inspect your place in half an hour. If something goes wrong, you can forget about using that fiber optic line in the future. Boss Xiong dropped his cigarette, but onto his thigh, yelping as he jumped up. Inspection. Li Kai, what should I do? I haven't prepared anything at all. What do you mean what to do? Get rid of all those punks with dyed hair and tattoos. Clear out all the students. And you better put on some clothes. Hurry up. After hanging up, Boss Xiong looked at the chaotic scene in the room, breaking into a cold sweat. Everyone stop playing, he shouted immediately. Defei, take a few people and drive all those students out the back door. Tell them today doesn't count for money, they can make up for it tomorrow. Get lost. And you lot those with dyed hair and tattoos, hurry and hide in the bathroom. Sweep up the cigarette butts on the ground. Open all the windows to air it out. The entire internet cafe was thrown into chaos in an instant. Half an hour later, the convoy stopped in front of Wanding Internet Cafe. 2 police motorcycles blocked the entrance on either side, causing passers-by to glance over. Chen Hao got out of the car and glanced at the sign. The sign was mostly broken. The 2 characters, Wanding, had only the character, one still intact while the other was crooked and nearly falling off. At this moment, Boss Xiong had put on an ill-fitting white shirt buttoned all the way to the top, causing the flesh on his neck to spill out. He stood at the door, drenched in sweat, forcing out a smile that looked even worse than crying. Welcome, leaders, to our establishment. Boss Xiong extended his hands, wanting to shake hands, but hesitating, wiping his palms on his pants several times. Vice Mayor Song glanced at him disdainfully, not extending his hand, merely stepping aside to let Chen Hao out. This is Director Chen from the capital. Director Chen, it's a pleasure to see you. Chen Hao, without any airs, shook Boss Xiong's damp hand. Business is booming. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Thanks to the leaders, I'm just trying to make a living. Not a bother at all. Oh, it's our honor to have you visit. Boss Xiong was flattered, bending even lower. Upon entering the internet cafe, a strong scent of air freshener hit them. Over 100 large-screen monitors were neatly arranged, yet less than half of the seats were occupied. The people using the internet were sitting up straight, not even daring to type loudly on their keyboards. Chen Hao felt as if he was looking into a mirror. This occupancy rate was simply an insult for an internet cafe in a county during summer vacation. He walked behind one of the machines. A man in his 30s was stiffly gripping the mouse, staring blankly at the screen. Chen Hao glanced at the screen. It was that familiar homepage, Hao 123. Did you set this homepage yourself? In response to the leader's inquiry, this was set up by a local guy named Li Xingping. Boss Xiong quickly leaned in, smiling apologetically. The customers love using this, saying it's convenient for finding websites. So we set it as the homepage for everyone. Chen Hao nodded, remaining silent. This was the terrifying aspect of Hao 123. In this information desert, it occupied everyone's desktop without needing any promotional expenses. He took a tour around the internet cafe. The equipment here was an entire generation behind that of the capital, still using a Celeron 300A CPU with a pitiful 64 megabytes of RAM. Boss, I see your business isn't doing so well. Chen Hao casually remarked. With so many machines idle, is the electricity bill manageable? Boss Xiong felt bitter inside, but still forced a smile. The electricity bill is definitely manageable. It's just that it's the afternoon now and everyone is taking a nap. There will be more people in the evening. Chen Hao patted the row of empty leather seats. Running a regulated business is a good thing. Chen Hao cast a meaningful glance at Boss Xiong. Minors are the flowers of our nation. They really shouldn't be allowed to be addicted to the internet. It seems you're enforcing this well. Boss Xiong's cold sweat trickled down his temples. Yes. We firmly support the policy and never allow students to enter. That's good. Chen Hao turned to leave. Let's go check the next one. Upon hearing this, Boss Xiong felt a great sense of relief. Vice Mayor Song and Director Liu also sighed. As long as they didn't catch anyone in the act, they had passed this hurdle. A large group of people walked out of the internet cafe, climbing into the air-conditioned vehicle. The sirens sounded again, and the convoy stirred up dust as they headed towards the next destination. Through the dark glass of the vehicle, Chen Hao saw the boss, named Xiong, standing at the door, waving continuously. He kept waving until the convoy turned the corner and completely disappeared. Boss Xiong plopped down on the steps, unbuttoning his collar and gasping for breath. Defei, he shouted hoarsely. Where is everyone? Where have they all gone? Quickly open the back door. Let those little rabbits come back. Damn it, I lost half an hour of business. How much money did that cost me? The iron door in the back alley was pushed open and dozens of youths dressed in uniforms or tank tops poured out like they had been released, rushing eagerly towards the empty seats. Boss, turn on the machines. Give me a bottle of cola. The noise instantly filled the space with the sounds of keyboard clattering and shouting echoing. This was the most authentic depiction of a county internet cafe in the year 2000. In the vehicle, Chen Hao retracted his gaze, leaning back in his seat. "Where's the next one?" he asked knowingly. Director Liu, sitting in the passenger seat, turned back. "Director Chen, the next one is Boda Network. It's not far from here, about 10 minutes. The convoy stopped in front of a 3-story self-built building on the east side of the city. The exterior walls were adorned with white tiles showing signs of age, with rain-soaked stains resembling a few tear marks hanging on the wall. A sign reading Boda Billiards Hall hung on the first floor, while the second floor's windows displayed bold red characters: Boda Network, fiber optic surfing. Liu Boda stood at the entrance of the billiards hall, his legs slightly unsteady. Today he had deliberately worn the shirt he bought for his wedding, but unfortunately, he had gained weight too quickly in recent years, causing the buttons to strain tightly. He clutched half a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes in his hand, unsure whether to throw it away as he couldn't find a trash, and so he stuffed it into his pants pocket, creating an unsightly bulge. An employee from the telecommunications bureau jumped out of the first car and waved at Liu Boda. "Lao Liu, what are you dawdling for? The leaders have arrived." Liu Boda shivered all over, quickly bending down, his smile appearing somewhat stiff. Vice Mayor Song was the first to get out of the car, not even glancing at him, but turning around to assist Chen Hao. "Director Chen, this is Boda Network. This is the owner, Liu Boda." Vice Mayor Song introduced casually. Liu Boda hurriedly extended both hands, saying, "Welcome, leaders, to inspect." Chen Hao shook his hand. "The name Liu Boda is well chosen, profound and inclusive. Let's go inside and take a look." The billiards hall on the first floor was empty, with only a few dim hanging lights on. Several billiard tables were covered with plastic sheets, with not a single customer in sight. Clearly in preparation for the inspection, the place had already been cleared out. "Leaders, please go upstairs. The internet cafe is on the second floor." Liu Boda sidestepped to lead the way, the staircase being narrow and steep, with red anti-slip mats laid over the concrete steps, already darkened from wear. Upon reaching the second floor, the view opened up a bit. The decoration here was newer than that of the earlier Wanding internet cafe, but still limited. The big white walls, ceiling fans whirring, and about 100 computers lined up along the walls. At this moment, it was about 70% full, mostly young people in their 20s, but they all dared not speak loudly. In the corner, a few staff members dressed in blue uniforms were pretending to clean. One of the young men, as thin as a bamboo pole, wore a yellowed white tank top and flip-flops, bending down to wipe the back of a monitor. Chen Hao walked back and forth in the aisle with his hands behind his back like an old cadre. Vice Mayor Song and Wang Jigang accompanied him, while Liu Boda followed at the back, not daring to breathe. "Liu boss, I see you are managing this place quite well," Chen Hao casually praised. Liu Boda was taken aback. "It's all thanks to the government leaders. We are just following the policy." Chen Hao paused, turned around, and looked at Liu Boda. "I was just thinking about something over at Wanding. There are quite a few internet cafes in Xining, but they operate independently, which can easily lead to problems. I organized an Internet Cafe Industry Association in Hadian District, and it has worked quite well. It can standardize operations and help everyone gain some benefits like discounts on broadband fees." Hearing discount on broadband fees, Liu Boda's ears perked up. "An association?" Liu Boda asked tentatively. "Is it government-run?" "It's semi-official, a self-regulatory organization of the industry." Chen Hao smiled, speaking with intention. "However, this requires a leader who is respected and capable. I see that although Liu Boss Internet Cafe is not large, you are quite down-to-earth and have a high awareness." The implication in this statement was too obvious. Liu Boda's heart raced. He had been a small business owner in Xining for many years, just a bit wealthy, always bowing and scraping when he saw someone in uniform. If he could become the president of this so-called association, wouldn't he then be part of the establishment? He might even get a chance to speak with Mayor Song and the others in the future. "Director Chen, do you think I am qualified?" Liu Boda asked cautiously. "As long as Mayor Song and the Telecommunications Bureau support you, why wouldn't you be qualified?" Chen Hao glanced at Vice Mayor Song beside him. Vice Mayor Song was also sharp, immediately chiming in. "Director Chen's suggestion is good. Self-regulation of the industry can save us a lot of trouble. Liu boss, if you have this idea, draft a report and send it up for the Bureau to consider." Liu Boda felt as if his ancestors were smiling down on him, nodding repeatedly. "Thank you, leaders." "Thank you, Director Chen. I will definitely do my best and not cause any trouble for the government." The atmosphere reached its peak, and now Liu Boda looked at Chen Hao as if he were his own father. Seeing that the moment was right, Chen Hao turned and walked to a computer near the window. The young man using the computer was startled and tried to get up, but Chen Hao pressed down on his shoulder, saying, "Stay seated, I'm just taking a look." On the screen was still that familiar page. "How 123. Chen Hao pointed at the screen, frowning. "Liu boss, is this the content you provide to your customers?" Liu Boda, still lost in the dream of becoming the president, was taken aback by the question and leaned closer to take a look. "This is the navigation page. Everyone loves to use it." "The navigation page is fine." Chen Hao's finger tapped on the screen. "But take a look at these links. Passionate chat rooms, pictures of beautiful women, and this cracked software download. Lu boss, we were just discussing industry self-regulation, but this website is filled with pornographic or pirated content. Doesn't that count as spreading harmful information? This accusation was a bit too harsh. In this era, disseminating obscene information could lead to criminal charges. Lu Boda's face turned pale and cold sweat instantly dripped down. Just as he had a glimmer of hope for the position of president, he couldn't let it slip away because of this. I didn't set this up. Lu Boda panicked and turned to shout at the tall, thin guy. Li Xingping, you bastard, come here. The tall, thin guy trembled all over, dropped the mop, and scurried over. Boss, what's wrong? Li Xingping lowered his head, not daring to look at the group of leaders. What's going on with this webpage? Lu Boda scolded, pointing at the screen. The leaders said there are pornographic sites on it. Are you trying to ruin me? Li Xingping's face turned white with fear, stuttering as he explained, no. It's not a porn site, it's just that some pictures are a bit revealing. Did you make this navigation website? Chen Hao interrupted him, asking seriously. Li Xingping raised his head, glancing at this big leader who was a few years younger than himself, and nodded timidly. It was my idle idea. I just wanted to make it easier for everyone to find websites. Chen Hao looked him up and down. His white tank top was stiff from washing, and his arms were covered in mosquito bites. Who would have thought that this was the genius who would sell the navigation website for a high price? The young man has some spirit that's not easy to be self-taught. Chen Hao first gave him a compliment, but then his expression darkened. However, your understanding of legal concepts is too weak. Take a look for yourself. Chen Hao pointed at the link for the pirated software. This violates intellectual property rights. And look at this image link, it's suspected of spreading vulgar content. Do you know that if it comes to legal action, the person who creates the website is held liable? This is called producing and disseminating illegal information. Li Xingping was just a network administrator with a junior high school education, so he didn't understand these legal terms. Chen Hao's fright made his legs turn to jelly. Leader, I really didn't know. I just thought it was funny. I didn't mean to do anything bad. Li Xingping's voice was tinged with a cry. I will shut it down right now. I'll delete it. Delete it? Chen Hao sneered. The evidence is still stored on the server. Li Xingping was utterly panicked, looking toward Lu Boda for help. Lu Boda didn't dare to protect him, quickly stepping back, afraid of getting involved. All right. Chen Hao noticed the moment was right, and his tone suddenly softened. Ignorance is no excuse. I see you didn't do it intentionally, and you haven't profited from it, right? No. Li Xingping shook his head like a rattle. I didn't make a single cent. I even spent hundreds on server rental and wages. Chen Hao sighed, looking at him like he was exasperated. Although you made a mistake, your eagerness to explore technology is commendable. Our country is developing information technology, and we lack grassroots talents like you who are willing to think. He turned to Vice Mayor Song, saying, Mayor Song, when dealing with such promising young people, we should prioritize education and use punishment as a supplement. Vice Mayor Song quickly nodded. Director Chen is right. We should treat the illness and save the patient. Chen Hao looked back at Li Xingping, his expression softening. Let's do this. Since fate has brought us together today, I will lend you a hand. Although this website is in violation, the code is reasonably well written. I will personally pay to buy it. Buy it? Li Xingping froze in disbelief. Yes. Chen Hao extended one hand. He'll give you 50,000 yuan. An abrupt silence fell over the crowd. All eyes converged on Chen Hao's outstretched hand. 50,000. In this small county where the average monthly wage stood at merely 300 yuan, that sum could erect a respectable two-story house in a prime location. Lu Bodai gaped, his eyes bulging with astonishment. This shabby webpage. Worth 50,000. Li Xingping stood utterly dumbfounded, his mind ringing with disorientation. He was certain he had misheard. How much? 50,000 yuan. Chen Hao replied with feigned nonchalance. Part of this sum compensates for your prior server rental losses. The rest serves as encouragement to steer you onto the right path. Enroll in a formal training program, systematically master computer science, and abandon these unorthodox self-taught methods. Li Xingping's heart pounded wildly. He had never dared dream of such a figure. Director Chen. Lu Bodai swallowed hard and impulsively interjected. Isn't this far too generous? Is this young man truly worth such a sum? 500 yuan would suffice to dismiss him. 1,000 pieces of gold by the bones of a fine horse. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively, his expression inscrutable. What I value is his passion for the internet. This money isn't for the website. It's an investment in talent. He turned his gaze toward Li Xingping. Well, do you agree? If so, let's draft an agreement now and finalize the procedures. From now on, the site falls under my management. Necessary reforms will be implemented, and you'll bear no further risk. How could Li Xingping possibly refuse? It was nothing short of manna from heaven. No penalty and a windfall of 50,000 yuan. I agree. Li Xingping stammered, overcome with emotion. Thank you, Director. Chen Hao turned to Zhao Gang and instructed. Go fetch the laptop from the car and draft a contract. 10 minutes later, a simple transfer agreement lay upon the cashier counter. The terms were straightforward. Li Xingping would irrevocably assign ownership of the domain Hao 123, including all backend data and source code, to Matrix Technology, a company registered under Chen Hao's name. As an additional clause, Li Xingping pledged not to develop or operate any navigation websites for a period of 3 years. In compensation, Chen Hao appointed Li Xingping as an external promoter for Matrix Technology responsible for promoting navigation websites across Xining and its surrounding regions, at a monthly salary of 300 yuan. Another unexpected boon, 300 yuan per month, constituted a solid local income, and as an external staff member, he would not even need to report to an office. Li Xingping's hand trembled as he gripped the pen, scrawling his name unevenly across the document. He also compiled all administrative credentials, the backend access, domain control, and related accounts, onto a single sheet and handed it to Chen Hao. Chen Hao produced a brown paper envelope containing 50,000 yuan in cash, exchanged specially in Shenzhen, with 4 such envelopes prepared, intending to raise the offer incrementally by 50,000 each time. He hadn't needed the remaining ones. Keep it safe. Chen Hao clapped Li Xingping lightly on the shoulder. Work diligently from now on. Never stray down crooked paths again. Li Xingping cradled the brown paper envelope, tears welling in his eyes, then bowed deeply before Chen Hao. Director Chen, thank you. Your immense kindness I shall never forget. Chen Hao watched Li Xingping's elation, suppressing his own inner jubilation. For 50,000 yuan, he had secured exclusive rights to a future traffic gateway valued in the tens of millions. His face remained gently composed, radiating quiet confidence. Manager Liu. Chen Hao folded the contract and turned toward Liu Bodai, who still stood dazed beside him. Yes, here. Liu Bodai snapped back to attention. Please look after Xiao Li a little more closely. After all, our association needs capable hands to get things done. Absolutely, absolutely. From now on, he's our store manager. Every network administrator reports directly to him. Liu Bodai instantly promoted Li Xingping, seizing the moment with practiced deftness. Chen Hao nodded approvingly and entrusted the signed contract to Zhao Gang for safekeeping. Mayor Song, this trip to Xining has borne abundant fruit. He turned to Deputy Mayor Song and continued. Not only have I witnessed the vibrant growth of grassroots internet cafes, but also discovered exceptional talent right here. Indeed, Xining's efforts in information technology popularization are genuinely solid and commendable. Deputy Mayor Song beamed with pride, his smile broad and unrestrained. All thanks to Director Chen's outstanding guidance. Shall we proceed to the next venue? Let's go, see what else there is to see. Chen Hao's spirits soared. At the next internet cafe, he merely strolled through in passing. Nothing else mattered now. The objective had been achieved, the remainder was mere formalities. With the Xining survey concluded, Wang Jigang accompanied Chen Hao back to Guangzhou. Wang Jigang's perception of Chen Hao had transformed profoundly since the outset of the fieldwork. To invest 2 million yuan into Tencent and 50,000 into a rudimentary website was, in Wang Jigang's estimation, the hallmark of someone who had truly handled vast sums before. Back at the provincial department, Li Jiaming had deliberately reserved half an hour for the briefing. Director Li, this field investigation opened my eyes. Chen Hao reported, sincerely seated comfortably on the sofa. Guangdong province truly stands at the vanguard of reform and opening up. Even a mountainous prefecture like Xining pulses with remarkable grassroots vitality. Li Jiaming held the report Wang Jigang had handed him, skimmed it briefly, and removed his reading glasses with a smile, twirling them idly in his fingers. Director Chen, spare me the flattery. Do you think I'm unaware of Xining's situation? It's one of the province's key poverty alleviation targets. Wang Jigang interjected, aptly, his tone laced with theatrical admiration. Director, you should have seen it yourself. In Shenzhen, Director Chen acted with decisive speed, investing 2 million yuan outright into an internet startup without even conducting due diligence. Later in Xining, he spent 50,000 yuan on a junior network administrator, declaring it 1,000 pieces of gold for the bones of a fine horse. That vision, I'm genuinely awestruck. Oh, Li Jiaming's interest quickened. Which company did you invest in? Tencent, based in Shenzhen, developing OICQ. Chen Hao explained, unfazed and understated. I believe deeply in their team, and even more so in Guangdong's fertile soil for internet innovation. As for that administrator, he's a self-taught prodigy, raw but brilliant. With proper guidance, he'll blossom into extraordinary talent. Li Jiaming nodded slowly, his gaze now imbued with sincere appreciation. These days, many officials from Beijing conducted inspections, but most merely performed perfunctory tours, indulging in banquets and departing with local specialties. Few like Chen Hao invested real capital and delivered tangible results. More importantly, Chen Hao's actions indirectly advanced Guangdong's industrial development, a distinction that reflected honorably upon Li Jiaming himself. We sincerely thank Director Chen for your invaluable contribution to Guangdong's development. Li Jiaming rose and extended his hand. Please visit Guangdong often. Feel free to contact Director Wang Jigang directly for any coordination support the department can provide. Chen Hao clasped Li Jiaming's hand firmly and smiled. I certainly will. Upon my return, I'll compile this survey's findings into a formal report for submission to the ministry. After bidding farewell to Li Jiaming, Chen Hao did not linger in Guangzhou. He departed for Beijing by flight that very day. In Kyoto, on the fourth floor of Matrix Technologies' office, Chen Hao stared at the computer screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The screen displayed the back-end management interface of HAO 123. Although Li Xingping's skills were not top-notch, the code he wrote was indeed concise. However, the aesthetic of the interface left much to be desired, cluttered with colorful advertisement links resembling a utility pole plastered with posters. Chen Hao had no time to optimize the interface. He performed the simplest and most straightforward operation. He directly copied the front-end code from Chu 123 and replaced HAO 123's original files. Aside from the logo in the upper left corner still reading HAO 123, all other code had been completely replaced by Chu 123. Save, upload, refresh. Upon reopening HAO 123's domain, what greeted him was no longer the tacky page, but a well-categorized Chu 123 interface. At this moment, HAO 123 had been completely overtaken by Chu 123. Chen Hao opened the backend statistics. Originally, Chu 123's daily active users were around 100, while HAO 123 had a high market share in the third and fourth tier cities in the south, with daily active users nearing 250. Combined, the two websites had an average of nearly 400 unique IPs daily. What does this mean? In 2000, this was already in the top tier of internet traffic in the country. Although new portals like Xinlong and Suhu were well known, they achieved that through burning money. What Chen Hao held was pure organic traffic. After finishing up with HAO 123, Chen Hao's thoughts turned to the Penguin. He had made quite a name for himself in Pengcheng, helping the Penguin secure the nationwide SP certificate and facilitating the initial access to the mobile dream network. If that fell through, holding on to that 20% stake would be like holding on to a hot potato. Although Ma Huaten and his group treated him as a savior, now once they realized they had been misled, the backlash would be severe. Moreover, if trust was lost, future collaborations within the Penguin would become difficult. The key was this matter was truly hard to handle. In 2000, the SP business was just budding. Longwa Mobile had just separated from telecommunications and was urgently seeking to fill in business gaps, yet the caution ingrained in the system was evident. They were only willing to work with big companies like Xinlong and Wang Yi that had backgrounds completely disregarding smaller enterprises like the Penguin that were still struggling for survival. As for the approval process for the nationwide SP certificate, that was an even longer ordeal. Following the normal procedure, it would take at least half a year to get through. By the time that happened, it would be too late. It seemed he had to find a way through the department. Chen Hao extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, picked up the landline receiver on the table, and dialed a number. Hello, is this Section Chief Qin? This is Chen Hao. The voice on the other end was Chen Hao, slightly lazy with what sounded like papers rustling in the background. You're back in Beijing. How's it going down in Guangdong? Just returned. I wanted to report to you promptly. Chen Hao replied with a smile. This trip has yielded significant insights. I'd like to discuss some ideas with you in person. Alright, I'm also eager to hear your research report. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, come to my office. In the Electronic Information Department Information Technology Promotion Division, Hao placed a research report on Chen Hao's desk and casually set down 2 boxes of premium dried tangerine peel he had brought back from Guangdong on the coffee table. Brother Hao, this is a local specialty from Xinhui. Brew it in water to soothe your throat. Chen Hao glanced at the 2 boxes of tangerine peel, but said nothing, instead pointing to the chair across from him. Have a seat. So what insights did you gain from this trip? Chen Hao sat down, his back straight, his expression serious. Brother Hao, my biggest takeaway from this trip to Guangdong is 2 words: disconnection. Disconnection? Chen Hao raised an eyebrow, setting down his pen. Yes. The policies from above are disconnected from the execution below, and the development of technology is lagging behind regulation. Chen Hao spoke earnestly. I saw a company called Penguin in Pengcheng engaged in instant messaging with a massive user base and strong technology. However, due to their inability to find a profit model, they almost had to sell the company. Penguin. Chen Hao thought for a moment. I think I've heard of it. Isn't it that OICQ that everyone is using? That's them. This company is quite representative. They want to provide mobile value-added services, that is SP business, offering information and entertainment to users via mobile SMS. This was originally a good monetization avenue and a precursor to mobile internet. However, Chen Hao paused, observing Chen Hao's expression. But what? But the approval process is too slow. Chen Hao sighed. They applied for the nationwide SP certificate, submitted their materials 2 months ago, and have heard nothing since. The local telecommunications department also did not dare to open the door for them lightly. A good, innovative company was on the verge of being dragged to death in this waiting. The slow approval is due to the need for caution. There are so many chaotic companies out there. If they opened the floodgates and a mass incident occurred, who would take responsibility? The department's rules cannot be broken. Chen Hao had heard this bureaucratic language many times. He did not refute it, but shifted his perspective. Brother Hao, the rules must not be broken. However, the internet is an industry where the fast fish eat the slow fish. If we continue to manage the internet with the mindset of traditional industries, our country's businesses will never catch up with the beautiful country. You came today not just to lobby for that Penguin company, right? Chen Hao looked at Chen Hao with a half smile. Brother Hao, I came for our base's work. I'm thinking since the department is worried that relaxing the approval process will lead to chaos, can we create an experimental field? Experimental field? Yes. I want to establish a special incubation area for mobile value-added services in our Haitian district's information technology promotion base. Chen Hao proposed his carefully crafted concept. Chen Hao frowned. What do you mean? In simple terms, it means bringing those small and medium enterprises that want to engage in SP business and have technical strength to our base first. The base would conduct initial review and regulation. Any company entering the incubation area would allow us to apply for a record-keeping pilot with the department. In other words, as long as the base has approved them, the department would initially issue them a temporary trial operation certificate, allowing them to get started. If they perform well and no incidents occur, they can be regularized. If problems arise, the base can shut them down directly, and the department can revoke the license at any time. Chen Hao was momentarily speechless, quickly digesting Chen Hao's suggestion. This idea was bold, but also very tempting. As the director of the promotion division, he was very supportive of institutional innovation. So you want to create a special zone? Chen Hao looked at Chen Hao with a half-smile. To indirectly take the approval power into your own hands, eh? Who would dare? Chen Hao waved his hands repeatedly. The approval power will always reside with the department. The base is merely a filter helping the department with oversight and alleviating some of the workload. Moreover, this way, if something goes wrong, the base bears the brunt, and if there's a success, it reflects well on the department's leadership. This is called risk sinking and achievement rising. These last 8 words struck precisely at Chen Hao's soft spot. What do officials fear the most? Taking responsibility. What do they desire the most? Achievements. Chen Hao's proposal perfectly addressed both of these pain points. Chen Hao remained silent for a long time, picking up a cigarette from the box on the table. Chen Hao was quick to react, pulling out a lighter to help him light it. Chen Hao took a deep puff and exhaled smoke. The idea is good, quite innovative. But this matter doesn't fall under our promotion division's jurisdiction. The certificate issuance is handled by the department's directly affiliated Information Management Bureau, overseen by Deputy Director Su Kai. As for Director Su Kai entered the department at the same time as I did, and our relationship is decent. Chen Hao glanced at Chen Hao, but he is quite rigid. If you want to persuade him, simply talking won't suffice. Chen Hao felt a surge of joy. As long as Chen Hao was willing to lend a hand, half the work would be done. As long as you, Brother Hao, are willing to help introduce me, I'm confident I can get Director Su to nod in agreement. Chen Hao took out a document he had prepared earlier from his bag. Implementation plan for establishing a regulatory sandbox pilot for mobile internet value-added services. This plan is extremely detailed, outlining everything from entry standards and regulatory mechanisms to risk mitigation measures, clearly laid out, showcasing that significant effort was put into it. Chen Hao took the plan, flipped through a few pages, and the surprise in his eyes grew deeper. Regulatory sandbox. Did you coin this term? Chen Hao pointed at the title and asked. I noticed that some foreign financial regulators are using this concept and thought it suited our current internet environment, so I borrowed it a bit. Chen Hao humbly replied. In fact, this concept only became popular later, but bringing it up in 2000 would definitely be a substantial impact. Chen Hao closed the proposal and stubbed out his cigarette. All right, this plan has promise. If it can truly be realized, it will be a bright spot for our information industry apparatus. He picked up the desk phone and dialed an internal line. Hello, Lao Su. It's Chen Hao. His voice turned casual in an instant. Free tonight. Same old place, hot pot. Whatever it is, we can talk in person. By the way, I will bring a young brother along. An interesting fellow. He'll introduce him to you. After hanging up, Chen Hao looked at Chen Hao. 6 o'clock, Donglishun. Su Kai likes his drink. Whether you can get him merry is down to your skill. Chen Hao rose and smiled with confidence. Brother Hao, rest assured I will not embarrass you. Stepping out of the office building, he let out a long breath. The capital was sultry in the evening, yet he felt invigorated. If he could win over Su Kai and secure that regulatory sandbox as his badge of authority, he would hold the key to the mobile internet goldmine. Then not only Penguin, every company across Longwood that wished to run SP services would have to beg to enter his base. An Audi pulled up beside them, and Chen Hao stepped in. Shall Wu take us to Donglishan? Dajuan had become head of Zueladuo Logistics, so Chen Hao could no longer keep asking him to drive. Xiao Wu was a newcomer recommended by Dajuan and a former military driver. Sitting in the back seat, Chen Hao closed his eyes and began rehearsing the evening's drinking session in his mind. Su Kai, deputy director of the Communications Administration, was technical by training, meticulous in temperament, but fond of drink. Such a man could not be spoken to about money or vague promises. He had to be spoken to on technical grounds, shown how regulation could be achieved by technical means. And he would have to be drank with. Chen Hao rubbed his stomach. Reborn in this life, his body was young again, but his tolerance for alcohol had not been relearned. Tonight would likely be a brutal contest of endurance. Outside the Donglishan flagship, the red lanterns were lit, casting their glow on the green-bricked wall. Chen Hao arrived at the private room half an hour early. He paced the table, inspecting the arrangement of utensils and the charcoal in the hot pot. For an old-established copper pot, the coals must burn bright and the water be clear. Zhao Gang came in carrying 2 unlabeled white porcelain bottles. They were special supply moutai that Chen Hao had acquired through connections. At 6 on the dot, 2 figures entered the corridor. Chen Hao walked ahead. Half a pace behind him was a burly middle-aged man with a square face and black-rimmed glasses. That was Su Kai, Deputy Director of the Communications Administration. Brother Hao, Director Su. Chen Hao met them at the door with a slight bow. Chen Hao pointed to Chen Hao and said to Su Kai, "Lao Su, this is the younger brother Chen I told you about. He is the one who set up that association in Haitian. Though young, his thinking is ahead of the times." Su Kai gave Chen Hao a quick appraisal. Chen wore a white shirt and looked like a student who had not yet left campus, but his manner was remarkably composed. "Director Su, I have long admired your reputation." Chen Hao smiled and extended his hand. Su Kai finally shook it and said, "Chen seldom praises people in the ministry. Today, I must see what this younger brother can do." The 3 sat. The charcoal in the brazier emitted a faint crackle and slices of ginger and scallion rolled in the clear soup as the water bubbled. Chen Hao did not rush into business. He took up the copper kettle and first warmed Su Kai's cup. Hand-cut lamb lay on a blue and white porcelain plate, the grain clear and the slices intact. "Director Su, try this meat. It just came from the kitchen and has not touched a freezer." Chen Hao used serving chopsticks to place some lamb into the pot. Its color shifted from red to white in seconds. Chen Hao lifted his glass and filled a small cup of baijiu. "Lao Su tonight is among friends. Chen is well read, knows the rules, and works with integrity. He just returned from a week of research in Yu Province and brought back many first-hand materials." Su Kai sipped. The sharp burn made him squint. He put his cup down and looked at Chen Hao. "I read your proposal. The concept of that regulatory sandbox is quite novel. But Director Su continued, you must understand that the administration's duty is to ensure communications security and market access. This pilot you describe seems to circumvent existing approval processes. If something goes wrong, who will be the one to plug that hole?" Chen Hao set down his chopsticks and adopted a professional expression. He produced a printed A4 from his bag. On it was a flowchart. "Director Su, the current bottleneck in approvals is that we cannot determine the enterprise's true business content. Companies submit an application, and we can only judge from the paper data. As for what messages they send after connecting their servers, whether the content violates rules, the ministry cannot monitor that." Chen Hao tapped a node on the diagram. "My plan is not to bypass oversight, but to make oversight occur earlier. In the base's data center, we will deploy a traffic filtering gateway. All resident companies' business data must pass through this gateway. We can pre-populate an extensive sensitive words database and integrate with the carrier's real-time billing interfaces." Su Kai was immediately intrigued and leaned forward. "If a company's content trips a red line, the system will automatically intercept it in milliseconds. At the same time, the base's monitoring system would open a real-time observation account to the Communications Administration. You could sit in your office and view every pilot company's traffic curves and sampled content checks at any moment." Chen Hao spoke slowly, ensuring each technical term was conveyed accurately. Su Kai stared at the flowchart for a long time. As a man of technical background, he knew how crude current oversight methods were. Today, regulation largely depended on reports and post-incident investigation, which was extremely inefficient. Chen Hao's proposed model of real-time online monitoring truly hit the sore spot. "Technically feasible?" Su Kai asked. "We have a top-tier algorithm team, and we can develop this system quickly," Chen Hao answered with resolute certainty. Chen Hao chimed in like a drummer, urging the tempo. "Lao Su, if this works, you will be the first in the country to implement dynamic regulation. The ministry has been stressing management innovation this year. This would be a prime example." Su Kai did not reply, but clinked glasses with Chen Hao. He was already mostly convinced, but such a weighty decision would not be promised merely over a meal. "Mr. Chen, your approach does solve many of our problems," Su Kai said, his tone softening. "But for a pilot, it depends not only on the plan, but on who will execute it. You are young. Can you control those internet bosses and make them willingly accept regulation?" Chen Hao laughed. "Lao Su, you are underestimating him. This young man in Haitian disciplined those ruffians running internet cafes until they fell in line. Come, brother, toast Director Su. Show some sincerity so he can trust you with this responsibility." Chen Hao knew the moment had come to make a pledge. In his previous life, he had feared business drinking sessions, and in the end, he had died at one. But in this life, he could not avoid it either. He stood and lifted a small 3-chan wine cup. "Director Su, I am young and inexperienced. I rely on the guidance of you and Brother Hao. I will take on the task. You may decide as you see fit. I will do it. Do with me as you please." Chen Hao tilted his head back. The spicy liquid slid down his throat like a fiery line, directly igniting his stomach. He suppressed the rising alcohol fumes and immediately poured himself another glass. "This second cup is a toast to those struggling internet companies in the harsh winter. Your little support is like a life-saving medicine to them." Su Kai looked at Chen Hao, noticing that the young man's face had begun to flush, yet his gaze remained sharp and his grip on the cup steady. What he found most beneficial was that Chen Hao lacked the arrogance typical of a scion, instead exuding a tenacity born from rising from the grassroots. All right, drink less. Sukai pressed down on Chen Hao's hand and turned to Chen Hao saying, "This kid is good, he's a practical one." That night, Chen Hao couldn't recall how much he had drunk. He only remembered Sukai patting his shoulder at the end saying, "They'll take the plan back and report to the director tomorrow. As long as the director gives the nod, I can present it at the team meeting." Upon hearing this, the taut string in Chen Hao's mind snapped. Later memories became hazy. He vaguely remembered being helped into a car by Xiao Wu with the sounds of Chen Hao and Sukai bidding farewell in his ears. A gust of wind blew, churning his stomach. When he opened his eyes, sunlight was streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the floor. This was the bedroom of Hua Qingjiayuan. His head throbbed as if it would split, and his throat felt parched. On the bedside table lay a glass of warm water and a few hangover pills. Zhao Gang was sitting not far away, speaking softly on the phone. Awake. Zhao Gang heard the commotion, hung up the phone, and walked over, handing Chen Hao a damp towel. "You threw up all the way last night. Qin Shu said you performed well, and Director Su was very satisfied." Chen Hao rubbed his temples as he sat up, drinking nearly half a glass of water, finally, feeling his spirit return to his body. "What time is it now?" "Almost 11. Just now Manager Qian called saying the customized version of the Matrix computer from the Internet Cafe has been completed and wanted to know when you have time to check it out." Chen Hao nodded, not in the mood to deal with computer matters. His mind was entirely focused on resolving the SP approval issue. In the morning at the office building of the Electronic Information Department's Information Management Bureau, Sukai took the proposal and went straight to the director's office. The director was a senior colleague nearing retirement, known for his steady approach. After listening to Sukai's report, he flipped through the proposal, finding the ideas quite interesting, and agreed to discuss it at the afternoon team meeting. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the third-floor conference room was filled with people around the oval conference table. Sukai sat on the left side with Chen Hao's materials in front of him. "Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the regulation of mobile value-added services, our bureau has been facing great pressure in approval and lagging regulatory measures. To address these issues, we have developed a pilot plan for a regulatory sandbox in collaboration with the Jingshan Information Popularization and Incubation Base in Hadian District. I would like to report this to everyone." Sukai took 15 minutes to explain the core content of the proposal. The conference room fell silent for a moment. A middle-aged man sitting opposite Sukai put down his pen. It was Zhang Huai, another deputy director of the Information Management Bureau. He was a few years younger than Sukai, and his family had considerable influence in the capital. The two had been in a competitive state within the bureau for some time. Sukai expected Zhang Huai to jump up and oppose as usual. To his surprise, Zhang Huai nodded. Director Su's proposal indeed took considerable thought. Dynamic supervision and traffic filtering are both advanced concepts. I support this proposal in principle. Sukai was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of vigilance rising within him. Sure enough, Zhang Huai took a sip of tea and shifted his tone. "The proposal is good. However, I find the choice of that base for the pilot to be debatable." "Oh, what insights do you have, Director Zhang?" Sukai asked coldly. Zhang Huai replied, "Isn't that base in Hadian District non-state-owned? How capable are they in terms of incubation? Do they have the strength to undertake such a national-level pilot task? We lack on-site inspections for these matters." Zhang Huai turned his gaze to the director sitting at the head of the table. "For pilot work, safety comes first. I believe that if we are to proceed, it should be placed in a more secure and capable location, such as an established incubator within our system." Zhang Huai pointed out a name, the Electronic Technology Incubator under the Jingdu Electric Vacuum Plant. It is an established state-owned enterprise, politically aware and well-managed. I think placing the pilot there would be more prudent. Sukai's expression darkened. The incubator at that electric vacuum plant is run by a relative of Zhang Huai and is currently in a state of limbo, nearly unable to pay salaries. Zhang Huai seems to want to leverage the department's policy to save his own family's business. "Director Zhang, does that incubator understand the internet?" Sukai retorted sharply. "They probably wouldn't even know what an SP is. This proposal was designed by the Jingshan Information Popularization and Incubation Base, and only the designers understand the technical logic within. Handing the proposal over to a group of outsiders to execute would be the greatest insecurity. Director Su, your words are overly radical. The execution capability of state-owned enterprises is beyond doubt. Technology can be introduced, talent can be recruited, but the political red line must be guarded by someone we in the Information Management Bureau absolutely trust." Zhang Huai stood his ground. The atmosphere in the conference room became tense. Several department heads exchanged glances, some nodding in support of Sukai, while others sided with Zhang Huai. Those supporting Sukai believe that the internet industry values efficiency and Hadian District has a natural talent advantage. Meanwhile, those backing Zhang Huai emphasized that the pilot must be controlled as private institutions pose too great a risk. Both sides stuck to their arguments, debating for over half an hour. The director remained silent, fully aware of the underlying power struggle between the two deputy directors. As the head, he did not wish to see too much harmony within the team, but he also could not allow the conflict to escalate too fiercely. The director closed the folder in his hand and tapped the table. The conference room immediately fell silent. Stop arguing. The proposal itself is good, and this is a consensus we all share. As for where the pilot will be placed, we cannot just rely on reports. The director looked at Su Kai and Zhang Huai. Next week, Director Su and Director Zhang will lead a team, and we will conduct an on-site investigation. On Tuesday, we will go to the Haitian district base, and on Thursday, to the electric vacuum plant. We will listen to reports from both sides and assess the actual situation. Ultimately, who has the capacity to handle this matter will be decided then. Su Kai tightened his grip on the pen. He knew this was the fairest outcome the director could offer. As he exited the conference room, Su Kai immediately called Chen Hao. Xiao Qin, there's been a twist. Zhang Huai has inserted himself, trying to seize this pilot. Su Kai said anxiously, tell your Chen to prepare for the on-site investigation next Tuesday. This is not just about reporting the proposal, it's about entering the ring now. On the other end of the line, Chen Hao was silent for a moment before saying one sentence. All right, Lao Su, don't worry, that kid won't let you down. An office on the 4th floor of Matrix Technology. A Nokia phone on the desk emitted a shrill ring. Chen Hao glanced at the caller ID. It was the office number of Chen Hao. He answered the call. Chen Hao's voice came through, grave and unadorned. A meeting was just held at the Information Administration Bureau. Chen Hao dispensed with pleasantries and cut straight to the point. Su Kai clashed heated with Deputy Director Zhang Huai during the meeting. Zhang Huai pushed forward the electric vacuum factory incubation park, attempting to seize your pilot qualification. Chen Hao's gaze instantly turned icy. What was the outcome? The director instructed both sides to conduct preliminary field research before making a decision. They'll visit your site next Tuesday and the electric vacuum factory on Thursday. Field research conducted on-site with collective scoring by all attendees. Chen Hao paused, then deepened his tone. Brother, this opportunity was secured for you by Su Kai. If your performance falls short, your prospects within the ministry will narrow, and Su Kai himself will face mounting pressure within the bureau. Rest assured, Brother Hao, Chen Hao replied, instantly feigning unwavering confidence. I'll make the arrangements immediately, guaranteeing our leaders feel the full strength of our base. Good, as long as you know what's at stake. After hanging up, Chen Hao unconsciously rubbed his thumb across the keypad. Field research scheduled for next Tuesday, just 4 days remained. Zhang Huai intended to locate the pilot program at the Electric Vacuum Factory Incubation Park, a legacy state-owned enterprise. Though nearing obsolescence, it still retained institutional stature personnel and ongoing projects. By contrast, his own so-called Beijing Informatization Promotion and Incubation Base was little more than a large internet cafe. The third-floor incubator stood nearly vacant, silent and spacious enough for horses to gallop save for the occasional training session. Should the Bureau's leadership witness such desolation, not even the pilot designation would be salvaged, and both Chen Hao and Su Kai would suffer profound embarrassment. A genuine incubation base required actual startups in incubation. We must fill it. Chen Hao sprang up from his executive chair. To conjure a credible high-tech incubator in 4 days, external recruitment was utterly impossible. The sole viable path was to deconstruct and repackage his existing projects into a portfolio of incubated ventures. He pushed open his office door and called out, Su Jing, pause whatever you're doing. Bring Lu Lan and all operational documents for Zuela Duo. Report to my office immediately. Within 3 minutes, Su Jing and Lu Lan entered. Lu Lan still held a freshly printed procurement order in her hand. Director Chen, what's happened? Seeing Chen Hao's solemn expression, Su Jing tensed instinctively. Senior leaders from the ministry will inspect us next Tuesday, he said, gesturing toward the sofa. Please take a seat. Effective immediately, Zuela Duo ceases to be merely our cafe's milk tea operation. It is now being repositioned as a digital demonstration project for chain catering, built upon internet-based supply chain management. Lu Lan blinked, twice bewildered. What? In simple terms, we'll spotlight our inventory management system and logistics distribution network. Chen Hao spoke rapidly. Su Jing, you'll compile all Zuela Duo data into a polished presentation over the next 2 days. Do not dwell on cup counts. Emphasize instead how data analytics enable precise inventory control and how standardized workflows minimize waste. Capture screenshots of our management system interface. I print them as exhibition panels and mount them on the conference room walls. Chen Hao turned to Lu Lan. Recall several presentable store managers from your outlets. Dress them in professional attire. Designate an area on the east side of the 3rd floor and hang a sign Zuela Duo Food Beverage Management Co. Ltd. Arrange desks with stacks of reports and laptops. Then simulate remote dispatch operations there. When the leaders arrive, you'll demonstrate live how our system monitors sales and raw material consumption across all Beijing outlets. Performing, Lu Lan grinned. That I can do. This isn't performance. It's the showcase of our core competitiveness, Chen Hao corrected firmly. He waved them off. Go immediately. Dismissing them, Chen Hao left his office without delay. He summoned Zhao Gang and Xiao Wu, heading straight for Zhongguan village. That morning Haifeng Tower in Zhongguan Village buzzed like a bustling vegetable market. Chen Hao navigated confidently to Qingquan Electronics, its glass door plastered with advertisements, and pushed it open. Qian Hongyan knelt on the floor, screwdriver in hand, wrestling with an open computer chassis. Upon seeing Chen Hao, he tossed the screwdriver aside and wiped greasy sweat from his brow. "Ah, Director Chen. A rare honor. I was just about to call you. The prototype's ready. This is the dedicated Internet Cafe PC." Chen Hao stepped forward and nudged the black chassis with his foot. "Exactly." Qian Hongyan beamed proudly, slapping the chassis lid, producing a dense, resonant thud. "As requested, fully steel construction, dual-lock side panels for anti-theft security, top-tier protection. Internally, I spared no effort, overclocked Celeron 2 processor, 128 megabytes RAM, and a budget brand graphics card, yet fully capable of smooth gaming performance." Chen Hao crouched, inspecting closely. The chassis design was rugged, even crude, but undeniably functional. All ports were reinforced, the power button replaced with an industrial-grade wear-resistant switch. Most crucially, a dedicated locking hole had been added to the rear, designed for steel cables to secure the unit directly to the desk leg. "What's the cost control target?" Chen Hao asked. Qian Hongyan flashed a hand gesture. "Entire package, including monitor, under 4200. Unmatched anywhere in Zhongguan Village." "Impressive." Chen Hao rose and surveyed Qian Hongyan's cluttered shop. Boxes of graphics cards and motherboards piled everywhere, young men bare-chested testing hard drives in the corner. "Old Qian, a pressing assignment." Chen Hao withdrew a pack of cigarettes from his bag and tossed one to Qian Hongyan. "You'll relocate, with this prototype, a few technicians, and your full suite of assembly tools and testing equipment, to my office for on-site work." Qian Hongyan had just lit his cigarette. His hand jerked in surprise. "Relocate to your office? Then who runs the shop?" "Leave 2 staff behind to hold down the fort," Chen Hao said, lighting his own cigarette. "Senior leaders will inspect my site next Tuesday. I need to fill that vast, empty third-floor space. We'll establish our computer company's hardware R&D center there. You'll serve as chief R&D officer for external purposes." "R&D?" Qian Hongyan nearly choked on his smoke. "Director Chen, I'm a PC builder. You want me to lead R&D? What do I say if they ask me questions? That I overclocked the Celeron 300A to 450 megahertz?" "Precisely that." Chen Hao clapped him on the shoulder. "Call it hardware-level optimization technology tailored for high-frequency usage scenarios. And that anti-theft chassis, label it the hardware security solution for public internet access environments. I've already crafted the terminology. You simply need your team to wield soldering irons and multimeters, convincingly staging the entire operation. The more professional it appears, the better. Even motherboard repair must look like nuclear warhead assembly." Qian Hongyan, a shrewd entrepreneur, grasped the intent instantly. "Understood." His eyes gleamed with sudden inspiration. "Shall I bring those oscilloscopes from the back warehouse? They're broken, but imposing when displayed." "Bring them. All equipment projecting high-tech credibility." Chen Hao nodded approvingly. "Staff wages double this week, funded by the joint venture. Excel, and next week I'll launch the association's bulk computer procurement initiative." Qian Hongyan's eyes flared like light bulbs. "Director Chen, you're magnificent. I'll dispatch the team to pack immediately." Having secured Qian Hongyan, Chen Hao pressed onward, issuing instructions to Zhao Gang while riding in the car. "Gongzi, you go to the Administration for Industry and Commerce. Find old Lu." Chen Hao watched the cityscape blur past the window, speaking swiftly. "Register a new company, Beijing Huishang Technology Co., Ltd. List you as legal representative." Zhao Gang nodded while driving. "Huishang, what will this company do?" "It will focus exclusively on software and internet services." Chen Hao explained. "Matrix Internet Cafe handles physical infrastructure. Azuela manages food and beverage chains. Neither qualifies as truly internet native. Huishang Technology will formally serve as the development entity for the Matrix Internet Cafe management system, its ERP platform, and the navigation website. Bundle all these functions under one roof. Yes, we must show leadership. We possess not only hardware, but software, not only brick and mortar, but platforms." Chen Hao massaged his temples. "Register capital 10000. Expedite all procedures, even at extra cost. The business license must be secured by Monday." "Understood. I'll handle it immediately." The Audi pulled sharply to the curb. Zhao Gang alighted and hailed a taxi toward the AIC. Chen Hao dialed Liang boss number. "Hello bro, this is Chen Hao." On the other end, the sound of keyboard tapping was heard. "Chen, how did the system have a bug?" "The system is fine. There's a new project." Chen Hao spoke casually. "The company wants to perform a major version upgrade on the Internet Cafe management system. They plan to integrate a PC music player along with a corresponding music download website." "A music player?" Liang Bo showed interest. "Like Winamp. Even simpler, more user-friendly. It should automatically display lyrics and allow one-click downloads." Chen Hao dangled the bait. "This project is quite urgent. General Manager Zhao wants you to bring a few people to the office for on-site development. In addition to the project's budget of 10,000, there will also be a daily meal and transportation allowance of 50. For Liang Bo, where to develop wasn't an issue. An extra 50 every day was extremely attractive for several graduate students. On-site development. Liang Bo hesitated, but school starts in 2 weeks. Then let's do it for a week to facilitate the initial product plan communication. Chen Hao interrupted him. All right, they'll bring 3 classmates over. Liang Bo readily agreed. Back at the Matrix Technology Building, Chen Hao stood in the spacious office area on the 3rd floor. This area was originally reserved for incubation, but later became the training site for Duo. After over 80 new stores opened recently, Chen Hao decided not to rush expansion planning to stabilize management and the supply chain first. Currently, the 3rd floor was quite empty for training, with only a few tables simulating water bar counters, while other areas were vacant and some folding chairs for training were piled in a corner. It was essential to quickly set up an incubation area and get everyone settled. Dajuan, Chen Hao shouted down from the floor. Dajuan, who was moving goods downstairs, hurried up. Boss, what are the instructions? Bring a few people and clean up this floor for me. Then go to the market and buy 40 office desks matching sets of tables and chairs. Also buy dozens of potted plants like money trees and pothos to fill the corners. And get printers, water dispensers, and other office supplies too. Got it. Dajuan didn't ask much and turned to gather people. In the afternoon, in the large open space on the 3rd floor, the office desks had been installed. Dajuan was bringing in red cedar and money trees with several veterans. These waist-high potted plants were placed at corners and in the hallway. Qian Hongyi inside was also moving quickly. Several hardware workbenches had been pieced together, piled high, with oscilloscopes, soldering irons, and assorted circuit boards. Liang Bo sat with 3 classmates in the innermost part, lines of code flashing across 4 computer screens. The 3rd floor looked much livelier, but the stone in his heart had not yet dropped. Duo Matrix Computers and Huishang Technology were all his own businesses. The people from the Information Management Bureau were coming for research next Tuesday. If they saw the office filled with Chen Hao's projects, the title of incubator would lose its meaning. Those in the know could see the tricks. This kind of sleight of hand wouldn't fool Su Kai, let alone Zhang Huai, who was waiting to catch a handle on him. He needed an external project that could stabilize the situation. Ideally, it should be a well-known company with solid technology and currently on the rise in the internet sector. Chen Hao mentally went through the prominent internet companies. Penguin is in Pengqing. Distant water cannot quench nearby fire. And this time it was to fill the pit he had dug for himself at Penguin, so he definitely couldn't call them. Xinglong and Suhu were already giants. It was impossible for them to come to him. He needed a company that was famous but still not large enough. After thinking it over, Chen Hao thought of Old Li in the resource building at Jingda. That's Chengdu. Boss Li had just returned with $120,000 at the beginning of the year and rented 2 rooms in the resource building to start operations. Chengdu hasn't become a search portal yet. Its main business is providing back-end search technical support for portal websites. This perfectly matches Chen Hao's requirement for hardcore technology. If he could bring Chengdu into this incubator, it would provide the most suitable case for his base. Chen Hao didn't plan to approach directly. Boss Li is a Ritter Ni and inherently carries a bit of the arrogance of someone who has studied abroad. A freshman barging in to say he wants to incubate him might not even get through the door. He picked up his phone and dialed Director Zhao of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission in Hadian District. Director Zhao, are you busy? Chen Hao greeted him familiar. Chen, it's been a while. What's up? Director Zhao chuckled heartily on the phone. Next week, leaders from the ministry will come to my place for research and want to understand our base's incubation business. Chen Hao sighed. As you know, my base is still in its infancy. The foundation is a bit shallow. I'm worried the report next week won't go well. I heard that Jingda Science Park started early and has many quality projects if I want to learn from them. But I'm not familiar with that side, so I'd like to ask for your help to make an introduction. Director Zhao didn't think much of it. Such cross-park exchanges were common in Hadian District. You came to the right person. The general manager of Jingda Science Park, Zhou Chongqing, has a good relationship with me. Although they are managed by the education system, their territory is here, and we often interact. They'll give him a heads up. You can go find him directly tomorrow. Thank you so much, Director Zhao. Once this busy period is over, I'll treat you to a drink. The next morning, a black Audi slowly drove into Jingda Science Park. Despite being called a science park, it was merely a few somewhat aged red brick buildings and a slightly more impressive resource hotel. There was no modern feel with glass curtain walls. Instead, it exuded a strong academic atmosphere. Zhao Gang parked the car, turned back, and glanced at Chen Hao. Boss, are we really here to learn? Learn my foot. Chen Hao adjusted his suit collar. We are here to poach talent. General Manager Zhou Chongqing was a typical scholar-type official wearing thick glasses and a somewhat wrinkled jacket. He received Chen Hao in his office, polite but distant. In his eyes, Chen Hao, the so-called base director, was just another second generation relying on connections for resources. Director Chen, our park's model mainly relies on the research strength of Jingda, integrating production, education, and research. Zhou Chongqing pointed to the planning map on the wall, introducing it in a flat tone. Currently, there are over 100 incubated companies mainly concentrated in the fields of biomedicine and new materials. Chen Hao patiently listened for 10 minutes, then inserted. Manager Zhou Biomedicine is indeed a national treasure. However, I've also heard that our park has quite a few star enterprises in the internet field. For example, that search company Chengdu. Zhou Changqing was taken aback and pondered for a moment. There is indeed such a company. However, they are founded by overseas students, and the situation is quite special. They are still in the cash-burning stage. Burning cash is not a problem. The internet is a future built on burning cash. Chen Hao stood up with a smile. Manager Zhou, can you take me to have a look? I'm very interested in this model of returnees starting businesses. Zhou Changqing hesitated for a moment, but nodded considering Director Zhao's face. All right, it's in the adjacent building. However, President Li has a rather straightforward temper. If there's any offense in the conversation, Director Chen, please bear with it. The group walked through a tree-lined path to a small building covered with climbing ivy. Before entering, a heated argument could be heard coming from the second floor. The data has already been given to you. Why are you still withholding the payment? We are technical partners, not your Xinglang's contracted labor. The voice was laced with obvious anger. Zhou Changqing paused, his face showing signs of discomfort. It seems President Li is handling a business dispute. Chen Hao, on the other hand, became interested. Arguments are good. They indicate pain points, and where there are pain points, there are opportunities. Since we're here, let's go take a look. Chen Hao took the lead and stepped upstairs. The office area on the second floor is small, with over a dozen people crowded at narrow desks typing away at their code. The door to the conference room at the back is open, and a handsome, yet weary-looking man is angrily shouting into the phone. Seated nearby are several partners, each looking dejected, fiddling with their pens. That is Li Yanhong. At this moment, he does not possess the calmness of a future billionaire, but rather wears the anxious expression of an entrepreneur. Upon seeing Zhou Changqing enter with his team, Li Yanhong did not immediately hang up the phone. Instead, he harshly said into the receiver, "If payment is not settled by next week, I will terminate your search service." With a thud, he slammed the phone down on the desk. Taking a deep breath, Li Yanhong turned around, forcing a faint smile of politeness onto his face. "Mr. Zhou, what brings you here?" "I brought a friend to take a look," Zhou Changqing awkwardly introduced. "This is Director Chen Hao from the Information Technology Base under the Electronic Information Department." Director Chen. Li Yanhong extended his hand. "I apologize for the trouble. Is Xinlong behind on service fees again?" Without any pleasantries, Chen Hao cut straight to the point. Li Yanhong's motion froze for a moment, and he forced a bitter smile, saying Director Chen is quite well informed. "The major portal websites bully smaller firms like us. Oh, we have no standing. Since you have no standing, why not turn the tables and take control for yourself?" Chen Hao pulled out a chair and sat down, taking the initiative. "Mr. Li, have you considered that making clothes for others is ultimately not a sustainable strategy?" Li Yanhong's gaze sharpened, and he waved to signal others to leave. The conference room was left with only Chen Hao, Li Yanhong, and Zhou Changqing. "What do you mean by that, Director Chen?" Li Yanhong asked as he took a seat across from Chen Hao. Currently, Kianda's model is to provide search technology to portal websites, earning technical service fees. Chen Hao's gaze bore into Li Yanhong's. "This model seems stable and guarantees profits. However, in reality, you are raising someone else's child." Li Yanhong pulled out a cigarette, took out a lighter, and lit it with a snap. "What do you mean by that?" "When users are searching, they remember Xinlong or Suhu, not Chengdu. All the traffic data stays with the portal websites. If one day they find you too expensive, or they hire a few talented tech experts to handle this themselves, they can easily kick you out. At that point, what will you have left? A pile of code." Li Yanhong fell silent. "Director Chen, I understand the rationale." He extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray filled with remnants of cigarettes. "When I was in Silicon Valley, I also saw how Inktomi was controlled by Yahoo. But the current environment does not allow for that. Transitioning to become an independent search engine means burning money on promotions, buying servers, and building a sales team. Currently, our investors Defengjia and AIDG value the fixed technical service fees Chengdu receives monthly from Xinlong and Suhu. That is tangible cash flow, which looks much better on the financial statements." He sighed, leaning back in his chair, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness visible in his eyes. "At this point, if I tell them I want to cut off this revenue and instead develop a search box that I don't know how to monetize, while also needing to raise another round of funding to burn, do you think they would agree? They would only think I'm insane and invoke the betting clause to kick me out. Since the current valuation logic cannot support your transformation, why not consider a different approach? Mr. Li, would you be interested in raising a pre-B round?" Pre-B. Li Yanhong was taken aback. This term was still fresh in the domestic venture capital scene in 2000. Chengdu is currently at a crossroads, transitioning from B2B to B2C. Raising a B round based on the current financial model will definitely not increase the valuation because your explosive growth point has yet to arrive. Chen Hao analyzed clearly. Thus, you need a transitional fund, but this money is not for burning, it is to validate the model. Li Yanhong chuckled bitterly and waved his hand. "Director Chen, this isn't about money. Even if you give me 5 million now, I can't guarantee that I can boost traffic within 3 months. Do you know how high the customer acquisition cost is right now? Xinlong spends over 10 yuan in advertising costs just to acquire one user. What can I use to compete with them for market entry? What if I could solve the entrance problem? Chen Hao smiled subtly, saying these words with significant meaning. Li Yanhong's eyes filled with skepticism. Solve the entrance? Director Chen, you aren't suggesting that the government issue a directive to promote it, are you? That's impossible. Internet users wouldn't accept that. I have never relied on administrative orders to do business. Chen Hao waved to Zhao Gang at the door. Zhao Gang immediately walked over. Chen Hao took out an IBM laptop from Zhao Gang's bag, plugged it into the office phone line, and dialed to connect to the internet. With the sound of a modem connecting, the small computer icon in the lower right corner of the screen lit up. Chen Hao opened the browser and accessed two websites, Chu 123 and Hao 123. Once the pages loaded, he turned the laptop towards Li Yanhong. This is... Li Yanhong stared at the densely packed text links on the screen, frowning even tighter. A navigation website. Such untechnological content is everywhere. Indeed, it lacks technical sophistication, Chen Hao admitted readily. But it is useful. Mr. Li, you are a returned elite accustomed to using Yahoo and Google. But have you been to the third or fourth tier cities in the country? Have you been to those dirty and chaotic internet cafes? For the vast majority of people in Longhua who are just getting acquainted with computers, they cannot remember domain names or input URLs. These two websites are their first stops on the internet. Chen Hao opened the backend statistics page, pointing to the fluctuating numbers. Chu 123 has an average of 12000 unique daily IPs. Hao 123 has an average of 25000 unique daily IPs. Moreover, the user overlap between these two websites is extremely low. One is popular in northern universities and among white-collar workers, while the other thrives in southern internet cafes and grassroots markets. Combined, they approach 4000 daily active users. Mr. Li, as someone with a technical background, you should understand what this number signifies. Li Yanhong could hardly believe the numbers he was hearing. 4000 daily active users. In an era where the total number of internet users in Longhua had just crossed 10 million, this was an astronomical figure. Although Xinlong and Su boast millions of daily active users, that is built on a mountain of content. Yet these two rudimentary web pages have amassed such a massive amount of traffic solely through a bunch of hyperlinks. Are these two websites yours? Li Yanhong's voice was a bit hoarse. They belong to the Matrix technology under my control. Chen Hao's finger slid across the screen, pointing to the blank area just below the Hao 123 logo. Mr. Li, what if I gave you this spot? Li Yanhong followed his finger. That was the most prime real estate on the entire web page, the first thing users see when they open the site. If a Chindu search box were embedded here, Chen Hao's proposal was filled with allure. This means that every day there are 4000 users across Longhua who would use Chindu as their first choice whenever they want to search for something. You wouldn't need to beg portal websites for collaboration. The traffic would flow into your servers like tap water. Li Yanhong's hand resting on his knee unconsciously tightened. He understood the industry. With this entrance, Chindu could instantly transform from a back-end technology provider to a front-end traffic gateway. This would completely free them from dependence on portal websites. What are your conditions? Li Yanhong, being a smart man, knew that there are no free lunches. 3 million in cash. Chen Hao smiled as he proposed his plan. In addition to the exclusive search entry rights for these two websites for the next 3 years, there will be no advertising fees before you complete your Series B financing. Furthermore, it'll also provide you with a complete commercial monetization plan. For all of this, I hope to exchange for 5 of Chindu's shares. Li Yanhong initially showed a flicker of disappointment when he heard 3 million. For an internet company aiming for big things, 3 million RMB is indeed not much, even somewhat meager. However, upon hearing exclusive entry and monetization plan, his eyes brightened again. I see the entry, and it is indeed valuable. But the monetization plan? Director Chen, with all due respect, search engines worldwide are currently operating at a loss. Yahoo relies on portal advertising while Google is still trying to figure out PageRank. What monetization plan can you have? The monetization plan has always been a dilemma for Chengdu and is a common nightmare for global search technology companies. What makes this young man, not even 20, dare to claim he has the solution? Li Yanhong's skepticism is quite normal. In the 2000s, internet offering services for free was politically correct. Although Yahoo was filled with ads, they were display ads with pitiful click-through rates. Google was still in the garage pondering PageRank, not only not making money, but burning cash on server purchases. Chen Hao did not rush to answer. He took another cigarette from the pack. Mr. Li, do you know a company called Overture across the ocean? Li Yanhong thought for a moment and replied, the one that changed its name from Godu. Exactly. Chen Hao held the cigarette in his mouth, lit it with a lighter, and took a deep puff. They don't sell display positions, they sell keywords. The one who pays more ranks first in the search results. Li Yanhong, having returned from Silicon Valley, naturally knew Overture's approach. This company created the prototype of bidding ranking, but in the tech-centric geek circles, such practices were considered a stain on the fairness of search. That's a cheap trick for small websites. Li Yanhong frowned, his tone still carrying the high-mindedness of a Silicon Valley geek. The core of Qiandu is the hypertext analysis technology. We aim to provide users with the most accurate results, not the ones that are most financially lucrative. Can accuracy fill the stomach? Chen Hao scoffed. Can the service fee owed to Xinlong be offset by accuracy? Can your brothers waiting for their pay discuss technical beliefs while drinking the northwest wind? Li Yanhong was rendered speechless, his face turning pale. Chen Hao looked at the somewhat resistant Li Yanhong and couldn't help but scoff inwardly. After tasting the sweetness, you earn more than anyone else. Mr. Li, our small and medium-sized enterprise owners in Longwood do not understand hypertext analysis or algorithms. They only want to know one thing: if I search for excavators online, can I see my phone number at first glance? As long as they can see it, they are willing to pay. This is the simplest commercial logic. In one hand, there is the 400 precise traffic brought by HAO 123, and in the other there is the cash flow from bidding rankings. This set of combined strategies can enable you to achieve positive cash flow within 3 months. By then, it won't be you begging for venture capital, it will be venture capital begging you for money. Li Yanhong's cigarette burned down to the filter, scorching his fingers. He abruptly pressed the cigarette but into the ashtray. Li Yanhong quickly ran through the calculations in his mind. Overture's model has been proven feasible in America, but mainstream search engines are reluctant to lower themselves. However, if Qiandu wants to survive and escape the control of portal websites, this seems to be the only way. Moreover, the traffic from Chen Hao's navigation website is too enticing. It is directly feeding the meal into one's mouth. This plan is feasible. Li Yanhong quickly lifted his head, his eyes regaining the shrewdness of a businessman. However, words alone are not enough. Director Chen, although this business logic is simple, there are many details in execution. The complete plan you mentioned, I need to see it first. Chen Hao smiled. He sat back in his chair and waved to Zhao Gang, who had been guarding the door like a doorman. Zhao Gang immediately took out 2 documents from his briefcase and slapped them on the table. The first was the investment intent memorandum. The second was the confidentiality agreement for business secrets. Mr. Li, let's be straightforward. I want pierced through this layer of glass. It would be worthless. But if I pierce it, it becomes a money printer. Sign here. Once signed, we can continue discussing the details. If not, I will turn around and leave looking for Suhu or Wang Yi. I believe Zhang Chuyang will be interested in this entry. Li Yanhong looked at the 2 documents, then at Chen Hao's youthful face, somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, this seemingly student-like relationship holder is more like an old hand in the investment circle when it comes to doing business, and he's prepared so thoroughly. Good. Li Yanhong did not hesitate any longer. He was also a decisive person. Qiandu is already on the edge of the cliff and cannot afford to be picky. He took the pen and flipped through the terms. The terms were harsh, with breach of contract liabilities written in glaring terms, especially regarding the intellectual property rights of the bidding ranking system, where Chen Hao asked for joint ownership. Li Yanhong gritted his teeth and signed his name on the 2 documents. Chen Hao took the documents, checked for accuracy, and handed them to Zhao Gang for safekeeping. Mr. Zhou. Chen Hao turned to look at Zhou Changqing, who had been sitting next to him drinking tea and unable to interject. Zhou Changqing, still confused, quickly put down his teacup upon hearing his name. Director Chen, is it settled? The big direction is settled. Chen Hao stood up. The upcoming technical details involve Qiandu's core business secrets. Mr. Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Changqing, who was mixed in the system, could not fail to detect this dismissal. Although this was his territory, once it involved business secrets, he could not insist. I understand. Zhou Changqing smiled awkwardly and stood up. Then you chat. I will go downstairs to the management office for a bit. I arranged a simple meal in the cafeteria for lunch. After Zhou Changqing closed the door and left. This place has poor sound insulation. Li Yanhong stood up, pointing towards the end of the corridor. Let's go to my personal office. Li Yanhong's personal office was only 10 square meters, filled with various technical books and printer paper. Chen Hao didn't mind pulling over a folding chair to sit down. Now can we talk? Li Yanhong closed the door and locked it. Chen Hao took a sheet of white paper, pulled out a pen, and drew a funnel model on it. The core of bidding ranking is not about who pays more, but about who ranks first. That would be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Chen Hao explained as he drew. Quality score must be introduced. The final ranking is determined by bid amount multiplied by quality score. This prevents those who pay more but have poor websites from dominating the front page, ensuring the user experience does not collapse. He then drew a backend management interface. We need to develop a foolproof backend for business owners. Recharge select keywords, bid, and view reports. They should be able to see where their money is going and how many clicks it brings, just like playing a game. I call this system Fengqiao. Li Yanhong listened extremely attentively, occasionally picking up a pen to take notes. He was a technical whiz, and with just a few prompts from Chen Hao, he could instantly complete the underlying technical logic. The more he listened, the more astonished he became. The system Chen Hao described was much more refined than Overture's primitive bidding system, even considering the filtering of anti-fraud and malicious clicks. This is definitely not something an outsider could come up with. Director Chen. Li Yanhong put down his pen, his gaze towards Chen Hao changing. Are you really just an incubator? This logic is something even a product manager in Silicon Valley might not conceive so thoroughly. What I do is not important. Chen Hao pushed the paper filled with diagrams towards Li Yanhong. What matters is that this system can save Qiandu. Li Yanhong took a deep breath looking at the paper. This 5 stake is worth it, Li Yanhong concluded. Since it's worth it, let's finalize this investment. Although you are the founder de Fengjie and Eddie G hold the majority. When it comes to investors, Li Yanhong's brow furrowed again. At the last board meeting, they insisted I focus on the B2B market, wanting to turn Qiandu into the Inktomi of Longhua. Now to suddenly pivot to the Sind and introduce new minority shareholders, even if it's just 5, is quite troublesome. Then let's call now. If you want to transform, you must convince them. Li Yanhong's face darkened, struck at a nerve. He had long been constrained by capital within the company, harboring a deep-seated frustration. He picked up the phone and dialed a long-distance number. I am Robin. Li Yanhong switched to fluent English. Give me Bob now. I have an urgent matter. 2 minutes later, a lazy male voice came from the other end. It was de Fengjie's partner. Li Yanhong wasted no words and directly threw out Chen Hao's proposal. I've found a new strategic investor. He can provide the largest navigation entry in Longhua with 4.0 daily active users. In exchange, we need to dilute 5 of shares priced at 3 million RMB. What did you say? The voice on the other end suddenly rose. Robin, are you crazy? 3 million RMB. This valuation is simply a joke. And we don't need navigation traffic. What we want are contracts with Xinlong and Suhu for the next quarter. Xinlong has already owed 3 months of service fees. Li Yanhong shouted into the phone, veins bulging on his neck. Bob, you must face reality. The B2B model won't work in Longhua. The portal sites are draining our resources. If we don't pivot, Qiandu will go bankrupt within 6 months. No. The other party clearly wasn't buying it. The risks of transformation are too great. We cannot agree to this cheap financing. This will lower our return on investment. Li Yanhong glanced at Chen Hao, who was calmly smoking across from him. Chen Hao mouthed 4 words, bidding ranking. Li Yanhong gritted his teeth and threw out his trump card. Bob, listen. This investor not only brings traffic, but also a brand new monetization plan comparable to Overture. If you refuse now, I will exercise my voting rights as a founder to force this resolution through. Or you can activate the buyback clause and kick me out. I'm done. This statement fell heavily. There was silence on the other end. Without Li Yanhong, Qiandu is just an empty shell. The patent for superlink analysis is in his hands, and the technical team was brought back by him. Investors may dare to withdraw their funds, but they absolutely do not dare to force out the founder. After a full half-minute, a helpless sigh came from the receiver. Robin, you are too impulsive. But, all right, if that traffic data is real, we can consider it. But we must sign a bet agreement. If we don't see cash flow growth within 3 months, you need to compensate for the diluted shares. Okay. Li Yanhong coldly uttered a word and hung up the phone. He then contacted another partner of Eddie G, and a similar conversation unfolded again. After hanging up, he leaned back in his chair, exhausted, as if he had just fought a battle with beads of sweat on his forehead. Done. Li Yanhong looked at Chen Hao with a complex expression. Director Chen, you are now a shareholder of Qiandu. Chen Hao extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and extended his hand. Pleasure to cooperate, Mr. Li. The 2 hands clasped together. Li Yanhong's palm was sweaty and cold. Chen Hao's hand was dry and strong. Since we are now a family, I won't be polite. Chen Hao gave no chance for Li Yanhong to catch his breath, directly stating his demands. What? Li Yanhong was still calming his emotions. Next Tuesday, the department leaders will visit my base for inspection. I need you to bring a technical team to work there. Move? Li Yanhong was taken aback. Why? Because from today on, Qiandu is the key incubation project of the Beijing Information Popularization and Incubation Base. On Tuesday at 9 in the morning, 2 black Audis flanked a beige coaster, slowly driving into the somewhat weathered iron gate of the Lihua factory. Chen Hao and Zhao Gang were already waiting downstairs. The car door opened, and Su Kai was the first to step out. Following him was a slightly plump middle-aged man with thinning hair. It was Zhang Huai, another deputy director of the Communications Administration. After him, 7 or 8 accompanying personnel gradually descended, some carrying notebooks and others with briefcases. Welcome, leaders, to provide your guidance. Chen Hao quickly stepped forward, extending both hands. Director Zhang, this is Comrade Chen Hao. A promising young talent, he is the one who single-handedly established this base. Zhang Huai extended his hand, merely brushing against Chen Hao's fingertips before retracting it, his gaze sweeping over the old factory buildings with red brick exteriors, snorting lightly. Su Director, this place is quite stark and simple. If our department's pilot program is to be placed here, can the safety measures keep up? And now he begins to nitpick. Chen Hao did not respond to this comment, maintaining his smile. Director Zhang, your criticism is valid. The hardware conditions are indeed a bit rudimentary, but we have invested our funds where they matter most. Please follow me upstairs and let us see some substantial work. The group ascended the cement staircase to the 3rd floor. As they opened the door to the 3rd floor, the scene before them was entirely different from what they had imagined an incubator to be. Gone were the corridors and partitions typical of old state-owned enterprises, replaced instead by transparent views and a highly technological layout. With a black ceiling, silver-gray metal pipelines, computers on every workstation, and a massive projection screen on one wall. Dozens of staff members were engrossed in their work, the room filled with the sounds of various keyboards clicking. Interesting, Su Kai smiled, offering his assessment. Leaders, please over here. Chen Hao stepped aside to lead the way, bringing everyone to the first area, the Matrix Computer Hardware Laboratory. Qian Hongyan was dressed in a blue work uniform emblazoned with the word Matrix, holding a circuit board, and was fully focused on a magnifying glass. Noticing the leader's arrival, he put down his work and stood up straight. This is our incubated hardware project, the Matrix Computer. Chen Hao introduced, focusing on the development of specialized computers for internet cafes and public internet access points. Assemble machines. Zhang Huai glanced at the parts on the table, his face filled with disdain. The streets of Zhongguan village are filled with assembled machines. Is this considered high technology? Chen Hao smiled, gesturing for Qian Hongyan to bring over the specially designed case. Director Zhang, this is not an ordinary assembled machine, but a brand customized machine tailored for niche markets. Chen Hao patted the sturdy steel case. Qian Hongyan interjected from the side. We redesigned the airflow structure to address the pain points of frequent use in internet cafes, poor heat dissipation and theft susceptibility, adding dual physical anti-theft locks, and optimized at the motherboard BIOS level, resulting in a boot speed 15 faster than brand name machines with the same configuration. Currently, our company has received intention orders from over 30 internet cafes in the Hadian district with an expected annual shipment volume of 3,000 units. We are not just selling computers, we are selling a complete hardware solution. Hearing the annual shipment volume of 3,000 units, everyone was somewhat surprised. Chen Hao did not give Zhang Huai much time to ponder, leading everyone to the next area. This is Huishang technology, primarily focused on traffic distribution and internet gateways. Several monitors displayed the backend interfaces of Hao 123 and Chu 123. These two websites currently have nearly 400,000 daily unique visitors. Chen Hao pointed to the sharply rising curve on the screen, casually dropping a bombshell. 400,000. A director behind Su Kai couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't that traffic almost catching up with the three major portals? They have indeed reached the top in their niche market, Chen Hao explained. This 400,000 traffic precisely covers the university population in the north and internet cafe users in the south. For promoting internet applications, this is the most fertile ground. Zhang Huai stared at the number for a long time, trying to find traces of fraud, but the real-time fluctuating IP addresses did not seem simulated. High traffic is good, but how do we regulate it? Zhang Huai grasped the key point. With so many users, what if harmful information is spread? This is the very reason we applied for a regulatory sandbox pilot. Chen Hao had prepared for this, pointing to the server nearby. We have integrated a keyword filtering system in the backend, and all external links undergo dual verification through manual and machine reviews. This review mechanism is precisely what we aim to further refine in the pilot. Next was Zueladuo. Lu Lan stood in front of a map of Kyoto which was densely dotted with red pins. This is the distribution map of nearly 100 direct and franchise stores of Zueladuo. Although Lu Lan was nervous, she recited it perfectly. Through the inventory management system we developed in conjunction with Huishang Technology, the headquarters can monitor the raw material consumption and sales data of each store in real time. Last month, our monthly revenue surpassed 1 million yuan. 1 million. Zhang Huai was genuinely moved this time. In an era where the average salary is only a few hundred yuan, a monthly turnover of 1 million is quite substantial. This is no mere incubation project, it is practically a cash cow. Can selling milk tea also be digitized? Zhang Huai asked. Everything can be interconnected. Chen Hao chimed in. Zueladuo is an information-driven, innovative dining enterprise distinct from traditional food and beverage businesses. The company can use data analysis to understand what flavors customers prefer and which time periods are peak hours, allowing for precise inventory allocation. This exemplifies how internet thinking transforms traditional industries. Su Kai nodded frequently as he listened, a satisfied expression on his face. Chen Hao's presentation was even more impressive than he had anticipated. Finally, Chen Hao brought everyone to the central area. This is Qiandu Search, currently our base's most technologically advanced project. Li Yanhong, dressed in a casual suit, exuded an elegant demeanor. He did not appear as anxious as others, but greeted everyone naturally. Leaders, what we are creating is a Chinese full-text search engine. Li Yanhong pointed to an interface on the screen. The core technology is superlink analysis, and we are currently in the leading tier globally. Search. Zhang Huai frowned. Haven't Yahoo and Google already done well? Chinese search must be controlled by people from the Dragon Kingdom to master the core algorithms. Li Yanhong replied with calm confidence. We have completed our first round of financing jointly invested by the internationally renowned Defengji and Adiki with an amount of 120,000 USD. In the year 2000, foreign exchange was still precious in the Dragon Kingdom. A startup company that had not yet turned a profit could secure over 10 million yuan in foreign investment, which would certainly draw attention from bureaucratic officials. Zhang Huai was left completely speechless. In the electrical vacuum factory's incubation park, not to mention 120,000 USD, even applying for 120,000 yuan in technical transformation funds would be a struggle. The two were simply not on the same level. After the tour, Chen Hao invited everyone into the conference room. A banner reading Pragmatic Governance Industrial Contribution hung on the wall. Sliced watermelon and bottled water were laid out on the table. As everyone sat down, the atmosphere was much more subtle than when they first arrived. Sukai picked up a teacup and took a sip, breaking the silence. Everyone has seen it now. Xiaochen, please let these heads of departments elaborate on each project's details. For the next half hour, each project leader reported as rehearsed the day before. Qian Hongyan spoke about how to build a brand in niche markets, how to integrate supply chains, and how to minimize costs. Zhao Gang explained how to solve the challenges faced by ordinary people in the Dragon Kingdom in accessing the internet, lowering the barriers to internet adoption and the subsequent promotional plans. Lu Lan spoke about standardized replication, discussing how to manage nearly 100 stores with data. Li Yanhong presented his unique algorithms and future commercial monetization logic. Each project had products, technology, cash flow, and even international capital backing. After listening, Zhang Huai's expression was not great as he could not find any points to critique. However, as a seasoned player in bureaucratic struggles, this did not stop him from finding fault. Zhang Huai placed his teacup down, scanning the room before his gaze finally settled on Chen Hao's face. Xiaochen, the projects are indeed quite good, Zhang Huai said slowly. But I have a question. Director Zhang, please go ahead. You have some projects related to search engines, some selling milk tea, and others assembling computers. It's all a hodgepodge lacking a coherent system. It looks lively, but what does this have to do with your base? To put it bluntly, you were just lucky that these companies happened to rent your space. If this is considered incubation capability, then any property manager from a random office building in Zhongwan Village could be called an incubation expert. This statement was heavy. The accompanying directors lowered their heads to look at their notebooks, unwilling to respond. Su Kai's expression darkened slightly, just as he was about to speak up to support. Chen Hao smiled at him, signaling that he could handle it. Chen Hao did not rush to defend himself, but instead stood up and walked to the front of the conference room, towards the whiteboard, picking up a black marker. Director Zhang, that question is spot on, directly addressing the core issue. He uncapped the marker and wrote 2 large characters in the center of the whiteboard: incubation. Before answering your question, I would like to ask all the leaders a question. What are most so-called tech incubators in our country actually doing? Without waiting for anyone to respond, Chen Hao wrote the words second landlord on the side. Collecting rent, renting out offices, and at most helping companies with business registrations and applying for policy subsidies. Chen Hao turned around, his gaze sweeping over each person present. Once a company enters, whether it survives or not depends entirely on fate. If it survives, the park collects taxes. If it dies, the park gets a new batch of tenants. This model is better described as a property management office for office buildings rather than an incubator. Zhang Huai frowned, finding the statement too blunt, directly slapping the face of many state-owned enterprise incubators, including the vacuum tube factory, under the jurisdiction of his relative. The young man has quite a bold tone, Zhang Huai scoffed. What makes your place different? Isn't it just renting out space to them? The buildings are the least valuable resource. Chen Hao tapped the whiteboard with his pen. Our base fundamentally differs from traditional incubators. We do not rely on rent to survive. We can even offer free rent. What we aim to create is an ecosystem. He drew a circle around the word incubation and extended 3 lines from it. Funding, resources, collaboration. First, we can provide financial support to the incubated companies. Chen Hao pointed to Li Yanhong. Qiandu is globally leading in technology, but has encountered bottlenecks in the capital market. Traditional incubators cannot provide them with funding, and banks will not loan money to a company that only has code and no collateral. But we do. Just yesterday, the industry fund under our base completed a new round of pre-B investment in Qiandu. This money is not for acquiring control, but to ensure they have enough ammunition to validate their business model before the next round of financing. The officials present were somewhat moved. In the year 2000, there were very few who understood the logic of venture capital in the country, and even fewer could invest real money in a pre-B round. Secondly, it's about resources and markets. Chen Hao continued. Providing funding is just the foundation. What do companies lack the most? It's customers' traffic orders. Qiandu has technology, but lacks traffic. What has our base done? We connected Qiandu with the 2 largest navigation portals in the country, Hao 123 and Chu 123, opening them directly to Qiandu. Chen Hao did not pause, pointing his pen at Qian Hongyan. Now let's talk about Matrix Computers. Originally, Qian's team was just a small assembler in Zhongwan Village with profits as thin as paper. After entering the base, what did we do? We repositioned them and guided them towards brand development. Then we utilized the channels of the Haidian District Internet Service Industry Association to directly connect them with hardware upgrade orders from hundreds of internet cafes across the district. Now Matrix Computers is no longer a small player waiting for customers to come, but a brand computer manufacturer with stable bend orders. Can traditional incubators achieve this kind of resource connection? Zhang Huai's expression darkened. He realized that his previous attack points were entirely untenable. Moreover, our base advocates internal collaboration. Chen Hao drew a closed-loop arrow on the whiteboard connecting Shui Letua Huaishang Technology and Matrix Computers. Shui Letua has nearly 100 stores nationwide and faces tremendous pressure in inventory management and logistics scheduling. This is a pain point in traditional retail. Huaishang Technology has software development capabilities but lacks real application scenarios. The base brought them together, having Huaishang Technology customize an inventory management system for Shui Letua. What was the result? Shui Letua achieved digital management, reducing costs by 15. Huaishang Technology acquired a set of ERP software products tested in practice, which can be packaged and sold to other retail enterprises in the next step. Chen Hao put down his pen, smiling as he looked at the people present, his aura fully opened. This is the model of Matrix Base. We are not landlords, we are partners. We manage the resident companies as if they were the upstream and downstream of our own industrial chain. If they lack money, we provide it. If they lack people, we provide them. If they lack markets, we provide markets. Here there are no isolated projects, only an interdependent ecosystem. We call this model all-factor incubation. Su Kai looked at Chen Hao, who was speaking eloquently, while the corner of his eye observed Zhang Huai's expression. He knew the situation was stable. Chen Hao's proposed theory was a dimensionality reduction attack in this era. Let alone the old incubator of the vacuum tube factory, even the directly affiliated research institutes in the ministry do not have such advanced operational thinking. Zhang Huai stared at the complex ecological map on the whiteboard, his expression fluctuating. He wanted to refute, but swallowed his words. Because this logic is tightly interconnected and backed by data. In contrast, the incubator run by his relative has nothing but a few dilapidated buildings and monthly reports asking for subsidies from the ministry. Ahem. Zhang Huai cleared his throat, trying to regain some composure. The concept you presented is quite good. However, Xiao Chen, this model also carries significant risks. The interdependence is too high. When one flourishes, all flourish, and when one suffers, all suffer. As a supervisory pilot, we place more emphasis on stability. Director Zhang is right. Chen Hao climbed up the pole as expected, giving face to the other side. That is why we applied for the regulatory sandbox model. It is precisely because the business form is new and the development speed is fast that it requires advanced technological means for real-time supervision rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. This is also the original intention of Director Su in proposing this plan. He kicked the ball back to Su Kai while also flattering him. Su Kai timely chimed in, Director Zhang, I believe today's research is quite adequate. The model presented by Xiao Chen indeed represents a new direction in the internet industry. Since it's a pilot, different attempts should be allowed. The vacuum tube factory represents the exploration of traditional reformed enterprises, while this represents the innovation of emerging private forces. Both have their reference value. This statement was impeccably crafted, affirming Chen Hao without completely offending Zhang Huai. However, Zhang Huai knew that the so-called both have reference value was merely a platitude in official circles. Comparing the two sides, the difference is clear. If the ministry ultimately grants the pilot to the vacuum tube factory, that would be the real joke. Alright, it's getting late. Zhang Huai stood up. He did not further evaluate Chen Hao's project, but glanced at his watch. The bureau has another meeting in the afternoon, so we won't linger here. Chen Hao immediately followed up, Director Zhang, Director Su, we have arranged a simple lunch at a nearby restaurant, all homestyle dishes, standard business meal. No need. Zhang Huai waved his hand, his tone stiff. Let's skip the meal. Research should have its discipline. We cannot accept the hospitality of the entities being researched. Moreover, we need to return to the bureau. Time is tight. Su Kai also stood up, smiling as he patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. Xiao Chen, we can eat together another time. What you showcased today is quite substantial. We will take it back for serious study. Have the materials been organized? Hand them over to the secretary. They are all ready. Zhao Gang hurriedly handed the introduction documents to the accompanying personnel. The group walked downstairs. In the stairwell, Zhang Huai walked ahead, his pace quick, appearing somewhat anxious. When they reached the ground floor, the driver had already started the car and the air conditioning was set to a comfortable level. Let's go. Zhang Huai got into the car and slammed the door shut. Su Kai lagged behind, whispering to Chen Hao, well done, wait for the news. After saying that, he also got into the car. The convoy slowly started and drove out of the iron gate. Chen Hao stood in place, watching the taillights disappear around the corner. The midday sun was somewhat blinding, and he squinted his eyes. Zhao Gang leaned over and handed Chen Hao a cigarette. That Director Zhang left with a dark face. He was dark-faced because he realized he lost. Chen Hao took the cigarette, and Zhao Gang promptly lit it for him. We've secured this pilot project. Qian Hongyan and Li Yanhong also came down from upstairs. President Chen, what you just said was very insightful. Qian Hongyan said with admiration. I used to think of myself as just a computer seller, but after hearing that, I feel like I'm part of the ecosystem and my status has instantly changed. Li Yanhong, on the other hand, was much more composed. He looked at Chen Hao, his eyes filled with respect. Director Chen, the concept of comprehensive factor incubation you mentioned has only emerged in Silicon Valley in recent years. You've never been to the beautiful country. How would you understand these? Chen Hao smiled lightly. All roads lead to the same destination. Chen Hao turned and walked upstairs while giving instructions. Gongzi, go register a new company. Zhao Gang hurriedly followed up. Should it still be under Matrix Technology? It's a wholly owned subsidiary of Matrix. Let's name it Jingdu Palm Unlimited Technology Co. Ltd. Palm Unlimited. Zhao Gang pondered this name. It sounds quite grand, but what exactly does this company do? Still doing software. We are the water sellers in the SP industry. Zhao Gang didn't understand, but he was used to not asking why. He just executed orders. Back in the office, Chen Hao loosened his tie and sank into the large boss chair. He closed his eyes, reflecting on the memories of the development of the SP industry in the Dragon Kingdom during his past life. In the year 2000, the mobile communication market in the Dragon Kingdom was on the brink of a subtle explosion. Mobile phones had begun to become popular, but their functionalities were horrendously limited. Aside from making calls and sending texts, there were very few other features. Tens of millions of mobile users held terminals in their hands, but faced a severe lack of content. A few months later, the Mobile Dream Network, planned to be launched by Dragon Kingdom Mobile, would be the key that opened the Pandora's box. Chen Hao understood the tricks behind this all too well. The so-called SP business, in simple terms, involved transferring content from the internet to mobile phones and charging through phone bills. It seems rudimentary in hindsight, but at that time, it was a money-printing machine. However, the waters in this industry were too deep and chaos reigned. Chen Hao mentally reviewed the most profitable SP businesses for the next few years, pinpointing for highly lucrative content types. The first category was SMS jokes. This had nearly zero costs and hardly any copyright issues. You only needed to hire a few college students or simply scrape from BBS. Humorous jokes were the surface, while adult-themed jokes were the substance. Those slightly risque, ambiguous jokes became the spiritual sustenance for countless lonely men in that entertainment-starved era. There were also emotional chicken soup texts specifically targeting sentimental young women. Prank texts were a favorite among students. The second category consisted of images and wallpapers. The current resolution of mobile phone screens was disappointingly low, but this did not hinder people's pursuit of beauty. Black and white pixel art could still be creatively done, transforming celebrity photos into black and white pixelated versions and creating wallpapers featuring cartoon characters like the Rogue Rabbit and Papa Bear. Even images of slightly exposed thighs were acceptable as long as they did not reveal too much. They could be pushed to the policy limits, yielding astonishing download numbers. Here, a copyright library for images could be established. The third category was the best-selling ringtones. The world was still dominated by monophonic ringtones. Polyphonic ringtones were reserved for high-end phones. Taking the climax of popular songs and turning them into a monotonous ding, ding, ding melody priced at 2 yuan each, and users flocked to it. Classic quotes, such as "I will love you for 10,000 years" from A Chinese Odyssey, were simply money-making weapons. The fourth category was the most lucrative: fortune-telling and astrology services. While people claimed to be materialists, their bodies were quite honest. Daily fortunes, name scoring, Zhou Gong's dream interpretation, and mobile number luck calculations. The development cost for these things was just a simple random algorithm, yet the willingness to pay was extraordinarily high. Chen Hao opened his eyes and took out a notebook to start planning. The current situation is that licensed state-owned enterprises have no content, companies with content lack technology, and small workshops with technology have no channels. Everyone is fighting alone like a group of headless flies. Since the ministry has given me the pilot project of the regulatory sandbox, if I don't take advantage of this privilege to do something, it would be a disgrace to the opportunity of rebirth bestowed by heaven. Chen Hao planned to create a central kitchen for the SP industry. He intended to use this regulatory pilot to build a comprehensive platform integrating content aggregation, regulatory filtering, and channel distribution. Those small companies wanting to enter the SP market and obtain nationwide licenses, they can join my base and access my platform. Your content will be reviewed by my system, your traffic will be distributed through my interface, and your revenue will be settled through my channels. If you have no content or insufficient content you can download from my SP content library, I will not only charge you rent and service fees, but also take a cut of your earnings. However, to realize this grand vision, mere words are insufficient. This system is extremely complex. It must not only implement the real-time keyword filtering and traffic monitoring promised to Sukai, but also facilitate enterprise registration access, content upload, review, interface integration with the telecom operator's MISC gateway, and complex billing and revenue sharing functions. This is no longer a simple enterprise software, it is a telecom-grade business support system. Although Liang Boss team has decent technology, they only handle inventory and web pages. If they were to write the underlying code for high concurrency, high stability, and integration with outdated systems for mobile operators, it could potentially overwhelm them. This requires a professional team. Chen Hao thought of the Chengdu team. With a top-tier team, led by a big shot like Li Yanhong, it would be a waste not to utilize them. Chen Hao immediately set off to the incubator on the third floor. At that moment, Li Yanhong was sitting in front of the computer staring blankly at a string of C code on the screen. Although he was coerced by Chen Hao to assist in the performance, he still had his mind on his own search engine. Chen Hao walked straight over. Mr. Li, are you busy? Chen Hao pulled over a chair and sat opposite Li Yanhong. Li Yanhong took off his glasses, rubbed his nose, and saw it was Chen Hao. Director Chen, it's not too busy. What's up? Chen Hao lowered his voice. Mr. Li, we are now family. I'll speak frankly, the pilot project from the ministry is likely to land with us. That's good news, Li Yanhong nodded. Chen Hao stared into Li Yanhong's eyes. To cooperate with this pilot, I plan to develop a comprehensive management platform for mobile value-added services. Li Yanhong's heart skipped a beat, sensing an ominous premonition. Director Chen means, I would like to borrow your team for a while. Chen Hao got straight to the point. Our existing team's technology is inadequate. This system involves processing massive amounts of data concurrently and requires real-time text analysis and filtering. This is precisely your strength in search. Li Yanhong frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse. Director Chen, our own search system is still in iteration, and we are already short-staffed. Mr. Li. Chen Hao interrupted him, his tone becoming serious. He and his search technology is indeed impressive, but the current application scenarios are too singular. Have you ever considered that on this platform your technology could receive maximum practical training? Chen Hao began to paint a bright picture. Once this system goes live, it will need to process millions of SMS and data requests daily. This would be an excellent stress test for your server architecture and load balancing capabilities. Moreover, the keyword filtering technology involved is precisely the best application scenario for your segmentation algorithm, isn't it? Li Yanhong fell silent. This high concurrency scenario indeed held some value. Seeing him waver, Chen Hao continued to press. Besides, I am a shareholder of Qiandu, and Qiandu is also an incubated enterprise at the base. Now that the base faces such a significant technical challenge, it would be unreasonable for Qiandu, as the technical representative, not to step up at this time. This was indeed leveraging his status as a shareholder, but it happened to be sensible. Li Yanhong sighed. He was currently benefiting from Chen Hao's traffic, taking Chen Hao's investment, and still living in Chen Hao's territory, making it hard to be assertive. How long will it take to develop? Li Yanhong relented. 1 month. Chen Hao silently calculated the time frame allotted for this pilot batch. I want to see this system up and running within a month. The features need not be ornate, but the 4 core modules, access, review, distribution, and billing, must be rock solid. A month, Li Yanhong pondered. All right, he'll reassign 3 key staff and a few interns to concentrate solely on this project. But let me be blunt, if this system bugs out, I will not accept the blame, Li Yanhong warned. As long as the code logic is sound, I will shoulder whatever else remains, Chen Hao replied. Chen Hao rose and patted Li Yanhong on the shoulder. Mr. Li, you will thank this project one day. It will teach you that monetizing technology is in truth far simpler and far cruder than you imagine. With the technical team secured, half the burden eased from Chen Hao's chest. In late August, in Jingqing, the oppressive late summer heat still raged. In the Jinghang dormitory, an old ceiling fan creaked overhead, stirring only hot air. When Chen Hao pushed open the dorm door, a wave of heat washed over him. Damn this network, it's lagging like a slideshow, Wang Chong swore. Bare-chested and wearing loose shorts, he was cursing at a fairly well-equipped desktop. On the screen ran the newly popular Counter-Strike beta. His character was stuck, convulsing in a corner before being neatly headshot by an opponent. From the top bunk, Lu Bo poked his head out of the mosquito net, fanning himself with a tattered palm fan, while holding a copy of Reader. Hearing the commotion, he peered down. Oh, a rare guest, Lu Bo teased, tossing the book aside. I thought Brother Hao had struck it rich and looked down on this dump-off, renting a golden house to hide a sweetheart. Chen Hao dropped 2 bags of fruit on the table, clusters of Kyoho grapes he had bought at the school gate. Cut the chatter. I'm just doing part-time work to earn some hard cash. Why didn't go home this summer, Chen Hao said. He pulled over a chair, took a Hongtishan cigarette from Wang Chong's pack, and lit it. Everyone back? Wang Chong asked. Been back a while, replied Chen Hao. Lao Lu is still holed up in the library. He's the ace, not one of our dunces. Wang Chong quit the game, reached for a bunch of grapes without washing them, and stuffed them into his mouth. Purple juice trickled down the corner of his mouth. Brother Hao, you vanish without a trace, Wang Chong said. The department says you were badly hit after Lin Xiaya dumped you. Some claim they saw you hawking CDs in Zongwang, and others say they saw you get into a rich woman's car. Wang Chong spat the grape skins while gossiping, though his eyes betrayed concern. Damn, I'd love to find a rich woman, he muttered, but I don't have that sort of luck. Chen Hao exhaled a smoke ring. Let's go eat. Third canteen, my treat. You paying again? Wang Chong blinked and spat the grape skins into the wastebasket. Keep your allowance, Chen Hao said. Today I am footing the bill. Oh, I just took money from home and am a little flush. What nonsense, when I tell you to go, you go, Wang Chong grinned. Chen Hao stood and patted Wang Chong's shoulder. Wang Chong chuckled, grabbed a rumpled t-shirt from the chair back, and pulled it on. All right, since Brother Hao wants to be a tycoon, I won't be polite, Wang Chong said. He'll have 2 portions of braised pork. The midday sun was fierce, the asphalt shimmering with heat. In flip-flops, they shuffled toward the third canteen. The semester had not officially started, and the dining hall was not crowded. Chen Hao kept his word, ordering braised pork, black bean spare ribs, a steamed fish, and 2 chilled bottles of Green Island beer. After several rounds of drinks and a medley of flavors, Wang Chong let out a loud belch, picked his teeth with a disposable chopstick, and looked thoroughly content. Comfortable, he sighed. The school's food still tastes better. Home is too bland, Wang Chong declared. Xiangzi, Chen Hao called, draining the last half of his cup of wine. What's up? Wang Chong asked, his gaze a little hazy. Want to make some extra cash? At that suggestion, Wang Chong's face lit up. Brother, how are you kidding? I get 2,000 a month in allowance. I'm practically a millionaire in our department. Why bother earning more? Besides, I don't have the skills. Coding gives me a headache, and handing out flyers is too tiring. Not tiring, Chen Hao said, leaning in. You can do it sitting down. It requires no special skill. You only need to recognize Chinese characters. He lowered his voice and feigned secrecy. My company recently took on an outsourcing job, quite large in volume, but I don't have time to handle it. Wang Chong put down his chopsticks, intrigued. What kind of work? Isn't your company high-tech? Do you need illiterates? Chen Hao said casually, it's for a humor and joke website. Chen Hao offered a perfunctory explanation. He could not say this was to populate the content library for a future SP platform. Those SMS jokes, risque gags, and prank messages would in a few months become a per-message money printing machine. They now needed to build a massive database. You know how hard times are after the internet bubble burst. Everyone is struggling, Chen Hao said. The boss wants to generate entertainment traffic and needs an enormous number of jokes. Anything funny from the web books or magazines. Chen Hao waved 2 fingers in front of Wang Chong and said 20 cents per entry. 20 cents. Wang Chong scoffed. Brother, how, that's way too cheap, Wang Chong protested. I can make 30 in an afternoon handing out flyers. Are you out of your mind? Chen Hao shot him a reproving look. Handing out flyers, you have to run under the scorching sun until your legs fall off. This job you do in the dorm under a fan online, just copy and paste. Besides, do the math, Chen Hao said, dipping a chopstick in wine and drawing a 100 on the table. If you copy and paste 1 entry per minute, that's 60 an hour. 5 hours a day yields 300 entries. 300 at 20 cents each is 60 yuan a day, which amounts to about 1,800 a month. And that's if you do it yourself, Chen Hao added. Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he mentally ran the numbers. 1,800. These days, ordinary workers in Jingxing earn only a few hundred. A university student in his dorm can make several times a worker's wage just by moving his fingers. Fuck that much. Wang Chong's eyes gleamed. Brother, how, you're not pulling my leg, are you? This money is too easy. That's just the small sum, Chen Hao said. Chen Hao smiled and steered Wang Chong toward a more capital-minded route. I'm entrusting this job to you, not to let you be mere hired hands. Show some ambition, will you?